If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 301, Chapter 278. I was tired, mentally and emotionally, however, looking at everything going on around me, I had no right to complain. My arm dropped to my side, the staff of Magnus still in my hand. Where's the next group? I asked one of the people also helping heal the wounded. That should be the last of them, for now. It was a kitsune woman with a single tail who answered. She had been helping me along with others. She wasn't very proficient in any healing arts, but she knew a cantrip or two and was knowledgeable on basic first aid. Not all of them. I sighed, holding me hand out. Arm. I stated. It's just a small wound. I'm healing the wounded, gimme the arm. I said sternly. She hesitantly reached out to let me take her arm. I pushed up her sleeve to see a large burn going up her arm. It was bandaged, but I could still see the signs. It must have been very painful. My hand glowed bright as I began casting a healing spell over it. Those missing limbs, burns, cuts, and all manner of afflictions. It was horrible. The worst part were the children asking where their parents were. Thank you. She said quietly, retrieving her arm, rubbing it awkwardly. I can see why Lady Yasaka likes you. There was a faint smile on her face. Brother. We both turned to see Aotab walking towards us. The kitsune quickly got up, bowing her head before scurrying off. I guess he was a little intimidating. Someone need healing? No. He shook his head. Boss and Lady Yasaka are calling for you. I let out a sigh. I guess things have finally settled down then. I stood up from where I had been sitting, putting my staff away. Let's go. Brother. Aotab put his hands on my shoulders. Thank you. He bowed his head. You've helped us so much. If you call me something like that, don't thank me. I smiled lightly, placing my own hand on his shoulder. I knew what I was getting into when I asked to join. He let out a long breath, standing back up straight. We'll talk more later, don't want to keep the boss waiting. Right. I honestly wasn't looking forward to this meeting. I saw everything that happened firsthand, but I didn't want to hear the numbers. Is Rika? She's fine. Aotab replied. None of them could get close with Jackie around. Yeah, that little girl would definitely be able to protect her. What a scary assassin servant. It wasn't just Rika either. She was able to protect a bunch of people by herself. Aotab sounded rather proud. Sending them here was a great decision. They both deserved a better hand than they were dealt. All right, let's get this over with. Again, I was not looking forward to hearing everything. Even the manner that they usually gathered at was, barely standing. I think that's a polite way to put it. There were some obvious makeshift repairs made to keep it standing, a mark of defiance I could imagine. And it's not like they could stop rescue efforts to just start making repairs to one building. Aotab led me to the same place as last time, that large open room. Even more open if one considered the holes in the ceiling. There was an understandable somber atmosphere amongst everyone. Seats were taken as everyone waited patiently, and I had to do a double take because I saw a new face sitting right next to Yasaka. Is he? I blurted out. Wilhelm. She nodded slightly towards me. You know each other. Nuririhayan muttered. I glanced at Yasaka. You didn't tell him. It slipped my mind. Yasaka sighed. We've been busy with other matters. That's fair. We're friends. I said plainly. I go to Yomi often to visit. Nuririhayan opened his mouth like he wanted to respond but closed it again. I'll unpack that later. Well, the unease in the room seemed to lift a little. I guessed they were on edge with Japan's death goddess sitting the room. I had to remind myself sometimes that they viewed gods differently than me. They're revered and feared mostly, while I would happily walk up and give her a hug. I invited her here, we had a slight problem and she was able to solve it easily. Yasaka stated, gesturing for me to sit down. I walked over to my spot, plopping down next to her. I smiled towards Izzy who also returned my smile. I glanced to the side to see Yasaka's tail creep up on my, finding my waist. I ran a hand through her fur, doing my best to comfort her. I knew she had to keep up appearances right now, otherwise I know I'd be holding her in my arms. Nuririhayan stood up once everyone settled down. He had a few bandages on him and was supporting himself with his sword. I'm not going to sugarcoat this. We were attacked and we did not come out unscathed. He wasn't loud, it was just that the room was deathly silent. Boss, how many? Nururihayan turned to the speaker, a yokai who was missing an arm, bandaged up. Too many. He shook his head. Way too many. He let out a long sigh, looking up at the ceiling where moonlight shined through. We don't have exact number right now. But roughly a good third suffered some heavy wounds. While about a tenth. He shook his head again. A tenth of the people in the city are dead. There were thousands upon thousands of residents here. Fucking hell. Some things that need to be talked about and what we're doing to do now. Revenge. Sit down, Zhu Beiji. Nururihayan sighed. But I share the sentiment. First off, the prisoners. Are we not executing them? Yet, put their heads on spikes. Fuck that, burn all those fuckers like they did our home. Quiet. Nururihayan spoke, silencing them again. We're keeping them imprisoned for now. Believe me, I would like nothing better than heads to literally start rolling, but we have to be smart about this. Yasaka was able to reach out to Lady Izanami. He gestured towards Izzy, in a surprisingly formal way of addressing her. She also expressed dissatisfaction at what happened. We're keeping them in Yomi right now. It made sense after thinking about it. Where exactly would they keep so many prisoners, and how would they keep them contained? They didn't have any free resources to put towards the task right now. I can assure you all, they are most certainly not having an enjoyable time. Izzy said softly, but her voice carried in a way that only a goddess's could. That seemed to satisfy everyone for now. We were able to acquire some information. He glanced at me briefly before sweeping his eyes around the room. And we know why they attacked us. Their little infiltration missions, we found out that one of their queen's daughters snuck into it amongst the ones sent out. A woman we currently have locked away. They attacked us to rescue her. A rescue mission. That had been a recuse mission for them. A city burned because they had sent spies in, the spies got caught, so they fucking attacked to rescue the spies. He never specified that she was kept prisoner in Yomi like the others. Make no mistake, this is an act of war. Nururihayan snarled in anger. No one spoke, there was no hollering or shouting. But acceptance and agreement was clear on everyone's faces. My territory was infiltrated as well. Yasaka stood up, joining the old man at his side. My people had been taken and replaced. It could have just as easily been Kyoto that was attacked. We're separated by territory, by region, and by leader, but we're all one people. We stand by our brothers and sisters, we acknowledge the declaration of war and stand with you. I see, Yasaka has chosen this path then. I can't say I didn't agree with her. This princess, we were able to glean some things from the prisoners. She's the daughter of the one known as the Winter Queen. I won't go in department about the political spectrum of these fae for the moment, just know there are two main factions, the Summer and Winter Courts. So let this be the official declaration, the yokai of Japan are at war with the Winter Court. I doubted most here understood the implications, but nearly everyone jumped to their feet, shouting in unison at the declaration. A universal support of Nururihayan's announcement. It wasn't a matter of wanting to or not, there had to be a proportional response. Boss, I don't mean to be a downer, but, are we really in a position to fight a war? Amongst the excitement, there was someone with a voice of concern. It was the spider yokai I had seen the last time I was here. Don't get me wrong, we're not marching on them right now, admittedly we can't. He let out a sigh again. They're hiding in their realm, a place that even gods can't really go to, but I've been told that we may have a way to overcome that. Besides the logistics of launching an offensive, I realize we're not in a good state right now, I don't expect us to be battle ready for the time being. More of a formal rallying cry. And I had a feeling that the method to overcome that may be myself. What if they attack again? She asked again. As much as Lady Yasaka has helped us with everything. And we're extremely grateful, she has her own territory to protect too. I will be lending a hand, child. Izzy answered for him as all attention turned to her once more. I despise these invaders as much as you all do. If I had known previously, I would have stopped it. Hey, did Yasaka ask her or did she volunteer herself? I'll have to talk with her once we're done. It is unlikely for them to move again so soon. And it is further unlikely that the Winter Queen will make another move without investigating after she was hurt. Izzy glanced at me. Wait, Winter Queen. I blinked in realization. That hand, that was her. Because the presence on the other end of that thing wasn't something to scoff at. Yes. Izzy said simply. I was told of what happened, and I felt a fluctuation of power from here. I reached out to Yasaka and asked her if she knew anything, and she explained, which is how I ended up here. The queens of the courts aren't simple beings. They are not gods, but they aren't very different. Well, I have probably painted a hefty target on my back. No regrets though. But it was a curious thought. She said they were like gods, and the closest approximation I can think of were nature spirits. Could they perhaps be this world's equivalent to what I knew from back home? Summer and winter, I had a feeling that the titles were more than just monikers. There were many stories and legends, but I was very far in the dark about the true facts. I would have to do some research on my own to figure it all out. But one thing stuck out to me as she spoke. You're acting as more than support, you're being a noticeable deterrent. The Winter Queen won't move if she knows you're freely moving around here. Izzy didn't answer, but the look on her face made me think I hit the mark. She's always so sweet. She usually doesn't like drawing attention to herself, yet here she is, out in the open and basically declaring to everyone that she's front and center just so no one would try anything. I wanted to go over there and give her a hug. Speaking of large deterrents. Nururihayan stopped, turning around to face me. An explanation on the dragon would be appreciated. Oh right, I never did say anything about that. So, I scratched my head. I have the boosted gear, and I made a spell that lets Drake come out under the guise of another dragon. I gave a very abridged version. And that's not the strangest thing I've heard today. Nururihayan accepted it on face value. Are people worried about him? I could imagine that a dragon presence would be cause for some concern. The opposite, actually. Nururihayan shook his head. Drake, he seems have been eating those nightmare horses like they were snacks. Those things had been causing trouble and we didn't know what to do about them. Then comes a big dragon that just starts snacking. Of course everyone saw him protecting the city, so they're treating him like a hero. Kids had even been running up and touching him. That was stupidly wholesome, and when I was in a better mood, I was going to tease Driag later. I don't know how long the spell will last, and I didn't want to force it to end since it's the first time he's been out in a long time. Knowing the extent of the duration would be very beneficial. So far, it's been about an hour and a half. Don't worry about it, he's welcome here just as much as any of you all. Nururihayan let out a melancholic chuckle. That's good, I want Drake to enjoy his temporary freedom. On a side note, can we keep the fact that I have the boosted gear quiet? Nururihayan looked at me before nodding his head. My people won't talk about it. He didn't even need to make an announcement, he seemed to trust them well enough. And I trusted the old man, I would take his word for it. It's not that I was overly cautious about it being revealed, but I didn't want to just wave it around for the world to see if I didn't need to. Now with that settled, we need to start discussing our next move. Nururihayan stated, tapping his sheathed sword against the ground. I don't predict another large fight in our immediate future, so our priority is stabilizing. We'll help where we can. I recently had an influx of money that'll help with certain things, but we still need to be frugal. Yasaka spoke up. But we too need to start preparing in the worst case. Agreed, I don't want to see Kyoto suffer like we have. You have more civilians than we do, I fear what would have happened in a similar situation. I'll also ask around, see if there has been movement of the Fae in any other places. I'll ask around too. The Fallen should answer my inquiry after the last debacle that their leader was involved in. And I'm also holding a small incident over the angels' heads. It should not ruffle too many feathers if I try to get this kind of information out of them. Yasaka added on. I had my own trees I could shake as well. But there was one thing abundantly clear even with the civil nature of this talk, there was a barely held back bloodlust that permeated every corner of this room. We were out for blood. I'm sure they were active in other parts of the world right now. It was just a matter of hunting them down. Chapter 302, Chapter 279. The meeting was tedious. That air of anxiety hung over everyone, it made it difficult to keep everyone together for long. There was a certain vigor when discussing war strategies, but even that wasn't enough to keep spirits artificially high. Most of them still had blank expression when they got up and walked out. I had many more things on my plate as well now. I was going to do my best to gather sufficient resources and help rebuild. I was Yasaka's lover and also a honorary member of Nururihayan's gang as well. No matter how you looked at it, this was my fight too. Yasaka's tail was wrapped tightly around me still. She was keeping it together splendidly, but she was clearly holding back grief. They may not have been her people, but I could tell she still thought of them as her people. There was a greater sense of community among yokai than most other species in the world. Nururihayan was whispering something to Izzy as they walked to another side room, presumably they had some private matters to speak about. Yasaka slowly climbed to her feet and I followed along, not that I had a choice in the matter. Her tail refused to let me go. We went a different way than Izzy and Nururihayan, but we went further into the mansion to a secluded area. She slammed a door behind us, taking us into what looked like a storage room. I was about to ask, but she immediately threw herself at me, her face buried in my chest, and I felt the fabric start to get wet. Why? She manages to blurt out, it was ridden with sniffles. Why do things like this keep happening? First those idiots that attacked Kyoto, now this. Her muted sobs filled the room. I didn't even think about it before, we weren't really together back then. She must have had to shoulder everything herself. Who else would she have allowed to see her like this? To see her so vulnerable. She always had to appear as a strong leader to her people, and to Kunu as a strong mother. I wrapped my arms around her, my fingers running through her hair. Shhhh. I quietly whispered. It's okay, we're going to be okay. I'm here with you, and the others are too. You don't have to do this alone anymore. I hate this. She said very quietly. I know. I did my best to reassure her. This was definitely not how she usually acted, but I couldn't find any fault given the circumstances. How much stress must she be under right now? I hate this. She started hitting my chest with her fists, though there was no force behind them. I hate it, I hate it. How many more families do I have to go to and tell them their fathers, brothers, sons, aren't coming home? I didn't ask how many of her own soldiers didn't make it. I had been so caught up in healing after everything had settled, then immediately sat in on the war meeting. She looked up at me, her face was covered in tears, before settling down again, just resting herself against me. She had it tough. I'm sorry. She began pulling away, wiping her eyes. I don't like you seeing me like this. I just wanted to vent for a moment. You have nothing to apologize for. I gave her a gentle smile, pushing some stray strands of hair out of her face. I must look like a mess. She sniffled again, rubbing away a few more tears. I was about to respond, but there was an abrupt knock on the door, and the person on the other side was letting out their aura slightly so it was obvious who was on the other end. Do you come in? Yasaka said loud enough for the person to hear. Izzy pushed the door open, pausing as she saw us, specifically her eyes landed on Yasaka. Oh you poor girl. She quickly went over to the fox and wrapped her up in a hug. Yasaka let out a small noise, pushing her head into Izzy's chest this time, clearly appreciative of the moral support. In any other circumstance, I may have said something about how cute it was that Izzy was gently rocking Yasaka back and forth. Izzy let out a sigh. This has become a large mess and I don't know if the other gods will stay out of it. As horrific as everything was, I didn't think the gods would care. It's just their nature not to care unless they're directly affected, for the most part. For the most part, you are correct. However, that Winter Queen. Izzy's voice turned sour. She directly challenged our power with her little stunt. You should have some inkling of what she is, you are knowledgeable about many things. She is not a god but she possesses an authority, as you would call it. Winter Queen is more than just a title. And she basically broadcasted that right in the middle of Japan, right in the middle of Takamagahara territory. I finished what she was trying to say. It was no different than if Zeus came over and started flexing his power. To do that so blatantly, clearly this Winter Queen has some degree of confidence. Nururihayan said they hide within their realm, and your statement implies that even gods would have difficulty going there. That's true. Izzy pursed her lips. I don't have confidence in forcing my way into the fairy realms. Even for me who watches over a realm of death, that place is strange and confusing. It's as if the realm itself is a living entity that dislikes other species from intruding. The more I hear about them and their home, the more I'm reminded of my own. I took a step forward, putting my head on Izzy's shoulder. Yasaka quietly listened as we talked, she didn't seem to want to speak right now. The reverse side of the world where Avalon resides. Even with my magic, I can't force my way there. I don't think this world's version is quite the same, but that portal or whatever they used, it's not so simple to backtrack and mimic. I would need to do some calculations to figure everything out. Lots of testing to do as well. The old man would probably have some answers if I asked him. I'm sure it's something he's had experience with before, even if I couldn't recall anything. Regardless, the Winter Queen shouldn't be making any overt actions anytime soon. The gods are watching and she should be aware of that. Are you familiar with her at all? I've never met her, but I know someone who has. He told me a few stories many centuries ago, but I didn't give them much thought until now. Izzy shook her head. I'll be reaching out again for more information because his pantheon had dealings in the past. But for now, I am going to focus on keeping her from getting ideas. What a fucking mess this is. I could always ask Meridia. No. Izzy cut off that train of thought immediately. Everything you told me about her, if she were ever to appear and use her real power, the world would descend in true chaos. Everything is already teetering on the brink in many places. Honestly, the fact that there aren't any more large-scale wars right now is something of a miracle, and I say that as a goddess. I winced slightly at how thoroughly she rebuked me. How bad are things right now? I haven't really cared about things outside of, well, the three factions. Their ceasefire right now can be described as tenuous at best. The Norse, the giants recently have started open conflicts again and Loki is causing problems. A few titans escaped Tartarus in the Greek corner. And the Indians, well, they've never really truly settled down, they just handle their messes quietly or keep it internal. Asuras and Rakshasas causing trouble is nothing new, but they're being much more noisy about it than usual. The Dwaftidan over in Ireland have started getting aggressive too. I could go on, but I think you get the idea. Yeah, that doesn't sound good at all. I could see how introducing someone like Meridia to the greater world in such an abrupt manner could cause all kinds of problems. We're getting off topic from what I wanted to talk about. Izzy stated, rubbing a hand through Yasaka's hair. I'll be able to keep this place relatively safe. As I said before, the Winter Queen isn't a fool, she won't so blatantly cause issues openly. Subterfuge is still a problem, but I think there are solutions in both places for that. Yeah, Skathak had been handling things on that front. Izzy nodded in approval. And Nurarihayan is admittedly extremely skilled in things like this. Much more than he lets on. Izzy almost hissed that last part out. Yeah, seeing him somehow return to his youth was a big surprise. Do you know him from before this? Izzy looked away slightly. I've met him once before. And? It was several centuries ago when he was much younger, he snuck into Yomi and stole my undergarments. She had the hint of a blush on her face. There was a moment of silence before Yasaka broke out in a fit of giggles. Full-on uncontrollable laughter even if it was muffled with her face buried in Izzy's chest. Thank you, I needed to hear something ridiculous like that. Yasaka smiled for the first time this evening. Izzy, even if she looked slightly embarrassed by the admission, did look happy that Yasaka was feeling better. You need not worry about the safety of this place. I will take care of it, and I won't allow another such incursion to occur. Izzy declared. I'm glad you're here. I sighed, relaxing my head on her shoulder. I wish I would have known sooner. I do not usually meddle in mortal affairs, but such a thing is beyond what is allowed. Izzy grunted. The only silver lining thus far is that the damage was contained to only here. This place isn't completely cut off from the humans, it was on the brink of spilling over to the mundane. And I'm guessing the Fae won't care about this tentative masquerade that's up. Not in the slightest. Izzy huffed. I am going with Nurarihayan to speak with the 5 principal clans to see where they stand. They should lend a hand after hearing everything. The 5 principal clans. If I remember correctly, Nurarihayan and them had some sort of peace agreement. With Izzy, even if she wasn't the most appreciated goddess, they would probably be more open to certain talks. The human onmyoji and exorcists would hopefully see the bigger picture here, even if they weren't fond of yokai. Yasaka let out a sigh, removing herself from Izzy's arms. We should get going, there are still many things we have to do. I can't sit here crying forever when people have lost much more than I have. She straightened herself up. Where should we go next? I asked. I will be going to speak with my guards, then finish some matters with Nurarihayan. You should probably go deal with Drake, he's been quiet. Yasaka replied. That's a good point. She leaned up, kissing me quickly on the lips. Thank you. She whispered again. Now, let's wrap this up. I need to get back home to make our own preparations as well. I walked out a fair distance away from the mansion the meeting was held in. A small clearing was in front of me, or rather, there would be one if not for a giant black dragon laid comfortably on the ground. He opened an eye as I got close. Rar, stay back mortal, I am the mighty Nhggr. How terrifying, with claws like swords, and teeth like spears. You sure your name isn't Smog? Bite me. Driag huffed, a little bit of miasma blowout. It was the first thing that came to mind, and I enjoyed the story when I saw it from your memories. I walked over to his side, putting a hand on his scales. Got some nicks and cuts here or there. Lost a few scales too, and it looks like you got hit a few times. Humph, if I had my real body, their puny weapons and spells would have never been able to touch me. You just had to put me in a body of such a disgusting weakling. And I'm not even as strong as the real thing. Really, it's all your fault. I let out a chuckle, sliding down until I was sitting down with my back against his stomach. How was it? Drake settled himself again, head lowering down as he let out a long breath. It was amazing, he said quietly. A rare sort of gentleness in his words. Thanks, brat, he muttered. Yet, being outside again, it must have been a much-needed reprieve. How were things on your end? He seemed to want to quickly change the subject. I had to see Yasaka cry. I let out a sigh. I'm angry, Drake. And I have no one to immediately take this anger out on. I'm not entirely sure I can easily go to where they're hiding anytime soon. Now, later, it doesn't matter. We'll have our revenge. We? I questioned. Of course. Drake breathed out with a snort. You called me a partner, that means your problems are my problems. Yeah, I guess you're right. I leaned back, looking up at the night sky. The stars are really pretty tonight. I haven't seen them for a long time. Drake muttered. I'll miss it. The spell wearing off. Yeah, I can feel my tenuous anchors unraveling, it's really an annoying feeling. Not painful, but it's like, I have a chain attached to my leg and someone's tugging on it. I feel like there's still some slack, but at the same time, I know it's running out. An interesting explanation. I patted his belly, standing up. So, how was it? Tell me about the feelings and your thoughts. May as well get the data. Drake shifted, slowly rising to his feet. Took a while to get used to the body. His wings stretched out. I think we messed up some things on the casting. The words didn't align with the spell parts as well as they could. I feel like I could be stronger in this form. That's to be expected, we'll have to practice it more. I rubbed my chin. Did you try using your own powers while under that guise? I had a feeling that the spell would entirely unravel if I tried to boost or use my real stuff, so I didn't attempt it. He explained, his head tilting up, looking at the sky again. I just wanted to enjoy this time for what it was. I smiled faintly at his words, lightly tapping his side. Don't worry about it, we can figure that stuff out later. And let's put the staff in the gauntlet, let it absorb more of my draconic aura, that should help smooth things out too. Drake spoke as part of his body started to dissipate. Driag. Why are you looking at me like that, brat? Drake chuckled. It's not like I'm leaving, just going back in the gauntlet. I know he wasn't going anywhere, it's just. I stepped forward, grabbing hold of him. He was large, so it was a bit awkward, but I tried my best to give him a hug. Geez, brat. Drake huffed again, his body becoming ethereal as parts disappeared. I've gotten soft. I felt his head lightly tap me on the head before he burst into magical energy, his soul forcibly returned, slamming into me as it delved into my body and straight into the boosted gear that was still within my soul. I put a hand on my chest, feeling like a part of me returned. Home sweet home. Drake chuckled, though it felt melancholic. I promise I'll find a way to free you fully, Drake. Chapter 303, Chapter 280. I let out a long sigh as I stared at my handiwork thus far. Holding my arms up, I let out a yawn, stretching them, another content sigh escaping my lips as I realized I was almost done. How long had I been working on this? I seemed to have lost track of time, but I could see the end now. Every so often, some random person in the city would stop and stare at me and I would just wave at them. I had set up in an isolated part of the city, more or less, but it was still in the city regardless, so there were people who came by to see what I was doing. However, no one interfered with me. Probably a result of my status as Yasaka's lover, which was pretty well known at this point. Almost done. I breathed out again, about to get back to work. What are you almost finished with, my student? I turned to see Skathik walking towards me. Just a little project, more of a proof of concept at the moment. I loved seeing her in different outfits. Not that I didn't like that tight purple bodysuit she wore for combat, but seeing her in a tight pair of jeans and a sweater that hugged her so wonderfully was also a welcomed sight. She hummed as she got closer. This is the same project that you have sequestered yourself away in your workshop for the past 2 days for? She inquired. Yes. I blinked. She lightly poked my cheek. Foolish student. She huffed. You hide yourself for so long then immediately run off to do something like this. Do you think none of us worry about you? I'm a magus, we go disappear into our workshops for weeks at a time without blinking an eye. I countered. Hell, Rin did it often as well, which was when Artoria usually came to spend her time with me. Yes, but when have you ever been a normal magus? It was nice, feeling her hands wrap around me from behind, peeking over my side as she rested her chin on my shoulder. Let me see what has you preoccupied. She held up her finger and ran it down the markings I made. Leave it to a man to make such a phallic object. It's an obelisk, I retorted, giving her a light spank from behind. Got the idea from that ideal master guy. And they honor the dead, I thought it was appropriate, considering everything. Humph. She smiled coquettishly. Let us see. The material appears to be normal stone then? And you have inscribed many runic sentences, however, the one that gains my attention the most is right. She moved her finger towards a specific spot. Here. An interesting string of runes, Fihu, Thurasaz, Awaz, Burkina, Dagaz, Lagaz. She trailed off, as if speaking her thoughts aloud. And you anchor it all together with a primordial wisdom rune, how peculiar, my student. I wanted to make it semi-intelligent with regards to its effect. An automated dispenser, if you will. An automated dispenser. I waved my hand, producing a notebook, handing it over to her. She dislodged herself, cracking it open as she quietly read as I finished up my preparations. It wasn't difficult, just tedious more than anything. And as I mentioned to her, it was a proof of concept than something for practical application. I don't doubt it would go through several iterations before I could consider it a final product. Finishing on my end for now, I waited for a few moments, but Skathik made no move to stop, only flipping a page every so often. I don't take enough time to appreciate how beautiful she is. I could honestly just stare at her for hours on end. And she was right, it had been a few days since I basically locked myself up to finish this project as quickly as possible. She didn't even make a noise of annoyance when I walked over and buried my face right between her breasts, my arms wrapping around her. You smell nice. Don't say strange things. She chided with a small huff, though a little red crept up on her cheeks. My hands found her nice round butt quickly, giving it a gentle squeeze. She shifted slightly but otherwise didn't deny me, so I took that as acceptance. It was only when my fingers started to pull on the waistband of her pants that she made an adorable sound. She slammed the notebook shut and bopped me on the head. I chuckled looking up at her again, her faint red was a bit more pronounced now. I discovered pretty quickly that she gets flustered easily when it comes to affection shown in public. Doing the most lewd things in our bedroom? She wouldn't even bat an eye. But if I try to hold her hand while people was watching? She would turn red at the thought. You seem to be in need of disciplining. She pried my hands away from her jiggling rear. This Skathik will happily take care of you tonight once we have both finished our duties. Control yourself until then, my cute student. She puffed up, bopping me once more. Now, I have read through your notes, explain to me what you desire, I will aid you where I can. Right. I got back into research mode. I could grope her later when we weren't busy. Where do you want to start? I believe I understand, you have created a mystic code that responds to negative intent. You have the runic sequence to active your Shield of Asgard and an interesting supporting sequence that designates allies and enemies. However, there are several points that I am confused about. Well, you figured out the gist of it. I walked over to the obelisk as she followed along. Yet, I needed to use a primordial wisdom rune to help facilitate what it would pick as enemies and friends, a centralized matrix if you will. But it also supports another important aspect, which you're probably confused about. I held my hand out, depositing stacks upon stacks of talismans onto the ground. She seemed to realize my intent immediately. I see, this makes more sense then. She rubbed her chin. It is an interesting idea, and I believe it holds merit. If a situation such as what happened over in the east occurred here, this would be a valuable defense to have. The initial stage, it casts my shield of Asgard, like you said. I haven't really worked out distance to power ratio yet, as I said, still a work in progress and all that. And the second aspect is that it uses these talismans based on the situation. I made a little over 1,000 while I was in my workshop. I have healing talismans, shielding talismans, binding talismans, and a random assortment of different offensive attacks in a similar format. The healing talismans basically worked as a lesser version of the healing spells I picked up in Skyrim. But they were still much better than nothing. Shielding talismans could be likened to a lesser version of a warding spell. Binding talismans to seal enemies up, and a plethora of attacks as well. Everything from lightning and other elemental attacks to other more esoteric effects. The runic sentences basically choose the best one for any given circumstances. Honestly, it's almost like a computer program with the primordial rune acting as a pseudo-intelligence. The attack still weighs heavily on you. I don't like seeing people I know get hurt. I sighed, slumping my shoulders. It was bad enough seeing it firsthand like that, but I don't want that to happen here if I can prevent it. There is nothing wrong with your intentions, but if you are going to disappear into your workshop again, speak with us ahead of time. She leaned over, kissing my forehead. However, you do see the limitations, yes. Yet, I realized it already. I rubbed the back of my neck. It only covers a small area in proportion to the city. One of the reasons that the yokai of Japan were considered a minor faction was due to their size in addition to them lacking any significant heavy hitters. Yasaka and Nururihayan were strong, but they weren't godly in strength. That's not to say they couldn't hit above their weight class under certain circumstances, but they simply weren't at that level. It was enough to dissuade most other minor forces while the bigger ones didn't bother. Overall, there should only be a few million yokai, less than 10 million Altagathar, if you counted the entirety of Japan. And those who lived in Kyoto were a fraction, a large fraction, but only a fraction all the same. So, a million, maybe a few million during certain times of the year? There was no way this singular obelisk could do anything significant with those numbers. There would need to be hundreds more scattered throughout the city to have the effect I want. I breathed out. And yet you will work towards it all the same. I refused to ever see her cry again. I would see where I stood once this one was finished and where to proceed from here. I'll figure something out once I gather the data from this prototype. It would take a while, but it should be pretty helpful if there was a large-scale invasion. Very well, it seems you have your mind set on it, I will not attempt to dissuade you. Skathik nodded in satisfaction. Shall I make some edits to your sentences? What's wrong with my sentences? I furrowed my brow. My dear student, Skathik giggled. You still overthink many things, simple is often more applicable in these circumstances. With every talisman attached to the obelisk, it was ignited with my magical energy. A surge of power thrummed through it as everything seemed to work on the surface. Skathik had corrected a few of my runic sentences to better amplify certain concepts and to streamline the process. We argued a little bit over certain directions, but overall, it's in a better place than it was initially. She went off to do something that Yasaka needed done, so I didn't hold her up. I was happy she checked in as she did. Could I simulate certain scenarios to see how it reacted now? Or should I go about a different method to begin testing and data collection? Quite an interesting piece of magic you got there. I blinked, breaking from my own thoughts as I turned to see who spoke. It's not that I was snuck up on, but there were people coming and going every so often that I basically tuned it out. For some reason, this person grabbed my attention more explicitly. He wore a rather neat suit, with long black hair. He had elongated ears and some very sharp facial features. Thanks, I suppose. I could tell right away that he wasn't a yokai and I had my suspicions of his origin. Long way from home, aren't you? That I am. He smiled, and despite his rather intense features, it was a very disarming smile. He slowly walked over to a nearby brick wall, about waist high. He brushed it off for a moment, sitting himself down. I like to think I'm on a vacation of sorts. Even if I'm doing a bit of business while I'm at it. Well, he clearly was here for me for some reason. Vacations are always good. I eyed him suspiciously. Though one might wonder what your intentions are, especially after another one of your kin made a mess of things last time he was here. Peace. He held his arms up. I'm not where because of that, fool. He let out a sigh. Nor am I here to cause any trouble. I think you've guessed my identity, but shall I introduce myself anyways? By all means. I gestured for him to continue. I fell from the fifth heaven. He stood up, straightening himself. One of the leaders of the Grigori. I am Kokabil, angel of the stars. He bowed a little theatrically, 10 pitch black wings burst out from his back for a brief moment and the holy light around him intensified. Though, it only lasted for a brief moment before he returned to normal, sitting back down as if nothing happened. And you are Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. The way he smiled again made me feel uneasy for some reason. Would you mind sparing some time for a chat? Yasaka looed ahead from an earlier chapter. Yasaka and I looked at Kunu as we tucked her in. The little fox had fallen asleep in my arms on the way back after the fireworks had ended. After making sure she was asleep, Yasaka lighting tugged on my hand, a bashful smile on her face as she led me away. We didn't speak, her light tugging towards her own room. As we entered, I noticed that a certain ambience had been created. There were candles lit up, a soft music playing as well. When did you have time to do this? I looked around in surprise. Mostly because she had been with me all evening. Secret, she giggled. Now, how long are you going to stay in those clothes? I didn't wait for her to continue her teasing as I stepped forward and claimed her lips. That sweet taste that I've come to associate with her was always a delight. The twitching of her ears only further emboldened me, as I knew I caught her by surprise. Reaching out, I let my hands shift downwards, taking a palm full of that nice round butt of hers. She jerked slightly, but settled into my grasp, even deepening the kiss on her own. You bully! She huffed, finally breaking the kiss. I was going to tease you. She playfully slapped my shoulder. That's not possible anymore. I started to undo my own clothing. At this moment, you're mine, and I'm not going to stop until I have you fully. Ara, she held a mischievous grin. Are you going to take this defenseless old fox? I leaned in, kissing her briefly again. I'm going to take you in every way and make you fully mine. I breathed out, pulling at the collar of her kimono. Finally going for my breasts. She giggled, helping me along as the edge slipped past those bountiful mounds and her breasts popped out for me to finally see. Are they everything you thought they would be? She thrust her chest out, letting them bounce right in front of my face. You've tried to hide it well, but I could see you taking peeks when you thought I wasn't looking. Naughty, naughty. I didn't even realize I had them in my hands until I squeezed and felt that heavenly softness. HNN. She let out a light moan as I began to knead into them. You can play with them as much as you want, they belong to you now. Anytime, anywhere, you want to pull down my kimono and have them, millimeter. I could see her react as I massaged them very thoroughly, making sure to discover every inch. Her eyes were half-lidden, and her breathing was picking up with every squeeze. Slowly, my fingers made their way to those cute little nipples at the end. I felt her shudder in my grasp as I finally got hold of them. You're really sensitive, aren't you? I noticed her reaction as I gently began massaging them. My breasts have always been sensitive. She breathed out. I always play with them when I masturbate. But having someone else do it is just HNN. I interrupted her by lightly squeezing her nipples, the way she jolted was just too cute. I began rolling them between my fingers, watching her fidget in place, finishing with a very slight tug. Her back-arched hands immediately went between her legs, moving vigorously. She whimpered when I let go. With her fingers still going beneath her bottom half, she started panting, looking at me with a very needy expression. Look at you, already going at it. Show me. I commanded, putting my hand on her shoulder, lightly pushing her backwards onto the bed. Her kimono pushed up enough that I could see her hand still in her panties, a very visible wet spot where she continued to work herself. I was entranced as I watched her. Her face was flushed as she locked eyes with me, a hint of embarrassment showing through. Is this what you wanted to, HNNN, see? The mighty leader of the West Kyoto Yokai, debasing herself in pleasure, She kept going, her moans picking up until she bit her lip and her hand jerked. She was definitely enjoying putting on this little show. Her moans were no longer held back as she let me see her at her most embarrassing. Her breathing shifted and she let out a content sigh, her motions slowing down. She leaned back, letting out long breaths. She pulled her hand out of her panties, a much larger wet spot soaking through now. "Did you enjoy watching me come?" She smiled sensually, slowly raising herself up. Her panting was still heavy as she reached out, rubbing her hand against my crotch. "Look at this, all nice and hard just for me, and I'm just aching for something to fill me up." I took that as a cue to take off the remainder of my clothes, my kimono hanging at my waist at this point. I practically tore it off and tossed it to the side, my member springing free right in front of her. "This is what I've been waiting for." Her hand was still wet as she gripped me, her juices sliding along my length. "I've had to smell you on the others every time you fucked their brains out." Her right hand ran up and down my full length while her other started to massage my balls. I let out a long breath as she smirked at my reactions, my cock was twitching in anticipation as she merely teased me with slight touches. "Now, it's mine, and I want a taste." With that, her head moved down, taking my tip into her mouth. I felt her tongue immediately come in contact with me, exploring every inch of my cock as it slid a little deeper into her mouth. I steadied myself, my fingers finding her golden locks, guiding her head as she bobbed up and down. She was very clearly experienced, knowing the perfect places to get a reaction out of me. The amused *ant that shone through her eyes every time my breathing hitched at her movements. She locked eyes with me, her mouth moved back all the way to the tip before she let go of my member and instead pushed her breasts up, wrapping my cock between those soft mounds of her. She continued her movement, but with the addition of that softness wrapped around my shaft, her large boobs pumping me up and down, massaging every inch as she continued to work my tip with her exquisite mouth. She did something none of the others did, a movement with her tongue that left my knees trembling. She was clearly proud of herself at the reaction she was getting out of me, and with a pop she let go of my cock with her lips. Her boobs fell down, her fingers grabbing hold of me again, pumping up and down as her amber eyes looked into mine. "Wilhelm." She spoke softly. "I want you. I want the father of my child inside of me. I need you inside of me. Yasaka." I whispered, leaning in and claiming her lips again. Letting go, she managed to pull off her kimono, tossing it to the side without a care. Breaking our kiss, she looked at me again as she reorientated herself, slowly sliding off her panties with a smirk. She held them up for me to see just how thoroughly wet they were before laying herself back on the bed. Once she settled, she looked uncharacteristically bashful, an adorable blush on her face as she spread herself. She was dripping wet. Her previous orgasm having done nothing to satiate her. I slowly climbed onto the bed with her, my body hovering over her own. Gently, I lowered myself down, my tip pushing against her entrance. She let out the faintest whimper as I pushed past her entrance, her insides clutching down around me with each inch I further inserted. "Ah!" she breathed out, a hearty moan escaping her lips. I was about halfway in her at this point, spreading her out nicely before I pulled back out, letting her have time to get used to my size. Her hands reached behind me, her claws were already grabbing me hard. "All the way I," she whined. With a grunt myself, I obliged her. I pushed myself back to where I was before, and began going full inside until my cock bottomed out. She moaned, pushing her hips into me herself. I began moving as she loosened up, my hips meeting her in a nice rhythm before I started picking up speed. She felt phenomenal, and I was starting to think each species had a different feeling to them. Venelana felt like every fold of hers was meant to milk me, while it felt like Yasaka was unwilling to let me go once I was inside. Yes. She no longer cared about holding herself back. HNNNN. Her folds squeezed me tight with each thrust, her legs wrapped around me as I felt myself approaching my limit from the earlier blow *OB. She must have realized it too because she pulled me in for a deep kiss, her tongue immediately intertwining with mine and her legs refusing to let me go too far as I pushed forward. I made no effort to hold it back as I felt my first release of the night. Right into her deepest parts, my cock twitched uncontrollably as my seed filled her up. Her throaty moans filled my mouth as neither of us let the other go, my light movements riding out what little I had left in the orgasm. We sat right there for a moment, enjoying the aftermath as our tongues continued to dance. "Ah!" Yasaka breathed out, finally breaking the kiss. "It's so warm." She leaned back, clearly in a pleased state. Maybe Kunu's going to get a younger sibling. I laid my head between her boobs, enjoying the large mounds to prop me up. I wouldn't be against it at all if that happened. And you're still hard. She giggled, rubbing her belly where I was still inside. Good, because I'm not done with you. I had to hear the stories from my sisters, and my tits still haven't been fucked enough and my ass isn't filled either. She donned a mischievous grin. I had my lovemaking and will want more later, but now, I want to be fucked. I pretty much shot up, pulling my very hard cock out of her PUY. She let out an adorable gasp as I fully withdrew, a shaky breathing followed. Look at you, all excited. She playfully teased. What does my man want, Is it my big tits that you want to milk your cock? She pushed her boobs together, letting them bounce up and down. Or maybe. She sat up, turning around. Her tails waved around, slowly unfolding as to give me a view. You want to take that big cock of yours and plow my tight ass? She spread herself with both hands. Jin should have told you how this was going to go. I slowly edged forward until I was basically grinding against her ample rear. I gave her a light smack, watching her cheeks bounce for a moment. Oh my, she shuddered, a noticeable drip coming out of her PUY. And yes, Jin told just how thoroughly you took care of her cute little butt. Don't worry, I came prepared. She spread herself again, and her magical energy flared up for a moment, a surprising thing because she doesn't really use magic. What caught me off guard was the now tight little rosebud of hers that was leaking what appeared to be lube. Is that your first time seeing a sex spell? She giggled again. I don't do much magic, but I know a couple things. Don't worry, I'll make sure to introduce you to plenty more, but enough of that, I'm completely ready for you. I blinked, and decided not to question it anymore. I lined myself up, my tip pushing against that tight little back hole of hers, and it slowly started to spread open for me. She let out a groan, clutching the bed sheets as I pushed myself all the way inside of her, my cock fully sheathed inside much easier than I had anticipated. Yet, she still squeezed me unbelievably tight with every slight movement I made. Sex magic, hey? I leaned forward, hearing her breathing pick up. I grabbed hold of her soft mounds, giving them a nice squeeze again as my hips rocked back and forth. Don't worry, you won't be leaving here until every single part of you is full, I whispered into her ear. I was going to ruin every part of her. Chapter 304, Interlude 19. Welcome to the Supernatural Online Message Boards. You are currently logged in, Nascent_Kaleidoscope. You are viewing threads you have replied to, and threads that have new replies, or private message conversations with new replies. Thread OP is displayed. Last 10 messages in private message history. Threads and private messages are ordered by user custom preference. Black Diamond topic, attack in East Kanto. In, Boards News Events Japan. Just_A_muffin, original poster, verified muffin, veteran member. Posted on June 3, 2009. I know I say this a lot, but holy shit. It's no secret, I'm living over in Kyoto under Lady Yasaka's rule, and am a yukai myself, though I won't go revealing any more than that. My heart goes out to all my brothers and sisters over in Kanto because as of last night, they were attacked. Let me just say, the videos I've seen are horrific. This wasn't like the terrorist attacks we suffered over here in Kyoto, as bad as that was, this was a dedicated military attack. So, let me preface by saying, this is not for the faint of heart. Link. For those of you who don't think you can stomach the pictures and videos, I'll give a rundown. We don't know the exact time it happened, only that it started after the sun set. A large portal opened in the sky over Kanto, the main hub for Eastern Yukai, and out came a large group of people predominantly on horseback. There were a plethora of other creatures accompanying them, but most of these were wearing armor covered in bones that fully covered their appearances. While a large group of them, I'm talking hundreds if not thousands, stayed up in the sky, a portion did come down and immediately attack the city. Buildings were set on fire, people were slaughtered in the streets, they even went about capturing Gur brethren for what appeared to be just sport. If you're thinking of clicking the links, another word of warning, their actions weren't limited to adults. I'm not ashamed to say I threw up when I saw children being impaled and stuck up on spikes as they rode down the streets. As expected, Lord Nurarihayan and the Hyaki Yaji sprang into action. Fighting erupted amidst the city on fire, and it just continued to get worse. It was chaos. One video in particular I watched was recording from start to finish, and I couldn't help but notice how many people actually died and how much of the city burned. Honestly, it didn't look good at all. From what my sources say, all communication and movement into and out of the city were sealed through some unknown methods. That means no teleportation, no calls for help being sent out, they were on their own and it didn't look good. And what makes these sources of mine scratch their heads was when Yasaka and her people walk right out of a portal into the middle of the fray. Also, notably, we have Yasaka's new lover Wilhelm Schweinorg, or Lucifer Jr. as the internet tends to call him. Lots of crazy shit happened that I don't think I could fit without reaching the word limit. Showing page 1 of 1079. Emancipated_Walrus. Posted on June 3, 2009. Do we have any idea where they came from? I live near the edge of the city, so I wasn't hit as hard, but my house caught fire and I did see a few of those bastards. Thankfully, they were killed before they made it closer to me. Freaky bone armor people left so many corpses in the streets, it was horrible. Astute_observation. Posted on June 3, 2009. Magical researcher here. I'm nowhere near Japan right now, but I saw this pop up and checked it out. My condolences to everyone who suffered during this tragedy. I can't really help in any meaningful way, but I thought I would point out that some of the magic I saw I had no idea the origins. I'm knowledgeable on many schools, modern human magic, Norse, Egyptian, South American, English, etc. What I don't know, I can mostly infer based on other schools throughout the world, and the closest approximation I could conclude was Druidism, which is a dying practice, and clearly, there were way more than the a couple thousand of true Druids that still exist today. Especially curious as to how Yasaka and Lucifer Jr. got around the spatial ceiling that was no doubt in place. It's like the bread and butter of combat tactics these days, either seal the associate space, or make it too chaotic that you can't teleport into. The latter being much more difficult than the former, but also harder to maneuver around. It's by no means impossible to overcome, but it's extremely difficult and most methods aren't practical in an immediate time frame. So, lots of things I'm scratching my head about. Hey_there_fellow_kids, verified grandpa. Posted on June 3, 2009. Got some more videos collected. Link. A lot of them were the ground floor so to speak. In most of the video we can see Wilhelm running around, healing people and taking out those bone guys. For being called Lucifer Jr. he really goes against the namesake, helping people so often like this. My father was an orange. Posted on June 3, 2009. At hey_there_fellow_kids. I saw him for a second, he ran by, throwing healing spells out like crazy. My mom was stabbed pretty bad, but he helped her enough that she didn't bleed out. She's still woozy and recovering, but I'm sure he saved her life. The mighty spork. Posted on June 3, 2009. All I saw was some fucking lightning shooting everywhere, dropping those bone bastards like flies. Fuck, I don't care if he's a devil, Lucifer Jr. is welcome in my home if I ever see him. Irish_centipede. Posted on June 3, 2009. Is that the Wild Hunt? I've fucking read stories and seen paintings. That looks exactly like the Wild Hunt. Amagical Magician, verified magician. Posted on June 3, 2009. At Irish_centipede. You mean like fairies? That kind of thing? Why the hell would those things pop up in Japan of all places? I would almost call them a myth with how little I've heard of them, but that seems ironic when I watched a god fist fight a devil like a month ago. Arcane Toilet, verified magician. Posted on June 3, 2009. Another magician checking in, I haven't heard anything about fairies in a very long time. I won't exactly say how old I am, but I've been around the block a few times. So let me reiterate, I remember when the New World was a hot new topic amongst normal people in Europe. Nothing good comes from those fae folk. Mark my words, this isn't the last we'll hear of them. 015 Umbrella. Posted on June 3, 2009. Holy shit, did anyone else see that fucking dragon? Magnificent_pumpkin_king. Posted on June 3, 2009. Did the dragon quote Tolkien? Yukai_warrior. Posted on June 3, 2009. I watched my house get set on fire. I watched my neighbors get killed by those bastard. I did my part and tore through a couple myself, but not before getting filled with arrows. I thought I was going to die, and the only thought that kept me going was the fact that my family were still trying to run away. Then Yasaka's lover comes by, lightning raining from the sky. Healing spells enveloping me and everyone around me. Then he summons a dragon or something. All I remember was a bunch of those guys come flying down and he held up a staff and a massive dragon came out, tearing into them, quoting one of my favorite books. I would laugh if the situation wasn't so absurd. On a side note, isn't NHGGR supposed to be dead? I remember looking up the dragons of the world a few years ago and he was mentioned. Hooded_1, verified pervert. Posted on June 3, 2009. Condolences for the fallen. They fought bravely against such a foe and I would welcome them all at my table if possible. At Irish_centipede. You are correct, that is indeed the wild hunt. I've had a run-in with them in the past. It's been hundreds of years since their last appearance and it's still too soon. However, the most concerning element was the hand that appeared at the end. Be warned, children of Japan, that is a most ominous sign and prepare yourselves for the worse. At Yukai_warrior. A well-earned name, young man. To raise arms to protect your family in such a dire situation is something to take pride in. You are also correct, NHGGR is very dead, I have witnessed its last moments. And believe me, I am most interested in the appearance of this dragon that looks frighteningly similar. I have trouble believing it the same vile beast considering it would never lower itself to protect any weaker than it and it is obvious that is what this dragon did. A most peculiar turn of circumstances. If I was not occupied on the other side of the world, I would be going back to Japan to investigate. But as I said before, there is a more ominous sign that appeared at the end. Many of us will have to speak again about old matters. Nota Koala. Posted on June 3, 2009. I was over in the city when this shit went down. Holy hell, and I still shitting bricks. I joined in and helped where I could, but I was never the fighting sort, I liked to tinker more than anything. And these apparent fairies made a huge mess of things. Lots of dead, lots of hurt. I was lucky, only a few scrapes and cuts, but a lot of others didn't make it. Came more bricks when I saw a massive black dragon roar, and it charge into the group in the sky. Tons of people fell to their knees and started crying when they realized the dragon was helping. It was a magnificent sight, seeing it claw its way through their lines. An absolute slaughter, and no doubt these assholes didn't expect the sudden dragon. On a side note, the memes are already getting made. Tolkien Fan 101. Posted on June 3, 2009. Came here for the dragon quoting Tolkien, stayed after watching that devil cut that giant hand. Jesus fucking Christ. Any idea what that was? Cause any attempts at divination are turning up inconclusive. Small_giant. Posted on June 3, 2009. I asked an old friend, and by old, I mean they're older than most countries that occupy modern maps. He saw the video, shivered, and said it was the Winter Queen before looking pale as all hell and saying he was leaving Japan. SWORD4HIRE. Posted on June 3, 2009. At small_giant. Welp, time to leave. I've heard the stories, not going to be anywhere near here when shit goes down again. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 12,093, 12,094, 12,095. Showing page 419 of 12,095. She_who_invites, moderator, verified not as anime. Posted on June 3, 2009. At Orangatang 014. This is a stressful situation for everyone, but do not go around fear-mongering. This isn't some insidious devil plot, stop before I start giving out bans. And to verify what people have heard, I'll repeat some facts thus far. Yes, it was a coordinated attack by what we know as the Winter Court. Yes, that hand that appeared was their queen, and yes, it was Wilhelm who cut it off as it tried to grab the forces of the attack and retreat. Anyone who starts spouting insane crap again, I'll immediately hit with bans. This is a horrible situation, and we don't need people making it worse. I can also verify that things have settled down now, there is no need to be worked up in a frenzy. The leaders of the Yukai are still discussing things, so hold on until they come to a decision. I personally arrived and can see everything right now. Mother_of_the_devil. Posted on June 3, 2009. At she_who_invites. If I'm not mistaken, I think we may be mutually acquainted with a certain someone. I didn't wish to call to check in case he was preoccupied, and everything I saw made me believe he was okay. But I just wanted to check that he's doing fine. And so I blasted. Posted on June 3, 2009. Late to the party, but goddamn was watching those fairy fucks get torn apart fucking satisfying. Fuck them, I'm away from home right now, but my heart goes out to all my brothers and sisters. She_who_ invites, moderator, verified not as an am I. Posted on June 3, 2009. At mother_of_the_devil. I can guess who you are. And yes, I believe he is very busy right now. Last I heard, he's helping with healing everyone that was hurt. Otherwise, he is okay with no visible ailments himself. Mother_of_the_devil. Posted on June 3, 2009. At she_who_ invites. Thank you very much for answering me. I look forward to meeting you someday. I'll wait to call him in a couple days then. Broccoli_canon. Posted on June 3, 2009. Heyo everyone. Yukai Magician here. I know a lot have talked about their perspectives, but we don't get much attention in our little corner of the world, with so many eyes on us. I wanted to just add to the sentiments. It was bad, and things are still bad. My house is burned down, but I'm trying to look on the bright side of things. My family is relatively unarmed, more than I can sew for a lot of people. I don't know much healing magic, but I'm helping where I can. It's heartwarming seeing the community come together like this, and I hope anyone who can help will reach out. I'm relatively young, less than a century old, so I can't speak about a lot of past grievances. However, I have many friends from all around the world, all worshipping different gods, all of different species, yet we all come together online to game or just shitpost. I'm saying thing because I hope so others out there will send support where they can. We may not be of the same culture or the same species, or worship the same gods, but I'd like to think we're mostly decent people who would help another in need. A lot of people are not in good shape, and any help would be appreciated. A_quiet_priest, verified priest. Posted on June 3, 2009. At broccoli_canon. I was lurking when I saw your post. I don't usually say much over the supernatural internet, mostly because it's run by Devil's Witch. You can guess my hesitance based on my name. I'm a Catholic priest. I live in the Vatican most of the time, but I have a home over in Ireland. I say this because there had been some issues with Fae appearing once more over in my homeland. The church knows about this and we've gotten a supply of iron sword and other iron weapons for such occasions. I've seen the handiwork of these creatures firsthand. I've seen children spirited away into their realms, or some horrific acts that were taken due to some misguided idea of pranking on their end. It's as you said, we are so far away and I had no extra thoughts about yokai. Before, they were just Eastern demons that I left it at that, the words that the church propagates. But seeing your people suffer like this, seeing the same acts of violence and the same reactions from the people. Parents crying and mourning over their children's deaths. Children wandering around looking for parents that will never return, my heart would have to be made of stone not to be moved. I'm not particularly well off, but I'll send what help I can. I know you don't care for it, but I mean this with all sincerity and hope God blesses you and your people in this dire time. Light_of_Ireland. Posted on June 3, 2009. So it begins. At she_who_ invites. When you have time, reach out. I have already spoken to some others including the old man you know well. We had a forewarning of such a thing, but I never could have predicted they would appear in Japan. I'll happily share what knowledge we've gathered thus far. She_who_ invites, moderator, verified not as an am I. Posted on June 3, 2009. At light_of_Ireland. I shall contact you at a later date. I am helping with other matters at the moment that require my attention. Once_you_go_black, verified annoyance. Posted on June 3, 2009. Damn, Father above, that isn't good. And yet, just woke up and saw everything that went down. The hell was with that dragon? Cause I know for sure that NHGGR is dead like the other guy said. Looks like they got some prisoners at the end. I wonder if they'd be willing to pass some over for some experiments? It's been a long ass time since I've had my hands on a fairy. Red_princess. Posted on June 3, 2009. Is that Wilhelm again? Can he summon dragons now? How strong was that giant hand thing? I read people saying something about this Winter Queen, but I can't really find any information on it. Is she strong or something? At mother_of_the_devil. Mom, is that you? White_dragon. Posted on June 3, 2009. Oh? That black dragon looks pretty strong. I had someone tell me that NHGGR wasn't that weak either. I wonder if he's still around and I can get a fight? Once_you_go_black, verified annoyance. Posted on June 3, 2009. At white_dragon. We had this talk, you're grounded. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 12,093, 12,094, 12,095. Showing page 9011 of 12,095. God_of_storms. Posted on June 4, 2009. Mother, I have figured out this device. Where are you? Enthusiastic_melon. Posted on June 4, 2009. So, I saw his magic again, Wilhelm's that is. I've tried to get it out of my mind, but every time I see it, I have an uncontrollable urge to figure out how it works. This is I don't know what attempt I'm on anymore, and I'm open to anyone who has any ideas because all my attempts at analyzing it have given me strange returns. And none of my experiments have given the same result even if I have the exact same parameters set. This time specifically, my devices got some kind of strange virus. Something I didn't even know was possible, and it took me a long time to manage to wipe them clean. Some strange woman appeared and continued to taunt me until I reset all my devices. Called herself BB-chan, and I'm still scratching my head at that whole thing. Anyways, any other thoughts are welcome, I'm sitting here confused. God_of_storms. Posted on June 4, 2009. Mother, is this the correct place? I have done as you have asked and created this accounts as you said. God_of_storms. Posted on June 4, 2009. Mother, is this the correct place? I have done as you have asked and created this accounts as you said. God_of_storms. Posted on June 4, 2009. Mother, is this the correct place? I have done as you have asked and created this accounts as you said. Hooded_1, verified pervert. Posted on June 5, 2009. At she_who_invites. I think someone's looking for you. She_who_invites, moderator, verified not as anime. Posted on June 5, 2009. At hooded_1. I have no idea who that is. Hooded_1, temp banned. Deleted. She_who_invites, enjoy your time out. Thsvoid_samurais. Posted on June 5, 2009. Is no one going to talk about how the son of Lucifer just brought a dead dragon back to life? It's obvious, people. He's using his alien powers and technologies to bring back the dead. Well, now we have proof. If we don't stop him now, he's going to keep bringing in stuff from other universes and causing chaos. What's next? Some kind of eldritch goddess that decides it doesn't like how we do things. Fists_over_bloodline. Posted on June 5, 2009. I'm sorry I wasn't there to help. I was with my cousin and helping her with something else. As soon as I can, I'll make sure to come on over, my friends. I'll definitely be there when we strike back against those invaders. No_pain_no_fame. Posted on June 5, 2009. Got some new videos here. Link. Apparently, some people got brave enough to go up to the dragon after the fighting was over. It just sat there as children ran up and started touching and climbing it. The fuck even is this anymore? Aren't dragons supposed to be terrifying? Not something for kids to climb over. And he kept saying things like INHGGR and insulting himself after each instance. Me thinks something suspicious is going on. Yasaka Lover 27. Posted on June 5, 2009. Seeing Lady Yasaka tear through so many of those fairies. Dragon_finding_purpose. Posted on June 5, 2009. Fairies, disgusting. It has been many years since I've tasted their nasty flavor, but I always did enjoy the sounds they made when I crunched them between my teeth. The arrogant lot of them deserve no mercy for their dishonorable means. And that dragon that appeared, very interesting. I will be having a conversation with an associate of mine who will not be pleased. Regardless, I was already keeping an eye on this young half-devil for a few other reasons, but perhaps I should pay closer attention in the future. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 12,093, 12,094, 12,095. Chapter 305, Chapter 281. A chat, hey? Never talked to an angel before, I wouldn't really count that time that Azazel came barging in and made a fool of himself. Well, I didn't really see a reason why not. He'd been really polite thus far and I could spare a few minutes. You don't need to be so on guard, I am here with peaceful intentions. I'm many things, boy, but a liar is not one of them. He flashed a toothy grin. Really? Isn't it common sense that if someone says they aren't a liar then they're a liar by default? I raised an eyebrow at his proclamation. I've heard that said before. Meridia said that her word was beyond reproach, I fully believe her. To hear a fallen angel say it was a little. The church would tell you that angels are perfect beings and they can't lie. I'm pretty sure they despise fallen angels just as much as devils. There was a flicker of annoyance that flashed across his face before he buried it away. More, actually. He chuckled. It's just not as openly despised. He waved his hand flippantly through the air. Devils this, devils that. It's their rallying cry, an enemy they can tell their younger members to hate without reservations. Fallen angels, though, that's pointing out the fallacy of their faith. We're supposed to be perfect beings created by Father, how could we possibly fall? So we're not talked about much unless it's important. Sounds like a roundabout way of saying you can in fact lie. I pointed out. He shook his head with a small smile. Many fallen lose things when they fall. I chose to keep that aspect of myself. To lie is to deny your own actions, to relinquish responsibility. Every one of my words, everything I do, they are mine and I will never deny them. An odd way to look at it, but I can't deny the sentiment I suppose. I shrugged at his reasoning. I can't say that I don't feel similarly. The strong have no need to lie. He chuckled again. Even renowned tricksters, like those detested pagan gods such as Loki, they don't lie. They skirt the truth, they tempt and they play their word games, but they don't lie. Not like devils. Kokabeel finished with a scowl. So he says to the half-devil. Please, we both know you don't associate with them. He rolled his eyes. Tell me, do you think of yourself as a devil? I guess that's pretty common knowledge at this point, hey? I actually gave that question some thought. Even before my many changes, I never really thought of myself as a human or a devil even if I did align myself with humanity. Point. I nodded. And with your obvious distaste for them, even if I don't care to associate myself with them, I'm surprised you're speaking to me so amicably. It would be hypocritical of me to lump you in with them just because of how you're born. Just as I no longer see myself like my siblings above, I don't necessarily see you as those from down below. He shrugged with a casual dismissal. Besides, you're also partially human, even if I don't really care for them, they're at least better than devils. Is that so? I muttered, not really knowing what to say to that. Do you disagree? Not at all. I crossed my arms. I care about one devil. The devil faction could disappear as a whole for all I care. Well, I suppose I would protect the things important to her as well, but I just can't bring myself to care about them. But I think this conversation has taken a strange turn. I'm curious, why are you here? Well, you questioned the truth of my words. He said with an amused look. But to answer your question, well, I suppose I was investigating the recent events that happened around here. I also took it as an opportunity to do some sightseeing. I haven't been here before, at least not since the yokai here separated themselves from normal human. Investigating? And what's so interesting here that you wanted to investigate? I was curious if it was any specific incident or just in general. Playing the fool. He raised an eyebrow. Even ignoring the fact that those fairies attacked Japan of all places since disappearing for so many centuries, why wouldn't I? Aren't you here? How long ago was it that a half-devil fought a god off the coast of Japan? Or was that something so insignificant to you that you have so easily forgotten it? He let out a bark of laughter. I guess for everyone here it hadn't been that long. But with my moving between worlds, Things just felt different, I guess. He studied my expression for a moment before continuing. Do you know what they call you around here? When I asked questions about you to the yokai on the street when I acted as a tourist. What? They call you a hero. Kokabeel laughed. Imagine, the son of the current Lucifer, being hailed as a hero outside of the devil faction, with none of the usual propaganda to help either. A hero. I repeated the word, it almost felt foreign. I never thought of myself as a hero. I've met heroes and I don't feel like I can measure up to their lofty ideals. I've only ever care about the things within my reach. Kokabeel nodded his head in amuse *ent. How refreshingly selfish. Most people are selfish, I don't see why I have to be different. I felt no shame in saying so. I would protect what I cared about and keep everything within my reach safe. But I feel like you've been dancing around the question I asked. Maybe I have. He hummed. I admit I initially came because of the Fae attack. I wanted to see what happened with my own eyes and to get a measure of things. Call it a vested interest in the state of the world's balance after hearing about the war declaration. Worried that your faction is going to be pulled into things. I really couldn't fault him for that, and it's not like he's causing trouble like Azazel. Yasaka had a very open policy in regard to people coming and going as long as they don't cause trouble. Something like that. He smiled in a way that didn't sit well with me. I was wondering if I should change some of my upcoming plans, but I think it doesn't matter in the long run, just some extra considerations to take into account. It sounds like you could have done all of this without showing yourself to me. The fact that you didn't announce yourself to Yasaka and just wandered around, you alteast wanted to keep low profile. So, why specifically come talk to me when you could have investigated in relative secrecy? Call it a whim. If I didn't hear you were out and about I may have just left already. He shrugged once more. I wanted a chance to meet the person behind so many of the rumors and strange occurrences. And do I live up to any perceived hype? You are a scary young man. He narrowed his eyes. How young are you and yet, I can't see through you at all. You aren't a freak like your father, no, you are something that grew into what you are now. I don't know how, but you're a monster of your own making. Should I take that as a compliment? I snorted. Just an observation, maybe tainted with a hint of jealousy. The one thing I admire about humans is their ability to change so drastically if they put their minds to it. He stood up, dusting himself off. I wonder if that's why father was so fascinated with such lowly things. We angels are even more stagnant than those devils. They at least had the bright idea to start stealing humanity's potential to better themselves while we sit here, waiting for the world to change without changing with it. Then what's stopping you? You're no longer bound by heaven's system, the rules and such don't force you into certain paths anymore. Be whatever you want to be. You don't know much about fallen, do you? Kokabeel looked at me. When we fall, we lose a part of ourselves. It's not just no longer being connected to heaven, but Father's love, his essence that he poured into use is ripped out when we deny our original purpose. In desperation, we do whatever we can to fill that emptiness with something, and that something becomes an obsession that we can't escape from, just like those who still live high above. Devils are slaves to their sinful nature, angels are slaves to Father's rules, and we're slaves to our own obsessions. He sounded rather melancholic when he said that. And what's your obsession, Kokabeel? Who knows? He cracked a smile once more. Maybe you'll find out soon enough. But I think I wasted enough of your time. It was an interesting talk, even if it didn't go anywhere. But I do have one question before I go. What can I do for you? You wouldn't happen to know a good place for a meal, I can't say I'm particularly knowledgeable about Japanese cuisine, but I find myself craving something, a good meal to celebrate. I know a few places around here, I could point you in their direction. I didn't really know what to expect from him, but from how the talk went, it wasn't this. Down the street, 3 block take a right and there's a quaint little restaurant that serves good food and drink. You have my thanks. He hummed something I couldn't quite make out as he began walking away. You said you're celebrating. I called out to him before he got too far away. What exactly are you celebrating? For some reason a few things he said before made me anxious. He turned, giving a sideways glance. I don't know yet. Either the end of a long life, or the start of something spectacular. We'll see what happens in a few days. He gave me a final wave before disappearing down the street. Whatever, it didn't concern me. He didn't seem hostile to me, so it wasn't something I was going to dwell on. I was just going to focus on my job right now and help secure Kyoto from any attacks. And I'm back. Here's a chapter, a little on the shorter side. I didn't want to deviate too much from Cockabile's canon attitude, but maybe make it less cartoonishly evil? Sorta being unhinged, but also sane about it in weird way. Anyways, if you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my p.a.t.r.e.o.n.c.o.m/astory4own. Comment. 39 Comment. Vote. Chapter 306, Interlude 20. Vene lana grammari POV. And you sure you're okay? I'm fine, really. Wilhelm replied, giving me that handsome smile of his. Just been dealing with the aftermath of everything. And Yasaka? Physically, she's fine. However, I'm sure you can imagine the stress and weight of everything that's hit her right now. I could imagine, having experienced similar conflicts before. I felt bad because there wasn't anything I could do to help right now. She was supposed to be my harem sister, yet we haven't even met yet. I knew it would only cause problems if I tried to force myself into everything now. I heard that you are going to war. I was surprised by the announcement and the attack. It had been so sudden, and it reminded me too much of what happened during the Great War. There haven't been any large-scale conflicts between factions in centuries. I was caught off guard by this. We can't not respond like that after being attacked so blatantly and brutally. Right now, we're just working on shoring up our defenses. I've personally been going around the city preparing for any potential attacks, setting up defenses and countermeasures. If you're still busy, I don't want to be a bother. It sounds like you have much more important matters to deal with than going on a date. Actually, I wouldn't mind a break. He had a little bashfulness to him that was just so cute. I've mostly finished up what I needed after a couple days and can't really continue until Yasaka and I work out some logistics. A break would be welcomed. There really isn't anything else we can do at the moment until we solve certain issues. Probably some secret information he's not allowed to talk about. Is there a day that's good for you? My schedule seems to be much more flexible than yours right now. How about 3 days from now? I can text you a specific time and place when we get closer. That would be lovely. I was already planning on going to the human world in a little bit to see my daughter. I'll stay over in one of our houses there in the meantime. The timing was perfect. Going to the human world was such a hassle for someone of my status, especially with Surtsks and everyone trying to make sure I was shadowed. It was annoying enough going on our last date without being followed. I had half a mind to just let whoever it was follow us and let them report back to that foolish son of mine how I rode my grandson and all the juicy details again. Of course that was just me being annoyed. I knew he's doing it out of love and worry. Though, I doubted there were many safer places than next to my cute grandson. I look forward to it. He replied, an excited look on his face. How much I adored that desire again. It felt nice to be wanted like that after so long. Well, I don't want to keep bothering you while you're busy. Until then. You're never a bother. He cutely retorted. And I can't wait to see you again. You're so sweet. Finish your important things before worrying about us. We have all the time in the world, make sure your other women are taken care of. I didn't want him to force himself away from any responsibilities because of me. There was no rush on our end, we could go as slow as we wanted. And I knew I would enjoy every moment of it. All right. He sighed. I'll get back to work, I'll give you a call in a day or two to settle time and place, see you then. Bye. I smiled back at him as we finally hung up. Oh, that boy was just too adorable, I wanted to eat him up again. I'm looking forward to when he can trust me with some of the secrets he's obviously keeping. I'm glad he hasn't lied to me about it, and made it obvious we just weren't at that point yet. Oh well, no point in dwelling on that at the moment. It'll be nice to go to the human world again, always so many interesting things that seem to change every few years. But first, I would go see my daughter. Activating the teleportation circle, I connected it to that school of hers and disappeared. Mom. Rias. I smiled brightly, holding my arms out. My daughter immediately dove into me. She's always been a bit of a mama's girl. I thought you weren't coming for like, another few days. I said I would be coming over soon. I chuckled. That usually means days, not hours. She replied but didn't really seem to mind. Well, I missed my daughter. I squeezed her tightly before letting go. Did I come at a bad time? I tilted my head, looking around the room. Other than Rias, there was Akeno her queen, Konako her rook and Sana along with her own queen sitting around like they were chatting about something. Nothing important. Rias shook her head. It's good to see you again, Lady Gremory. Sana was the first to speak up, as polite as always. No matter how many times I told her it's not necessary, she insisted on calling me Lady Gremory. I swear, that girl does it just to be the opposite of her sister. Sana, it's been too long. How have you been? I've heard you also got a new member of your peerage. Sirafal just wouldn't stop talking about it. A sacred gear user as well. It was fun to watch her get flustered at the mention of Sirafal. Yes, he's shown a lot of potential so far. He took 4 pawns to reincarnate, and he's taken to being a devil quite readily. Sana forced herself to keep an even expression. I stopped myself from chuckling as I walked over to Akeno pulling that girl into a hug too. Mama Gremory, she giggled, always the mischievous little girl. I practically raised her alongside Rias, a daughter by any other name. And Konako. I held my hand out, the one with the bracelet that Wilhelm gave me. Such a convenient thing, and I'd come to adore it. I was able to retrieve a small box of cookies for just the occasion. Watching as her eyes light up was very adorable as well. I gave her a pat on the head as I sat down in a free seat in front of them. Do you know what sacred gear he has? I asked, turning back towards Sana. Or do you want to keep it a secret? I would rather it not become common knowledge for future rating games, but I don't believe you would be one to spread it, and Rias already knows. She pushed up her glasses. Saji possesses one of the Vitra sacred gear's absorption line. Oh, that isn't bad at all, it has a lot of potential. I can see why he took 4 pawns to reincarnate. I nodded along. It's a little strange how many sacred gears ended up in one location. I think between Sana and Rias, no other peerage could match them in that regard. Better than my pawn. Rias grumbled. There was no way of knowing that Issei had a draconic bloodline, Rias. Besides, he is still a worthy addition, it will just take time for him to come into his power. Sana seemed to try and soothe her. They've always been good friend. Though, I'm not pleased that Rias was so outspoken about her dislike of her pawn. The fact that both Akeno and Konako were here to hear it means they'll take her words to heart. It's entirely possible that a small rift could form, as they don't want to form too strong attachments to him due to Rias's feelings. I held my tongue, it wasn't my place to tell her how to handle her peerage. Just as I had much in the past, it was simply a taboo that arose when the evil pieces came about. She was quite literally the king of her peerage, and if I spoke up it would undermine her authority. No, I already pushed as far as I could when Zoe and I brought it up during that dinner. In that moment, we could speak about how it was perceived from a standpoint of her being a Gremory, but any more would be overstepping. Where is your pawn, Rias? I had actually yet to meet him. I was a little curious about the boy. He's out training right now. Rias sighed. At least he's energetic about that. That's because you told him he could get a harem if he gets stronger, Akeno giggled. Oh. I raised an eyebrow. Pervert. Konako added the singular word that answered all of my questions as she continued to munch on the cookies I gave her. Well, we are devils. I chuckled. Ugh, but he's so. Rias grunted, plopping down in the seat next to Sana. I wouldn't mind it normally, but he's barely making any progress and it's starting to grate. Ah, is he the type to be very open about his desires without anything to add beyond that? That's a very apt description. Sana huffed, a noticeable amount of annoyance on her face. He's a well-known pervert throughout the school. Oh my! It seems Rias has gained a rather troublesome pawn then. Like Saji is any better. What was the thing he said when Issei declared he was going to be a harem king? Rias puffed up. I'm going to get Sana pregnant. I blinked in surprise as Sana turned a very bright red. At least he doesn't scream about Oppai every other word. Sana huffed. And now I'm very happy I came over when I did. I was going to have so much to talk to Sirafal about the next time I saw her. And speaking of Rias's pawn. The door to the room slid open. Bucku, I'm back. A young man I didn't recognize strolled right in, and by his words, I could guess his identity. What are you? He abruptly cut himself off as his gaze landed on me. Well, more specifically, his eyes became glued to my breasts. I admit I wore something a little revealing because I was calling Wilhelm and he would be seeing me. I hadn't thought much anything of it after coming here. Say. Rias let out a long sigh. Close your mouth and stop drooling. This is my mother. I can see some of what she meant. Supposedly a draconic bloodline, yet, he wasn't much beyond a normal human yet. It would take a lot of work to get him up to a certain standard, and doing that before her wedding date would be difficult. However, he does have the potential to be a powerful member of her peerage if she puts in the work. It's a pleasure to meet another of my daughter's peerage. I decided to ignore his leer. It's not the first nor will it be the last time I had a young man drool over me. I was by no means oblivious to my own appeal. It was never a matter of finding a willing partner on my end, but one that met my standards. Oh, why yet? He suddenly shot up to attention. I'm Issei Hyudu. He introduced himself with vigor. I can't deny that he's energetic. Regardless, he'd at least be a good lesson to Rias. She was practically handed her other peerage members and they all came with such wonderful abilities that she so egregiously wasted. Having to build up a peerage member without a high starting point will help her grow. Lady Gremory. Another handful of boys followed right behind. Oh Kaiba, how wonderful to see you again. Okada had been asking about you just the other day when he was discharged. Despite my annoyance with my son's knight, Okada was more than willing to help out and train Kaiba more. Saji, come over here. Sana beckoned her supposed pawn over. And introduce yourself just as I taught you. The young man walked behind the couch where Sana sat. He politely bowed his head. I'm Saji Gen's hero, pawn of Sana Satrai. It's an honor to meet you, ma'am. Well done, but be careful calling someone ma'am. When in doubt, you can refer to a woman as a lady. Even if they aren't high in status, you will come off as a gentleman. Well, unless he was skeevy about it, but I doubted Sana would ever allow it to come to that. I apologize, Lady Gremory, he's still new. Sana shot him a glance but didn't openly chastise him. Rias could learn a thing or two about airing things in front of others. Oh, it's no trouble. I don't take any offense, Saji. I gave him a warm smile to know I wasn't offended. I understand you're still new to our society. I'm sure Sana will teach you quite thoroughly before putting you in a situation where it matters. Thank you for your understanding. Sana replied on his behalf, always the one to follow proper etiquette regardless of the situation. And one more face that I don't recognize, nor do I think you belong to either my daughter's or Sana's peerage. I turned to the last person to enter the room. A man fully dressed in a knight's regalia. Apologies for my late introduction, Lady Gremory. The knight bowed his head respectfully. I am Beluga Furkaz, the knight of my lord Saray Org Bale. Oh, a member of House Furkaz? And one of Little Sai's peerage. Seeing him twitch when I called his king Little Sai was adorable. What are you doing here, if you don't mind me asking? In accordance with my lord, I was lending my aid in the training of Lady Rias's peerage. Oh. I turned back towards Rias. Sai came by back when Riser showed up. Rias crossed her arms in annoyance. I did hear about that. Don't worry, I had words with the Phoenix family about his conduct. He will not be bothering you again like that until the promised date. That was all I could do for her. I hadn't entirely on board with the marriage contract in the first place, even if it came with pressure from other families to continue the pure bloodline or some other nonsense. Yeah, and he said he would help us train. Rias sounded a little sheepish. We've been doing some training with his peerage so far, but after that whole thing that happened with the yokai, he said he had to go check in on some friends. It is as she says, Lady Gremory. Sai's knight spoke up again. My king wished to aid Lady Rias in her upcoming fight, thus we have been helping where we could. As my king has ties with the yokai of the East, he was duty-bound to offer any assistance that he could. The remainder of his peerage followed him, while I remained to continue my teachings as I have not much to give in such a situation. Maybe I was wrong then? It seems that Rias had started taking things more seriously if even Sai was helping. As much as that boy would jump into fires to help those he cared about, I know for a fact he also wouldn't suffer Rias's laziness. And Sai headed off to help his yokai friends then? Leaving behind his knight to help those who needed it the most if I guessed right. I'll need to do something to thank that boy later once the mess was cleaned up. Do you? My words were cut off as the entire building shook violently. An earthquake? Rias squeaked out, bracing herself along with everyone else in the room. No. I whispered, immediately standing to my feet. That was the wards and defenses around the school being undone. What do you? Out of instinct I honed over the course of many years of war, I gathered a significant amount of demonic energy and shaped it into a shield around us, right as the room was consumed with a familiar and deadly light. I pushed a piece of rubble off myself as everyone else slowly pulled themselves to their feet. I looked around to make sure everyone was all right. My shield took most of the brunt, but it still shattered in the end. At least, the collapsing of the building shouldn't have harmed anyone significantly. A byproduct of our devil physiology giving us enhanced abilities. Furkes. I called out, noticing he was only slower than me to raise to a standing position, and clearly was ready for a fight as he had a weapon in hand already. I am here, Lady Gremory. Your priority is their safety. I ordered him. He nodded, not arguing with me. Good, he seemed to have experience in this sort of thing while the others still hadn't quite realized the reality of the situation. What happened? There was a flash of light, then suddenly. Did something hit us? Get to your feet. I said sternly, stopping them from their idle chatting. If you're not heavily wounded, then don't speak. Mom. Rias, listen to my words. This is not a game, this is not an accident. Focus, and defend yourself as best as you can. I took a deep breath and my demonic energy began flowing more than it had in many years, no, many centuries at this point. Sana, call your sister. Rias, call your bother. Everyone else, prepare for a fight. I looked around, expanding my senses for anything. I can't connect. Rias whispered, holding her devil phone. Neither can I. Sana replied as well, as they both seemed to now understand the situation. In front of us, several spell circles lit up on the ground, monstrous beasts appearing. 2 large canine-like creatures with 3 heads each with molten lava dripping from their jaws. They growled, eyeing us with baleful eyes. Humph! I took a step forward, my power of destruction igniting in my hands as they leapt. Grabbing them both by the scruff of the necks, I began disintegrating them from existence. They whined and howled in pain before I casually tossed them up in the air, a sudden burst of light impaling their bodies. Spears of light that were meant for me. Tisk tisk, treating my pets so poorly. I looked up at the source, a man sitting on the edge of the nearby school building. A face I hadn't seen in person since the Great War. And I wondered who it was. How absolutely horrible to see you again. I scowled upon seeing who it was. Hurtful words for an old friend. He slowly stood up, 10 black wings unfolding from his back. And here I thought I was only going to get to play with the kids. What an unexpected surprise this turned out to be. It wasn't just him either. High up in the sky, I saw them. Hundreds of angels, wings as black as night as they appeared under the moonlight. Let's go a round or two, for old time's sake, Havene. The fallen angel laughed in his annoying voice. Rias, Sana. I said under my breath. Get ready, do whatever you can to escape. I'll do my best to make an opening for you. Mom, who is that? Rias shuddered and I couldn't blame her. She's never faced an opponent this strong before, let alone one who was our natural enemy. The others weren't doing much better, but I couldn't turn my attention away. Yes, the fallen angel landed on the ground within a blink of an eye. Who am I? He held his arms out as if to proclaim in such a grandiose manner. I am Kokabeel, Angel of the Stars. His lackadaisical attitude shifted abruptly, a sneer now on his face. And I'm here to fulfill my purpose. Chapter 307, Chapter 282. Venelana Gremory POV. Things were not good. Let's just teleport away. Rias's pawn blurted out as he held out a devil contract in his hand. They did come with the most basic of teleportation magics built in, however. Oh no, why had I not thought of that? Kokabeel said in faux concern, with a very exaggerated look of shock on his face. Newborn devil, I fought in the Great War and the wars before and after. I've fought against your ancestors and gods on the battlefield. Did you really think I would overlook the most obvious method of running away? The fallen angel let out a sign, snapping his fingers, and the devil contract in Issei's hand burst into flames and drifted away as ash in the wind. And for that matter, why do you think no one else had that brilliant idea? He shook his head before looking back at me. So, this is the lot you've chosen to die with, Havene? It's a far cry from the old crowd you used to run with. Though, you never stood at the front lines, I can remember seeing you carve out my kin from my formations back in the good old days. Unfortunately, I remembered him too. He led many legions of fallen angels throughout the Great War. He was never the strongest angel in either faction, but no one could deny his skills as a general. He often took down foes stronger than himself with the help of his legions. My only regret is that you weren't among them. Good got to keep him talking. Give us your maniac monologue, you always did love to do that. The longer this dragged on, the more time that someone on the other side might figure out that something was wrong. Ho ho, that's the fire I remember. He let out a laugh. The devils these days are just so disappointing. What exactly is your plan? Come attack us and have my son shove his hand so far up your rear that you'll see your dad again. My plan? He rubbed his chin. Is this the part where I declare my intentions for the world, reveal my diabolical scheme? Sorry, but it's actually really simple. I just want the war to start back up. You're doing this to reignite the war. Why else would I go through all this trouble, to do something so pedantic? He rolled his eyes staring at the ones behind me. Do you really think I would care one iota about those kids? That they're at all worth my effort? I don't want a fight, I want a war. This is merely a means to an end. You're mad, even if you succeeded, you wouldn't last a day after my son found out. Well, it would be a life well lived then, he chuckled. But at the very least, I would have accomplished my objective. The world is so broken, it doesn't make sense anymore. And that fool, Azazel, just wants to make peace with everyone, it's disgusting. He actively cohorts with you lot, tries to appease you all and gives so many concessions in the name of his peace. One of the great generals of the Grigori throwing a tantrum because he feels irrelevant. I scoffed at his reasoning. Oh please, pettiness is beneath you. Besides, you make it sound like I'm the only one involved. Do you think I forced my men to follow me? No, they did so because they share my sentiments. A bunch of mad angels following their equally insane leader, how surprising. Haha, I do love that attitude of yours, it'll make this so much more fun. But you're wrong again, you think that it's only my men as well? I've made a bunch of friends recently. You would be surprised how many like-minded people there are in the world. That sounded very ominous and I came to a realization. The wards around the school. I breathed out in a feeling of dread. You're many things, but a magician of that caliber isn't one of them. There is no way you would have been able to pull down Ajilka's wards without any alarms going off. I asked him to increase the defenses around the city after Wilhelm warned me about a potential attack. Yet, they came down so quickly and easily. How many in the world could match Ajilka when it came to magic? As I said, some like-minded friends. Kokabil just smiled. Speaking of, I made some other preparations. Why don't you come on out, Freed? He gestured as a new person walked forward. The presence was not substantial. However, there was something about him that gave me pause. It looked like a young priest, but he held something in his hand that made my hair stand on end. Took a while to steal those things from the church, and I could only get 4 of them before Michael got smart. Kokabil chuckled. Well, and that one the Pendragon family has, but I'm not stupid enough to stick my hand over there right now. You weren't lying, hey. The new priest smiled maniacally, as he wielded a holy sword the likes I haven't seen in centuries. I can really test my new Excalibur against these devil bitches. Oh yes, you can have as much fun as you want. And don't worry, we have a barrier around the school, so they can't run away. I'd seen the Excalibur fragments a few times, and this thing was significantly stronger than any of those. Did he manage to recreate the original thing to some extent? And this is your plan? I stared warily towards that sword. Somehow blame the church by using some holy sword? Do you think that everyone's that dumb? You insult me, Lady Gremory. Do you think this is all that I did? Of course that would be an idiotic assumption to make. They could, no they would easily hand-wave it in the name of peace. Truthfully, I was hoping the church would be their usual incompetent selves and arm a few exorcists with the remaining fragments of Excalibur and send them to hunt us down, but it seems someone used their brain. He hummed nonchalantly. But fusing together 4 fragments should be enough. I just need a strong enough holy signature that isn't tied to an angel. I've already put enough pieces in motion that when you all turn up dead, they have to declare war even if all the leaders don't want it. Well, there went my hope that he's lost in his own madness. It seemed he actually thought and planned this out, even if it's a ridiculous notion. But let's end this stalling game you're trying. He smiled savagely. And yes, I knew you were stalling for time. But spoiler, he raised his arm up in the air. The dark night suddenly lit up with a holy glow, hundreds of light spears manifested in the hands of his troops. No one's coming. He threw his arm down and they began raining from the sky. It'd been so long since I've had to pull on this much power, having not brushed up on my old techniques. Luckily, I had anticipated this and quietly gathered enough during his monologue. I held my hands out, the smallest waft of destruction flickered between them. A small seed that I continuously fed for the past few minutes but kept oh so contained. I released it up towards the sky in front of us. Star of Extinction. And it bloomed magnificently. It expanded abruptly, acting as a barrier between us. The beautiful blackish energy consumed the holy lights of those angels. Rias, run! I hissed under my breath, getting ready to gather enough for another attack. But, Mom! Rias, listen to her. Sana pulled on her arm. Get out, call our siblings, let's find the edge of this barrier while your mom handles them, we're just going to be in the way. Who said you can go? I turned my head in shock to see that priest appear behind us, holy sword in hand. It was Size Knight who moved, a large lance in hand which he used to deflect a slash from that ridiculous holy sword. Oh! Let's see how good you are with that big lance of yours, you shitty devil! He laughed as they came to blows. Rhea! I jerked my head back to see Kaiba of all people roar as he charged at the priest. The boy was usually more reserved, but I didn't dwell on it. They should be able to handle him, even if he had that ridiculous sword. Especially with Size Knight here, that one seemed to have quite a bit of experience in combat. I would have to focus on the true enemy. At the very least, I needed to get them out of here. So, distraction it was. I looked down at the bracelet that Wilhelm had given me, thinking of what I had inside. The only thing of note that would help right now was a single Phoenix tear, though my eyes did linger on the little jewel that hung on the bracelet itself. I had to stop myself from sighing, knowing it would be pointless. It was odd how delicate it felt between my fingers as I crushed it. There was no immediately reaction other than a wisp of colorful energy that drifted away. I took that as a sign that I shouldn't hope for a miracle and readied myself. Ria's POV. I was surprised to see Kaiba let out a howl and charge towards the priest, activating his sacred gear sword birth. His speed suddenly increased sharply as he summoned a sword that increased his speed, making me almost lose sight of him. However, the priest went even faster to the point where he disappeared from the spot he was in. One moment he is standing still and the next his sword was aimed between Kaiba's ribs. Begone! Size Knight roar, his lance intercepting the attack and deflecting that holy sword. Akeno took that moment to cast a spell, a jolt of lightning manifesting from a magic circle as it traveled the distance towards the priest. The priest, who had been knocked back by Size Knight, slid back on his feet, holding his sword up as it glowed bright, enough that I had to shield my eyes partially. Akeno's magic was snuffed out as it approached, her magic circle fell apart and a burning sensation covering all of us. How you like that, you shitty devils? The love of God is gonna be forced in you whether you like it or not. The priest laughed as he slashed his sword down at Size Knight. Come here ya cocksuckers, get ready for Daddy Freed's holy sword. And I ain't talking about the Excalibur, ha ha ha. Sana stepped up, a shield enveloped Size Knight, but it shattered upon contact with the holy blade. It was enough that the knight was able to bring his lance up to block. Rias! Stop spacing out! Sana roared, spell circles activated again as her queen joined in the melee. My breath hitched as I looked around. I glanced at Mother who was, facing that Kokobeel, and even looking at him made me shiver in fear. Right! I whispered, gathering what resolve I had. Kaiba, come back! I yelled out, trying to grab his attention as he wasn't acting like his usual self. He did have a sore sport regarding that sword, but I saw him grit his teeth and disengage. We trained enough to be able to handle this. Konako! Smash the ground! I yelled, gathering my destructive power in my hands. Beluga instantly knew what we were doing, it was a strategy we used against him not long ago. He grabbed Sana's queen, yanking her back as he jumped to the side. Konako's Toki roared as she leapt forward high into the air and pushed all of it into her fist, before slamming it into the ground, sundering the earth and blocking everyone's vision. The hell, you dumb cunt! The holy power of the sword was no joke. The random slashing could be seen between all the kicked up dust, and even Konako looked like she was hissing in pain when it collided with her. Thankfully, her toki enveloped her body, keeping it from direct contact. "Akeno!" I yelled. "Take this, thunder snakes!" she yelled, as the spell manifested. Lighting-like snakes were created from a multitude of magic circles, crackling and jolting around every angle as they navigated the falling's debris that Konako kicked up. "Rah!" the priest screamed as they collided with him. "Motherfucker, I found you!" he screamed, lunging at Akeno with blinding speed. "Don't forget about me!" Kaiba slid in front of her with a new sword in hand. I only saw it once and he still hadn't worked out the kinks. Sword barrage. He activated it, and the blade itself shattered into dozens of pieces, dozens of smaller shaped swords as they all fired off towards the oncoming priest. Something he came up with after seeing Wilhelm do something similar. The priest growled, stomping on the ground, and the holy light filled his sword as he continued to move blindingly fast, his arm blurring to deflect or destroy everyone. Unfortunately, it was still a work in progress. Kaiba's own hands started bleeding, his blades having cut them apart when they shattered. "Issei!" I shouted out again, as I saw the boy dove forward, protecting his other peerage member. He let out a scream that made my blood crawl. The boy who had barely been a devil, and was just cut with a holy sword that could even bring down a century-old devil. Finally, got one of ya stupid cunts. He priest howled in laughter. "Bastard!" I yelled, letting go of all the destruction I gathered, pointing it right at the priest. "Oh shit!" I lost sight of him and it barely missed my peerage, enveloping the priest. The burst slamming into the side of a school building as it continued on, devouring everything in its way. I let out pants when I didn't catch sight of him. I relief slowly working its way up in my heart. "Rias, look out!" Sana shouted, but all I saw was a swirling of shadows next to me take shape. The same priest, looked worse for wear, but still whole. That sword swung at me. I cast my own shields, and even saw Sana's appear around me. His sword cut through them like a hot knife through butter. I panicked, coating myself in my power of destruction haphazardly as the blade slammed into my arms. The pain was excruciating. It only lasting a moment before Konako punched him away. But, the mask that was the priest distorted, a maniac smile appearing on his face, much too wide for a human to possess. His body shifted into a nightmarish shadowy monstrosity that towered over us. Sana and Akeno both unleashed a barrage of spells, lighting and water intertwining as they landed upon the thing. It didn't even react. Even when I lofted my own prideful power at it, my power of destruction just ignored him in its entirety. "'Tis an illusion!" Sai's Knight yelled. "Be wary, his sword possesses the powers of the fragments." I blinked in realization at his words. "Ruin my fun, you fucking devil cunt!" The monstrosity's distorted voice rang out as it burst into dozens of copies of the priest appeared around us. Each one possessed a holy glow that made my skin burn by being close. "Akeno, Fenix tear on Issei!" I shouted, launching forward, my hands covered in demonic power as I clawed at the closest one, ignoring my hands that began to burn even through my protections. "On it!" She nodded, running towards the boy who Kaiba was still protecting him and trying his best to siphon away the holy power, presumably with the sword he made previously that absorbed holy power. It was in no way able to stand up to the sword in the priest's hands, but for this, it was probably our best bet to save Issei. "I'll find the real one," Sana declared, throwing her magic into the air and a torrential rainfall fell upon our small area. "Look for the wet one," she declared. My eyes darted around, but they're all wet, I shouted, shattering another illusion that leapt at me so haphazardly. "Then I shall meet them head-on." Sai's Knight roared, his demonic power gathered visible, and he began to split, matching each illusion one for one as they clashed within the courtyard. "Shit fuck!" the priest shouted, a lancer slicing through his arm as the other illusions shattered. It only took the blink of an eye for Konako and Sana Queen to launch back at the priest, who resorted to stepping back with a blur, gaining his own distance. "Eat a d***k!" He howled again, slashing his sword as it carried waves of holy power, slicing the ground and rending the earth. I stepped forward, seeing what Mother did not too long ago, and I gathered my power of destruction, condensing it to a fine point before letting it out. What did she call it again? Star of Extinction. I let loose, acting as a shield to take the oncoming holy power and consuming it. The shield dispersed almost immediately after fulfilling its purpose. It was exceedingly difficult to keep up, and I didn't know how Mom did hers for so long. We prepared to attack again, only for Sana's queen to turn into a blur herself, a katana in hand as she stabbed upward into the priest's stomach, his blood spurting out from his mouth. I blinked, only now noticing the line, a sort of appendage. I traced it back to its origin, and it was from Sana's newest pawn, the one who had been staying behind Sana. I knew for a fact he lacked any kind of combat experience, even less than Issei, however, I was able to put 2 and 2 together at this point. His sacred gear. Right next to him was the remains of one of those Cerberus that Mom had mutilated. His sacred gear can siphon strength from things, and I guessed it's able to give it to others too. Did he take the remaining strength of that monster and add it to Sana's queen? Things were looking up now. I was feeling confident, and that all shattered once a bright light up in the sky caught my attention. And I was reminded that a legion of angels were hanging above as they all readied a multitude of attacks. Fear returned. Vene Lana POV. Era, is that all? And you used to be so menacing, Kokabeel. My power of destruction finally dissipated from above, showing the bleak sky again. We had traded several blows at this point, but neither of us had committed to anything. Well, as long as he's focused on me. It actually isn't. He chuckled, gesturing again, and they once more started raining down holy light. And, as if reading my thoughts, it wasn't reserved for me alone. Once more, I had to gather my power of destruction and fill the space above not just me but the others as well. Mom! Rhea screamed as she looked up. Lady Gremory! Sana held up her hands as she began casting her own spells. She was decently talented in magic from what I remembered, however. The barriers that sprung up in the sky were shattered immediately. She wasn't experienced in facing holy light when weaving her spells. Holy light was our antithesis, it dismantled our demonic power quite easily if you didn't maneuver around it. Even then you needed a lot of power to shield from it. I jerked my hand, my power of destruction wafted through the air, devouring the errant spears of light that seemed to be never ending. How boring! I'm sure if you were by yourself, a good chunk of my men would have fallen already. But instead, you're stuck protecting those little devils behind you. Kokabeel took a few steps forward as I eyed his every movement. I don't want this night to end on such a dour note, should I help you out? Maybe, remove your handicap, perhaps. His wings fluttered and he disappeared from the spot he was in. My eyes widened as I turned around, ignoring a light spear that tore into my shoulder from above. I used everything I had to propel myself forward, slamming into the angel who was behind my daughter with his hand glowing bright. What? Rias didn't seem to notice until the last moment. I grabbed the golden light he had gathered and deflected it to the side and forcing him back in one motion. Toot toot, look at you. Kokabeel slid back and readjusted his stance, reorienting himself after the little scuffle. How much have you let yourself go? Have you even kept up with your skills in all these years? It's almost insulting, you should have been able to keep up better than this. Why don't you come closer and find out? I gritted out, grabbing the light spear sticking from my shoulder. With a burst of destruction, I shattered it. I could feel the holy light begin to invade my body and did the only thing I could do in this situation, I met it head on with my destruction in minuscule amounts, slowly withering it away even as it began rampaging in the wound. At the very least, it was contained for now. With a growl, I forced out my demonic energy, forming a large circle beneath us. I directed it upwards, forming my own demonic spears in a taunt that sailed to the sky, and with that small distraction, I gathered my destruction at the tip of 2 fingers and thrust it at that priest that wielded that damn holy sword. Fast, but just as deadly, even if it was a small amount. I only heard him scream before I turned back towards Kokabeel, barely having enough time to envelop my arm in the same destructive energies as I raised it up to block an attack he swung down. His holy light fought against my destruction as both powers cascaded off in all directions. Annoying. Kokabeel sneered, flicking his free hand to the side, dispersing another burst that came from somewhere else. My daughter had gathered her own and threw it at the fallen angel. Stupid human, couldn't even handle a bunch of kids with one of father's creations. He grunted as I glanced to the side to see Size Knight running the priest through. A few of Rias's peerage didn't look too good, but they were still alive. Oh well, I just needed him present, being alive or not is irrelevant. The backups I have just aren't as good, and we already messed with the church records specifically for him. Well, he should be happy, at least he died while technically still a member of the church. With how broken father's system is, I can't help but smile at the thought of Michael's twisting face as he welcomes the lunatic into heaven. Behind me, several magic circles formed, Sana's water magic coming into effect as a massive serpent made of the magical liquid formed and descended upon the angel as well. Adorable! Kokabeel laughed as dozens of light spears rained down from the sky again, impaling the watery serpent and dispersed the magics that held it together. I swiped my hand at the fallen angel while his eyes were off me. He jumped back with a laugh. Close. A small wound only appeared on his chest and closed within moments. I felt blood swelling up in my throat before pushing it back down. Playing with your food isn't like you, Kokabeel. I breathed out, pushing sweaty hair out of my eyes. You seem to be under a misconception. He tapped a spear of light against his shoulder. For some reason you seem to think you're the one that's stalling. He tilted his head up and I just now noticed a man standing on a nearby roof. You done? He asked. The man looked like another priest. An older and round man. Except, he had an exceedingly dangerous aura to him. Just finished. You can wrap up whenever you want. Oh wonderful. Kokabeel chuckled again. And why are you wearing that appearance? Did you run around as that priest I killed? The priest just shrugged. I found it amusing, so yes. Fair enough. Kokabeel turned back to me. Now, where were we? Oh yes. He snapped his fingers and the sky once more filled with light. My eyes widened as the amount of power raining down was much more intense than before. I was about to gather my power of destruction once more, but I looked down, blood began flowing from my mouth and there was a light spear in my diaphragm, with Kokabeel's hands empty. You really lost your edge. I've kept training, always making sure I was ready while you sat on your laurels and played housewife. Kokabeel's voice held a cold indifference. If it's any consolation, they'll be joining you shortly. Mom. I think I heard Ria scream but my head was very dizzy and it was hard to focus. Hearing it, I ground my teeth and stood up, gathering what power I had left and tossed it up into the sky, hoping it was enough so they wouldn't die and maybe buy a few more moments. The majority of the bombardment was consumed, but several still made it through. The holy power erupted into explosions upon hitting the ground, causing the corrosive power and expand outwards. I grabbed Rias into my arms, turning my back and covering her. I felt my body burn at the touch as a particularly large burst erupted right behind me. It hurt. My back felt like it was burning even with my demonic power coating me in an attempt to ward off the holy power. Pathetic. So, this is the last moments of one of my old foes? I do hope this kicks you devils into actually being threats again. I looked up to see his hand shaping his holy light into the form of a small sword. Or not, killing devils has always been enjoyable. I gathered my power of destruction, molding it into a wall once more. A last pitiable stand. His sword cut through it easily enough, but I clutched my hand. It distorted, the wall reformed and the destruction jerked and pierced towards the fallen angel. He hissed as it barely managed to tear away a few strands of flesh before his own holy power shined off his body, dispersing it quite easily. That's more like it. He smiled brightly. I shakily took out a Phoenix tear from the storage I was given. I attempted to give it to Rias, only for the glass to shatter in my hand with a burst of light I could only assume was from the fallen angel. Really? Kokabeel sounded incredulous. Not even for yourself, but to help your daughter? You do realize she's going to die if you can't stop me, right? Not that you will, I just think the logic is ridiculous. Though I guess it's slightly admirable too. I can admit that you devils care about your own, even if you did steal that kind of love from Father when Lucifer fell. As a final acknowledgement, I'll kill you first so you don't have to see her die. I held the remains of the flask, the liquid dripping between my fingers as I quickly rubbed it on Rias's exposed skin, and even into my own wounds. I felt the healing properties invade, if diminished heavily. It was enough that I stood up again. Rias. I managed to breath out as she also slowly climbed up. I stood in front of her protectively, but I was under no delusion that I was in any way capable of truly protecting her at this moment. I need you to run. I need you to do your absolute best to run and not look back, whatever happens. There's a tiny chance, but it's better than nothing. I could see several others stand to their feet out of the corner of my eye. Good, the more the higher the chance. That priest off to the side hadn't made a single move, so I was hoping he would think it was beneath him. For some odd reason, Kokabeel wasn't moving, probably deciding to keep having fun it seemed. No, he was rather speechless for some reason, just standing there, looking at us. Mom! Rias, don't question me! I hissed out under my breath. I didn't dare take my eyes off Kokabeel for a moment. It still hurt, I was still dizzy, but I pulled on my destruction again as it wrapped around my hands. Mom! I stuttered at Rias's words, instinctually looking behind me, practically running right into something as my vision was filled with black and white. A soft fabric that I had seen several times at this point. A iridescent glow behind that matched one I had seen come from the emergency gem Will had given me. Arms wrapped around me, and I instinctually dismissed my destruction. All my fatigue seemed to catch up to me in that moment as I felt a relief overcome me. I felt like I would collapse, but those warm arms held me up, and I did my best to make it so the tears didn't fall. Sorry, I'm late. His voice was reassuring in a way I didn't think possible. We've got to stop meeting like this. I don't know why, but I started giggling at the ridiculousness of my own words. Maybe it was just the stress of the situation that made me so tired that I couldn't even control myself properly anymore. Or maybe, it was because in this moment, I no longer felt fear. Wilhelm POV. I stepped out of a portal upon a battlefield. I was relaxing at home with my girls after working on that obelisk project for several days. That was, until I got pinged by Venelana's emergency jewel. I had no actual name for it at this time. It hit me so suddenly that I scrambled to trace back its location. The coordinates were distorted in an intense way. It was different than what the Fae did. It wasn't a normal method of spatial distortion. It was as if someone built a maze around them and I had to waste energy forcing my way through it, as opposed to the normal method, which was to seal up a location. There was no expectance in me to appear at my old school, or what was left of it. But I didn't dwell on that. Even with my girls followed me through. I felt my heart drop at what I saw, and my hands even shook as I took her in my arms. My healing spells came out instinctually, enveloping her as my arms wrapped around her tight. My Venelana was not in the best of shape. I could practically feel her exhaustion as she barely even supported herself anymore. Well, the fact that she was giggling to herself was a good sign. There was a slight bit of color that returned to her face as I continued my healing. It's going to be okay, I'll take care of it now. I whispered to my grandmother as she swayed back and forth in my grasp. I didn't need to look back to know that my other girls were taking care of anyone else. I saw many others that I recognized, but my attention was solely on Venelana right now. Please protect them. Her voice was strained. Of course. I reassured her with a kiss on her forehead. I could see her shoulders sag in relief. Skathuk, Artoria, Jin, and Reikau all followed me through as they were with me at home. Yasaka was not able to accompany or leave Kyoto right now for obvious reasons. A quick glance showed me that they were administering health potions, and Artoria's hands glowed with the light of Avalon as she helped others to their feet. You! I hissed upon seeing him. Kokabeel. The name seethed with a fury in me that was hard to describe. A miscalculation, I thought you wouldn't appear. He didn't even react to my sudden entrance. Instead, he turned to someone else that was lowering their own presence. A man in priest's garb, that was clearly not normal, but they contained themselves quite thoroughly. I thought you said he wouldn't be able to get through. The priest looked at me with sparkling eyes. He shouldn't have been able to. I look forward to understanding how he did it. But regardless, we made our own preparations, did we not? Unlucky, I suppose, but you're right. Kokabeel turned his gaze up towards the sky. Open the dragon gate. He declared. It's not that I didn't notice the legion of fallen angels in the sky, but they weren't not a priority at all right now. They moved with a practiced ease, and I felt the fluctuation of magical energy, an extreme amount. Not all of them moved to this strange formation that created a magic circle. Some of them gathered holy power and launched attacks. My swords flung out, colliding with the oncoming barrage, shattering the dozens of light spears before they could bombard the ground while we were healing these devils. Whatever was coming out, I couldn't bear to let Venelana leave my grasp right now to stop it. That's not possible. Drake said within my mind. That thing should have died a long time ago. The strange magic circle, what Kokabeel called the Dragon Gate. Something burst through almost immediately, as if anticipating this scenario. A massive black body. Inky black scales, 2 sets of wings, and razor-sharp teeth and claws. I recognized it, because it was the same form Drake took not too long ago. It slammed onto what remained of a nearby school building, its snake-like body hissing and dripping with venom. Is this the mortal who made a mockery of me? The dragon spoke in that venomous voice as its equally venomous saliva dripped onto the stone, dissolving anything it touched. As per our agreement, that's him. Kokabeel nodded, looking rather casual. NHGGR. Apparently, the real one. Did he anticipate me then? Was that what this was about? The dragon let out a roar that shook the surroundings as its wings flapped, kicking up mini tornadoes with the movements. It shot out at me, faster than anything that size had any right to be, its massive maw opened and ready to devour me and the woman I was holding. I didn't blink, nor react in the slightest. Venelana seemed to jerk at the sudden pressure descending upon us, but I gave her another squeeze of reassurance. The dragon let out a confused roar as a red light collided with its side, piercing its scales. Followed by a burst of purple lighting that slammed onto it from above. A burst of air then slashed at its underbelly, sending the beast tumbling to the ground and sliding into a building to the side. Lastly, a large magic circle appeared in the sky above where the dragon landed. Hundreds upon hundreds of magical staffs and other magical foci appeared as they all gathered an obscene amount of magical energy and released a torrent of spells that blinded everyone present. I kissed Venelana on the forehead again, taking out my staff of Magus, and slammed it into the ground next to me. I used it to facilitate a continued cast of healing around the area as I climbed to my feet, finally letting her out of my arms. For the first time since arriving, Kokabeel seemed to be startled. You seem to misunderstand where you stand. I growled, even glancing at that priest who looked just as surprised as Kokabeel. A roar erupted, the building that the dragon had collided with and subsequently been buried under, exploded outward. The dragon, not looking any worse for wear minus some small wounds, shot up into the sky. Did you think such a mighty beast would be so easily defeated? The priest regained that calm demeanor he had before. NHGGR fought against gods, mortal. He stated with a mocking tone. I slowly turned my head to him, our eyes meeting. Reaching within my ring, I took out another staff, pointing it to the sky. Bex Zizo or Frullo. It wasn't met with the same energy as the last time, but the words, they carried an accompanied rage both from within and without. Drake was in my soul, he could feel my anger and it was intertwined with his own declaration Disjinyad Yir Imaradr. Another black dragon appeared opposite from the first. Drake, handle that worm. I stated, turning back towards Kokabeel. I don't care about the others, directing my words to my girls behind me. They had been quiet, as if sensing my current turbulent emotions. But the angel is mine. Chapter 308, Chapter 283 Part 1. Drake POV. I took to the skies, rising to match the evil dragon as our eyes met. There was silence as he tried to comprehend what he was staring at. It must have been unnerving to see a mirror image of oneself. I could freely admit, I would go into a rage if someone tried to impersonate me like this. But as the brat would say, fuck him. You. Its voice hissed, like the serpent it truly was. The snake can speak after gorging itself on a tree for so long. I taunted. The brat was understandably angry right now, so I would keep the stupid thing away from his fight. I remember how arrogant and haughty you used to be, and now look at you, a mere attack dog. You Dari. NHGGR roared in fury, but still didn't attack. Despite me calling him an idiot, NHGGR wasn't completely stupid. The only thing that matched its viciousness is its cowardice. The dog just barks. Ruoor. NHGGR seemed to have had enough as its wings sliced through the air and it let out a world-shattering roar, charging right at me. And so, I stopped flapping my wings and fell. His body went soaring through the air, as he expected, and braced himself to impact with me. Instead, his body jerked unnaturally, and he went tumbling. I took the opportunity to kick my wings again, shooting back at him, my claw digging into his scale. NHGGR roared again, twisting its long neck to swing around and bite into my fake body. Its venom began to invade through my broken scales. Realizing I was at a disadvantage, I decided to push him away, tearing my body free. I opened my jaw, intaking a large amount of air to let loose my venomous breath. Pitiful. NHGGR roared as a shield enveloped him. My corrosive blast landed on the evil dragon's magical protection, eating away at it, but not enough to fully break through. I had forgotten that he was adept in magic as well. I realized I was more at a disadvantage than I thought in this form. I was never very proficient in magic, I always just developed my own abilities when I needed. And right now, I was without those as well. Off the top of my head, I only had one advantage over this evil dragon when it was both stronger and has access to its full arsenal. Who are you? The dragon charged at me again, and I let loose another corrosive blast. What's wrong, worm, that all you got? I bellowed with a laugh as I slammed my head into the shield. The evil dragon just looked at me like I was crazy as I kept throwing myself at him, and he continued to make new shields. Because, while I didn't have much available to me, I also didn't have a real body. This was just a magical construct, so I don't feel any real pain, nor would I suffer any permanent consequences. Finally, I whipped my tail, covered in spikes, at him, shattering the shield. The dragon roared, broken from its stupor, and I took that as an opportunity to slam it into the ground with all my strength. The ground was sundered by the continued roars, both of us lashing out at one another. Each swipe of our claws upended the earth, each movement of our bodies flattened the landscape. My magical body started cracking under the strain. Where blood should pour out, instead, my power was waning, leaking from my wounds. Unfortunately, I seemed to have miscalculated how much stronger the real one was than me right now. Even with my reckless attacks, I wasn't able to deliver any substantial blow. NHGGR was able to twist and maneuver its body much more adeptly than I could. Enough! It roared again as I tried to claw at its wing, only for it to smack me away with its tail. Fake bastard, I'll end this now. Suddenly, a massive amount of miasma spilled out from every pore of its body, like a toxic cloud that radiated outward. I felt a sense of danger. Unexpectedly, the evil dragon opened its maw and sucked it all back in, its belly inflated as it eyed me with a hint of madness. I flapped my wings and shot off the ground into the sky, knowing exactly what was coming. My many years of survival made my instincts go into overdrive as I tucked in my wings and rolled to the side. My scales were torn apart from behind and my tail completely melted off as I barely dodged out of the way. Out of the corner of my eye as I twisted my neck, I saw a concentrated beam of venom tear through the night sky, parting the clouds onto the horizon. If I could feel true pain with this body, I'm sure it would have been excruciating. I unfurled my wings and jerked to the side, propelling myself as fast as I could as I collided with NHGGR once more. Your breath smells just as bad as always. I taunted even as his claws tore out more of my scales. Who are you? Nidhogg roared, opening its mouth again, spewing out that vile breath. I met it head on. While I wasn't nearly as strong in the venom department, what I had was enough to offset it and get out of the way. Did the tree taste good, or do you just like eating crap all day? It would fit your personality. I'm going to tear you apart and devour you. I grunted as his teeth dug into my neck, a shield around his so I couldn't reciprocate. Suddenly, he jerked away, pushing me off. Your body isn't real. He finally figured it out. Well, it was the reason I continued to taunt him. He did have some magic knowledge. He would have probably figured it out sooner if he was in a calmer state of mind. I guess the jig is up. How dare you impersonate me? I, NHGGR, like to eat crap. I roared as loud as I could. There's only one dragon annoying as you. The venom dripped from his words as he seethed in anger. How dare you take my form, Drag Wygotch? Believe me, it isn't my ideal look either. Have you seen these ugly scales? And these hideous wings? I'll never get a mate looking like this, but I'm sure you know all about that. Did you finally escape your prison? Or did your owner let you out for good behavior? And you call me a dog? You're right. I threw my head up again. I NHGGR am the true dog. He. Bastard. The evil dragon apparently decided that enough was enough and gathered a significant amount of miasma around him, and I could even see its magical energy fluctuate. Two massive magic circles appeared next to its shoulder, and ethereal mimicries of its head came out as they all opened their massive jaws. Well shit. Would sure love to have my abilities right now. Hell, I'd gladly take the reduction in my actual strength if I could just do something beyond smacking him. And suddenly, I came to a realization. I am a dragon. The concept of Drag was hidden from the world when I took on the concept of NHGGR, which was why I can't use my true abilities, but I am still a dragon. I listened as the brat learned those dragon words, and he always leaned on my dragon aspect to use them. I knew their purpose, the feelings of their use, and I shared the experience of learning them through the brat. Not to mention their magics were the reason I was free right now. I took a large breath of my own. And as all three heads unleashed that same deadly burst of venom, I bellowed out for the world to hear. Yol Torshul, maybe it was due to being so adept at using my own fire in life, but the world bent in a way that even the brat probably would be surprised by. The space between was now filled in flames. Unfortunately, I felt something reverberate through my fake body. Like a significant amount of power was drained. My flames warded off his breath, but I didn't know how much longer I could do this without the spell failing. Strun Bakuo. More dragon words filled the air, a whisper compared to my shout from before, but it wasn't strange considering they weren't mine. The clouds above us thickened considerably. Lightning crackled all around, thunder boomed so, invitingly. That brat! I looked down, the school itself was barely a dot at this point. Well, we were partners, I suppose. My gaze returned to NHGGR, who finally dispersed my flames, looking utterly enraged. I shot him a grin and flew upwards into the thundering clouds. It was hard to hold back my cackles as he followed me inside. Wilhelm POV. In any other circumstance, I would have been excited to see Drake take to the skies and fight another dragon. An epic clash as two gigantic beasts fought for supremacy. But at this particular moment, my attention and everything else was focused solely on a certain fallen angel. Venelana was safe. That was the most important thing. I healed her enough and I knew the others could take over from there. And they would be sure to protect her and the other faces I didn't really care about. Kokabeel. I breathed out, reining in my growing temper. Why? I felt they need to know. Why was my Venelana hurt? Why was she almost killed? Why? He grinned. She asked the same thing, you know. It's simple really, I wanted the war to start back up again, so I set up a little play. I'm sure you of all people can appreciate a good production. He taunted me. Have some devils attack the Vatican. Hours later, 2 heirs to devil nobility are found murdered with the church's super special sword impaled inside them. Of course, I also had dozens of other little incidents take place all over the place, but this is the main stage. Well, this was not an ideal situation, it turns out. The fallen angel chuckled. She wasn't even supposed to be here. I didn't plan for it, but then again, you can't really plan for every variable. I wonder, is this fate or did someone move against me? Not that I knew she was important enough for you to come all this way. How unlucky am I that out of every devil in existence, this is seemingly the one you actually care about. Taking a deep breath, my aura flared visibly around me, reinforcement filled my body, and my limbs became coated in divine lightning. The fallen angel stiffened. Now why don't we? I didn't let him finish. Lightning arced across the ground as I closed the distance, sliding in front of him. My hand lashed out, grabbing his face. I could see his eyes widen between my fingers, his hands jerked and holy power exploded out, but my aura flared out to meet it as the two powers clashed. He muffed something into my hand, but I ignored it, and I gathered all of my strength and slammed his head backwards into the ground. The lighting around my hand discharged, but it was met with a burst of holy light that met it head-on. The eruption of energy sent both hurling in all directions. I swiped my hand to the side, clearing the kicked-up dust, and pushed away the dirt that was dislodged. Kokabeel was a good few dozen yards away from me, wiping away blood that dripped from his nose. I just unleashed, at point blank, enough holy power to burn away 1,000 devils in a single burst. And you didn't even flinch. He stood back up straight, wings arcing back as he stared at me. Even if you fought a god, you're still a devil and that should have done something. There was a hint of growl added at the end. It tickled. I said in the driest voice I could muster. Kokabeel twitched, his hand jerked and a dozen holy spears filled my vision. I didn't even blink as my swords flew out, swinging around me, shattering all of them before they could even touch my aura. A little help would be appreciated. Kokabeel glanced towards the priest. Honestly, I think this whole plan is beyond salvaging, but I'm also very curious about a few things. I guess I can lend a hand, to satisfy my curiosity if nothing else. He held up his hand, a spell circle formed, and almost immediately, it was shattered. How interesting. I could only smile at the source of the voice. I saw the priest look surprised. You layered 4 spells, and hid them all beneath a human magic circle. What are you hiding, Skathik took a few predatory steps forward, her deadly spear radiating bloodlust. How about you play with me instead? And the priest had no choice but to focus solely on the bloodlust and killing intent that was bearing down right on him. Kokabeel noticeably frowned. I was always more of a general. His wings behind him flapped once more, propelling him into the air. Formation Omega. He declared as the angels in the sky shifted. They moved into smaller groups, and seemingly, combined their holy power into larger molds. The most simplistic method of attack for them was to shape it into a general pointy end and release it, yet it was also extremely effective. Truly massive holy spears were created at this point. Their size weren't the only thing that changed, their entire strength increased several-fold, enough to threaten those above their normal weight class. But still, I glanced at them but didn't even pay them any mind. "Reikau!" I called out. "Yes, Master," she replied, and a streak of purple lightning igniting across the bleak sky. I turned away from them, not even bothering anymore as I saw several of them get torn apart. Jin and Artoria should be able to protect and heal the others. "Any more schemes?" I asked Kokabeel. "Any more plans or plots you want to unveil? By all means, show me. I'll wait right here," I punctuated, arms wide open. "Show me everything you have so I can grind it all into dust. I'll take any hope or chance of victory you still hold and strangle it right in front of you." I couldn't contain the venom that dripped from my words. "Anyone ever tell you that you're one scary kid? I guess you're more a devil than I thought." He quirked a smile. "I'm usually far more reserved. It's just, some jackass fallen angel thought it was a good idea to try and kill my woman." My lighting recoated my arm that I previously discharged, my wings emerged from my back. With a flap of them, I shot up into the sky, meeting him at eye level. "So I'm going to return everything you did 1,000-fold. So please show me everything you got, I absolutely welcome it. I want to watch you slowly realize how much you really fucked up before I pluck every single one of your feathers then tear out your wings." Kokabeel sneered in response, holy power burst out of him, coating him protectively like my aura. "I've fought across more battlefields than the days you've been alive, child. You think I am something you can break?" The holy power condensed and sharpened into a sword of armor around him, giving him a very holy appearance, even with the contradiction of his black wings. Instead of a light spear appearing again, it took the form of a much more detailed sword, a claymore by the size of it, but not quite as thick. "I've met gods in battle. I've slain your ancestors and I even rebelled against father and my siblings. How dare you look down on me? I refuse to believe that my holy power is ineffective." It wasn't that it was ineffective, so he was technically right in that aspect. He merely had no context for how my aura operated. Holy power, hey! I took a deep breath, mentally looking into my ring. It didn't back away from my touch as I grabbed hold, bring it out once more for the world to see. I took satisfaction at Cokabeel's widening eyes as he realized what I was holding. "Then let's make that the first thread of hope I sever." I gripped the sacred spear in my hands as a large influx of power suddenly exploded out from around me. True Longinus, balance breaker. Holy power enveloped me again. A halo appeared above my head and 12 wings appeared behind my back, replacing my devil wings. I became the brightest glow under the moon as I even outshined Kokabeel. Holy spear of the pure white knight. Cokabeel's expression twisted into a mixture of rage and confusion. "Impossible!" he hissed upon seeing my new form. "You should have turned into dust just from holding that." His words laden with disbelief. I didn't deign to answer him. I pulled the spear back, as if ready to thrust, and he immediately knew what I was about to do. An absurd amount of holy power gathered around his hands as he pushed it outwards, just as I thrust the spear. My spear extended, blindingly with speed, as it crossed the distance, a dozen shields between Kokabeel and I manifested. I would give him credit, each of the shields seemed to focus on a different method of application. My holy spear met his holy shield, and his shield shattered. They acted like nothing more than glass. Each one barely held a split second before my spear pierced right through them, one by one, not slowing in the slightest. Ha! Kokabeel let out a roar as it collided with his last shield. He held his hand up as the holy power shield distorted to keep my spear at bay. It began cracking and crumbling before finally shattering as well. The fallen angel was blown back by the release of power. He quickly reorientated himself, opting to head to the ground to steady himself properly. I appeared right above him, slamming my spear down overhead. Kokabeel gritted his teeth, bringing his sword up to block as his arms shook under the blow. "Why can you use that?" Kokabeel screamed, buckling under the pressure. Father wouldn't let a filthy devil wield his spear. The irony of what he said wasn't lost on me. However, I was too pissed off to give a shit right now. I flicked the butt of the spear upwards, breaking his guard as I spun the spear, swiping it at him. He ducked and moved to the side, his stomach getting cut in the process. Blood began seeping from his wound. He groaned, clutching the wound with a burst of holy power as it sealed itself. Is that it? I looked down at him as he rose back to his feet. I held my hand aloft, pointing to the sky. I was preoccupied, but I was fairly sure I heard a shout being used. I would care about that later, but a quick glance told me that Drake was probably having a little trouble. Strun Bakuo, I whispered, ushering in a storm for Drake to use to his advantage before turning back to the angel. Your dragon has apparently met its match. Another glance to the side saw Skathik fighting her own opponent. Your partner, I emphasized the ambiguity of their relationship, is also entertained and matched. Your legions. My spear flicked upwards, pointing to the sky as purple lightning tore through a handful of fallen angels. Are being decimated. What else do you have, angel of the stars? A mere child. Kokabeel trembled, his face contorting in rage. A child is insulting me like this. Good, get mad. I hissed back. Maybe you might come close to the anger I'm feeling right now. A swipe of my spear unleashed a condensed projection of light. The inherent ability to all angels, and I may as well be one right now. Kokabeel roared to life once more, slashing his sword, meeting my attack with his own holy slash. The two attacks met and created a vortex of holy power that whipped around in every direction. Enough, enough. Kokabeel let out a roar as his whole body glowed several degrees brighter. I will not be played around with by a child who hasn't even seen 3 decades. I don't care what tricks you've used to wield that spear, nor avoid my holy power, but I have just the answer. One last hurrah like the good old days. He dismissed his sword and held his hands to the sky. Ave Dobix. As soon as the words left his mouth, something shifted. I would almost attribute it to a godly authority as it felt vaguely familiar, and perhaps not even incorrect. Angels could be seen as sort of demigods with their own authorities that God gave them. Ave Bobix. It meant starfall in Enochian. Looking up, the stars in the sky disappeared, displaced from their normal positions as they began streaking across the sky. Kokabeel threw up a large mouthful of blood as he staggered backwards. Ha ha ha, haven't used that since Dad was still kickin'. If dear old Dad was still alive, he'd never let one of us fallen tap into heaven's system, even as haphazardly as I just did. The stars in the sky sped up, comets shooting across the horizon, but I had a foreboding feeling about it. There's a reason heaven is still feared. Kokabeel grit his teeth, blood flowing freely as he clearly had trouble standing after what he just did. Disappear along with this city. Before I could respond, something else pricked me. The spear, I felt the presence within stirring, and what came out was a sigh. The presence poked at me, and I could feel the intent it had. I felt myself wanting to scowl, but I relented and let it wrap around me. Kokabeel, the presence simmered around me, still much too weak to properly manifest, but at a better point than the last time we spoke. You have corrupted your purpose. It enveloped my words, enhanced them as it aligned with my intent. The fallen angel blinked, before sneering again. You dare tell me about my purpose, child? Shouldn't you be more worried about what's going to happen in a few moments? That spell was one I used in the Great War back when I was plugged into heaven's system. I held the spear up as a gentle, but weighty, light seeped out. Kokabeel, through some haggard breaths, looked, confused again as he stared at me. Your light was meant to be a beacon of hope for all who look to the stars in the dark of night. You have abused and misused your gift. Who? His eyes widened as he started to come under a realization. For your blasphemy, I declare you anathema. An invisible power rippled out in all directions. The presence within the spear strained itself. I could feel the spear itself shake and grind against what he just invoked. The word itself was not like the ones he spoke previously, but it still held substantial weight and meaning to it. It contained a hint of his authority. Kokabeel visibly shuddered. He looked down at himself, his hands shaking, and he coughed, covering his mouth. It wasn't blood that seeped out, but wisps of holy power. The stars that swirled above in the sky, about to rain down from above, were dismissed. The fallen angel himself, jerked violently, veins were pulsing from under his skin. Holy power was pouring from every pore of his body. He started writhing on the ground, a look of pure agony on his face, but he couldn't even voice a sound. His overall power started to dim. He was never the most powerful foe I had met, but his presence began shrinking. The presence within the spear retreated backwards as if going back to slumber. You. Kokabeel finally managed to grit out with a noticeable amount of disbelief in his tone. What did you do to me? I stabbed the spear into the ground, walking towards him. It's not about what I did, it's about that I'm going to do. I swung my leg up, slamming it down on his back, his face forced into the ground, cracking the earth. And he was much weaker right now, I could hear him groan at the nonchalant blow. He may have been merciful, but I wouldn't be. I made a promise. I whispered, just enough for him to hear as I reached for and grabbed hold of one of his wings and began to pull. And for the first time ever, I heard an angel scream. Chapter 309, Chapter 283 Part 2. Scathing POV. I looked at the priest who also stared right back. He quirked his head, as if inspecting me, a curious look upon his face. Apologies, but have we met before? For some reason, I have the strangest feeling that I know you from somewhere, but I simply can't place it. He finally spoke up. I do not make it a habit to associate with such repulsive people. I snorted, eyes glancing to where Wilhelm had taken his fight a little distance away. Good, he hadn't allowed his anger to overrule his common sense. I wouldn't chastise him for how he was acting. I did not believe I had the right to when I once made him watch a similar scene by my own hand. It was a sin that would weigh heavily on me, but I could only make sure that he never suffered such a grievance again. I do not know if the others realized what this person was, thus I took the opportunity to stake my claim as his opponent. Quite. He pursed his lips. Though you give this oddly familiar feeling, but maybe I can't place it because it's completely overshadowed by all that bloodlust you're giving out. I feel as if I'll be stabbed through the heart if I lose focus for even a moment. How peculiar. You misunderstand something. Oh? And what's what? It will happen regardless of your efforts to the contrary. Oh, I like you. The corners of his lips curled up. Though, you should be careful of who you taunt. His eyes narrowed dangerously. You say that as if I did not know you are a god. I spun my spear, slamming it against the ground. That elicited a reaction out of him. How did you know? I was sure I hit it thoroughly. Why did he not even try to deny it? You are not a god yourself, but I feel something divine about you. It's quite simple. My back foot pushed into the ground, and his eyes widened as a heartbeat later, my spear was aimed for his heart. The unnamed god twisted his body, already having casted several spells. I allowed momentum to carry me to dodge the barrage, a trait for me not being able to take his heart. Coming to a stop, I spun around, swiping my spear as runes manifested and danced through the air. Kljufa. I actualized the simple spell, my magic cleaving through several of the elemental effects that he unleashed. I stood back up straight, spinning my spear, flicking off a tiny bit of blood on its edge. The aforementioned god looked entirely unamused as he stared down at his arm. It was the tiniest cut that healed without any effort on his part. However, it did serve to pierce through the veil he was hiding himself behind. It did mend itself rather quickly, but it did show that this facade was not but an illusion. I have bathed in enough divine blood to recognize another. The god frowned, looking back at me. Careful with your words, mortal. My amuse *ent may run its course. Funny, I have heard similar words many times in the past. How many of the gods have I slain had uttered such trivialities before me? What warning need I to heed from someone who hides themselves in front of this mortal? The god's eye twitched, but he didn't jump upon my provocation. I was still unsure of his true identity, thus I would continue to probe, but I did not wish to commit without knowing any details I could find out when others required protection within the vicinity of my battle. Some manner of demigod? There shouldn't be many of you running around these days. Especially ones that know that language and use of Norse magic. He seemed to be voicing his thoughts for his own amuse *ent. But I don't think that's it either. My instincts are telling me it's something much different, but I just can't put my finger on it. For some reason, it made me annoyed to converse with him. And the feeling of being looked down upon was also not one I enjoyed. If I had not been a servant, even with how advanced Wilhelm made my vessel, I would have no hesitation in my ability to kill him. Unfortunately, I am much lesser now than when I was alive. However, that did not mean that victory was beyond me in the slightest. This one gave off a much more dangerous feeling than that goddess I had fought in that other world. She was a mere shadow of what a god should be, not even allowed to be called a divine spirit with her reduced state. This one, while the differences were obvious to someone who had once lived in the old age in my world, was without a doubt a god. Spinning my spear, I kicked up large swathes of dirt. With a second flick, I sliced at the ground, imbuing the ground with a string of runes. The wind reshaped, gathering up the dirt and shot at the god like spears. He casually swayed side to side as to dodge, but that wasn't my intent. The spears all swirled around him and I snaped my finger, causing them to burst into a large upturn, concealing vision. With that, I moved, a straight thrust right at his point of location. I gathered a significant amount of magical energy at the tip of my spear and let out a shout. The god raised up his hand, and cast a spell in response. The space between us fluctuated as my spear collided with something very sturdy. The result was that neither side would give in, his shield fluctuated, I pushed, but my spear was unable to penetrate the shield. The god had an amused smile still adorning his face which made me wish to wipe it away. Did you not wonder why I used such a spell to obscure vision when I attacked from the front? I took a small bit of satisfaction as his eyes gained realization and he glanced down at the ground. On his side of the shield, a handful of small stones began glowing, each had a rune placed on them. My previous spell had deposited them at his feet without him noticing. He raised his other arm to cast another spell, but I took that moment to put much more power into my thrust, shattering his shield at the same moment his attention was divided. The resulting explosion caused a large portion of the school behind us to disappear. My own shield shimmered around me, a singular string flickering before fading as to not be caught up in my own attack. I frowned once more, waving my spear to the side to clear away the dust once again, to get a clear sight. I didn't expect him to be there, I could feel something happen right at the point of contact. Instead, my eyes followed the feeling of anger directed towards me. He was standing atop another building and he had a much better expression. His mouth twisted back in a snarl as he held his eye. Part of his face was shattered, and I could see his real eye beneath. Silver in color, but I still did not know to whom it belonged. He had hidden everything quite well thus far. Even his magic was hidden, he was using the human magic from this world and layered several spells together to get a worthwhile effect. It was roundabout, but still provided results. Very inefficient, but it served to hide his origin. It seemed that this was not the ideal battlefield for either of us. The god swiped his hand, mending the fake body once more. Cute trick. He looked very calm after composing himself. Yes, the child that showed me thought it was very amusing. I nodded me head, meeting his barb. Seton Tao looked so proud of himself when he showed me the runes he carved on stones, then started throwing them, making them explode. One thing after another. The god sighed, walking along the edge of the building, as if taking a stroll. I swear, this was supposed to be an easy little experiment. Help out the little soldier, watch these idiots implode on themselves. But that pigeon couldn't even do this right, and it was such a simple plan. He abruptly turned, like he was going to step off the edge only to disappear and reappear on the ground. I suppose it was intelligent by their low standards. Really, it wasn't that difficult. Help him sneak some of his people in the Vatican disguised as devils, kill a few important mortals. Stab their important sword into the annoying devils. He waved his hand flippantly. Not to mention that a portion of his own soldiers should be attacking devil territory right about now, you know, to round everything up. Along with many other smaller incidents around the world. With so many fingers pointed, it's impossible to know who or what's the right story. All the lower ranks know is that they were attacked by the other two factions, and their leaders won't have any choice but to retaliate. You talk too much. I took a step forward, ready to attack again. Or maybe. He raised his finger up, and a massive spell circle appeared beneath us. You should pay more attention. My eyes widened. Did he weave spells into his monologue? Well, it was fun, goodbye. He snapped his fingers and a baleful green serpent created from divine flame came into existence, coiling around me. For the first time in this fight, I felt a hint of the god's authority come into being. It was still not one I could immediately place just from feeling. However, this attack would be far from enough to stop me. I ran my hand down my spear, bringing forth my primordial runes as I strung together the ancient language along my weapon. I lifted it up, and slammed it against the ground. Jrtimi Tomr. A domain expanded outwards from me, the serpent flickered and appeared still. Within this small domain, I slowed time to roughly a standstill. The god's eyes widened, and he reacted frantically for the first time since our meeting. I could see his divinity expunge outwards, fighting against the effects of mine as he pushed himself backwards. He was near the edge, but it was enough time. I let loose my magical energy fully. A simple movement again, a singular thrust right at his heart. A significant amount of power emanated from the god in response. The temporal anomaly around his immediate person was pushed to the side as he swiped his hand and a beautiful dagger appeared between his fingers. The point of my spear met his own weapon, he was bodily lifted up off the ground and carried outwards from the domain I had created. The arrogant god went tumbling across the ground before sliding to his feet, his illusion flickered briefly before stabilizing. He growled in annoyance, that haughty facade of his dying. He planted his foot firmly, swinging his dagger with enough force to deflect another thrust of my spear. The ground to the side was cleaved away by the dispersion of power that was expelled. We were far enough away from the others, that I couldn't help but feel my blood boiling again. The need to protect them was wavering as he focused solely on me, and thus I felt excited at the prospect of the fight. My spear turned into naught but a red blur streaking across space, moving faster and faster with each moment. And the god, he was keeping up. I could tell his strengths did not lay in martial might, however. He was still experienced enough to deflect or dodge my blows as his feet slid across the ground, redirecting most of the force behind my attacks. He was most certainly losing ground with each exchange, but he was fighting. "Who are you?" the god blurted out. "How do I not know who you are? And how do you know that magic?" The old bastard barely taught anyone that. Though he shouted the question, he didn't give me an opportunity to answer, not that I would. He grabbed his dagger with both hands and slammed it forward, knocking my spear downwards, utterly obliterating the ground beneath us. He disappeared from sight, blade coming at my back. With a flick of my fingers, I actualized a shielding spell that his weapon collided with it. In his other hand, he held his own magic, still keeping to hide himself. The spell circles overlapped as a large amount of power gathered. I dropped to my knee, spinning my body around, spear piercing through the spell sequences, disrupting the process. With another sneer, he teleported away on top a half-destroyed building. I grow tired of this foolishness. His dagger disappeared and he raised both hands up. In one hand, a baleful green fire raged, in the other, a bone-chilling coldness radiated out. The one with fire he held towards the snake that was still suspended from my previous spell. As if grabbing hold of it, he slammed his hand down. My temporal domain shattered, and the fire was recycled into a new sequence. The ground cracked beneath it, a deathly aura began radiating outwards as hands grasped at the edge. Hundreds of figures pulling themselves out of the earth, enveloped in that unholy fire of his. In his other hand the world turned cold. Snow began falling down above us, winds whipped up, forming an obstruction, as if he declared his own domain in the vicinity. The flickering of fire was all that I could see now as the ice-cold air enveloped my vision completely. The god himself turned his lips upwards mockingly. I could feel his presence shift and merge with the many that now walked around the ground. He was hiding himself amongst the undead he summoned. More specifically, the type of undead I could recognize Dragr. I looked as they surrounded me, hundreds of undead, and any of them could be this god who was so skilled that I was having trouble finding him. "What's wrong?" A voice carried upon the winds, not giving his location away. "A little cold for you? Do my little friends make you uneasy?" I breathed out a cold breath of air. How nostalgic! Whatever this god had expected, I did not believe it for me to feel so familiar. All of this to hide your identity? My excitement has died. I spun my spear again in annoyance. You had no true intention on fighting me from the start, merely play whatever games it is you are playing. I guess you aren't the foolish woman I thought. I was only a spectator that wanted to see this play out and I'm left disappointed. Oh well, it doesn't matter in the long run. His words irked me. Razor cold wines? Undead abominations. I harumphed in contempt. Allow me to show you my home for the past thousands of years. I could feel my magical energy swirled about as I touched my second noble phantasm. The cold air around me distorted, the winds that he had summoned were bent as I commanded my own authority to descend. "Open, gate of sky!" I declared as the massive stone gate slammed into the ground behind me. A compulsive force swept out, dragging everything along with it. The undead he summoned were forcibly taken. The winter storm he called forth was consumed. The area was swiftly cleaned up as the gates behind me slammed shut and disappeared. There was but one last figure in front of me. He didn't deem it necessary to hide himself anymore. "Who are you?" He had a very serious expression on his face. I wield Gi Balg and summon forth the land of shadows, and you still ask me who I am. The god's face flashed through many emotions, it seemed as if he wanted to ask many more questions. However, a large eruption power exploded out from behind us, from the direction that my student was fighting the fallen angel. I will remember you. The god stated, his form cracked and shattered, and I only saw the briefest glimpse of him before he utterly disappeared. Wait until my own stage is set. His last words barely reaching my ears. Humph, a second time I allowed my foe to escape. That Athena previously, and now this god who refused to tell their name. It is truly difficult to keep a god anchored if they wish to flee, but it will not happen a third time. Ray Cow POV. I hovered protectively amongst the others as a few fallen angels fell from the sky by my own hand. However, there were still many thousands in the sky. They were disciplined, more so than I had anticipated. I did not think I would see creatures as lofty as angels were acting like soldiers in such a manner. Whatever grievances there are against this Kokabeel, he certainly trained his men well. As a leader myself, I could acknowledge that much. Both Skathik and Wilhelm had taken their fights away from the group, so I did not have to worry about that aspect. Though, Skathik's opponent did give me pause. Something about him sent a chill down my spine. Is that why she sought him out? It was irrelevant right now, I didn't believe she would lose. I should focus on the task that Master had given me. Admittedly, I'm not in the best position to fulfill it. They obviously knew they possessed an advantage by staying so high up in the air, and I did not have a means to actually fly. I did not think any of them could singularly match me, but with so many, I was more than aware that a group is capable of overcoming difficulties by working together. They also didn't move, as if watching warily, waiting for us to make a move and respond accordingly. Looking up at the two dragons still fighting higher up, I did have an idea, whether it would be a good idea was still not decided. But I thought my son would be all for it in a different situation. Jin! I called out, and the blue-skinned girl perked up, she was still healing everyone having grabbed Master's staff. Need help? She offered almost immediately, the sweet girl that she was. Yes, but, would you be able to stay back and defend? I fear I won't be able to fulfill my command without leaving this area. Leave it to me. She replied, giving a thumbs up. Do you perhaps have a spell to give me flight as well? A flight spell? She blinked. I do, but I would have to be nearby. That would defeat the purpose. I opened my mouth again, but suddenly the angels in the sky moved. They weren't simply throwing those spears made of light, as annoying as it was to constantly defend against such a thing. No, they divided themselves again, moving to a new, obviously practiced, formation. The sky lit up with that holy light, and it changed to look almost like a spell circle as a significant amount of power was visibly gathered. There were about a dozen of spell circles hanging high above and they were all powered by a couple thousand angels. That doesn't look good. Jin eyed it with thought as her own power started to flow. I can, probably stop all of them. Allow me. I turned to see Artoria walk up. I have finished healing where I could and have distributed health potions. There is only one problematic injury at the moment. They, devils had all gathered behind us, quietly watching with a hint of fear in their faces. Do you need help? I can, put out enough to stop maybe one of those right now. An older woman asked. And I believed this was the one that had my son's affections. I can certainly see why he was so captivated based on his tastes. You must be Venelana, we haven't met yet, I'm Jin. The blue woman happily greeted, as if there wasn't a looming threat overhead. Amusingly, the devil woman looked not quite sure how to react. Worry not, while we are present, no harm shall come to you and yours. Artoria stated. Focus on your own recovery. Sir Pendragon, allow us to fight by your side. Another, younger, devil stepped forward, a man wearing full knight regalia. You have done wonderfully, Sir Furkaz, allow us to handle it from henceforth. Artoria denied his request. They may be standing now, but they were in no shape to continue fighting. Are you going to use your noble phantasm? I asked. Indeed. In the meantime, would it be enough for you to prepare a counter-attack? I do not like such a large number of foes hanging above us. She furrowed her brow. That depends. Jin, you said you can sustain flight for me, can you give me a large boost upwards? A large boost upwards? She tilted her head now in thought. I can, but are you sure? I just need to aim. And I may require assistance, I do not wish for them to escape or scatter. If you have an opportunity, please take it. I will look for an opening. The King of Knights nodded, eyes moving towards above. The light gathered above reached its precipice, and the air vibrated before they were released in condensed beams that shot down. Artoria raised her hand up towards them. A golden light of her own started trickling out, as a beautiful sheath seemed to manifest from her chest. Avalon, the word wasn't loud, but for some reason, it took precedence over all other noise in the vicinity. The sheath shook and erupted in a blinding light. It swirled around, covering us. A tranquility spread around us, regardless of the battle going on outside. When we spoke at a previous time, she called it the absolute protection, and my first time seeing it activated, I couldn't refute her words. I knew at this moment, that nothing I could do would be able to break this defense, and I wagered, nothing on the battlefield right now could either. The condensed beams of light slammed into the shield, and it didn't even waver in the slightest. The two different forms of light seemed to be incompatible as the hostile energies were pushed away, cascading out in all directions. They were certainly powerful. I don't know if I could have taken one head-on without preparations. Beautiful. It was Venelana who whispered, and I held the same mindset. Prepare yourself, it will only hold for a few more moments. Artoria broke us from our stupor. Got it. Jin's movements with her staff manifested several magic circles, leveled over one another. Well, step on up. The lights that descended upon us finally puttered out and vision of the night sky returned once more. I hesitantly stepped upon the platform she had created. I eyed the two dragons still fighting in the sky, weaving in and out of the unnatural thunderclouds that I'm sure my son had summoned. I modified the flying spell a little, instead of just letting you hover around, it's overloaded and only active for a single moment to launch you upwards, so hang on tight. The shield around us receded back into the form of a sheath and Artoria caught it. Go. I stated. Jin jerked her hand upward and I found myself 100 meters off the ground and still accelerating upward. I went past the angels, my lightning surrounding me as I narrowed my eyes on my true target, and my sword unsheathed. Based on what my son had told me about this spell, I could tell them apart based on what they were doing. I could guess the one apparently using magic was the real NHGGR. I felt myself turn into a streak of purple lighting as I held my sword out and sliced upwards, my blade finding the underbelly of the dragon. The dragons, both the real and fake, let out a very surprised exclamation, though one of them was more of a painful wail of surprise. Unfortunately, I still continued upwards for a few dozen more meters before my ascent stalled out. However, as I began to fall, I found footing on an ally. I believe this is the first time we have met in person. I smiled as I caught my balance, placing a hand against the strange sensation of dragon scales. You're absolutely crazy. Drake let out a laugh, having caught me and flown up for a moment's respite from his foe. Definitely one of the brat's women. Fufu, do you mind me stepping in? I believe we can help each other out. I flicked my blade, not wanting the dirty blood on my weapon before it crackled with lightning. As loathed as I am to admit it, I'm not really his match as I am right now. So, I don't mind teaming up. You got a plan, cause he isn't an easy opponent. Your attack barely penetrated his softer parts. I frowned, but couldn't refute his words. Yes, it appears I will need to deal a stronger blow. Your noble phantasm should be able to do something, but I don't have much time left. I'm basically running on fumes here and I'm doing my best to keep this fake body from breaking. It should be enough, I have a plan. But, I would need this dragon to follow us. And as it stands, it seems to be keeping a wary distance. Yet, he was always a big coward. Preys on the weak, and runs away when the strong comes. Though, if you could piss him off, he would ignore that and come at you in a rage. But I don't think he'll listen to my taunts anymore, he seems pretty numb to them. Make him angry. I rubbed my chin in thought. Would sufficient damage work? Maybe. He would probably think it beneath him if you wounded him, no offense. None taken. I looked down at my sword and had an idea. Master, may I please borrow your dragon sword? I didn't receive a verbal reply, but I could see a sword fly up from down below. That'll do it. Drake chuckled as he tilted his body, flying back towards the other dragon who was keeping pace but at a little distance. All you, little lady. I braced myself as Drake flew right at the other dragon, no intention of stopping. The real NHGGR roared, accelerating himself. I jumped up right before they collided, the noble phantasm reaching my hands, and I fell forward, stabbing it into the evil dragon, piercing through its scales much easier than my own blade. NHGGR looked startled as its body jerked, it roared, head thrown back in confusion, and Drake took that opportunity to bite into its neck. It jerked back and forth, trying to dislodge me. However, I regained my footing on its back, pulling the sword free and sliced into it more and more, my lightning crackling around the blade as I pushed it fulling into its hide, all the way down to the hilt. The anti-dragon properties caused it to rip apart the scaly defense. Pest! The evil dragon hissed, breaking free from Drake's grasp and spun its body. I couldn't hold on and fell off after pulling the blade free. Got you! Drake grunted as I landed upon his head. Do you think that was enough? There is a possibility. Yes, I believed that would suffice. I think the anti-dragon properties caused it to act more irrational than normal as well. What's your plan? Head into the group of fallen angels. Ha ha ha, that sounds like fun, let's go. I stood back up, glancing behind us as the other dragon looked mad with anger, and it was flying faster than us. Putting Ascalon safely away into my storage bracelet, I sheathed my own sword. Is this your fastest speed? In pure flying, yes. But I think I got a little more juice in me for something else. Drake sucked in a deep breath as we approached the groups of angel who looked hesitant at our approach, but formed up ranks all the same. Well trained indeed. Would. Drake breathed out, and I felt us both accelerate in a blinding burst of speed, to the point where we bulldozed through dozens of fallen angels, and their entire first line, and appeared on the complete other side of their formations. You got one of those, little lady. It's your turn now. Yes, I shall deal with this dragon then, and answer my master's command. I declared, taking a spot atop of Drake's head as I pulled on my divine lightning, my noble phantasm activating. It was not the noble phantasm I had as a mere berserker. When master and grandfather had fixed me, they added other aspects of myself. It was mostly my saber aspect that filled in the gaps, but other things slipped through. My riding had increased from my rider class and such, but what filled another slot in my noble phantasms was my lancer class. It appeared in my hands, a weapon not my own, but my father's. An iconic weapon that hailed from the eastern lands of India. My allowance of its use was only during the activation of my noble phantasm. My lightning danced around it as it began to spin, coalescing magical energy until it reached an adequate amount. I will show you. It continued to increase in speed as it spun in my hands until it became nothing but a blur, lightning arcing in every direction. Gozu Tenno, the eastern deity, Vajra of Indra. That is, the spear of the divine, made from the sacred sacral bone. Now, come forth and annihilate every foe. I stopped my machinations, all the accumulated power dancing around the weapon as I reeled back, and threw it with all my might. Sacras Vajra. The fallen angels had noticed, they tried to move out of the way, but they were reduced to ash by the mere passing of the divine weapon. As I had predicted, the fallen angels realized that it was folly to stay so close together, separating almost immediately upon seeing their comrades facing my father's divine wrath. But my main target was not them. The dragon, who saw what was coming, its lower body jerked, trying to stop its forward momentum, its wings suddenly trying to change its direction, but it was too late. Its body arced as the divine weapon connected, an ear-piercing roar of pain echoed out. My noble phantasm tore through its stomach and exited out the other side, sailing across the night sky. And seeing a golden light start rising from the ground below, I realized my role had finished. Artoria Pendragon POV. I watched Raikau ascend to the sky, not quite understanding her plan until she landed atop of Drake in that fake form. Avalon had returned inside me and I kept my vigil watch. I did not know what to think about this woman beside me previously, this Venelana. However, seeing how she was so desperately trying to protect her daughter, I felt an inkling of respect swell up. Perhaps there was some common ground we could find, more so than I had expected beforehand. But that was a thought I dismissed for now. I had a duty to uphold and I would not allow any of these children to come to harm under my watch. And especially the woman who Wilhelm had traded affection with. It was no secret how much he treasured our relationships. I recalled the looks he had when I found out the situation with Skathik after he returned. We were nowhere near where we are now in terms of relationship bonding, yet, the thought of him returning to that state made my heart retch. These fallen angels had almost caused him to revert back to that again. I kept it under wraps, but my anger was not absent. I would also admit to feeling odd about fighting angels that had fallen from heaven. Geez, they don't give up. Jin huffed, holding her hands up and casting a multitude of spells. Several layers of shielding covered us as a bombardment of holy spears rained down. They were trained to whittle down stronger enemies. Venelana seemed to know them well enough to explain. They won't commit unless they are sure of victory. Kokabeel wasn't gloating when he said that he's fought gods on the battlefield. It was a valid strategy. They had the advantage in terms of terrain and numbers. Using the most minimal amount of energy, they would slowly wither away our defenses. Be it magical energy or mental fatigue, eventually, most would give out in our situation. And what was that earlier attack? It was much more substantial. I asked. A probing. She answered simply. Humph, the only probing I allow is from Wilhelm. Jin huffed, more spell circles appeared and she returned attacks back to their origin. Elemental barrages ascended the sky, fireballs, lightning bolts, ice spears, a plethora of effects, and I think Jin was just testing her variety of spells instead of committing to a true attack. Must you speak that aloud? I groaned. And the smile on her face answered my question. At this point, we were all aware of what she got up to when intimate with Wilhelm. And where she keeps her lamp. It may look like Jin was just casually shielding us, but I would see much more nuance. When an attack landed, she distributed the accumulated force and shifted it outwards, mending the spot that was struck and cycling every single aspect of the spell to continue at every single attack. Despite the flippant attitude she liked to take sometimes, she was without a doubt, a very intelligent and accomplished mage. Spirit of knowledge indeed. Their continued bombardment ceased as we all looked up and saw a large dragon tear through their numbers. A massive amount of lighting gathered upon Reikau and I knew my turn was approaching. Say Krasvetra. The weight of her words carried all the way to us as the dragon itself looked mortally wounded and a large swath of fallen were decimated in the attack. Stand back! I declared, taking a few steps forward. Invisible air was within my grasp as I looked at my targets. The fallen angels suddenly got much more concerned about someone else, as their attention turned towards Reikau and Drake. All yours, sister. Jin happily absconded from in front of me. Invisible air began to unravel around my blade, the light contained within started to seep out. Any hesitance I had about showing off my blade once more was completely gone after seeing the battlefield when we first arrived. Slowly, the familiar motes of light began rising out of the ground, lighting up the surroundings. The moon itself seemed to dim in response, and even I was still affected by the concepts I held within my hand to this day. Light! Watch out, don't let it touch you! Quick, cast a shield! I glanced back at the worried expressions of the devils. Mayhaps a previous warning, but it did not cross my mind until this moment. Worry not, this light will bring you no harm. I declared, invisible air freeing my true blade completely. As if singing its return, the motes around us began to dance and swirl around my blade. A new silence descended, an understandable response. I took a step forward, holding my blade on high, and the light erupted from my position. Gathered, coalesced upon the edge of my sacred sword. The dragon in the sky writhed in pain after receiving Reikau's noble phantasm, and fallen angels flew around in scattered remnants of their former lines, reorganizing themselves as best they could after having two dragons clash between them. I felt the warmth that my sword radiated, and the turbulent emotions I felt in my heart as I aimed them all at the source. And I swung my sword down, deciding their fate. Excalibur. The accumulated light and heat was released towards the sky, ascending towards the heavens to punish the sinners. It consumed all in its path, the dragon was no exception and the legions of angels were decimated upon its arrival. The eruption that turned into a pillar that connected to the sky, alighting the entire night to the point where the moon was outshined. It was fast, a blinding speed as the many figures in the sky simply disappeared, leaving only remnants. And as I brought my blade down, so too did the remains of a dragon fall to the ground, lifeless. Wilhelm POV. Much of my anger had subsided as I looked at the broken body of the former fallen angel before me. I say former because all of his wings are thrown to the side and he now lacked a single iota of holy power, courtesy of the presence within my spear. I was not aware that he could even do that. But continuously looking at him only made it flare up again. I lacked any sympathy for this man, wanting to restart a war by killing my woman and her daughter, among others. I think I was pissed off even more before he didn't even seem crazy, and simply wanted to burn the world because he couldn't cope with the idea of not having a war anymore. I waved my hand, depositing the wings into my ring. No idea what uses they had, but they should be good for something. My balance breaker faded, and I let out a long breath. The holy power didn't go rampant this time since I didn't push past what I could realistically contain as a half-devil. Putting my spear away, I grabbed hold of the unconscious body and began dragging him back to where the others were gathered. There were many signs of battle across the now destroyed school, and I was by no means oblivious to many happenings that had occurred. The noble phantasms that were unleashed, and other such things. I could imagine that the dragon took some effort to put down. It was a scary motherfucker that existed as an antagonist to an entire cosmology. And whatever that priest was. Speaking of, the warp space around the place seemed to have disappeared a little while ago, so I assumed he was dealt with in some manner. But I was completely confident that my girls could handle it. Rei Cao asking for my sword was a good indication of how it probably went along with the massive pillar of light that erupted from Artoria's noble phantasm. Admittedly, a small part of me felt amused at the thought of this school being left in ruins. I had very few good memories here, and those mostly tainted by what I learned after my leave. I made it back to the others after walking through several destroyed buildings, which I'm pretty sure were still intact when I initially knocked Kokabeel away. All eyes turned to me as I tossed the fallen angel forward. Usually, I would say something witty or something along those lines, but my eyes fell on the source of my presence. I walked towards her, almost ignoring everything else, and wrapped her up again. "Are you okay? Do you need more healing?" I finally let go, inspecting her every which way. "Wilhelm." She stopped me, hands cupping my cheeks. "It's okay, I'm not hurting anymore. Relax, take a deep breath." She said that, but I looked at the holes in her clothing, the amount of dried blood that soaked her white dress. "You sure? I got a lot of things if you aren't." "I'm sure." She giggled softly, her hand rubbing my back as I embraced her again. I let out a deep breath, pulling away again. "What do you want to do with Kokabeel? Is he still breathing?" Venelana peered over my shoulder, looking at the unmoving body. "Yes. But that's all. There are stumps on his back." I pulled out his wings. "You do know that's probably the worst thing that an angel can suffer, right?" I did not, and I would do the same again. "Well, you'll not hear me argue against it." She dismissed any concerns easily enough. "Only that I wish I could have helped you. But, it would probably be best to keep him alive for the moment, evidence." "Yeah, that's understandable from her point of view. And it would foil his initial plans, so I didn't say anything to the contrary. Would probably make him more depressed than he currently was, if he hadn't passed out due to the pain, I presumed." The atmosphere was surprisingly relaxed, even if everyone looked like they were still recovering. I barely spared a second glance at the other devils, but they were more or less up on their feet. A few exceptions, but my desire to ask was almost non-existent. Skathik had walked over in the past few moments and I didn't even notice. She took a spot next to Artoria and Jin, giving a small smile in acknowledgement as our eyes met. I was grateful they were letting me have this moment with Venelana. I just didn't want to let her go. I was very protective of her right now after what happened. Which made the spatial fluctuations I just felt behind me turn my mood even more sour. My first instinct was to grab the true Longinus and stab whatever came through, but cooler heads prevailed. I'm sure they called their family and support. I wouldn't want to butt heads with her people and put her in a difficult spot. I turned around to look at the kid walk through. Silver hair, a cocky look on his face. "Oi, hand over Kokabeel." He blurted out, arms crossed and a seeming inability to read the mood. As if to respond to his words, Drake landed right behind him with a pissed-off Rei Cao on his head. "Fucking excuse me?" I asked in total disbelief. Chapter 310, Chapter 284. Looking back, I think it took me a moment to process the audacity of this kid who just waltzed in and demanded I hand over the source of a lot of pain for someone I cared about. I wanted to chalk it up to him just being an idiot, which oddly enough, seemed to explain a lot of issues in this world. However, that cocky smile he had, the look in his eyes, it felt like he came looking for a fight. And for some reason, something innately about him just pissed me off. "Boss told me to grab Kokabeel, so hand him over." The idiot doubled down. The fact that he didn't even seem to care about the fallen angel's state led me to believe he wasn't involved. However, fuck him. "I think you're at the wrong place, the boy band audition is in another city. A combination of leather pants, a shirt that looked a few sizes too small and showed his stomach, combined with random straps and buckles on his arms. Did he lose a bet with someone? What? He blinked in confusion. I'm sorry, I just saw the edgy look in the leather you're wearing and just assumed that no one would be stupid enough to wear that unironically in public. Do you not know who I am? I tend not to associate with douches who think going around in half-cut shirts to expose their midriff makes them look cool. So, why don't you take your gigolo ass home and fuck off? His reaction was like no one had ever called him out on his douchiness before. There was a little twitch towards a frown, but he held on to that cocky smile of his. I guess you wanna do this the hard way. Do I look like your mother? I replied without skipping a beat. And I guessed I pressed a button, because his power exploded outwards and a pair of white, draconic-like, wings emerged from his back. Albion. Drake blurted out, having been silent up to this point. The gigolo in denial looked startled, turning towards the source. Drake. A different voice sounded out. And suddenly, a lot more things started making sense. Albion. Drake. Albion. Drake. Oh my god. I face-palmed, but at least they stopped their flirting. How are you like that? Albion shouted, and even his wielder just stared at Drake in confusion. What, jealous? Drake practically preened. It's so nice, being able to fly in the air, stretch my legs, eat if I want. What's happening? Venelana asked me. I let out a long sigh. Meet, why Drake gotch? I gestured to the giant black dragon who was taunting his rival without a hint of shame. And apparently, that's Albion the divine dividing user as well. I vaguely recall him being related to Azazel. And Kokabeel only had disdain towards him, so it's unlikely that Azazel was complicit. Venelana opened her mouth slightly as realization dawned on her. You have the boosted gear. I do. Oh. Yeah, well, this is Volley, the greatest user I've ever had. I turned my attention back to their arguing. Best of shit is still shit. Drake snorted. Why you? And I seemed to now understand why their rivalry lasted so long. Drake was a little shit. My partner is like, 1,000,000 times better. He even made it so I can come out. Can you come out? No? Oh, well, I guess he must have other qualities, you know, besides looking like he's about to perform in front of a bunch of prepubescent teen girls. Volley, kill him. Albion roared in response. Yeah, no. I finally decided to step in, getting annoyed at this point. I'm really not in the mood for this. The only reason your head isn't rolling is because I don't think you were involved. But my patience has run out, so kindly fuck off. I turned towards Volley, who surprisingly, jumped back right as I was about to grab him. Divide. He shouted immediately, and I felt the effects wash over me. I paused briefly, the strange feeling as my aura just disappeared. Well, a noticeable amount of it. I blinked a few times as I acclimated to the feeling. I knew what his sacred gear did, but actually feeling it was an entirely different matter. Hey! I clenched my hand, not really feeling that much different. Does his divide ability need a more specific target? Because, it felt like he only divided my aura, well, some of it. I think I resisted a good portion of the ability. Regardless, I took a breath of annoyance, activating my semblance, and turning into a streak of lightning. Divide dash! The sound rang out from his sacred gear, and I felt my aura dip again. The idiot was about to say something, but my annoyance had reached its peak. I grabbed his mouth, shutting it tight as I opened a portal, throwing him through, closing it behind him. Drake just stared at me, much like everyone else. What did you do with him? Threw him somewhere in the Sahara Desert. I shrugged. Drake looked at me like I just kicked his puppy. Drake, it was neither the time nor place. Fair. He relented. God, him and his obsession with Albion. It was obvious that he was depressed. I cut the whole thing short. I would deal with it to his satisfaction another time, but I seriously could not bring myself to care about that emo kid for another second right now. Well, the annoyance is out of the way. I let out a sigh. Ray Cow, can you please find any remnants and bring them here? I asked my servant who had been quietly ready off to the side. Of course, master. She smiled happily at my command as she went to search for any stragglers. I'd rather not have any of them get away, and it would help Venelana if she had more prisoners. I will assist. Skathik flicked her spear, leaning it against her shoulder as she followed after. I gave her a thankful nod and got a return smile from her. What a fucking mess this is. I sighed, looking around everywhere, rubbing the bridge of my nose. You sure you're okay? I turned back towards Venelana. She let out that adorable giggle of hers again. Yes, I'm fine. She leaned over, giving me a kiss on the cheek. You probably have a lot of questions. Without a doubt. She giggled again. But right now I really don't have the mental capacity to even think about it. I thought I was going to die not that long ago, Wilhelm. I don't think the adrenaline has worn off yet. There has been so much thrown at me in the past hour or so, and I haven't had any time to properly handle it. I'd like time to de-stress and calm down, then deal with it later. That's understandable, I acknowledged. Her hand took mine as she gave it a small squeeze. I'm going to check on the children again. Yeah, I'll start cleaning everything up. She smiled beautifully before letting go. She went over to her daughter again, giving her a big hug. They had been relatively quiet, all things considered. Well, I suppose it was awkward due to our relations. So, that's Venelana. Jin happily threw herself at me. I caught the excitable woman in my arms, always welcoming her affectionate personality. I also felt much better now that all the annoyances were gone and everything was settled. She seems like a good woman. Artoria added, walking up as well. 'Tis not the most ideal first meeting, but I do not dislike her thus far. That's saying it nicely. I'm just relieved that she's okay. Rias Gremory POV. Mom, I'm fine. I breathed out as she began making sure I wasn't bleeding anymore. I'm just checking. She smiled, before pulling me into a big hug. And you too, Akeno. Mom reached over, pulling the dumbstruck sadist into her arms. It was weird. We were so close to dying, and yet, now everyone's acting like it didn't even matter. What the hell even happened? I saw it all, it happened right in front of my eyes, but I don't think my brain caught up yet. So, I just opted to watch Mom run around and give everyone hugs, making sure they were okay. Rias. Sana. I let out a long breath, seeing my friend hobble up next to me. I honestly didn't know what to say now, I was still in shock. We were lucky. Sana said quietly. Yet. We almost died, and everything would have blown up with us. It's entirely likely the war would have restarted in full if he succeeded. Who would have thought he would have rescued us? I glanced at the source of most of the confusion. My nephew, who didn't even spare us a second glance. Have you tried calling your bother? Phone still shows no signal. I casually tossed it to the ground, falling to my butt as I pulled my knees up. What the hell, Sana? I buried my head into my arms. I know, I feel the same way. One moment we were just having a random conversation, then next, we were about to be killed by one of the strongest angels to fall. And didn't they just teleport over here? Shouldn't it be working now? You can try teleporting if you want. I offered, letting out another sigh. It was probably best to sit and wait. Honestly, I thought we were all a bit too shaken to try anything right now. The safest place was right here for the moment. I want to thank him, but you can't even find the courage to approach him. Sana sighed, sitting next to me. I feel like there's a wall there, and I don't think I can cross it. The hell am I supposed to say after he literally saved our lives? Sorry I ignored you for your entire life, but thanks. I let out a depreciating laugh. The only reason he appeared was your mom. Sana questioned. I let out a groan. I guess that isn't a secret anymore. Mom is apparently dating him. Oh. Sana's reply was lackluster. I thought she would have said something different. What? What? Sana returned. I mean, aren't you going to say something? Rias, I was almost killed by an angel, I couldn't care less right now. Besides, my sister hasn't exactly been subtle about her advances over the years towards me. And you know that Riser's parents are cousins, right? It's really not that uncommon for us. Yeah, I guess. Just, I don't know how to feel about it. But he came right when she called and saved us. I sighed again. Maybe I'm just upset about finding out that Mom and Dad aren't in love anymore? This is going to be a mess to explain. Whenever our siblings got here, that was. Explain what? The dragon that's just casually sitting over there, that's apparently the one sealed in the infamous boosted gear? Or are you talking about the woman who apparently has Indra's divine weapon and used it to kill an evil dragon that was supposed to be dead, who for some reason, looks like the previously mentioned dragon for some reason? Or the woman who could hold off a legion of fallen angels while shielding us? Or the woman who identified that priest as a god hiding in disguise, and proceeded to battle him and not lose? Or the last woman who apparently revealed a holy sword that put what was supposed to be Excalibur to shame, only to name it Excalibur as well and obliterate said legion of angels and the dragon? Or lastly, is it your nephew, who apparently has both the boosted gear, and the true Longinus, the latter of which he decided to ignore the fact that he's a half-devil and used its balance breaker, somehow becoming an angel in the process, and handed Kokabeel his metaphorical and literal ass? I blinked as Sana said all of that in a single breath. Yes. She let out a groan. I couldn't blame her, to be honest. I would probably freak out about everything later. Instead, I just watched the blue-skinned woman run over and hug the scary-looking dragon. The latter of which looked way too amused and let her climb on top of him. And there was those other two who started dragging unconscious fallen angels and throwing them into a pile near Kokabeel. It feels like the gap has widened even more. I muttered. I don't understand it. Rias. I was broken by my thoughts, standing up immediately as I saw Mom calling to me. I hurriedly ran over to see her kneeling next to Issei. What's wrong? Did he take a holy attack earlier? Yeah, but he healed up. It just hurts a little. Issei looked exhausted, but he didn't look like he was dying. It's still inside of him, I don't know why it isn't tearing him apart right now. Mom replied, making me widen my eyes. But, he'd be dead then, right? Are you sure? Did you give him a phoenix tear? Yes, but we don't have any more on hand. Mom furrowed her brow. Something's still keeping it at bay, or healing any damage right now. Did you take anything else? That blue woman with the nice oppai gave me something to drink and it made me feel better after Akeno used the bird tear thing to heal the cut on my stomach. Then the other girl with the smaller oppai touched me and her hand glowed and most of the pain went away. Issei. I resisted the urge to face palm. I guess, it's admirable that he's like this even in such a bad situation. I siphoned off a lot of it. Kaiba looked rather sheepish. I think he felt responsible since Issei took the hit to save him. The Excalibur sword was sitting over there to the side, and he was here fussing over Issei, not the source of his childhood trauma. I guess his current guilt is overriding his anger? He's a newborn devil, so he's more susceptible to holy power right now since his new demonic power hasn't had time to settle properly. Mom looked worried. What do we do? Mom bit her lip and looked up. Wilhelm. She called out and I felt a knot in my chest. My guilt only continued to rise, asking him for help again, but at the same time, I didn't want to lose a member of my peerage because of my own pride. It felt awkward as he walked over. I wanted to hide under a rock as he glanced at me. Surprisingly, he looked good. I remembered before, that boy from school, he always seemed so withdrawn. Now, he looked calm and confident, and that's not saying anything about his physical appearance. I'd seen him in picture, but for the first time meeting since he left, he definitely looked better than before. He didn't seem like the same person. Shimoda. I glanced to the side to see Sana, not even realizing she was there beside me. Hey, haven't heard that name in a while. He turned towards Sana, who looked embarrassed. I think she just blurted it out by accident. Who are you? Ouch. And Sana looked like she swallowed a lemon. Wilhelm, can you take a look at him, please? Mom asked, giving him a gentle smile. Sure. He agreed immediately after she asked, and I think only because she asked. Damn handsome. Issei muttered. Pardon. Issei, behave. I squeezed out under the strange atmosphere. He put a hand on Issei's shoulder, closing his eyes. He did, something I'm not quite sure what. Oh yeah, you got some holy power flowing around. The phoenix tear must have done the heavy healing to your body, and the healing potion you took is sort of offsetting it right now, but once that's run its course, it's going to start tearing your insides apart. Is there anything you can do? Mom asked. Wilhelm POV. Is there anything you can do? Venelana asked with those pleading eyes. I really couldn't deny her. And, off the top of my head, I had a few ideas. It's not like he was in immediate danger, give it 10 to 20 minutes and then it might become a problem. Demonic power naturally fights against holy power when it invaded the body, but his power was minuscule. He probably spent his entire reserves to keep himself going before we got here. I wanted to cringe at the idea that popped into my head. I felt guilty about taking the boosted gear away from him initially. I was most certainly not in a good headspace at the time, and I fully admit I stole something very valuable from him that could have sent him on a completely different path. Honestly, the fact that he's a devil right now was shocking. I didn't know how it happened, but I also didn't really care. After inspecting his body, he did have a small dragon aspect, a leftover from Drake being in his soul for so long most likely. Perhaps that was enticing enough for them to reincarnate him? It would be an interesting point of experimentation to see what would come of it. I stood up, rubbing my chin in thought. Did I really want to do this? I felt like I owed the kid for taking Drake from him. And I knew for certain that Drake also felt slightly guilty too after seeing some of my memories of a possible future. I may as well clear up any moral debts I had hanging around. You're going to feel something odd, don't fight it. I breathed out as I gathered my aura into my hand and placed it on his stomach. I would take responsibility for my actions, and this was the least I could do. However far he could go, that would be on him. And after this, I would consider any debts settled. For it is through freedom that we achieve immortality. Through this we become a paragon of liberation and choice to rise above fate. Infinite in possibilities and unbound by death, I release your soul and by my hand, free thee. Non-canon Omake, the first meeting of the heavenly dragons. Albion. Drake. Hey, so that's Drake's rival. Two fated foes, destined to clash for all eternity until one emerges victorious. Not even death can stop this feud. Red and white. Dominion vs Supremacy. The James Moriarty to his Sherlock Holmes. The Batman to his Joker. The Superman to his Lex Luthor. They. Why are you black? Albion suddenly blurted out and everything came to a screeching halt. Whoa. Albion, what the hell? Drake looked offended. What? Albion sounded confused. What's wrong with being black, hey? Drake huffed. But you're usually red, why are you making this weird? And I'm usually a straight western dragon, yet look at me right now. I usually breath fire, yet my mouth is dripping with venom. And I'm usually much more handsome than this, but here we are. And to top it off, you for some reason ignored the fact that I have a body right now. You instead decided to focus on my color over all of that. Something you want to say, Does the White Dragon Emperor have something to say? I crossed my arms. Why you remaking a big deal out of nothing? Did you say something, Dragon of Supremacy? Drake intoned. You're taking it out of context. Yeah, what's wrong with black? Even Kokabeel stood up, looking rather annoyed at the dragon. Just putting this out there, but I don't share his beliefs. His wielder spoke up. Volley. What? You're the one who made it about his color, don't bring me into this. Vala muttered. Get with the times, Albion, this shit isn't okay anymore. But I'm not. For real, even the fallen angel trying to start back up the Great War thinks you're out of line. I added. Despicable. Drake shook his head. I'm questioning this rivalry right now. But. You should just go. I clicked my tongue. What are you? Yeah, let's go Albion, you made it weird. Vala turned around, stepping back through the teleportation circle. I didn't do anything. Were the dragon's final words before disappearing. I shared a look with Drake, who had a shit-eating grin on his face. I can't believe that worked. Me either. I shared the same look. How long until you think he realizes? Give it an hour. Drake laughed. And I'll hold this over him forever now. Honestly, I think Drake and I were a perfect match for each other. Is it any wonder that Albion has such a burning hatred for Drake? I'm starting to wonder if Drake even hates Albion in equal measure, or he just enjoys fucking with him too much. Chapter 311, Interlude 21. Seraphal Leviathan POV. Even after having gone over everything multiple times, we still just sat there silently reading through the stacks of reports we had on our desks. What a nightmare the past few days turned out to be. The only reason I hadn't ripped Azazel's head off yet was the fallen angel we had tightly secured. Not to mention all of Cockabille's wings were torn out, that couldn't have been pleasant. Tearing a devil's wing out? Painful as all heck, but they would eventually grow back with some healing. Tearing an angel's wing out? That's permanent, and it's one of the worst things you could do to an angel. I know from speaking to a few that they would rather be defiled and fall than to have their wings taken. Their wings were basically their connection to heaven, to the big man himself. To lose those was a fate worse than death. Had to resist the urge to push all these papers away from me. I couldn't just ignore the problems and have the others handle everything this time. We were, surprisingly close to having things topple down despite our efforts. And after what we did to the old Satan faction after Mama Gremory was kidnapped, they would have salivated at the chance to undermine us and push for war had things gone wrong. Had my Sana been killed? Sierra fall. Hey! I looked up to see Ajilka giving me a look. It's getting cold in here. I looked down at my hand, a little bit of frost had gathered where it was touching the table. Oh, sorry. I chuckled awkwardly, going back to my papers. Cersei didn't even react, and that Baldy Falbium was away dealing with other things. Which, translated to, he was too lazy to come all the way over here. Granted, he was sitting at the borders with the fallen faction, acting as a deterrent, but still. Lazy bastard. So, for now, it was just the three of us. At least I don't think I was the only one getting angry the more we read. It's funny, we knew what happened, after talking to everyone involved, mostly everyone that is. A certain group decided to disappear before we arrived, leaving us with many questions. But what were we supposed to do, go walk up to the yokai and demand some answers? Yeah, that'd go well, especially after they just saved our behinds. Not to mention we apparently know very little about them now. Geez, it wasn't even 6 months ago that the yokai were ignored because they were so insignificant. I mean, it's not like I wouldn't have loved to smooth things over with them after several incidents, that admittedly had caused. But it was never at the top of the priority list and was constantly moved to the bottom of the list by other more immediate things. The Shinto gods didn't really care much about the yokai, so we in turn didn't really care about them. When was the last time our interests intertwined? Or that we actually needed something from them? Hell, their strongest could be matched by so many of ours, and we outnumbered them like 100 to 1 at this point. Then Sertsk's had to go screw the pooch and apparently pushed his bastard son away. Wasn't that a nice thing to find out afterwards? Oh, by the way, I have a son I didn't want to care for, so basically abandoned him in the human world. Don't worry, he's basically a human so it doesn't matter. What's this? He suddenly popped up throwing hands with a god. Fucking Sertsk's, I ought to smack him again. How much bull crap have I had to deal with because of his inconsequential half-devil son? And I work foreign relations. Even Ajilka's been more than annoyed at having to deal with some of the domestic stuff. He's the unofficial moderator or whatever for the DevielNet. He's been running some PR controls since things have blown up, but it's like only putting a band-aid on a cut-off arm. If we hadn't taken full advantage of pushing the old Satan faction back, they would have blown this up even more and we would have been in a much worse position. The hypocrites despise non-pure devils, but they'd gladly tote him around if it meant sticking it to Old Red. I schemed over a document that listed our total losses from when a large group of fallen angels attacked one of our outposts along the border. 347 dead, 1,021 wounded. No notable names, so the old foggies wouldn't kick up too much of a fuss, but this was just one of dozens of clusterfudges that popped up over the last couple days. Ugh! I let my head fall to the table, knocking away a stack of papers. Do we have any good news? Anything? I'd take a kitten being saved from a tree right now. Because if I have to read one more report of how many we've lost, I'm going to strangle Azazel when he finally shows up. I suggest not reading pages 201 to 314. Sertsk winced, pushing a few papers to the side himself. I move that we replace myself with Baldy. All in favor? Denied. Double denied. Ajilka snorted. Mao, I hate this. I huffed, picking up another few papers in my hand as I began reading more reports. But seriously, any good that came out of this mess? We did discover a few bases that had been infiltrated by the old Satan faction. Coincidentally, they were hit by the Fallen. Ajilka replied, not even looking up. Which gave us a couple possible leads towards this Chaos Brigade and their operations. We didn't even find anything significant from turning over all those other places before. Did we really get lucky from something like this? Don't know yet, we haven't had time to investigate with the more immediate concerns right now. I furrowed my brow at that. What's the word with his brightness? Michael is still coming to the talks we have schedules. So far, those haven't changed, but he requested some accommodations which we conceded to. Instead of it being just a handful of us, he is bringing along some other seraphim to back him up. Oh my me! I let out a whine. Please tell me he isn't bringing Metatron, he's so cringy, and not the good kind. Ajilka snorted again, and I could tell he felt the same way. No, it's not Metatron. He's bringing Gabriel and Uriel along with a few hundred angels. Well, can't really blame him. I grumbled. The talks we had been planning for years, and we finally found common ground enough to talk about peace. And they almost imploded by Azazel's stupid subordinate. The fact that Michael was still willing, even with some concessions, was good for us. Still, the trust between us right now was flimsy. And we were in a really weird spot where neither side could really afford an open war. We had recovered our population significantly, but we still lost so much between the Civil War and the Great War. If it came down to it, I doubted the Pillars would survive another huge crisis. And on Heaven's End, their population was still all but the same, if worse off, since they can't really get more angels. But damn if they don't have a gun to everyone's head. If we truly fought, no one would win. We would push Heaven far enough, and they would simply point all that stored power from being the most popular faith in the world. And it would come right down on our heads. I didn't care for all the pure-blood devil nonsense, but I did have my pride as a Satrai. I didn't want to see my own, and the other pillars go extinct. I let out a sigh of relief when the teleportation circle on the other side of the room finally lit up. Out walked Grafia, followed by Azazel. "Yeah." The fallen angel cheerfully greeted, only to be met by silence. "Tough crowd." "Azazel." Ajilka gave him the same look he did me. Yet. The fallen angel sighed. "Just a habit at this point." He found a seat opposite of us, falling into it with clear exhaustion on his face. "Sorry I'm late, the meeting with Michael took much longer than expected." "And what's his stance?" Ajilka asked, turning his attention fully to Azazel. "I finally got him and my other siblings to believe me when I swore on Father's name. That, and I offered to go up to heaven and hook myself up to the big chair and do it again where there's still enough juice left to smite me if I did lie about it." "So, Michael was willing to talk down the church and the other angels?" Sertskas asked. "It was a close thing, but yet." Azazel sighed again. "You know how the humans are, so quick to raise their swords. I had to offer a lot of concessions, and very publicly. Honestly, it was mostly about them verbally ripping into me that settled the fanatics. That, and the fact that I handed over half a dozen sacred gears of decent power. How come you don't give your sacred gears to your underlings? You have a lot of them sitting on the shelf." I never really understood that. Angels can't use sacred gears. Azazel blinked, staring at me. "Did you not know that?" I just shrugged. "Never really cared to ask before. Thought it was something about your beliefs or whatever." "Pfft, yeah right. If we could, a bunch of my people would have spat on that immediately if they could. But no, we can't use sacred gears, something about it doesn't work well with angel souls. If any of us tried to throw caution to the wind, well, it would rip us apart after a bit of time. Seen it a few times. I'm working on something right now to overcome that, but I keep getting forced into other issues so it isn't finished. But I give out a few every now and then to our non-angel members, it's just, I'd rather they don't accidentally make their way back to the broken system." "Made sense, I guess. So you smoothed things out fully?" I asked. "I wish." Azazel rubbed the bridge of his nose. "It's going to be a while before things go back to how they were. Even ignoring the Vatican attack, which got scarily close to succeeding, 13 cardinals were attacked, 4 of them are dead. Oof, yet, Light Bright himself probably is having a hard time settling his human followers." Ajilka shuffled through some papers. "Yes, I have the report here. 2 of the attacks were with fallen angels disguised as devils, which in turn had a group of more stringent believers immediately decide to counter-attack after we supposedly failed. Yet, just one of many other fuck-ups throughout the day. Honestly, only about half of them were actually false flag operations set up by Kokabeel. The others came about by him playing each side against each other. We're lucky that Lucifer Jr. didn't just kill Kokabeel, otherwise we wouldn't have a good scapegoat to parade around." Azazel shook his head in annoyance. It wasn't just devils and angel either, you know? He made sure that we were attacked too. The fallen I had assigned here were killed and made to look like it was devils. Among many other bases and outposts I had set up across the world. Hee, Lucifer Jr. Seeing that nickname for him, always made me giggle. The ones you told us about beforehand. Sertskas narrowed his eyes. Hey, I stuck to that agreement, don't get all Michael on me. I only sent some brats that your two sisters could handle if they bungled their job, which they apparently did. I had my own house cleaning today, and one or two trusted hands I had to cut off. Kokabeel had apparently usurped their command without me even knowing. I remembered now. He asked us to send some of his mooks to watch over a few sacred gear users he supposedly identified. It wasn't strange in of itself, he did that all the time. Being around our siblings though, that was always call for concern. In the end, we felt like it would be a good learning experience for Sana and Rias to manage their territory with hostile forces nearby. Of course, it was supposed to be all smoke and mirrors. Our only saving grace, pun intended, is that no one of worth was actually killed. Sure, we lost a lot of people numbering in the thousands, but no one with enough clout to kick up a fuss and cause any long-term problems. We're going to have to settle down the more hot-headed people under all three banners, but we can walk away from this relatively unscathed if we do it carefully. The fallen angel added. We're lucky that Zekram was willing to side with us. I don't think he wants an open war either, but it's hard to get a read on him sometimes. Sertsks let out a sigh. Had to promise him a few things, but he's keeping the older members from causing problems. He's suddenly had an interest in Wilhelm. Ajilka added. He wanted a meeting, but we couldn't guarantee that. Well, the kid's a hot commodity right now. I kinda regret how I went about things last time. Didn't think he'd be the one to save my hide. Now I'm going to feel like an ass when I go apologize. Azazel looked thoughtful. Oh well, should we get to the down and dirty details now? Sertsks looked at Grafia and she stepped over, handing him a stack of papers before silently going back to the side. That's the best report we have right now. Sertsks explained. We're still trying to verify some things. But right now, we're just assuming it's all true and preparing for any worst-case scenarios. Best report? There should have been a lot more witnesses, right? Azazel asked, not looking up, but skimming the papers in his hands. My Sonatan gave the most comprehensive one, so that's what we're working with. We cross-referenced it with the others. We had them each give their own recounts and then compared them. But this is the best we have right now. My Sonatan, always so good at this kind of thing. I can't wait until I can steal her away and have her do all my paperwork. Wasn't Milf Gremory also there? Why isn't she here explaining things? Azazel asked, looking up. Please don't refer to my mother that way. Sertsks sighed. And to answer that question I would happily be the one to say it, I knew Sertsks was too embarrassed to. Apparently, Mama Gremory got a little close to a certain junior. I giggled. Azazel opened his mouth and closed it again as if to process that. Nice. Right. I agreed. Time and place. Ajilka grunted. It's important. I said with a completely straight face. Why else would Wilhelm come save our sisters if he wasn't banging your mom, Sertsks? Ugh. Sertsks dropped his face into his hands. Please don't say it out loud. All right, all right. I rolled my eyes. He would have happily joined in if it were anyone else. But seriously, we got lucky. She said that both our magic phones didn't work and any attempts at teleportation were cut off. Somehow Wilhelm overcame that when she called with some strange gem. Hey, I heard something similar about him before. I think he has a method of teleportation that I'm unfamiliar with. Azazel tapped his chin. Not just you, go to page 12. Ajilka replied. I also can't seem to understand it, and I'm guessing this group is increasing. Azazel flipped through several papers and his eyes widened. What? Yup. I popped. As I said, we were really lucky. How sure are you? Azazel looked uncharacteristically serious. Pretty damn sure, based on the context clues. Obviously, there's no definite proof, so we can't point a finger, but... You think Loki was helping Kokabeel? Azazel breathed out, setting the papers down. Father above, no wonder Odin called me. Odin called you? Ajilka questioned. Yeah, he was asking me about the whole meeting and stuff. He never cared about that before, but he was suddenly interested. No wonder. I was going to bring it up, but he seemed to want to participate. As an outside party, or an extension of the Norse pantheon. I narrowed my eyes. I don't know yet, but he wouldn't normally care enough if it was just for himself. Azazel looked contemplative. It's not really well known, but the Norse are in a mess right now. The giants are very openly starting stuff again, and there are voices in the Asgard court who are calling for Ragnarok to resume. Odin's son, Vidar, really isn't in a good position, and the court as a whole hasn't been since the old man passed his throne over to him. A lot of people don't like that the youngest of Odin's children is leading them, thinking it should be Thor or Baldur, even if those two are fine with it. Of course it's always some bullhickey like that. Seriously. I looked skeptical. Why would they want their own apocalypse? That just sounds silly. Hell if I know. Azazel threw up his hands. But I'm pretty damn sure Loki's the mastermind behind it. The old bastard hinted at that too and told me to be careful in not so many words. This is big. I began thinking of all the possibilities. If we could get an agreement with the Norse, that would give us a lot more legitimacy with other factions. We're getting ahead of ourselves. Surtsk tapped the table, thinking carefully from the look on his face. Let's worry about our own business before talking about including to outside pantheons. All right, we'll talk foreign politics after. Azazel waved his hand. But if Loki was helping, it makes sense why NHGGR appeared. If there was any Norse god that Dragon would listen to, it's probably Loki, who has just as bad a personality. Among other interesting things about that dragon. Ajulka flipped a page. And we now know the source of the one that appeared in Japan. Thanks to your agent, you provided some more details. Yeah, that too. Azazel sighed again. Vala has been raging ever since I picked him up, and so has Albion. He came to me and demanded I make a spell to help Albion get a body like Drake apparently does. At least we know where both dragons are currently. Never a good thing when one of them abruptly pops up, it usually leads to a large disaster. Though, the person who possessed the sacred gear in question was the bigger issue. Well, I noticed it in his fight with Susanoo, but I wasn't 100% sure. Azazel shrugged. But yet, confirms it, I guess. Somehow that kid got his hands on the boosted gear. And it explains why Yasaka didn't care about my help in transferring sacred gears if he was able to get one himself. Do you have any idea what he did? Ajulka asked, no absence of interest in his voice when the topic of spells usually comes up. How was he able to create a fake body of another dragon, and apparently put Drake's soul into it from what we were able to glean? I haven't got a single clue. Azazel shook his head. It's not like I've had time to sit down and contemplate it. I've been running damage control almost 24/7 since the incident. Chalk it up to him being a magical genius. I snorted. Gets around a teleportation block that an apparent god of magic put up. Then creates Drake a new body and lets him come out of the sacred gear. Whatever, I'll care about it later when I can sit down and try to go through it. Azazel grabbed his papers again, flipping through them. Do we know anything about the people he brought with him? The one who fought Loki was Skathuk. Ajulka plainly stated. You're sure? Azazel blinked. They heard him speak her name, and it matches her description. Wielding a demonic spear, using Norse magic. And fought Loki until he retreated. Oh, also summoned the Gate of Sky, in case that wasn't enough. No chance of a reincarnation or spirit inheritor. Not unless she sequestered herself away from decades to train herself, then randomly decided to appear now. Fuck. Azazel spat out. I heard the rumors, but I was hoping they were rumors. That's going to get the Celtic pantheon annoyed. Not to mention it brings up many questions like, how is she alive? I actually met her before, when I visited Yasaka, but, I guess I was hoping I was wrong. It would explain Wilhelm's magical talent too. I spoke up, earning their attention. If she taught him, well, how many other teachers are at her level in the world? There wasn't any argument against it, so it was a safe bet based on everything. Wait, wasn't that dragon supposed to be dead too? I realized it just now. Oh, that's not that surprising. It's supposedly come back a couple times in the past, but this was the first time it came back from total destruction. So, everyone thought death stuck for that evil dragon finally, and that it's been so long. Apparently, it absorbed a lot of life force from eating the roots of the world tree to the point that as long as Yggdrasil exists, he can keep coming back eventually. Azazel explained briefly. Oh, didn't know that. Made sense too. But why are you so upset about the Celtics? They don't really come out anymore. I would know, I've tried to reach out only to be denied. You didn't hear this from me, but Michael had been in talks with Lug and Odin when the Fae first started appearing, before the whole mess in Japan. They've been popping up and they all agreed to pull resources to push them back out. It's the first time the Celtic pantheon had made any overt moves in years, no centuries, and they have a sort of agreement with heaven, so it's going to carry over to us most likely. I remember hearing something about heaven having agreements with them. It's one of the reasons that even the human side of things didn't see their culture completely destroyed and that even the church left important places and religious practices of theirs alone over there. Sertsk commented, tapping his finger again. Yet, in return, Lug agreed to lend a hand every now and then. He got along with Dad pretty well back in the day. Probably because they're similar deities. Azazel replied. This is the first I've heard about the three-way agreement. What kind of support are they offering to each other? Ajilka asked. Well, it's mostly to protect their followers. Not much they have to worry about themselves. I think Odin was having the dwarves start pumping out iron weapons. And holy stuff from Dad's corner seems to be a good counter to Fey magic, so Michael was having his priests team up with Lugga's druids who could find the pathways that were opened up to the Fey realms. No wonder we haven't heard much noise about Fey coming from there. I wish I had known this earlier. I could have used this knowledge to maybe squeeze us into the agreement, lend a hand, get some goodwill or even some talks. Would have been worth it even if we had to spend a lot of money. They've been handling things pretty well, until, the wild hunt popped over to Japan. Azazel snorted. I think we're getting off topic. Sertsk stopped his tapping, shifting in his seat. Yet, where were we? Azazel went back to the papers in his hands. The girls he brought with him. From what Sana and the rest said, they looked intimate. I offered. I asked Mama Gremory, but she just said it wasn't her place to say. Hey, so the kid has a harem already? You must be so proud. Azazel smirked towards Sertsk's. Maybe if his mom wasn't a part of it. I giggled again, making the red-headed Satan double face palm. Can we focus? Ajilka interjected. I'm always willing to focus intently on MILF Gremory. Azazel's eyes sparkled in amuse *ent. But yet, important stuff. We can admire Sertsk's mom after. Well, I've admired her once or twice myself and had to change my panties afterwards. Sertsk just opted to sigh again, ignoring the fun poking. Ajilka wasn't actually getting annoyed, which made me think he also found it funny. But he was keeping a straight face through it. That or he just realized the situation was completely crap and was letting us have our small bit of fun. Moving on. Ajilka finally decided to end it. Let's talk about the Excalibur fragments that turned up. I'm sure Michael is going to be interested in what happened to them. Well. Azazel scratched his head. Kokobeel was actually with me when it first happened and I honestly had no idea he was the one who stole them. Thankfully he didn't get all of them, but it was enough to apparently reforge a portion of the original thing. Did Loki help remake that thing? I questioned. Otherwise, I don't know why they haven't remade it already. They already had a lot of different holy swords in their vaults, I don't see why they would keep it in pieces when a stronger singular sword would most likely be better. No. Azazel grunted. The form he took to look like a priest. Sana and Rias said something about that. And one of Rias's peerage members said he recognized the priest? Kaiba had some history or something, I think. I flipped through a few pages until I found what I was looking for. The Holy Sword Project, I'm aware of it. Sertsk shifted in his seat. It's how Rias found Kaiba and added him to her peerage. He's the only survivor of it and that priest was the one leading it before he got excommunicated. They experimented on kids to see if they could give them the holy power to wield holy swords. I wouldn't be surprised if he was the one who remade the sword. I haven't been able to investigate, for obvious reasons. Azazel sighed. But that's right, that guy was thrown out a while ago, but Kokobeel, in his infinite wisdom, thought it a good idea to secretly reinstate the majority of the excommunicated priests that he brought with him to further inflame everything. I think Loki killed him at some point and started running around with his face, hopefully only in a metaphorical sense. Sana said that there was another mad priest who wielded the sword, and when we reached out to Michael in an official capacity, he denied that they were working under the church. And he also littered the outside of the school with the corpses of his henchmen? Subordinates, or whatever you wanted to call them. All the excommunicated people he grabbed hold of, he thought it was good enough to just have their bodies be present when he tried to kill Sana and Rias. Unfortunately, Michael was intent on retrieving the sword, but we didn't have possession of it currently. Any word on the one who took the reforged Excalibur? Sertzks asked. Nope. Azazel popped. The little lady who took it according to your people is the same one who wielded a sword that apparently put that one to shame. And that's not even mentioning the sheath that turned into a shield. Honestly, I'm starting to wonder if Dad was the one who ripped off the real thing here. There was a strange silence that came over the room. The whole Excalibur wasn't something to be dismissed. If wielded by a competent person, it was a threat even to us if it was complete. From what we were able to glean from their fight with the makeshift version, it was still diminished from its prime. Maybe adding more pieces would increase its holy power? It left me breathless. Ajoka read off the paper in front of him with a tired expression as he shifted back to us. The holy sword didn't burn them even when they got swept up in it. He furrowed his brow in confusion. Hey, don't ask me, I really have absolutely no idea. She called her sword Excalibur. And no way was Dad's toy putting out that kind of power. But on a side note, we have a pretty good idea of what happened to the Pendragon family a while ago. And Michael is also more than aware of such an absurd burst of holy power, and he's scratching his head too. So does this mean that the Yukai are linked to the Pendragon family? I bit my lip, voicing my thoughts out loud. Neither were anything of significance previously, but with how things suddenly turned out, we had to pay attention to them and their allies at this point. Worth remembering, but unimportant right now. Ajoka replied before looking at Azazel. So you have no idea about this holy sword? Neither does Michael. No idea. Azazel shook his head. Believe me, if Michael had a weapon like that, it wouldn't be unknown. He's probably interested too. I quirked an eyebrow. Oh yeah, I promised him I would try and look into it. Maybe we can use this too? So we have absolutely not idea. Sertzks rubbed the bridge of his nose. Something that powerful right under our noses, and not a single one of our factions knows. Yeah, it's weird. Azazel shrugged. Which seems to be a habit when it comes to him. Ajoka adopted a contemplative look. Every time I tried to analyze that magic he uses, it comes back with stranger results and I can't get anywhere with it. It seems like many strange and inexplainable things keep happening around him. Preaching to the choir here. Azazel grumbled in response. I'm still stuck on how he managed to bypass Dad's prison for Drake. That should definitely have been impossible, but it's not even the strangest thing I heard about that whole fight. Right, we'll get to that after. Ajoka looked back down. Two more strangers, a blue-skinned woman? I believe she identified herself as Jin? And she looked almost exactly like her namesake. They come in all shapes and colors. I haven't seen a Jin since that one I hooked up with when the church was still crusading. Azazel smiled wistfully. Don't know why she would name herself after her race though. I thought they were extinct. I frowned. The church did a number on the region when, as you said, they were crusading. Nah, there's still a few hundred here or there. Azazel shook his head. They just don't like connecting with any other factions. Too many times they've been taken advantage of. Yeah, I could see that. According to everyone present, she showed a masterful use of magic. Sertzks looked like he was rereading a few pages. How many fallen were bombarding them only for her to hold it off without much effort. Yeah, impressive, I guess. Though, Kokabil didn't have many powerful subordinates. Most of his legion were two-winged angels with the random four-winged one thrown in. I think he preferred that, to be honest. Was it always like that? I questioned. Oh yeah. Azazel's eyes lit up with a hint of nostalgia and even a little pride. He was one of heaven's best generals. He would take in the weaker of our numbers and lead them to defeat much more powerful enemies. Azazel let out a sigh. I guess he couldn't ever let go of those days and didn't know how to live if he wasn't warring again. I might feel pity for him if he didn't try to restart the war and was going to get my Sana killed to do it. And the last and maybe even more problematic one. Ajoka frowned and I couldn't help but feel a similar sentiment. The woman who for some reason, Indra decided to lend his weapon to. Azazel snorted in barely held annoyance. No idea what that ass is thinking. He despises us and now he interfered in some way? I think he could match Pops when it came to his future sight, which makes him all the more confusing. You think he had another kid? I asked, looking around the room. I know that the gods these days try not to make any new demigods, but one pops up every now and then. If he did, then it just makes me question what for. Azazel looked tentative. That one never does anything without a reason. Maybe it was a replica. I offered. Yeah right. The fallen angel scoffed. That bastard would never let anyone replicate his weapon. He's not like Thor who would happily have people running around with fake Mjolnirs, he would start smiting if he found out. I'd take his word for it. The Hindu pantheon was one that we had absolutely no contact with. Not for lack of trying either. We may as well be regular humans to them in how much they ignored our existence. The Shinto gods aren't going to like it if he's putting his hands over to Japan again. He'd have to be stupid to do something so blatant right now. Especially with how the Winter Queen made them go on high alert. I heard that even Izanami is up and about and pissed off. Azazel replied. That was something I wanted to ask. My own sources were vague, can you tell us more about this Winter Queen? Ajoka asked. That's going to need a few drinks and an even less formal get-together. Azazel scowled. Let me put it this way, I would rather deal with Lucy again than have anything to do with that lot. At least with Lucy, you could count on him to act evil for the sake of it, or to do whatever he could to spite Dad. The Fae, though, they're fucking bonkers and you never know what ridiculous shit they are going to do. Only that you'll regret it in the end. That didn't bode well. At least we don't have anything to do with them, so we can just watch from afar. Well. I clapped my hands. Time to talk about the man of the hour himself. I happily declared, though everyone else looked like they were sucking a lemon. Apparently, he's the new Red Dragon Emperor. I'm sure we're going to get very little flack for him not being with our faction after that reveal. I don't think my sarcasm was missed. We were already getting called out on the fact that Wilhelm wasn't part of the devil faction, and it was obvious. Another devil that could fight gods, and he wanted nothing to do with us. The old Satan faction didn't even need to do anything, most were pissed at that. It was no secret devils worshipped power, and to know that we missed out on such a powerful devil, well, people were angry. Especially reincarnated devils or half-devils. Both of which, lacked any significant representation in our government. Not that we didn't have their best interesting at heart, relatively speaking. But who could they point to and idolize as one of them? I don't think the kid even knew that he had such a huge fan following in the underworld. Maybe if Mama Gremory kept screwing him, he might come around to us? Should I ask her? That would be a fun conversation. Hey, Mama Gremory, we need you to spread those amazing legs of yours for the betterment of the devil faction. Hell, I'd join in if it meant it would work. Well, admittedly, I just want to take that woman for a ride myself. Kind of jealous there. She turned me down back when she was still with her husband, before Rias and Sana were born. I never really tried anything since then. I guessed it would be weird since she had seen me a bunch of times when I was a kid. And with what Lady Gremory said before, and what we've witnessed thus far, he appears to be a very masterful magician. I would call him a genius at this point, and that might be too light a word. How long ago was he just living a normal life without any supernatural awareness? Ajoka also commented. Yeah, that's a little hard to believe. Less than a year. Less than a year ago he was a kid who didn't even know he was a half-devil, and now he's taking out seraphim and fighting gods. That made everyone go silent again. How long did it take us to get to this level? And we haven't even seen him use the boosted gear to its full capabilities. How strong was he exactly? It's interesting and everything, but I'm focused much more on something else, something both Michael and I shared confusion with. Azazel finally spoke up. Oh right, that. I felt a headache coming on. The fact that he apparently wielded the strongest holy weapon Father ever made, and used its balance breaker, becoming an angel while it was active. Azazel looked utter dumbfounded as the words left his mouth. Do I really need to say how impossible this should have been? Half-devil, full devil, just touching the damn thing should have turned him to ash, I don't care if he's fighting gods. That's just not something you can ignore. First the sword, and the spear now. Ajoka spoke up. Is it possible they discovered a way to prevent devils from being affected by holy power? And that was a chilling thought. Not so much that I wouldn't love to have such a thing, but the idea of it would lead to, well, war probably. If devils suddenly lost their biggest weakness, would they be content to allow heaven and the fallen to dictate any terms to them? Not to mention that Michael and Co would do everything they could to stop that kind of information from spreading. Does he share a similar theory? Ajoka looked rather serious, and it's obvious he came to the same conclusion that I did. He would be stupid to not consider it. Azazel said plainly. And the theory only gains credence due to what happened to Kokabeel. You said that he was completely stripped of his holy power. Even if his wings were gone, he should still be full of the stuff if diminished. Yet, he barely felt more than a human, to be honest. I replied softly. He's going to try and ask for the spear back, from us, isn't he? Sertsk asked. Azazel winced, showing that Cersei hit the mark. He does know that we have nothing to do with him, right? Sertsk was, notably, not shrinking back when the topic of his bastard was being discussed. He's been questioning that based on what happened. I can't even fault him for that. I groaned. It does look like we're related, you know, besides the obvious. I muttered under my breath. And I guess technically we did have a link with him in the form of Venelana. I was joking before, but maybe we should pressure her to bring him back? Hell, we have plenty of women if that's his thing. He had a harem, so he's definitely got a love for women. Maybe we can use that for our benefit? Just have to figure out what kinds of girls he likes. Well, several of them were busty and had wide hips, so that's a good place to start. Did he screw Venelana just to piss of Old Red, or does he just like her as a woman? Could be both, I guess. I would need details from her later. Lots and lots of details. So even if Michael is still coming, he's probably going to be asking for impossible things. Sertsk tapped his finger on the table. I have a suggestion that might help. Azazel offered. A suggestion that could smooth things over. Ajoka repeated. If it could land us an official peace treaty, then by all means. Why not invite the Yukai to join in and work in agreement with them as well? Are you serious? I blinked at his answer. You do realize we're almost universally despised by them, right? And who do they hate more right now? I was about to respond until I realized exactly what he was talking about. You want to use the attack to offer them peace and wash over all our past actions. That wasn't a bad idea. They might just be willing to bury the hatchet if we supported them in their own war somehow. While we've butted heads, we've never thoroughly attacked them like the Fae have. But would our own people go for it? Sertsk questioned. Wouldn't they? Look at who's backing their corner now. Before you had Yasaka and Nurarihayan, both of which are notable and famous yokai. Hell, only a handful of devils outside of you lot would even be able to match them. And now, they have multiple people that can fight gods, and a bunch of other powerhouses that just popped up with them. Azazel countered with a fairly decent argument. But why would they agree? We aren't exactly warring with them right now, and they with us. Why would we need an official peace treaty? Sertsk furrowed his brow. We could always draw up some kind of agreement outside of this meeting if needed. Would they want anything if it wasn't something on this level? Yasaka hates us, fallen and devils, maybe angels too. I don't think she'd want to trade or anything like that with us if she didn't absolutely have to. But a peace agreement that's backed by other factions? That might be worth her while. If the Celtic and the Norse get involved, then it gives more authority to any agreements we come up with. That may just work out, granted, it would follow up with concessions from us for past grievances, but it might be a pittance in comparison to getting a full peace with Heaven and the Grigori. And if we invited them, Michael would probably accept just so he could get a chance to meet with Wilhelm. I bit my lip, thinking it over. And at that point, we could easily just direct him towards the yokai when he comes asking for the spear. It would be easy to just wipe our hands with that whole thing. And his little group were directly involved. Michael would want to hear from an outside source either way. Azazel nodded along. And I can say for sure that Odin wouldn't be against it. He's shown interest towards the kid too. Just don't mention Izanami around him, they've been feuding for a little while now. I'm still skeptical that Yasaka and Nurarihayan would want anything to do with us in this case. But, if they joined in on an official peace treaty with other factions that would enforce it and not rely just on our word, then that might sway them. Not to mention they could use the treaty to easily argue for aid when it came to their war with the Fae that attacked them. Azazel did say that Heaven and Odin were in on another agreement about combating that particular nuisance. Would the Celts be against having a fourth joining in? If we brought them into and set them up with that, it would give us a lot of good faith that we previously didn't have. What do you think, Sirafal? Both Ajilka and Sertsk turned to me. You're the foreign relations expert here. It's possible. We're going to need to work out some things, but I would say it's worth a try. Worst case, we're right back where we started and we're going to have a hard time with negotiations anyways. There was no loss from trying to bring them in. And it might put the Shinto gods in a more open position for some talks as well. They're barely better than the Celts when it came to seclusion. I did hear that Wilhelm and Izanami had some kind of relationship, that could be a good door to have access to in the future. Alright, it's another avenue to look at. Sertsk nodded in approval. But for now, we need to talk about what concessions you are going to make, Azazel. Ugh, fine. The fallen angels sighed, taking out a few pieces of paper and tossing them onto our desks. Those are a list of my notable assets for the Grigori. The ones I put a star next to are those that are publicly valuable but that I couldn't care less about. The ones with a square are the less notable ones but I really don't want to lose. You're lucky we're just doing this as a formality. I snorted, looking at what he had to offer. Formality my ass, you're going to rake me over the coals when we go to the real meeting in a little while. Azazel huffed in annoyance. Well, that's true, but it's also your fault, idiot. It was just best that we got ahead of everything before presenting Azazel to the council and publicly shaming him like the church did to make our people feel better. We're still trying for peace, we didn't want to actually cause huge tension between both factions. We knew that he wasn't involved but we still had to be seen punishing the fallen angels for what happened. It just so happened we were going to get some nice new stuff in the process. As fun as this was to watch Azazel sweat as we carefully went over his stuff to take, I was more concerned with the upcoming peace talks that were going to be held. It was shaping up to be a much bigger event than we had initially planned. Chapter 312, Chapter 285. It was kind of funny. When I wanted to take a break, I decided to come to the Shinto version of hell. Says a lot about me, I think. I am a half-devil, a species that originated from hell. I spent a little over 2 years in the land of shadows, another type of hell. And now here I am in the Shinto hell. Technically, the colored rooms is also a type of afterlife as well, if you look at it from a certain angle. And ignore every other aspect of it. Okay, I was reaching there. I came upon an out-of-place house in the middle of this desolate realm. I took my time walking up the path that led to the door. A woman greeted me in the doorway. Wilhelm. The strange woman spoke my name, a look of confusion on her face. Are you narrating yourself? Maybe. I forgot how much of a dork you are. Who spends all their time on the internet? I raised an eyebrow. She playfully swatted at me with a huff. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? I countered. Weren't you supposed to be in Kanto? I paused for a moment. That came off as more of an accusation than I meant it to be. Can I try again? By all means. She snorted, the tiniest of smiles on her face. Well, she looked amused by the whole thing. What I meant to say, was that I stopped over there to check in and they said you were gone. So I came down here to find you. And what do you require me for? Is there a problem that you need my assistance with? She asked. I shook my head. I just wanted to spend time with you. Oh. She said quietly. I see. Was she upset with me? She turned away. Better do the thing that always works. I opened my arms up and pulled her into a hug. She made a cute little noise, so I assumed she wasn't upset. Maybe I was just overthinking things. You okay? I asked, letting her go. I'm fine. She crossed her arms with another huff. And to answer your question, I don't like to spend too much time on the surface. I could tell that many people there were getting uneasy with my presence. I merely go up to make sure my presence is made known to dissuade certain individuals from attacking again. I am keeping a close eye on things, and if I sense that something goes awry again, I can appear at a moment's notice. Izzy. There is no need to comfort me. I am aware of my reputation and my presence is not a comforting one to the more common masses. Hug. I held my arms open again. She rolled her eyes, but accepted it all the same. If anything, it felt like she relaxed quite a bit as I held her. It is not all bad. My son came and visited me while I was going about my business on the surface. Oh. He officially came on behalf of the others. Your other children or the others as in Takamagahara as a whole? Little of both, probably. She let out a small chuckle. They are also watching and my presence was noted by them as well. They usually do not care for the mortal world, so to see me so active after the incident left them wary. Want me to go have words with them? I offered, mostly as a jest. Though if she was upset I would happily go discuss her displeasure. Yes, go beat up my other children and the whole of their pantheon. She deadpanned. I'm sure that would cause no problems. One time. I fought one of your children. Technically, twice. Touché. I admitted. But it was Susanna both times. Well I can't deny that he needs his behind kicked every now and then. She giggled again. It was nice though. He came on official matters, wanting to know my reasoning for being active and all that so the others wouldn't freak out. But otherwise, he spent the day with his mother, and it was very pleasant. That's sweet. So I guess we both don't have anything to do right now. How strange. What? You're not usually the type to stay still. Especially with what happened a couple days ago. That's not untrue. I mulled that over. Yeah, the only reason I wasn't off doing something was because I literally didn't have anything to do right now. Yasaka was in a meeting with some other elders. Something I couldn't really intrude on with my status right now. She was discussing a bunch of important things that didn't concern me, or rather, didn't require my input. But they were also discussing my theoretical defense system that could be implemented. Artoria also wasn't one to sit still, she's over at the Pendragon family. She dragged Arthur away, an Le Fay by association. Funnily enough, the girl was a very good magician, and Yasaka hired her to teach magic to anyone who wanted among her people. I had an inkling that the Pendragon family would be joining the yokai in any upcoming conflicts. On a side note, I forgot to ask what she did with the Excalibur thingy she took. Maybe Mordred would like to play with it. Well, it didn't concern me. She would do with it what she wanted as it fell to her as the alternate to the original wielder. If Heaven couldn't hold onto their toys and lost them so easily, I wasn't going to go out of my way to say anything to her. Reiko was being best aunt right now. After we walked Kuna to class, she stayed behind to do her usual thing with them. And those kids adored her. Skadek told me how they were cheering her on when she joined in on the little tournament during the festival. And speaking of Skadek, she's doing her own training with Yasaka's people. Prepping them for the inevitable war that was going to come. Jin was in Skyrim right now. She said she was gathering some stuff in preparation as well. What she's getting up to, who knew? But I didn't think it would be good for our relationship if I questioned her every move. I wanted her to feel like she could go and do what she wanted without needing to have my permission. And of course, Meridia was doing Meridia things. I had some calculations running through Mirage right now in an attempt to backtrack the Fey portal, but I don't have much confidence in that particular method I devised. However, the data would be beneficial for future attempts. Honestly, I'm distressing right now. After almost seeing Venelana die, I don't feel like I can commit myself to any project at the moment and I was just doing busy work in the meantime. I'm still pissed off and have a feeling of anxiety that's making me check in with her every so often. I sat down on the steps leading to her porch. As much as I just wanted to hold her and not let go, she did have another family and responsibilities. I'm sure the whole thing was a huge fire for the devils and they're trying their best to put it out right now. I can imagine. Besides your own obvious interests in what happened, there have been noticeable ripples throughout the supernatural communities. Izzy joined me, scooting close. But how is Venelana doing? She shook it off easily enough, or she's very good at hiding it. I think she was much more shaken about her daughter almost dying than herself. Does it make me a bad person that I cared more about her than her daughter, going against her own interests? She has lived through many conflicts at this point. I'm sure she's more than capable of accepting such things and continuing. I know. I sighed, slumping my shoulders. So, you know about everything then? More or less. I have been kept abreast by Yasaka as she also learned everything. And I have reached out to my own contacts and been keeping an eye on the flow of information. The devils did have to make an announcement as it was too public an incident to brush aside. Surprisingly, they did credit you with stopping the attack. Woo. I waved my hand flippantly. Did they mention any of the CO conspirators? Are you referring to the god that made an appearance? The one that Skaidic suspects to be Loki, yes. After we wound down and settled, we did go over what happened. Loki was the most obvious suspect based on the clues, but it wasn't a assured thing. None, which I don't blame them. It seems it was Cockabille's intent to cause chaos as well as this nameless god. So, keeping everyone calm is probably the best way to handle things. At the risk of stealing Skaidic as prey, I have my own pound of flesh to take. I already released a lot of anger on Cockabille, but the fact that someone helped him put them straight on my shit list. If it was Loki, he would suffer a similar fate. I just needed to get my hands on him. Well, you may have a chance soon. I told you before that there had been other things happening in other corners, yes. I recall, Titans in Greece, Fomorians for the Celtics, Giants for the Norse, etc. I reached out to my acquaintances. She breathed out. Hel, Hades, and Aaron specifically. Hel did tell me that her father was apparently very visible during the attack and was in Asgard. Which, does not necessarily mean anything, him being a trickster god. Aaron wasn't one I was overly familiar with. Celtic god of death if I wasn't mistaken. Considering he was able to escape under Skaidica's nose, I put no faith in that. I wonder if there's a god in the world that was more adept at escaping than Loki? When it came to deception and tricks, he was probably the best at that due to his nature. You would be a fool too. Besides, that wasn't the only thing that happened. Asgard was sieged by an army from Muspelheim during Cockabille's own attack. And Loki was conveniently seen among the Asgardian court for both attacks. Meaning he couldn't possibly have been involved. I added, very sarcastically. Isn't he an evil god or something? Why do the Asgardians even allowing him to roam free? It's complicated. For every evil deed he's committed, he's also done something heroic. There have been many times he's saved Thor from the thunder god's own foolishness, just as many times he's played his cruel pranks. There have been times where he's defended Asgard to his almost dying breath, and others where he's led the charge on the assault against Asgard. Sounds like a fucking ridiculous situation that I want no hand in. But chances are that he's involved with my Venelana being harmed. Your Venelana? She had a humorous smile on her face. I nudged her shoulder with a huff. And what happened with the giant attack? Not much, no one was killed, that was noteworthy anyway. The attack did come as a surprise, as their march was obscured from even Heimdall's eyes. The god that was rumored to see all in the 9 realms. Probably a bit of an exaggeration, but he was the first defense of Asgard. He should have able to see the attack coming, some sort of mystic eyes or clairvoyance. Yes, and who could have possibly accomplished such a feat? Believe me, you aren't the only one pointing out the obvious. However, Loki does have allies within Asgardian court. Annoying, but not something I can care about right now. I sighed, leaning my head against Izzy's shoulder. Though, all bets are off if he comes around again. I don't care about godly politics, I will end him. Just as I was tense thinking about him, I melted once I felt her fingers run through my hair. If he comes around, I will help you. She replied. But there are other things I wish to speak about while you are here. I said I spoke to Hades when I reached out. He said he was aware of some things and asked to meet. From what I was able to gather, the Titans that escaped Tartarus previously were Cronus and Hyperion. I bring this up, because they also attacked during the incident. They tried to free their remaining brethren, but Hades and his people were able to thwart it with minimal loss. Interesting, so there's probably a link, the timing was too convenient. Without a doubt, and it's also unlikely that Loki's reach alone can extend so far. He is probably working with others to achieve whatever his goals are. But I brought this up for another reason. Hades asked for you, specifically. He is aware that we are acquainted, and after what happened in Cockabille's attack, he requested I bring you along for a chat. I blinked, unsure of what to say for a moment. Why? I don't think I've done anything to earn his attention. I haven't got a clue. Izzy sighed herself. To be honest, he despises most of the Abrahamic factions. By default, he shouldn't want to meet you, no offense is meant. He can get in line, I have almost nothing good to say about them either. I shrugged. Yes, well, Hades is known for his dislike for them and he was open about wanting to speak with you. I have a decent relationship with both Hades and Persephone, so I do not believe there to be ill intent. But I wished for you to know and understand. Noted. Did he give a specific time? I wasn't against meeting him, if only just because Izzy was acquainted with him. No, but I wouldn't put it off longer than a month. It appears he wished it to be soon. Soon, and no longer than a month. It's easy to forget that gods see the passage of time much differently than mortal species. Well, no reason to be antagonistic towards a god if I didn't need to be. Anything else of importance? Yes, I spoke with Aaron about the Fae incident. They are the pantheon that had the most dealings with them in the past age. In hindsight, that's logical due to them appearing in so many myths and legends in that part of the world. But at this point, I honestly hadn't thought about it. You've been under a lot of pressure, I assume you have been putting out your own fires since then. She always was quick to try and comfort me when I wasn't in a good mood. And what's the word with the Celtic gods? It's complicated. Some of them had relations with the Fae before. Dada, being the most prevalent. Oh. I quirked an eyebrow. Wasn't he the chief god of the Tuatha The very same. Izzy nodded. Him and the Winter Queen were close. Very close. Oh. Oh. Realization dawned on me. I have yet to hear a good thing about that woman. Dada was a good person, a good god. I'm not surprised he managed to melt that cold woman's heart. And it's not surprising that she and hers retreated from the world when he died in the Great War. I didn't know he died. I said quietly. It seems I'm not in the know about a lot of things that happened here. A lot of gods fell during that war. When the three factions warred, it caused the entire world to descend into warfare. Old rivalries were reignited with fervor, and new rivalries were formed. War gods relished in the new order, and evil gods coaxed the flames happily. And I assume that Lug has since taken over. You are correct. She nodded. He has shown good leadership, and his strength cannot be denied. While most think the rankings of the world as laughable, they are at least notable as pointing to something and noting how strong they are. Right, the fact that a god from such a small pantheon and religions is thought of as one of the top 10 strongest in the world should say something even if the list isn't all-encompassing. It's as you say. And after reaching out, Lug also spoke with me for a while. He admitted that after Dada died, the relationships between them and the Winter Court became very strained. They were blamed for Dada's death, which concerns a variety of circumstances I won't get into. So a lot of goodwill was lost on both ends and they only had old agreements and pacts to keep the peace. Is there still bad blood? Enough that they'd be willing to pool resources if we start waging war. I can't promise anything, but I did ask a similar question. Right now, they are in talks with the angels for reasons they didn't elaborate on. I did not push it for the moment as they were being very polite and reaching out in the first place. Well, definitely an avenue we could pursue. It would certainly alleviate some pressure off us if we got some more backing. Something to look into, who else had old grudges and would be willing to lend a hand. But to summarize, I was told about their overall structures and given an idea of what their forces are like. Granted, it's from many centuries ago, but given how slow the supernatural is to change, I believe even an outdated overview would be valuable in creating strategies. Honestly, anything would help. The Fae here are completely different than the ones I'm used to. We didn't have this winter or summer court, so this is all new to me. I sighed again, thinking about everything that still needed to be done to prepare for a true war. I already sent the information to Yasaka and Nurarihayan. I just wished for you to know. And I appreciate it. I gave her a smile. Do you? Izzy abrupt closed her mouth, shooting to her feet. She had a very pensive look on her face as something startled her. What? She suddenly blurted out, and the entire realm shook. I felt something start breaking through the barriers of this place, the space itself rupturing. I usually slipped through rather elegantly, without causing a fuss. Whatever this was, it was bulldozing through every sort of boundary that this place was connected to. I was right beside her, my magic circuits immediately ignited. My aura was flaring violently, and reinforcement filled my body. I felt my hairs stand on end, a thorough foreboding feeling causing me to shiver. My instinct in circumstances like this had never failed me. Without a second thought, I summoned the boosted gear onto my hand, and grabbed hold of my authority. My main trump card that I was reluctant to show after the fight with Susanoo. There was absolutely no reservation about pulling it out in this situation if I felt threatened. Space itself rent and shattered, a figure slammed through all boundaries, visibly tearing through the very fabric of reality that held this metaphysical realm together. There was a hole in the sky where the threads were pulled apart that very slowly began to close, mending itself. And the newcomer landed on the ground without a care in the world. My Campione instincts went into overdrive. I could practically taste her divine nature, but also the fact that she was strong. Stupidly strong. Whatever she was, she even dwarfed Izanami, who was standing right next to me. Honestly, the only comparison I had to compare with was Meridia when she split a portion of herself off and left her realm. I glanced at Izzy, who was utterly shocked and silent and even trembling slightly. I took a step forward in front of her. I didn't know what this thing was, but I would be damned if Izzy was harmed under my watch. This thing that took the appearance of a girl not older than Kunu. Black hair so dark and it was only matched by her eyes. It seemed to absorb any light that tried to touch it. Pointy ears that denoted her inhuman nature. And strange clothes I couldn't even bring myself to comment on due to the sheer power that radiated from her. I had no idea who this was. So many sensations hit me all at once. Draconic, divine, and a plethora of somethings that seemed unending. However, my partner seemed to recognize her immediately. Off eyes. Drake sounded terrified. Her voice was monotone yet, somehow, carried with it reverberation that made me think of the kaleidoscope when actualized. Found you. Chapter 313, Chapter 286. Sana POV. Sana, it's good to see you. Lady Lucifuge, thank you for activating the teleportation circle for me. I politely bowed my head in her direction. It is no trouble. She smiled faintly. Rias and her peerage are out back, would you like me to escort you? It's fine, I know the way. Very well. I am preparing tea and snacks, they will be ready shortly, please tell Rias when you see her. I gave her one last polite nod as she walked off to the kitchen. I guess formalities were slightly dropped in these circumstances. It's not like I haven't been to this house hundreds, if not thousands of times since I was born. Even if I had thoughts preoccupying my body seemed to carry me through the mansion with ease to the point I didn't even realize I came upon two individuals I recognized. Oh, Sana. Lord Gremory perked up seeing me, Lady Gremory right at his side. How are you doing, Sana? Lady Gremory had a very gentle tone as always. I am doing well, Lady Gremory. Always so polite. Lord Gremory chuckled. I'm glad you're safe. That all of you are. He smiled towards his ex-wife. I wasn't entirely sure what was happening there. The way they were sitting seemed to exude familiarity, which wasn't surprisingly considering the length of their relationship over the past centuries. However, it also lacked that sort of intimacy that couples were known for. I supposed it's safe to assume that Lady Gremory's apparent relationship with her grandson was not one that surprised Lord Gremory. It's all thanks to our grandson. Venelana beamed. I can't wait to thank him properly, again. And suddenly, all my thoughts came to a screeching halt. Even Lord Gremory looked utterly flabbergasted. That was, until he started laughing abruptly. That boy has no idea what he's in for, that's for sure. Lord Gremory seemed to have no mind that Lady Gremory insinuated she was going to be intimate with their grandson at a later point. If anything, he seemed entirely amused by the idea. This family was so strange. But I had no room to talk with my sister being, well, my sister. How many times has she showed interest towards me? Yes, it's thanks to Wilhelm that we escaped alive. I begrudgingly admitted. What a fine man he's grown into. Just look at that, taking after his grandfather. Lord Gremory jabbed his finger at the phone in Venelana's hand. And he even has his own daughter. Such a cute little thing. Vene, did you pass a message, hey? I'd love to meet him at some point. Lady Gremory let out a giggle in response. I told him already, but with everything that's been happening, it's probably been pushed to the side for now. Lord Gremory pouted. I guess it can't be helped. He's involved in that whole Fae thing right now, and now this. Oh well, just make sure to tell him that the offer is open-ended. Mil ICAs also said he wanted to meet his brother, I'll make sure to say something again, but no promises. That's all I ask. Lady Gremory turned to me. I'm surprised that Sirafal let you out of her sight. She only did because I said was coming over here. I couldn't help but sigh. And she still has meetings all day. I was called in earlier again, but she couldn't get away. Again. Venelana raised an eyebrow. I was also called to come in for a couple hours, but this is getting out of hand. How many times have they had you come in? Half a dozen. Lady Gremory frowned. I will tell them to let you rest. It's bad enough what happened, but to be pulling you every which way right after. Humph, I will have words with my son and your sister. And that was one of the many reasons I always adored Lady Gremory. Thank you, Lady Gremory. I said sincerely. It's no problem, Sana. She smiled brightly again. And Rias is out back with her peerage. With another polite nod, I left and continued to make my way through the large mansion. Surprisingly, despite the size of this place, they had very few servants. It was inhabited by mostly peerage members who took up the chores and such. I knew Okatasuji had his own set of pieces and his rook took some duties here to watch over the family under Lord Lucifer's request. And there were others. Lord Gremory's peerage wasn't established entirely for just his pleasure. But there were no traditional servants. Everyone just chalked it up to the Gremory oddness. Though I did hear some rumors, something about the old Satan faction using spies and had snuck into the mansion under the guise of servants long before I was born. I never asked about it as it seemed like a personal and private matter. I dismissed those random thoughts and pushed the back door open, seeing my friend sitting around with several other people. Sana, you came. Rias happily greeted. Her excitement was always contagious. I felt myself smiling back, seeing my friend again. Even if it only been a day or so since we'd been called in together to give reports, it felt like an eternity. Rias. I politely greeted back. Are you doing well? Yeah, good. I'm doing great. Rias smiled happily, but it felt forced. I've known her long enough to tell when she's in these kinds of moods. She's lying. Akeno, who sat at the table with Rias, said bluntly. Akeno. Rias squawked in embarrassment. I guessed she still felt awkward about it. Letting out another sigh, I took an empty seat at the table. I'm still shaken. I closed my eyes, letting out a breath of air. I thought I was ready for that kind of thing, to be able to fight a real battle. I've ran so many battle simulations, trained with my peerage on many what-if scenarios, yet, we almost died. Rias looked down. Yet. She whispered. I shared a look with Akeno who shot me a thankful expression. How's Gasper? In the immediate commotion we had forgotten about her other peerage member who always hid himself away. The half-vampire who couldn't control his sacred gear which activated on sight. So he hid himself away. He was scared obviously. But otherwise, he's not hurt, just shaken too. Rias smiled wryly. Where are your other peerage members? I glanced around and couldn't see them. They're running around doing some training. Rias sighed. Well, I don't think it could be called that, but that's why they claim. I think they don't want to sit still right now. Issei's reaction was to immediately start running around and doing his exercises again. And Kaiba felt guilty that Issei almost died to protect him, that he's taking it upon himself to hover over him. Is he still upset about the Excalibur pieces? I pushed my glasses up. Surprisingly, no. Rias looked confused. I guess he is, but at the same time he isn't. I think Issei's little sacrifice brought back some really bad memories for Kaiba, so he's coping in the only way he knows how. So his anger right now is overcome with guilt. That needed to be dealt with sooner rather than later. But knowing Rias, she'll ignore it until it's a problem that can't be ignored. It was rude to interfere in another's running of their peerage, so I didn't voice my thoughts. What about Konako? Well. Boom. We all turned to see said girl throwing boulders at the two running boys as they screamed. I see. I just blinked. Phew. Akeno giggled to herself with a sadistic look on her face. Ara, they're in for a beating. Our Konako decided to join them in their training. For some reason, Akeno was practically drooling. Which was a little much even for her. I glanced at Rias who flushed red in embarrassment. I glanced back at Akeno who I think had snuck her hand down between her legs. Opening my mouth, I closed it again. It was best to ignore that and not comment. I've been around Sirafal long enough to know certain ways around situations like this. Fallen angel, sadism. Rias glanced back at me with red cheeks and muttered. And it suddenly made sense. Akeno's sadistic interests were no secret. Nor was her origin and hate of her father. She was a half-fallen angel and despised her fallen angel father. Seeing another powerful fallen angel get so thoroughly debased and beaten. I didn't need to continue down that line of thought. Suffice to say, she was probably still very happy. Have you heard any news? I decided to chance the subject. Probably only what you heard. Brother did mention something about a peace meeting coming up with the other factions. He said not to tell anyone, and that the only reason he told me was that we would need to be there in case the other factions had questions. Yes, my sister said the same. As witnesses, we are there to give our accounts if they call upon us. It's likely that Michael and the angels will want to hear everything from our mouths as well as the reports we gave. I wanted to say it's surprising that we were having a peace meeting, but it seemed like this had been a long time in the making. Technically, we're still at war, but there haven't been open or rather widespread hostilities in a long time. Did you hear anything else? I asked. You mean about Wilhelm? Rias questioned. Sana sure seems interested in him. Akeno giggled. Maybe there's something else there. There is no such thing. I adamantly denied. Sana-chan. Rias had that mischievous look of hers. It's okay, you don't need to lie. Humph. I pushed my glasses up. I think your mom already took that spot, Rias. Unless, you're suggesting I'm attempting to get with both of them. Rias just started sputtering. Do you think they'd let me join in? Akeno. Rias squawked again, scandalized and turning bright red. That's my mom. And she's hot. Akeno grinned. If I knew that she was open for it, I would have made a pass earlier. Why you? Rias didn't seem to know how to respond. I was not prepared for this. And it's not like Wilhelm isn't handsome. Did you see him? Definitely filled out his clothes a lot better than when we saw him back in school. Please stop. Rias whined. Now, picture your mom and him foo. Rias made a strange sound as she launched herself over the table, attempting to strangle her queen. The latter of whom just broke out in a fit of giggles as they struggled. Well, this was better than seeing them depressed. And I think Akeno was doing it on purpose to break Rias from her funk. Rias had a good queen. Bucko. We all seemed to stop and see the others of Rias's peerage come walking over, looking rather exhausted. Rias set herself back up properly, fixing her clothes. Sana. Konako looked towards me, greeting me with that quiet, monotone voice of hers. Cute. Tired out already? I couldn't help but smiled, eyeing the little Nico Shao as she stuffed her mouth with cookies. Konako barely replied, but it was still adorable. Issei, help us settle an argument. Akeno grinned. Oh Satans, please don't. Rias face palmed. Rias's mom, yes or no? 10/10 Oppai. Issei nodded sagely. Rias just groaned while Akeno laughed. Hey, is she really, with your nephew? Issei asked awkwardly. Yes. Rias said quietly. Mom told us a few weeks ago. Rias sighed. Apparently, it happened after he rescued her and Mil-Icas. Nice. Damn it Issei. Phew. Eki. Konako blushed a little. Kaiba was the only one who apparently had no comment. But even he looked a little flustered at the thought. Not surprising, Venelana acted like a mother to pretty much all of them. Well, except Issei, he hadn't been around long enough. That damn handsome. He has those magnificent foxy oppai, now he even has your mom's oppai all to himself. Issei exclaimed, rather loudly. Don't say it like that. Rias huffed. Why? It's true. All our heads turned to see said woman carrying over a tray of treats, while Grafia carried the tea with her. Muom. Rias whined. Venelana just looked all too amused by the looks she was getting. Must you, mother? Grafia sighed, oddly casual when she was working in her maid persona. No, but I enjoy it. She giggled, setting the stuff down on the table. I'm not ashamed in the slightest. Wilhelm and I are in a relationship, with all that entails. There's no need to tiptoe around it. Despite the nature of the situation, her confidence was something I always admired about her. Even when she faced Kokabeel, she never wavered. Rias just further buried her face when Lady Gremory noticeably bounced her chest for everyone to see. The Gremory lady giggled again, opting to leave it at that with a sighing Grafia following behind her. It's rare to see Rias embarrassed like this. The same girl that had no qualms about walking around naked when we did sleepovers. The same girl that was very vocal about her interests when we started going through puberty. My sister also said that those other women who appeared were part of his harem. It was a rare occasion, I would enjoy it a little more. Would they be your nieces or your aunts, Rias? It took all of my effort to keep a straight expression. Rias looked up at me with emotionless eyes. That handsome has a harem? Those other Opai were his too. Issei slammed his palms on the table. That's not fair. Wait, really? Even Akeno was surprised. It's what my sister said. I shrugged. Whether that was Sirafal being Sirafal or not, I didn't particularly care for the moment. Though they seemed really close. However, it did just raise so many more questions. Like, how did he get a harem of that size in only a couple months? Not to mention their sheer strength, it was absurd. I was wrong. Issei breathed in. I thought he was a bastard like those other handsomes, but he's a kindred spirit. I wish I got to know him during school. Issei actually sounded sad. It's still weird to think that he went to school with us. Is it strange that I barely had an impression of him? Kaiba, who was usually silent, spoke up. I can't really blame you. Rias sighed. If it weren't for finding out that he was my nephew, I would honestly never give him a second glance. Besides the obvious non-native features, of course. But he was quiet and never really stuck out. He was mostly average in everything, with theater being the only thing that stood out. And even then, I didn't really care about that kind of thing. Rias found out about him much later than I did. I was asked by both her brother and Sirafal to keep an eye on him, as annoying as it was. They thought she would seek him out and ruin his normal life or whatever their plan was. I wasn't entirely informed, but from what I understood, he lived his entire life thinking he was human and they didn't want to ruin that. Whether that was wise or not, it wasn't my position to comment. But I could understand some of the logic. If someone you didn't know suddenly ran up to you, confessed themselves to be your aunt from a side of a family that basically ignored you for your entire life and claimed to be a mythological and evil-aligned being, how well would he take it? The answer was obvious. I just followed orders, however. Well, that almost happened anyways. Rias wasn't one to think things through when she gets an idea. When she first found out, she almost immediately ran over to him and do what she usually does with family. It took a lot of convincing to get her to not run over right away and watch first. After that, well, she lost that initial enthusiasm and felt awkward and embarrassed about approaching him. Rias adopted the same attitude she took with her peerage. Settle for ignoring the problem unless it became more of a problem. Speaking of those girls, do you know anything about them? I wanted to understand better. No, I needed to know. How the hell did he go from a quiet, introverted, and possibly depressed teenager to that? It was only a couple months, and he was strong enough that we were irrelevant in his eyes. He didn't even deem us worth acknowledging. If it weren't for Venelana, he wouldn't have even spared us a second thought. All of them were beautiful, I guess. Rias muttered. But they were all so strong. That blue girl effortlessly shielded us that entire time. Akeno bit her lip, that mischievous look about her having disappeared. I kept trying to recreate what she did, and I just can't get it right. And it felt like she wasn't even trying. I was proud of my own magical skills, but that kind of display shook my confidence. And she wasn't the only one, several of them showed an insane aptitude with magic. That sword, what was it? Kaiba asked quietly, visibly hesitant to even bring it up. That sword. I didn't even want to think about it because of the way it made me feel. Not that it was something bad, but the fact that even recalling that the light that showered us left me with a warm feeling in my chest. Holy light wasn't supposed to act that way. It wasn't supposed to be warm and accepting of devils. Yet, it defied all common sense. Excalibur. That was the name given, and deep inside, I couldn't rebuke it. Which didn't make sense at all. If that was Excalibur, then what was used to almost kill us by that priest? Why were we told that Excalibur was broken when it was clearly used to finish off a dragon that fought gods? Why was everything so confusing around him? Even Sirafal didn't have an answer when I asked her. And I could tell she wasn't simply keeping it a secret. She seemed completely confused as well. You were right about those rumors you told me before too. Rias looked down at her tea. About that person appearing in Kyoto. I looked her up, you know? Her legends and stuff after you got on my case. Even brother basically confirmed it. Scathig. I breathed out. No wonder she was able to match the god who appeared. Yes, and it was no secret at this point that the person hiding behind the facade of the priest was a god. Sirafal confirmed that much. Who's Skathuk? Issei asked. Sounds foreign. And did you say that a god appeared? Like, one from the stories. Issei's recount wasn't particularly important. So he hadn't been as privy to certain secrets as of yet. Right, we hadn't gotten that far in your education yet. I said all mythologies were real, that does include every other god. You saw a Shinto god appear not long ago, so it's not strange for a different pantheon god to appear. Rias explained. Right, sorry. It's just. I know, it's a little overwhelming. Rias smiled lightly, not getting upset. As for Skathuk, well. She's one of the few humans in history who held the title of God's Lair. I pushed up my glasses, explaining for her. From Irish myth, she was born a human, trained one of the greatest heroes over there, and killed gods. I heard that she died during the Great War, but I am starting to question several stated facts at this point. Issei let out a whistle. What's someone like that doing all the way over here? That's the question, isn't it? I pursed my lips. And from what I said before, Wilhelm is very close to her. Lucky bastard. Issei muttered. And honestly, I sort of felt the same way. I could only imagine the kind of training and knowledge a person like that could pass down. Was she the reason that Wilhelm got so strong? I would admit to being envious. That woman with the big eye and the purple lightning, who was she? Issei asked, looking around. Rias let out a sigh, rubbing the bridge of her nose. We don't know. Dragon. Konako said. Even if it was a single word, it was easy to catch her question. Right, and then there's the revelation that Wilhelm is somehow this generation's Red Dragon Emperor. Rias muttered again. One of the strongest sacred gears in existence, a Longinus class. It's common for their wielders to cause a lot of destruction along with its rival, divine dividing, that they are usually infamous rather than famous. They both house two rival dragons, Drake and Albion respectively. I gave a brief summarization for her pawn. Oh, so he can summon dragons with it. Issei tilted his head. No. I said plainly. It's supposed to be able to borrow the power of the dragon inside, one known to be stronger than most gods in the world. However, apparently he found a way to summon Drake outside of it. The implications of that, I don't know. And why it looked the way it did, I also don't know. Sirafal was scratching her head too. She said it was some sort of magic though. Magic that was able to bypass a literal divine weapon created by the god in heaven. Was that how far he progressed? That his magic was beyond even gods now? How was he progressing this fast? It was frustrating. The more I learned, the more I felt like all my efforts were pointless. And he had the true Longinus as well. The strongest holy weapon in the world, and he could use it like he wasn't a half-devil. I snorted, getting annoyed as this went on. Do we know how he was able to avoid being burnt to a crisp by the holy power? Not to mention able to use its balance breaker and somehow become an archangel for the duration. I'm sure the angels will be enthused by that bit of information. I did not envy my sister's current predicament. No, brother was tight-lipped about it. One of the things he said not to spread around as they talk it over. Rias shook her head. And if he's worried about it, that means others are. Yeah, the angels and fallen might throw a fit if they find out we can become immune to their main weapons. I spoke my thoughts aloud. But I turned my eyes to Issei. It's entirely possible that the answer is right here. Everyone else turned towards him too. Any progress on, whatever this is? I asked. Rias raised her hand up to poke Issei. A strange energy-like shield came up and protected him, blue in color. We've been experimenting with it, but we're still working on what exactly it is. I asked Mom and she just said it wasn't anything bad and it's called aura or something, but hasn't said anything else. Rias frowned, clearly annoyed about the whole thing. What about Ajoka, did he not show any interest? He did, but other priorities. I sighed, guessing what she wanted to say. I guess we'll have to wait and see. They said that they were going to try and pull in the Yukai to the peace meeting, so hopefully we'll get some answers there. I just wanted to understand how. Was he just talented, or am I doing something wrong? Hopefully, I would find out soon. Wilhelm POV. I didn't know what I should say. I was honestly frozen solid here. This thing was staring right at me without blinking, and it was very intimidating. Izzy was also a statue, and I felt like Drake was having trouble speaking. I couldn't tell if this thing was intentionally projecting its presence so blatantly, or if this was just its natural state of being. Or gods, was this how it felt after it reeled in its overwhelming power? You. She raised her dainty hand to point at me. I expected a follow-up, or anything, but she didn't speak again. What do you want from me? I barely managed to get out under her drilling eyes. Help me beat Baccarat. I don't know what that meant. I smell similar. The thing suddenly was right in my face, staring straight into my eyes. Pardon. Lots of things. I blinked, still unable to decipher its words. Cao. It said again. Promised to help. Gone now. You help. Why me? I still didn't know what I was supposed to supposedly help with. Strong. Noisy. Hear it every time you enter the world. She said, had that expressionless look on her face. Noisy beats noisy. However, her explanation made my eyes widen. What do you mean? Enter world, noisy. Lots of noise, like Baccarat. Too many voices, too many things happening all at once. She's talking about Great Red. Drake spoke. Yes. The thing apparently heard Drake from inside my soul. Driag, help too. Too noisy, want my silence back. Lady Off-Eyes. Izzy spoke up with a still terrified look about her. Perhaps you should explain it fully. He doesn't understand. She chose her words very carefully. Off-Eyes frowned and the realm shuddered for a moment before stopping. Baccarat came into my home, won't leave. Too noisy, I want my silence. Cao promised to help me beat Baccarat, now he's gone. You help in his place. Great Red lives in the dimension gap. You mean to say, he's being too noisy in the dimensional gap, where you live? Yes. It's a big place, why not just go to a different part? Too noisy. She sounded annoyed, like she didn't like repeating herself. But I didn't understand what she was trying to say. I knew frighteningly little about the thing in front of me. The bare basics of its origin, and that's it. And even that was too little for dealing with a being like this. You were born in the void between worlds, devoid of all life. And I suddenly realized what she meant. Great Red is the dragon of dreams, his existence is everything that comes from dreams, all of existence, every possibility that could be dreamed, all contained into a single entity. And that's blasting right into the dimensional gap for someone like you. Someone who never coexisted with the concept of life before. She was getting spammed with everything that every single entity dreamed, right in her face, every second that she's near Great Red. Yes. Her eyes sort of sparkled, like she was happy that I finally understood. Want my silence back. But that left me with one worry. How do you expect me to do to something like that? From what I vaguely remember, Off-Eyes and Great Red were supposed to be relatively equal in strength. Yet, she's asking me to fight something equal to her when her current self fucking terrified me. Off-Eyes looked actually thoughtful at my question. I don't think even she knew what I was supposed to do. And with that small opening, I did the thing I was best at. I flicked my hand, grabbed Izzy into my arms and pulled her through a portal with me, quickly shutting it off behind us. Wilhelm. Izzy breathed out, as if sighing in relief. What the fuck? I felt my heart rate skyrocketing as I pulled myself up from the sand dune we landed on. I didn't have even a second to think about where I took her, and apparently, it's the same place I threw the user of the divine dividing that one time. I have heard about those who ran afoul one of the dragon gods, but I never expected myself to be facing one down like that. Izzy forced herself to her feet. I only hope that Yomi remains once she grows bored and leaves. Is that normal then? To just leave? I don't know about Great Red, but for Off-Eyes, the infinite dragon gods usually leaves after getting what it wants or grows bored. Sometimes without issue, or sometimes realms go missing. The only option is to usually wait it out and hope. Are we? The words died in my mouth. I stared in utter shock as my previous portal was forced back open. A petite arm reaching through and pulled it back open, and a familiar little girl walking through. Without even thinking again, I grabbed the spear out of my ring and stepped in front of Izzy. And for the first time in a very long time, I felt scared. I was very close to jumping to my final trump card. Off-Eyes didn't even react to my attempt to run away. Instead, she looked at my curious, specifically my spear that is. Like she recognized it. Made promise, not your home. She replied, staring right at the spear before turning back towards me in a little tilt of her head. Give. I hesitantly held the spear out. No, the tasty thing. She frowned, tossing the true Longinus to the side like it was a piece of garbage. Tasty thing. Off-Eyes didn't wait for me to respond, she grabbed my arm. And I felt like no matter what I did, I couldn't get her to let go. She reached forward, and space distorted. It took a moment for me to realize she just forced herself into my storage ring and pulled something out. She held a disc-like thing in her hand before releasing me. Something I hadn't thought of in a bit since I got it. The Gorgonian. I blurted out. She completely ignored me, just staring at it. Then just like all her unrecognizable actions, she opened her mouth, and ate it. Her eyes flashed. A few strands of her hair turned silver for a brief moment before returning to black. Her body bulged for a second before returning to normal as she held her stomach. One of her eyes changed color but also returned to normal. She looked up and burped. A wisp of divinity seeped out. What just happened? Hey, is that great red? I pointed off into the distance. The infinite dragon god turned to look. And while I would normally be dumbfounded, and marvel at the sheer ridiculousness of that working, I was understandably very stressed at the moment. I waved my hand, opening a new portal right next to her and in one swift movement, literally kicked her through before slamming it shut. What just happened? Izzy finally managed to ask, mimicking my sentiments. No fucking idea. And what's stopping the dragon god from coming back? I pressed the Meridia button. My kaleidophone then buzzed. And I didn't even need to look to know who was calling. Still blankly staring at the spot Off-Eyes just occupied, I answered. Wilhelm. I recognized Meridia's not all too pleased tone. At your earliest convenience, can you please come over? I believe there is a matter that needs discussion. Chapter 314, Chapter 287. So. You should probably go see her. Izzy stated. Can I procrastinate a little more? I have a feeling that Meridia is a little upset. It's not good to make a woman wait, Wilhelm. Izzy chuckled. And I'm sure if you explain the situation properly, she will not be upset. Yeah, I know. It's just going to be awkward. Want a lift back home? I offered. Do I have a home still? Izzy blinked, rather thoughtful. I hope Off-Eyes didn't just shatter Yomi in her anger before following. Can you not feel it? Not when I'm outside Japan like this. While I could open a path due to my connection, it's thin. I suppose that's the best way to say it. The goddess of death shrugged. I sincerely hope it's not destroyed. It will take centuries if not thousands of years to reform. Hey, didn't know it could reform. It's part of an entire cosmology, supported by a predominant worldview that is still prevalent among humans in Japan. That made sense. I guessed it would take more than a regular destruction to truly remove Yomi from existence. Well, worst case, you can stay with me. I gave her a genuine smile. You are one of the only people that would willing invite a goddess like me to live with them. She huffed rather cutely. Let's hope for the best. I took that as a cue. I traced back the coordinates and easily connected back to where we were previously before running from a dragon god. Looks like we were worried for nothing. So it seems. She nodded, walking up to the portal. Before she walked through, she quickly turned to me, placing a quick kiss on my cheek. Don't think I didn't notice how you continued to put yourself in front of me when you thought we were in danger. She looked away and quickly disappeared back into her realm. I was silent for a moment, rubbing my cheek where she kissed me. That was terrifying. Yet. I responded, regaining my wits. Though I didn't think you would feel the same way. Fuck that. Great Red and Off-Eyes are scary as hell. I'm not a coward, so I can admit they both terrify me. Find me any dragon that says different, and I'll point to you an insane idiot. What exactly do you know about them? To be honest, I never looked too much into them because I never had the intention of actually meeting either. Certainly didn't expect the infinite dragon god to come find me. Though some of the things she said, or tried to say, some of the things she implied were interesting. And do you think she knows about, well, me? I wouldn't be surprised. Ophies isn't a god of the world, if that makes sense. She used to be an old man, by the way, was born in the dimension gap before the planet came into existence. So take of that what you will. And the dimensional gap was the boundary between many dimensions. A unique space that existed around this specific world line. I also heard something many years ago, but I never confirmed it. I heard that Great Red stops outside invasions. Oh. I guessed I'm lucky that my method of travel doesn't run afoul of the fuck-off gigantic dragon made of dreams. Because at this moment, I was almost entirely sure that he knew about me. Maybe I should pay him a visit. I almost laughed at myself for even saying it, however. Strangely, I felt Drake shudder inside me. There's a story there. I may or may not have met him before. You challenged him to a fight, didn't you? I'm the Red Dragon Emperor. I can't have another red dragon above me. How bad were you wrecked? Fuck you. I'll summon you right in front of him. I hate you. Yeah, now spill it. There's a dragon-shaped crater on the moon. I opened my mouth, but I honestly had no words. How do you even respond to something like that? How'd you make it back to Earth? Drake let out a sigh. I flew, and it was hard, because I had a broken wing. Please don't tell Albion, he doesn't know that story. I'm sure he's leaving out copious amounts of magical bullshit he must have used to survive in space. Like I'd give that shitty dragon any ammunition. Did you see his wielder? I felt like I was going to get cut from all the edge he was showing. Pfft, right. Drake chuckled. Well, I calmed down a little bit and got my metaphorical shit together. I made sure to retrieve the spear to where Ophies decided to throw it. I twirled it a few times, getting all the sand off it. Letting out a sigh, I was about to put it back until I noticed something strange. A massive sandstorm on the horizon, and it was shaped oddly, as if there was a face in the storm. And it was pissed. And coming right at me. And I think I could faintly feel divinity from here. Are we in Egypt? Well, shit, think they still hold a grudge? I questioned aloud, looking down at the spear. It's not like Big G was broadcasting his divinity to the world. The spear itself only vaguely gave off his presence due to its characteristics. Would they really charge right at anything even resembling him? The spear started pulsing as if it was panicking. I took that as a yes. I threw my hands up and quickly opened a portal into Meridia's realm. I wiped some sand from my face as I stood up, continuously dusting myself off. That could have been bad. Not like, hurtful, but getting into an argument with another world power would not be a good choice. But now I had sand in places I didn't want sand. Why don't I have a spell to remove sand? I know some cleaning spells, but they did nothing to sand. What the hell? Ahem. I blinked, looking up at the source. Usually, my eyes would happily land on those very beautiful legs of hers, but in this particular moment, something else about Meridia caught my attention. Well, honestly, all her features usually kept me preoccupied. But it was something new, and I just couldn't put my finger on it. Maybe it was the infinite dragon god that she was holding up by the collar of her dress? And Ophies just had an utterly blank expression as she looked at me. I have never seen that child in my life. Well done. Thanks. Meridia raised a single eyebrow. She slowly turned to Ophies. Do you know who this is? Yes. Ophies answered with that same blank look. Want to try again? Meridia asked dryly. I love you. There was a little huff and a smidgen of red on her cheeks and she turned slightly away as to not meet my eyes. Stay. Meridia said firmly as she set Ophies down. The dragon god didn't even react, simply continued to blankly stare and not moving. And you? Her head snapped back at me, her eyes narrowing. She snapped her fingers, and her dress shifted, covering her lower body completely. You may stare at my legs once I get an explanation. She crossed her arms with another huff. Blasphemy. Do you keep your dress that way just so I can look? I blinked in realization. The red creeping back up her cheeks was answer enough for my question. Why is there a foreign dragon god in my realm? I panicked. You panicked? Do you see that thing? I gestured towards Ophies. Meridia looked at the still silent Ophies, pursing her lips. You don't seem to be panicking right now. Of course, you're here. I shot her a bright smile. There was a little twitch of a reaction from her, like she wanted to smile but held it back. I suppose I cannot fault you for that. I can see why this creature would give you concern. Even I would have trouble facing it outside my realm. You're so damn lucky that she's fucking head over heels for you. Like 99% of the shit you pull would have gotten you obliterated by anyone else of her same power. I can't help it that I'm so handsome and dashing. Die. So, you forgive me. I chose to ignore the jealous dragon. Humph. She waved her hand and the sand on me disappeared. Not to mention her normal style of dress returned. She's way too cute. She was trying to recruit me to fight a dragon equally as powerful as her. And my opinion seemed irrelevant. At that, Meridia frowned. Do you have something to say for yourself, child? Meridia glared at the dragon god. Want my silence back? Baccarat too noisy. Off-Eyes looked up at Meridia. You help? No. Meridia denied immediately. Yes. Off-Eyes quirked her head, as if she was never told no before. Child, I am more than capable of putting you over my knee. Meridia being stern like a parent was, oddly a turn on. I want Meridia with a big belly. It was one of my life goals. Not child. Off-Eyes frowned, showing the smallest of emotions. To me, you still are. I was born at the dawn of the universe, you are merely birthed from the outer void of a single world. Meridia didn't relent and I felt a sort of meeting of powers. Off-Eyes did what she did in Yomi and Meridia just ignored it. Hey, I forget sometimes how old Meridia was. Yet, she was the first light that came about when the concepts of the universe came into existence. From the myths I read, Akatosh was one of the first, the embodiment of time, and Meridia who used to be known as Meridnunda came some time after. Honestly, I might be having a tougher time if Meridia wasn't also shielding me. I felt a faint light envelop me protectively. Please. Off-Eyes tilted her head, as if trying the word out for the first time, the pressure she emitted disappearing. Meridia looked at the dragon god and let out a sigh, rubbing the bridge of her nose. I suppose I share some kinship with you. A dragon and a god that embodies the infinite cycle of rebirth. Speak, child, what is it you desire? Why are you trying to acquire the aid of my man for your goals? Too noisy, want my silence? Off-Eyes, seemingly pouted. I think I understand. I interjected, earning their attention. Kind of figured it out when I was trying not to need to replace my pants. She was born in a lifeless void, the existence of life is too much for her, too noisy as she says. Another dragon, one of equal strength more or less, invaded the void she lived. It is the collection of dreams from all creatures on earth. Meridia blinked, processing that. I see. That is not hard to rectify, I can carve out a small corner of my realm and separate it from any other concepts and noise as you call it. Silence. Off-Eyes perked up. Don't get excited, it comes with caveats. Meridia immediately rebuked. You will be employed by me. I will give you a place to live that fits your desires, but you will answer to me when I require it. If you do not accept this transaction, you will be sent home, however, you will never threaten my man again, are we clear? Meridia didn't raise her voice, but the very realm shook at her words. Even Off-Eyes shuddered as Meridia glared down at her. Yes. She said very quietly, looking at the ground, like she was being scolded by her mother. Good. Meridia nodded, the pressure relenting. Now choose. Silence. Off-Eyes perked up. Meridia let out a sigh, waving her hand. Very well, go through there, it will be your new home for now. Off-Eyes didn't even question it as she walked through and disappeared. Well, that takes care of that. If possible, I would very much like advance notice if you intend to drop a being of that power on me. In all honesty, I seriously panicked. I was with Izzy and she just forced herself into Yomi and demanded I help her. I tried running away, but she could easily followed, forcibly opening a portal I closed. The death goddess. Izzy walked up, inspecting me. No wonder you smelled of death. Was it noticeable? I blinked. Do you hate it? I know you're a goddess of life. I do not hate death specifically. She shook her head. Death is a natural part existence. Without death, there would be no life, thus my own purpose would be irrelevant. What I detest about it is the perversion of the natural cycle. It is easy for those to abuse the powers that are inherent in the opposite spectrum to my own. Thus, those who wield deathly powers often are those that go against the natural order. Good, that's good. I don't want her to hate Izzy, both of them were important to me. What about immortals? I asked, a little curious. If someone gained immortality, would that be something you despise? She leaned in and I took it as cue that she wanted some affection, so I wrapped my arms around her, happily initiating a hug. I could feel her relax in my arms. Ignoring the obvious things I dislike such as undead, a regular being becoming immortal is of no concern to me. They are living beings, and through their own effort, they have extended it. However, true immortality is a lie. One day the lights in the sky will go dark, the universe will no longer support itself, and even me and my kin will fade from existence. Everything will end. So no, I do not have any second thoughts about beings like so. They will die one day when everything else vanishes. Such is the nature of life, that its purpose is only fulfilled when it ends. That's oddly comforting to hear when I consider my ultimate end. Is it my words or my rear that you are currently squeezing that comforts you? Little of both. You're ridiculous. She snorted, though made no effort to stop me. We have some time before I must turn my attention elsewhere. Sun Wukong POV. I admired the large, transparent, tree that would always appear in the distance. Regardless of where I went in this realm, that tree would never move from that spot. It was always a beautiful sight to see. Maybe I should visit more often when I'm not on duty? They had quite the unique drink selection in the realms of Yggdrasil. And the food was always delicious. I hummed to myself idly as my cloud soared through the air. Unfortunately, it wasn't my trusty somersault cloud. Just a cloud I acquired from a passing immortal after visiting the Jade Palace. Had to refill my stock of peaches. I couldn't possibly know why the Jade Emperor was especially upset that day. My old bum was still sore from all the lightning punishments he sent at me. Thankfully, I didn't have to search too far, I could see my target in the distance and my cloud soared forth. I cracked a little smile that when I peered at him from several miles away, he too met my gaze. Come on, you brat. Put your back in it. Lord Odin, help. You're doing fine. Stop hitting my barrier, it's going to break. I flew up, eyeing the group from above. Odin, All-Father. A man who any god would be foolish to dismiss, even with the attitude he'd taken since retiring from the Asgardian throne all those years ago. Despair and depression can cause people to change drastically. But I don't think anyone could fault a man for wanting to step away when his wife died. I heard the tragic tale of how Odin's wife Frigga passed during the Great War. Since then, he has taken up just traveling the world for any whim of his, never staying in any place for too long. Rarely did he return to Asgard these days. Personally, I had not met him in many years at this point, but the smile he sent my way made me relax as I wasn't unwelcomed. I didn't interfere and just watched. Apparently Odin had taken up a Valkyrie to teach, or torture, depending on your view. It's only two giants, kids these days. Odin scoffed. Back in my day, we didn't have any of that fancy magic, we had to beat giants, with our bare hands. Why you invented this magic? The Valkyrie cried, the two giants slamming their first on her barrier as she was pushed to the ground. Don't get smart with me, girly. That's 10 points off your final grade. Since when am I being graded? She cried again, the cracks became more predominant. I already graduated from Valkyrie school. Don't back sass. Another 10 points, haha. Wah. Look, I'll even be merciful and give you some advice. Giants are large beings, so, they have a very large weakness that all other men have. Are you telling me to punch them in the dangly bits, your airhead? I'm a woman. One of the giants suddenly stopped, turning to glare at Odin. My apologies. Odin took his hat off, bowing his head. Humph. She scoffed, going back to pounding on the Valkyrie's barrier. Is what you thought I would say? Odin let out a mad cackle as he leapt at the supposed female giant, his divine spear in hand. The spear of his that could match many powerful and legendary weapons, even those Indra hoarded. I'm an equal opportunist when it comes to kicking ass. He laughed, stabbing the female giant through the foot. Take my Gungnir since you're not getting my other spear. Lord Odin. The Valkyrie whined. Please don't say things like that in public. Shut up, you boyfriendless Valkyrie. You can tell me not to talk about my spear when you actually see one for yourself. But you walk around naked all the time. Ha 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 ha. No wonder you don't have a boyfriend, I must have ruined you since no other men can compare. Wah! I let out a snort, watching the two's antics. It was clear that Odin was just playing around and he wasn't actually teaching the young Valkyrie anything productive. I descended, holding my pipe out, I waved it in the air, smacking the second giant on the back of the head who had been assailing the young woman, knocking it unconscious. Wah! She blurted out in surprise. Old monkey, it's been a while. Odin greeted, sitting atop the corpse of the giant he had just slayed. Oh old monkey, son Wukong! The Valkyrie exclaimed. How did you do this again? I scratched my head before clasping my hands. Well met. I gave a Norse-style greeting. Het. Odin stood up and bowed respectfully. And to you, old friend. Teaching the new generation. I eyed the star-struck Valkyrie. Bah, she's a lost cause. Always shouting and ruining my good times. Odin harumphed. Then why do you keep her with you? Humph, it's hard to find someone who can keep up. The old god grumbled, clearly having an attachment to the young woman. So you wouldn't mind if I took her? I got a grandson about her age. I stopped as a spear was at my throat, though a wide grin split my face. With a chuckle, I pushed the tip of his divine spear away from my neck. You were always a softy on the inside. Humph, her grandmother would castrate me if I let anything happen to her. The old god grumbled again. Why are you here, old monkey? I don't mind you visiting, but you're being awfully composed. Did that lightning bastard send you over here? I don't mind telling him to his face what I think about any plans or damn schemes he's cooking. Maybe I should remind him that I can look into the future if I chose just as well. Not entirely unaccurate. Odin didn't have the inherent ability like Indra. No, the old god could do it through his own magical prowess and rituals. Honestly, I don't know if that made it more terrifying or not. Yes, and no. I admitted. It was no good to try to lie to an old god like him who could see through such things. Explain. Odin propped himself up by his spear. I'm on a job right now, but he didn't tell me to come over here. I did so because I think it would be the easiest option. Just out with it. You're not the type to try and be coy about this crap. Odin sighed. The peace conference that's coming up with the three Abrahamic factions, I assume you're going. Not many know that. Odin grunted. Is this how that bright pigeon felt when I revealed the same thing to him? Damn future sight, I'm going to mess up his predictions after this, just watch me. Haha, well I wouldn't complain. If there's one thing that would ruin Indra's day, it's someone else messing with the future through similar methods. Can I take that as a yes? I smiled. Bah, of course you already know, you wouldn't come out here otherwise. That old crow Azazel asked me to come. I talked with my boy and he thought it was a good idea, so I was gonna represent Asgard and make decisions based on that. That and you were called out, weren't you? I raised an eyebrow. Loki causing problems again. Nothing we can prove, obviously. Odin sighed. So I gotta go clean up his messes again. Why do you continue to put up with him? Politics be damned, you wouldn't suffer anyone else that's done what he's done over the years, even with all the good he's done as well. It's complicated. Odin said quietly. Regardless, what you want? Mind if I tag along as a witness? Odin blinked. You want in? Does Indra have an interest in the three factions now? He's always despised them. No, it's something else, I'm sure he's been keeping up with the news, so it's most likely has to do with that young boy who fought that Susanoo brat. Did Indra take an interest in him as well? Yes, but I already investigated him for Indra. This is something else. Humph, investigating a brat barely in his 20s. Yeah, I felt bad about it too. Uncovered some personal information that I wish I didn't. I never like playing these types of games with the younger generation, just doesn't seem fair. I gave him a peach as an apology. You lot and your karma. I guess that alleviated you from some guilt, hey? I just shrugged. But to answer, it's specifically about one of the women who appeared at his side. Ah. Odin said plainly, and I know I didn't need to explain further. But, why are you investigating a woman who Indra lent his weapon to? Who said Indra lent her his weapon? I raised an eyebrow again. Stole it? No, then how? Odin's eye widened. That's the question, isn't it? Odin tapped his chin, clearly deep in thought. This is odd. A foreboding thing for such a wise god to say. If I do accept you, you know you are going to have to follow the rules? No pulling any of that Indra bullshit, even if he asks you to after I agree. As a Buddha, I swear. I raised my hand up, flaring my holy aura to prove a point. I'll take that then. Odin nodded in approval. This is turning into a bigger and bigger event. Oh, are more factions joining? Indra rarely told me any additional details. Azazel is cooking up a scheme to try and pull the yokai in. That's expected after everything. You can't ignore players of that caliber, and they would be fools to not try something so obvious. That reminds me, did you look into the God Slayer that reappeared? Not fully, information is scarce. I'll get a better look when I go. Don't know how she's walking around, saw her corpse myself during the war. Took a handful of minor gods with her, and a few of those original devil pillars those winged bats like to go on about. It should be interesting. Anyone else? The angels convinced Lug to throw his lot in with them. Odin replied. I think I remember that Lug was close to the god of heaven. I rubbed my chin. Which is weird considering how much Christianity wiped out their religion in the region among the humans. Only on the surface. Odin stated. You know how hard it is to control worshippers, never doing what you want. He helped Light Bright move the important stuff away from the public. They lost a lot of popularity, but their foundations were never in danger at all. Interesting if nothing else. But enough of that, we need to hash out the details. Which means, to the strip club. Odin loudly declared. Lord Odin! The Valkyrie cried, having been jolted from her stupor previously. You can't. Think of your position. My position is about to be my face between some big boobs. Wah! Oh well, I guess I could humor him. I knew he's doing it just to mess with me, and probably the little Valkyrie to a lesser extent. Though I am looking forward to this meeting. Chapter 315, Interlude 22. Lug POV. Another small meeting, is it? I gently smiled as I walked through the door. We thought it was appropriate. Michael the Archangel replied with a kind smile himself. Well, I can't fault you for your decision. Thing are, awkward right now everywhere. Trying to publicly meet would likely draw too many eyes of those that don't want such a meeting to happen. I hope you don't mind the location. I wished somewhere neutral since it was not just us this time. Michael gestured towards an empty seat across from him. Not at all, and I completely understand. It's never wrong to be cautious about accidentally angering someone from another culture. Many things could be said about the heaven faction of the Abrahamic religion, but rarely were they impolite or rude. Lady Gabriel, you are as brilliant as the last time we met. I greeted his second. Your father would be proud to know how bright you still shine after so many years. The second archangel smiled so brightly that even her aura seemed to be eclipsed. How Yahweh was able to create such a gentle and kind being is still a mystery to me. Which is even stranger when you consider that she was one of the fiercest warriors I'd ever laid my eyes on. It has been many years since she had donned her armor for a true war, but behind those kind eyes of hers was a metal that could not be bent or shattered. A contradictory existence, yet it just made her all the more exuberant in my eyes. A warrior of such prowess that she chose to be gentle and loving towards anyone. Thank you, Lord Lug. Gabriel said with complete genuineness. Would you like to call in your second, Lug? Michael asked. Who are you to address him so familiarly, Angel? Shadows around the room warped and condensed into the form of a crow with red eyes. Bad, it's all right. This isn't a formal meeting. I carefully eased the goddess. Humph. The crow scoffed, silently standing upon the back of the other empty chair. I couldn't blame her attitude. Most of my kin did not like the Abrahamic factions for their part in causing our culture and history to become so obscure to the common masses. While I didn't hold the ones in front of me responsible for their followers' actions, it was still a sore subject. No pantheon in the world could claim that their followers have not done something they were embarrassed or ashamed of in their name. It's not like we were the Egyptians who purposely challenged them. The younger ones these days only saw that heaven swept through and thoroughly embarrassed the Egyptian gods, but the Egyptians were certainly not without fault in that conflict. Goddess of war, it's an honor. Michael didn't react negatively in the slightest, and even lowered his head in greeting. Badb, who was pretty much looking for a fight, basically went silent at his behavior. I could imagine her looking rather flustered right now, unable to force anything at his attitude. I ignored her indignation for now and proceeded with the purpose of the meeting. Shall we discuss the most obvious reason for gathering? Michael, while still showing that same bright smile about him, still fell melancholic as I said the words. 12 portals we've discovered and subsequently closed. Yes. And unfortunately, we discovered some of them rather late. Michael turned to his companion as Gabriel raised her head. We've lost 23 churches since they discovered that we were actively hunting them down. And it just felt wrong for her to show such sadness. What a pure creature she was. In each occasion, we were able to push them back, however, the losses haven't been low. We've also suffered some losses. We don't have the same amount of follower to bring about. The few dozen druids and knights that died in the conflicts are heavy. It's going to take a few years before the younger generation can step up. It was unfortunate, but we had to rely on our followers in matters like these. It's an unfortunate situation all around. Michael acknowledged. We recently received the 4th batch of weapon that Lord Odin promised. So far, they have been wonderful in our fight. We separated the promised portion of them and will hand them over afterwards. Good, we've been dusting off some of the old iron weapons ourselves, but we welcome more all the same. I nodded in thanks. Have you made progress on what you spoke about in our last meeting? Michael asked. I couldn't help but sigh and shook my head. Mananese Mac-Lur. I spoke the name of the sea god who had all but retired from his official positions. He's still bound by the agreements, even if his wife passed many years ago. He couldn't give any worthwhile information about either fairy court. His wife, Fand, a fairy queen. Thus, he had taken up the position of a fairy king many years ago. Despite what many think, there are more than 2 fairy queens in existence. However, both summer and winter rule the Fey lands. The vast majority of any other kings and queens answered to them. Very few were outside their influence. That is unfortunate. Michael frowned. Yes, however, we may not see any significant presence from them for the time being. As you probably are aware, their attention has been focused elsewhere. Michael winced slightly. I can't imagine the Winter Queen is pleased. I snorted almost uncontrollably. I've met her before, and I can tell you, she's pissed. Some mortal cut off her hand when she overextended into Japan. I have no doubt she's putting out many fires due to her subjects taking advantage to try and usurp power. It's most likely the reason there hasn't been any retaliation. Arrogant witch. She allowed a portion of her body to separate form her domain where she's at her strongest. Was it because she didn't sense any gods nearby at the time that she thought she could get away with it? I'm glad that kid humbled her like that. Do you think she will attack again? Unlikely. I waved it off. The Shinto gods are not pleased as you could imagine. Especially with what happened to Susanoo, they can't let themselves look like pushovers again. Aaron has been talking to Izanami, she has been active in an effort to dissuade them from acting up again. Through Aaron we have an idea of the situation. I see. Michael looked thoughtful. If your factions has been talking, does that mean you're considering lending aid? We've too many problems of our own right now. Badb interjected. We can't worry about some random mortals in another part of the world. The war goddess scoffed. Though I would have worded it differently, she isn't wrong. Even the effort we're contributing to this joint effort is controversial among my people. I glanced at Badb. I never hit it. I think this is a stupid idea and we're wasting time and resources. The crow huffed in annoyance. I appreciate the honesty. Michael smiled lightly, and I was sure he was doing it on purpose now, because Badb just continued to meander and lose any attempt at gaining momentum for her own desires. The Fomorians have been acting up and we've come to blows. There was no point in hiding it, it was almost common knowledge at this point. Badb is part of the faction that believes we should stop associating and focus on our own problems, specifically our old foe. I brought her along so they would have a voice and not cause more problems further along due to my meeting the angels. While they have been aggressive, they haven't been overtly hostile to my rule thus far. Forgive me, but are you not also part Fomorian? Gabriel tilted her head. Indeed, as many of my kin could claim the same. However, we are the Tuathadanan first and foremost. Just how Zeus is a god and not a titan even if his parents are such. I didn't mind elaborating as our part of the world was much less popular than other cultures. A side effect of what happened in the past. Oh. Gabriel's eyes brightened in understanding. I had to resist the urge to pat her on the head like my grandchildren. It's not the first time they have acted up, however, it's never crossed a certain point. Right now, they're straddling the lines between what can be overlooked, and it's fairly obvious they're doing it on purpose. But that's not the most concerning thing. I'm sure you've heard the rumors coming from other places, yes? Are you speaking about similar situations in other pantheons? I am. I nodded. And it's all happening at the same time. I fear there are those amongst both our side, the Fomorians, and other pantheons that are colluding. I glanced at Bad, who stiffened, but didn't interrupt. While we often had different outlooks and opinions, I trusted her explicitly. The god that appeared in the most recent event, Michael said quietly. That was my thought as well. It's rare for gods to interfere in other pantheons' matters, and the timing is much too coincidental. With how many feuds that had developed since the Great War, it was almost an unspoken agreement to not interfere with other pantheons. That makes things more complicated. Like they weren't already complicated with how many parties are involved. I let out a chuckle. Michael smiled lightly, seemingly amused in an exhausted sort of way. Speaking of that event. Don't worry, I got it here. I took out the item Michael requested, setting it on the table. A richly decorated oak harp. Uathne, the harp of Dada. It's beautiful. Gabriel exclaimed. May I? Go ahead. I chuckled again. Be warned, only Dada has ever been able to produce any semblance of music with it. We watched Gabriel gently reach for it, taking it in her hands. It wasn't very large, enough that she could carry it without any problems. She ran her fingers across the strings and instead of a soft and revibrating chime, the note came out grated, making everyone jerks in response. Oh! Gabriel blinked, a hint of embarrassment on her face. I guess I can't play it either. It reminded me so much of my trumpet, I couldn't resist. She pouted. I had heard of her trumpet. It was supposedly able to rally her allies in battle and infuse them with a sort of second wind. It was destroyed, I believed, by one of the original Satans. I only heard a few vague things about this. Michael admired it with a keen eye. Supposedly, it's able to summon the seasons. That's what the stories say. I smiled. But that's a bit of a miscontextual explanation. It was originally a regular harp, for that which was made by a god could be called regular. Summoning the seasons was more metaphorical than literal in this case. Specifically, it summoned winter and summer. The god Dada, former lover to the Winter Queen, and even had the goodwill of the Summer Queen to the point where they both blessed his harp. It's less that it summons the seasons, but more that it summons their domains over each season. Michael let out a breath. Without Dada, its abilities are sealed, for lack of a better word. However, it still contains that connection. I ran my finger over the wooden engravings. You know the price I asked before? Yes, you requested the weapons we had stored away from your pantheon. They're all here, as well as the information you requested. Michael gestured to a large crate. I didn't need to check, I knew he was trustworthy. We shouldn't have to trade one of our treasures to get back things that belong to us. Bad pissed. When we lost them due to our own failures, I disagree. I glared towards the war goddess. How we lost them? Well, my grandfather was not the most kind of men. He would commit many heinous deeds to spite others. And I wasn't speaking of Baylor. And the information? I asked. Yes, the forbidden Baylor view sacred gear. Michael produced a piece of parchment and slid it over to me. I picked it up, scanning over its contents and frowning. Should I consider myself unlucky then? I let out a sigh. Michael gave a wry smile. I apologize, I had not known until I investigated. It's not your fault. I waved it off. How were either of us supposed to know that it appeared in a dumper that was reincarnated by Lucifer's little sister? I let out a sigh, burning the parchment away. It's not like I unwillingly handed over grandfather's evil eye to you all back then either. The powers of the sacred gear came from Yahweh processing grandfather's eye. I had willingly traded it with them at the time because we were in a much more precarious situation. We received much needed resources that played a significant role in our people winning over the Fomorians. I'll try to broach the subject at the peace meeting then, even if it's unlikely to go anywhere. I resigned myself to not get my hands on that thing again. It would go a long way if we tried to sue for peace once more with the Fomorians. And if not, well, I had other plans for it. So you are decided in joining us? Yes, I believe it to be in our own best interest with the potential of outsiders to interfere in our own disputes. I glanced at Badb, who was silent this time. She didn't like cooperating with other factions, however I think she realized the situation we were now in. Not to mention, there are things we wish to confirm as well. The atmosphere turned dark. Badb. I spoke her name with a hint of my own divinity added. The pressure in the room alleviated with a annoyed noise from the crow. You speak of Skathuk? Michael asked. Yes. Let's just say there are plenty who are wary of her supposed return. Which was a very polite way of saying it. How many lesser gods had fallen by her hands? How many demigods, champions, or favored by our pantheon had been turned to corpses at the end of her infamous spear? She relished in the Great War, and many different factions suffered before she finally fell. Many had mixed feelings about her even among my own kin. Not many humans could achieve what she had, which made her even the more controversial figure. The Morrigan being the most outspoken in disfavor. But you have your own concerns as well. I mentally gave one last goodbye to great-grandfather's harp. Yes, hopefully, this will be enough to request the spear back, among other things. Michael didn't sound too sure of himself. You've known he's had the spear for a while now. Why the sudden need to get it back? I admittedly didn't know the exact details of what happened, as most didn't concern me. He was able to use it. Oh. I blinked at that. Is he not a half-devil? He is. That's strange. I rubbed my chin. We have some reason to believe that he is able to remove his weakness to holy power. Which is how he was able to use the spear. Michael explained. Ah. You're worried that it's a repeatable method, and if he can remove that weakness, it can become a significant weapon for devils as a whole. It was a spear worthy of being a god's weapon. It didn't lose out to my own spear in the slightest. Give something like that to those freakish super devils, then their power would just increase further. Thankfully, they are still susceptible to holy power just as any other devil is. Or so I thought, that might change from what Michael's implied. This meeting was looking more and more interesting. A definite headache, but interesting nonetheless. It is one of our main concern, yes. Michael fully acknowledged. Can we count on you? I would happily attend at your side. I would support them in this case. Our alliance had lasted many years, and I saw no reason why to not help them now. The benefits far outweighed any perceived negative. Not to mention, we have our own interests in it. Michael smiled brightly again. I have the full reports as to what happened, if you wish to read over them. I think you'll find some things rather interesting. I raised an eyebrow as I took the new parchment from him. It only took me a moment to fully read it. Very interesting. It seems this was going to be a more popular event than I had first thought. Chapter 316, Chapter 288. I straightened my tie and made sure my shoes were tied. I glanced over at Meridia as she adjusted her dress back on herself. She easily regained her normal demeanor, and with a few motions, it looked like she hadn't been bent over her own throne just a few minutes ago. I was still a little peeved that my Gorgonian was gone, or maybe it wasn't. I would check in later, see if I could get it back. Regardless. Seeing her bent over again, fixing her dress a little. I really couldn't help myself. A crisp clap echoed out into the otherwise silent area. Meridia stiffened, then slowly turned back towards me, a bright red hue on her cheeks. I assumed it was only matched by the new red spot her left butt cheek was now sporting. I regret nothing. For last words, they are not the worst I've heard. She said dryly, waving her hand, and I felt the void tug on me. Wait. She paused as I smiled towards her. I love you. She huffed cutely, rolling her eyes. I love you too, despite how much of a fool you are. Be gentle. I'll be as gentle with you as you were to me. To be fair, you were the one who was being rude. The words died in my mouth, and I only saw the flustered face of my lover for a brief moment before I was pushed through the boundaries of her realm. I saw existence stretch, stars fade, replaced by the cosmic powers that coated the very walls of reality. Honestly, if I wasn't so used to this kind of experience, it might have given me a sort of existential crisis. But at this point I was used to seeing things that a normal person shouldn't see. Otherwise, it wasn't the worst method of traveling through different planes of existence that I'd ever used. Kind of pleasant, actually. Like laying down in a boat as it floated down a quiet river. Until I was jerked in another direction, directly pulled back towards the plane that I knew to be Nirn. The familiar sensation of that place was easy to notice after spending so much time there. Each world has its own flavor for people who traveled around like I do. The stench of death hit me immediately, and I didn't even notice how I came out face first into a stone floor. I let out a sigh, slowly standing up as I noticed I was within a summoning circle of sorts. I blinked looking around. Many undead monstrosities surrounded me. Hooded figures that were no doubt necromancers. And there were many victims of their crafts, thrown about at random, their bodies torn apart, and even more were strewn across what looked like primitive torture machines. That's the most human-looking Daedra I've ever seen. One of the hooded figures commented. I could vaguely see red eyes underneath. I guess I was, technically a Daedra by their definition. On a side note, Meridia threw me into the path of their summoning, basically usurping it. And they just so happened to be necromancers, what a coincidence. Well played. I fucking love that woman. Quick, bind him. The spell is already going, he can't escape and he'll be our slave soon enough. I looked down at the floor, the spell circle was underneath me. And I felt the magics trying to wrap around me, but the combination of both my aura and my magic resistance meant they were just slapped away. However, these idiots didn't seem to realize that. It's done, he's ours. Well done, Kakik. We're one step closer now. The closest one to me, who appeared the leader, raised his staff up as if to command me. Now, give your name and enter our service permanently. I kinda just stared at him incredulously. Can he not speak our language? Daedra should be able to speak it. The leader spoke up again. I command you. Speak. He flared up his power, trying to intimidate me. If you insist. Have you heard about our Lord and Savior Meridia? I slammed Dawnbreaker into the ground, pulsing its holy light. It took a moment, but ever so slowly, they realized they fucked up. I always loved coming to the college. Just something about the academic settings made me feel at ease. Well, some specific examples excluded. You pretty much always had to be on guard when at the clock tower, even if that was the most prestigious magical research institute back home. Admittedly, the college fell short in comparison, but I much preferred the ambience and relaxed nature of this place. In the future, I think I would happily send any of my children that had the inclination here when they reached a certain age. Let them get experience in a place like this before branching out to institutions like the clock tower. But I digressed. As my idle thoughts took me through the outer courtyards of the college, I ran into a familiar face and my own face split into a wide grin. Tolfdir! I exclaimed upon seeing him. The older mage perked up, turning to look at me. His expression changed abruptly, adorning a smile himself. Oh Wilhelm, what a wonderful surprise! It's been far too long. I greeted. How have you been? I've been doing as well as one could expect under the circumstances. And yes, how long has it been? It seems that we've both been busy and running around these past weeks. My old bones finally needed a rest as it was. He let out a chuckle. I heard you were hurt when those dragons attacked. Are you okay? No lingering ailments? Oh yes, I have that curse called old age. He snickered. Unfortunately, the Archmage did not have a cure for such a horrendous disease. Please, you'll outlive us all. I certainly hope not. He smiled warmly. This old man wants to retire at some point. If I have no one to pass my teachings on to, then I'll have to work until I drop. He let out a good-natured chuckle. Tolfdir was such an amazing person. In the time I spent at this place, I've never once heard a single bad thing said about him. And he even helped me so much when I was younger. When I was so cocksure after first arriving here. Felt like a lifetime ago. I really needed to do something for him. Maybe give him some of the wine I plan on making with the peach? Give him a few more years of youth? I think I owed him at least that much. Have you come to see the Archmage? He asked. I was just stopping by to visit. I was in the area, and thought I could spend some time catching up and talk to a few people. Is the Archmage around? He is, but you may not have luck meeting with him for the moment. He said he was going to lock himself in his quarters for a few days. I did not ask further, but I assume he is dealing with some important or delicate matters. Tolfdir replied. Oh well. I shrugged. It wasn't like I had anything important to talk to him about. Just wanted to check up after dropping a few bombs on him. Though, there is one person I specifically wanted to meet. You wouldn't happen to know about a newcomer? A woman with a purple robe, blue hair, pointy ears. You must be speaking about Medea. Such a wonderful young woman she is. A brilliant mage as well. Why, I can't help but feel I'm the one learning new things every time we speak. It wasn't hot air, he was genuine with every word he spoke. Hey, guess she's thriving here as well. She around? Tolfder tapped his chin. Ah. He nodded. I believe she is in Sergius's lecture on advanced enchanting methods. Sergius. He handles the supplies as well, right? Indeed. Tolfder answered with another nod. Is there something you require? Perhaps I can help you. Well, not so much that I need something. I scratched my cheek. I stumbled upon a bunch of necromancers who were, not quite law-abiding. Suffice to say I found myself with a good bit of supplies I wanted to offload while I was here. Tolfder, uncharacteristically scowled. Unfortunate. Perhaps if there were less such individuals in the world, certain magical studies wouldn't be so taboo. I don't have an opinion one way or the other in this circumstance. Though his view of it was pure and one that came from an inherent desire to merely learn. Of course. Tolfder chuckled again. Your patron, I believe, would not take kindly to you practicing such things. Yet, let's go with that. I shared a knowing smile with him. I guessed he was in the know in regards to my relationship with Meridia. If she found out I was touching such a thing, she would definitely spank me, and not in the fun way. That's not to say I was not somewhat knowledgeable in such crafts, just that I don't practice. Since Sergius is busy, I don't mind handling the medial work. You sure, it's quite a bit. Oh, don't worry. He waved me off. These old bones still got some strength to them. All right then. I waved my hand, letting out about a half-dozen sacks of various goods. Food, potions, various alchemical and enchanting supplies. And various weapons and such that I'm sure they could distribute if needed. I was about to say something until the older mage flicked his hand and they all floated up in the air. He gave me a cheeky little smile, practically reading my thoughts. Come, I'll lead you to the hall that he's lecturing at. Tolfder smiled, turning towards the college, beckoning me on. I quietly opened the door to the lecture hall. And it seemed some things were the same regardless of where you go. The whole thing was set up like how you would find back home. Rows of seats set up in a semicircle as they descended forward. And the teacher standing up front so everyone could see him. The man eyed me briefly but never missed a beat as he was in the middle of a sentence. I looked around and found who I was looking for. Medea was sitting far in the back, in the corner. Even if she never looked at me, I knew she noticed me. She scribbled away on some parchment as I took a seat next to her. The primary enchantment requires a yet higher leveled source of magicka to anchor it to the item of choice, lest the secondary enchantment usurp the initial magicka reservoir for itself. This is why it's rare to find an item with two enchantments of the same strength. We'll be discussing ways around this on the next lecture. But for now. What ya need, boyo? Medea finally spoke up. Can't I just drop in to say hi to a friend? Humph. She snorted, jotting down some more notes. I cast a couple runes onto the table, creating a shoddy bound field. Essentially, it stopped sound from escaping, but not from entering, so I didn't disrupt her plans. But also, I didn't want to distract anyone else. What if I need to ask questions? She lightly teased. If such a regarded magus had to ask questions, then I really question where I stand. Down here. Medea quirked a smile, moving her hand down towards the ground. On the ground. I would go lower, but the floor is in the way. Cute. I'm adorable. I rolled my eyes. But you're seriously not having issues, right? I'd feel pretty shit if you were genuinely having trouble and I interrupted you. Medea scoffed. Of course not, who do you think I am? She blinked. Actually, don't answer that. I know you'll give some cheeky answer. But I wanted to just hear his lecture verbatim. This is an entirely different system than what I'm used to. I've already understood it, but hearing their own experiences isn't unimportant when they've been using it for hundreds, thousands of years. That's a valid point. Never know what little tricks or tips you would take a long time to figure out yourself. It's as you say. But anyways, what do you need? I wasn't kidding, I was just checking in to see how you were doing. Yeah, there's something I wanted to talk with you about, but I'm also curious about everything else. How's the college been treating you? It's been, dare I say, fun. Medea smiled brightly. I haven't had this much fun since, well, when I took my lessons with Circe when I was still a child. So many new things I've been learning, it's wonderful. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. I was genuinely happy that Medea was having fun. Where's your fiancé? Oh, hubby somehow landed himself a tutoring job for some of the rich families in town. Don't know how it happened, but he's somehow teaching things like arithmetic and all that. We originally came for a vacation, but the amount of money he's making. Well, if that's how they chose to spend their time, it wasn't my place to say. I knew they were having some kind of money problems, living at the temple and everything, but I also didn't want to butt in there. I just helped in a non-pitying way. You can also stay as long as you want. I set it up. Yes, yes. I understand the mechanisms. Even if your magic isn't something I'm compatible with, the concepts aren't beyond me. She said rather flippantly. Well, excuse me, princess. You're excused. She smirked. You're so kind. I said with another roll of my eyes. Anyways. No one's been giving you troubles. Ugh, a few here or there. That one elf you told me to watch out for, he was making passes at me. Annoying slimeball that he was. I couldn't help but frown at that. He did the same thing towards Artoria. Don't worry. I've recently conducting an interesting experiment. I learned about one of the local phantasmal species, specifically of the high elf variety, how many curses it would take to breach their innate magic resistance. Oh. I quirked an eyebrow. Are you sure? Perhaps some further research is required. Medea cackled ominously. Don't worry, I intend to thoroughly research the subject. Once a certain individual is able to take a few steps away from their toilet, then the experiment can continue. Scary Medea was scary. Though the thought of Arcano being cursed with such horrendous bowel movements was hilarious. Visit the library yet? Do you even have to ask? She gave me a dry look. On a side note, Jin is an absolute treat. She's always so helpful and just a delight to talk to. Not to mention how intelligent she is. It's so easy to get lost in a conversation or argument with her about any random magical subject. Yeah, Jin is pretty great. She was so excited to get that job of hers in the library. She loves managing that wealth of knowledge. Medea abruptly punched me in the shoulder. It didn't quite hurt, but I felt it. And she's so enamored with you, I swear, I was wondering if that disgusting goddess cursed her as well. And I hope you know she has absolutely no filter once she gets comfortable. Actually, I take that back, I think she does it on purpose. Medea suddenly punched me again. Ow, what did I do? I rubbed my shoulder. You better treat her well. Medea huffed. First you took my saber, and now you somehow have that delightful girl too. If I see either of them sad, it's your ass. Okay, Mom. Medea wretched. The idea of you being my son almost made me throw up. Fuck you. Ha, you wish. Meh, I have a better witch. Yeah, keep telling yourself that. Somehow, I don't see myself winning an argument with this woman. Changing the subject. I used Drake's spell, it works. Medea's eyes widened. Really? There were sparkles practically coming out. Wait, what happened that you had to use it? I didn't think you would test it without us there. That sort of bridges into the main reason I came. Basically, the other Yukai faction was attacked. The local Fae were the culprits. Nuririha and the leader over there declared war, and Yasaka followed suit. Messing with those things is never a good idea. Medea turned serious. I don't know what they're like in that world, but back in ours, they're only a few steps below divine spirits in their authority. You don't need to tell me that, I'm more than aware. Thankfully, they don't seem to be the same, mostly. One of their leaders made a partial appearance, and my first instinct was to call her a nature spirit. Complicated. Very complicated. I hope you're not asking me to stick my hands into that mess. When things of that level escalate any further, well, I don't want to be around when the gods start truly moving. I would never ask you to join in on our mess. I said with completely sincerity. The others, Achilles, Atalanta, Sasaki, they live very mercenary lifestyles right now. They still haven't settled down like Medea has. She has a fiancé, she's trying to live her life. I would never force her into a war like this. But I had an idea I wanted to run by you. And if you're willing, pay for your services. After all, I don't know anyone else that can match you in the crafting department other than Skaduk. And even with her, I'm positive you beat her out in terms of sheer mass production while still keeping a high quality. Skaduk's true expertise was not found in crafting, but she could certainly hang with the best of them. Just look at her weapon, it was made a legend of multiple people through the years. That being said, Medea probably had her beat in that regard. That sounds like something more I'd be willing to consider. She tapped the table. What do you have in mind, boyo? I withdrew a handful of petty soul gems, setting them on the table. I assume you've messed with these already. Yes, I have. She picked one up, eyeing it. I admit I was skeptical when it was explained to me. But a harmless way to harness the power of a non-sapient soul for magical use that causes no harm. It's a novel concept that I found myself envious of not having in my own life. These would have made so many things much easier. And I did double-check on the regular usage of soul gems. They don't go to that wretched place like I had feared before. Black soul gems though, those got destroyed on sight. I don't need to explain much then. As you know, petty soul gems are the lowest tier. I picked up one in my palm and crunched it, shattering it into about 10 pieces, letting them fall onto the table. Each of these pieces still holds about the same fractional power comparably to the size of the whole. Each a tenth of the soul gem's overall power. Yes, I'm following the simple math, I'm just confused as to where you're going with this. You're aware of those staffs that use a single spell and require the usage of soul gems to recharge. I saw her nod, so I continued. Smaller scale, intended for single a casting, maybe more depending on the spell. A single petty soul gem equals 10 wands, or something. Instead of using the soul gems to recharge the mystic code itself. These pieces act as the foci. An interesting idea. But the power would be average at best. And you would only get a handful of uses before it would quite literally crumble. The majority of yokai are fighters. I explained. And we're vastly outnumbered if what I've discovered is correct. So imagine giving each yokai a couple of these wands. Little more than sticks, and they don't have to worry about maintenance or anything like that. Simple use and throw away. Fire and forget, if you know the term. 1,000 of these petty soul gems equals about 10,000 of these wands then. Medea seemed to be thinking out loud. It would certainly prove useful in warfare, but if you're thinking there's some sort of game changer. I cut her off. It's just, I'm not foolish enough to think one of us can be everywhere at once. It's a war, not a fight. I'm just trying to eke out any advantage for us that I can. Arming our soldiers with more power and options is basically what I'm on right now. And giving them a way to use magic without months of training can help level the playing field away from the Fae's favor. 1,000 yokai all lined up, facing off against a force of Fae most likely of higher numbers. If all of them could just simply reach to their sides, lift up a simple stick and unleash a basic fireball, numbering in the thousands with repeated use, it would do something. It's unfortunate that giving them guns wouldn't do much. It might be comical and win a battle or two versus lower-end opponents, but mundane weaponry isn't hard to defend against. It doesn't hold the same weight that magic does. But in regards to the wands, quantity is a quality of its own. And who says they had to be offensive spells? Give every yokai a wand with a few uses of a healing spell? Or maybe a warding spell? The options are nearly limitless. I can't fault you there. She let out a sigh. Do you have more specifics? I took out my notebook, handing it over. It starts on page 27. I wrote out my thoughts and possible methods of application in crafting. I didn't interrupt her as she skimmed through my notes. However, when she turned the page, a small smile made its way onto her face. I'll help, but I also want a hand in this. She tapped on the page, looking rather amused. I couldn't help but chuckle myself. Well, every war needs siege weapons. Zekram Bale POV. Enter. I closed the book I was reading, setting it on the table next to me. Ancestor. The current head of the Bale family bowed respectfully. I eyed him for a moment before letting out a breath. Raise your head. Yes, Ancestor. He replied, standing straight up. I bring news from the old Satan faction. Oh. My spies have told me that there's been some talk about disobeying your commands, Ancestor. My descendant hesitantly relayed the information. I tapped my finger upon the closed book, a hint of annoyance flashed across my mind before I regained my composure. If they know what's best for them, they will listen to my words. Are you sure you wish to side with the new Satans in this circumstance? We could join in on the old Satan faction and gain some resources while they voiced their complaints. How short-sighted! They were asking for a pittance after being thoroughly humiliated, and you want to stand with them? Why not just whore yourself out on the street for a few gold coins if that's all you can think about? Perhaps I should remind them for whose descendants they decided to attack in their pitiful game. But Venelana left the family, she's no longer a Baal ancestor. Why should we care about what happens to her? And Sertska's son wouldn't have been hurt, he was too precious to control him. Ridiculous. I scoffed at his continued short-sightedness. She is, and always will be, a Baal. While she carries my bloodline, she is a Baal. Her son who sits on the throne, is there because of my bloodline, and he is a Baal. Her daughter who shows magnificent talent as well, is a Baal. Her grandchild has already shown outstanding talent as well, and he is thus a Baal. You would do well to remember this, child. I looked the other way when you sought to remove your son, don't continue down this foolish path. It didn't matter what last name they carried. They were Baals, and everyone knows it still. However, I was not displeased with the Gremory brat that Venelana married. She was always an intelligent woman, but she never had the passion for the political games that her husband did. I was pleased with the results of their union and I had nothing bad to say about that aspect. I was able to gain more strength due to that union as well. And that's ignoring the son they produced in my glory. But Sarayorg doesn't have the bloodline ancestor. The fool quickly tried to cover himself. And what if he has children? I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. Do I really need to explain how our devil genetics work? No, ancestor. Humph. He's lucky that the boy was still under our control. Tell me in detail, what of these disappointments who cling to their ancestors' coattails? The irony was that he could not understand that I added him to such grouping. The biggest disappointment in the Baal house right now. While Sarayorg did not possess the power of destruction, his father did. And yet, what had he done? Absolutely nothing. It's almost shameful that the ones carrying the Gremory name had furthered my agenda more than my own family. I suppose it didn't matter. A Baal was a Baal, regardless of what name they wore. They're upset that you stood with the new Satans during the incident. And now that you are also pressuring them not to interfere with the upcoming peace meeting, there are many more voices who are showing discontent. Now they will know not to cross me. I glowered. And if they continue to push this issue, I will retaliate. Make that clear to them. They think they can kidnap and try to steal my bloodline? Not just Venelana, but Milicia's as well. I had a soft spot for the young devil. I admit to requesting time to nurture him every so often. They're fools if they think I'm going to let it be at just this either. I simply don't wish to cause any problems until certain things were settled. Yes, ancestor. He stiffened. But, why are we caring about the peace conference? I have a newly vested interest. Ancestor. The recent addition to my descendants that I have been made aware of. Your sister's apparent grandson that no one bothered to tell me about. Perhaps the fool could feel my irritation as he shrunk down in my presence. But he's just a half-devil. The current head of the house muttered, seemingly ignoring every feat the child had performed thus far. But that was not what I focused on for the moment. And he carries my bloodline, boy. He carries my bloodline, and he's not under our faction. I grit out in annoyance. This peace conference is an opportunity to pull him back in where he rightfully belongs. Under my control, just as everyone else was. I've heard such information that this new descendant of mine already had a harem of his own. I would normally not care about such things, but when he can potentially pass my bloodline outside of our society, then it becomes my concern. How long until he gets one of his lovers pregnant? He was apparently with that fox yokai in the east. Would she produce a yokai with the power of destruction? She's directly under the Shinto's head goddess, how would I have to maneuver to get any of said children under devil rule? That foolish Sertsk. Could his maid not keep him in line? Did he really have to look for a human to relieve himself? The odds were astronomically lower, but even then, he simply had to take the boy in. Hells, I would have gladly sponsored the boy if he showed ability with the power of destruction. I would have used one of my free pieces and turned him into a true devil. Problem solved. Unfortunately, it seemed my descendants were intent on their foolish endeavors. I was originally against the peace conference. I felt that my descendants would grow stronger, that devilkind would grow stronger, if we still had an enemy to face. It was clear that we were not truly at war anymore, but we could still tell the new generations about our hated foe. However, after seeing the recent generations that came about, it simply isn't worth the effort. They had become fat and lazy. I may as well use this opportunity to improve my own position and gain what I want from my newest descendant. The only problem was how to go about bringing him back. Ancestor, I have other news to report. Speak. I may as well hear what he had to say. Rarely was there such a thing as useless information. There has been talk that my sister has taken a new lover. My spies overheard the peerage of my niece talking about it. Not relevant, but not useless. I find it unlikely that she will choose a partner that I am against. She would know better than that. And I care not for what she gets up to. She already fulfilled her obligations, and then some. I partially allowed the marriage with her and her husband because of my own relationship with their ancestor. One of the few of the old devils that I could manage to get along with, even if her attitude often grated on me. Even if it's with her own grandson. That gave me pause. Well done, Venelana. I couldn't help but smile. However, it quickly disappeared once I saw the descendant of mine pouting at me, praising his sister over him. Yes, I could use this. He was young still and has a harem. Rias did look quite a lot like her mother. Should I interfere with her marriage with the Fenix brat? Push her towards him as well? It wouldn't be difficult to have Venelana step in line if I told her to, but her daughter was still rather rebellious. Though, I was curious to see what a spawn of those two bloodlines would look like. My power of destruction was obviously superior, but would it bestow a form like Surtzka's can take? To be able to become destruction incarnate, just how the Fenix family can take on their own flames with such ease? Decisions. I would have to decide by the time the conference arrives. Chapter 317, Interlude 23. Loki POV. How droll. For a super secret meeting between the nastiest in the world, this really is subpar accommodations. Truly, these devils have no flair and completely disregard any semblance of ambience. Humph. I eyed the person calmly walking next to me. Not many would be brave enough to do so, and he barely spared me a second glance. If I were prone to anger easily, I may have already stabbed him. Whether it would have struck was another matter entirely. I'm surprised you came. You rarely leave the underworld, Hades. The figure in the guise of a skeleton glanced at me with obvious annoyance. Oh, I so did love to rile these silent types up. I would not had someone not broken into Tartarus when I was away. And the only group that was aware of my absence ahead of time happens to be among those that will be present. Oh my, and you think someone here did such a horrid thing? I am in a foul mood, god of lies, I have no patience for your jests. I am already reconsidering my continued place in this partnership. I will swear on my divine name, Lord of the Underworld, that I had no hand in what you claim. My eyes flashed brilliantly. My divinity soaked into my words, giving them presence that gave credence to their validity. Hades' own eyes flared up as he evaluated my words. He harumphed again but seemed to take them as truth. I wondered if anyone would ever believe me if I said that I don't actually tell lies? Men, gods, and demons alike, they all just never want to hear the truth and assume I'm lying. But we most certainly did jailbreak his old man and that other titans. I just didn't have any hand in it. And that second attempt was all them as well. No one expected them to succeed a second time, but it forced the Olympians away from another important target for a good amount of time. I wondered how long it would take for them to notice that the Pandora's box they have right now was a fake. And the Titans. They were oh so happy to lend us their aid and thanks. Especially if it meant they would be able to throw down with Zeus and his lot again. And I had a hand in none of it. Completely sinless. Though I may have fed Laufey, the Frost Giant King, some information about Asgard's patrols. And he may or may not have launched an attack, grabbing their complete attention. And I may or may not have had time to free my wonderful son Fenrir. Dear old dad and I seemed to share some sentiments regarding Asgard right now. And wouldn't you know it, I was present for the entire battle, helping Asgard defend against the nefarious giants. Who could possibly blame me if such a monstrous beast like Fenrir just so happened to escape during the attack? I hummed to myself as I weaved an illusion over both myself and the grumpy skeleton next to me. He grunted again, easily noticing my magic, not that I tried to hide it. We approached the hideout of our devil allies and I was curious to see what they got up to while they were alone. I normally would not give these lowly beings any second thoughts, but they had proved rather useful when it came to disposable pieces. Maybe they had a few worthwhile minds amongst their numbers. I supposed there was someone with a minuscule amount of intelligence, enough to suggest building their forces up in the dimensional gap. So many are frightened of the Dragon of Dreams, enough so that they wouldn't dare venture here. But it's very simple to avoid the beast if you cared to. And devils were nothing if not bugs that are good at hiding in their holes. The guards outside didn't notice us. The magical wards protecting this place simply splashed against us harmlessly as we passed through. If I couldn't go undetected to wards of this level, I would be ashamed to have magic as one of my domains. I knew we were getting close, because the room we approached practically radiated pompous and unearned ego. And what a surprise, the peacocks strutting around didn't notice us. Well, except one. Reconnecting Lucifer, son of the original fallen angel. He leaned back in his chair lazily, merely opened an eye as we walked in, staring right at us. He closed it again, not even bothering to say anything to his companions. And I'm saying we can't let them get away with it. A woman slammed her hands on the table. Everyone was gathered at it. That bastard of a fake Satan has messed up our plans how many times now? Well, what can we do, Kateria? With Euclid captured, we lost a good chunk of our magicians. If we were to launch an attack, we would have to use our forces. And right now, those are pretty much decimated when the fake Lucifer and his ilk went on a rampage after we kidnapped his son and mother. Another said, the descendant of Beelzebub, perhaps? You don't think I know that, Shulba? But we can't sit here so, powerless. And they're just a bunch of humans, what's the big deal? The descendant of the Leviathan responded. The big deal, Kateria, is that they were specifically trained for these kinds of strategies. They would strike hard, fast, and then retreat. Bluster all you want, but we can't match the fake Satan's head on, it's suicide. And I think that one was the descendant of Asmodeus. Funnily enough, even with the screeching this Leviathan descendant was doing, it still made her less annoying than her namesake. I didn't take you for a coward, Cruisery. Oh boy, I'm glad I came now. I didn't think it would be worth it, just to check up on a few things, but I always did enjoy a free show. You're bold for someone who still can't properly move their arm, Kateria. The Asmodeus descendant shot back. That traitorous bitch got lucky. The next time I see that maid, I'll rip her throat out. She snarled. Get over yourself, Kateria, you lost. Stop throwing a tantrum, train, and get stronger. I didn't lose, I just... You were empowered by Ophai's snake, and you were beaten. The one known as Shulba Beelzebub interjected, shutting her off. Oh, you're already taking in the dragon god's power, I didn't know the testing made it far enough for you to use it on yourself. I broke the illusion, leaning back in my chair. The fools practically jumped from where they were standing, wide-eyed as they gazed at both myself and Hades. Ophai's power was an interesting thing. I'd seen it be used on a few others and I would admit to being a little curious. However, I didn't feel myself compatible with it, thus I had ignored it until now. But for weak creatures like them, it must be like a fountain of power, too enticing to pass up. Of course they just went from being bugs to slightly larger bugs. And where are the others? Hades' gruff voice broke the awkward silence. Not here. Reconnecting said casually. A wasted trip then. He grunted. Of course it was by my intention that they were not present. It wasn't a secret that Hades was upset with certain unknown individuals. It was for the best that we didn't let them interact for now. The Greek god didn't quite share our true goals. He would have never allowed us to free the Titans willingly. However, he was important to our plans. Ngramanu and aka Mana fulfilled their roles quite wonderfully. Let's get to the purpose of this gathering then? We all know about the peace conference coming up. I looked around the room, Reconnecting finally opened his eyes. Something piqued his interest. Curious. We were planning our avenue of attack. Kateria replied, looking rather arrogant about herself. We will do nothing. I finished for her. What? Did I stutter? I narrowed my eyes. You will not involve yourselves, you will not make an appearance, you will do nothing. They all exchanged glances with one another and I was growing irritated that they didn't speak up so I could tell them how stupid their plans were. Lord Loki. The Beelzebub descendant finally found the courage and spoke up. I thought you were against a peace treaty. I am. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. But you lot seem incapable of looking beyond the immediate future and gratification. Odin will be appearing, representing the Norse gods. I felt myself clench my fists thinking about it. Not only that, but my spies have told me that Lug will be attending next to the angels. And after the little incident in Kyoto, I've heard they're trying to rope in the yokai as well. Then this is the perfect chance. Kateria exclaimed. With everyone gathered, we can stop this disgusting treaty from happening. Oh, you're going to battle against the All-Father? Perhaps you want to trade blows with Lug? You know what, let's ignore them. I would love to hear about how you'll deal with the current Lucifer, the one who has you changing your pants whenever he makes a move. But actually, let's not speak about him either. I tapped my finger in annoyance. How about the youngest spawn of your literal god-forsaken race, and how he apparently is capable of fighting my kind? Do you have a decent plan for any of that? A single worthwhile plan? I shook my head, letting out a sigh. And that's not even if he brings any of his companions with him. One I can say for sure, you would not be capable of dealing with it. Like the human who beat you. The Leviathan descendant scoffed with indignation. The room suddenly got a lot colder. Careful how you speak, child. Not even your ancestor would have opened their mouth as flippantly as you in my presence. The only reason you yet live is because I'm waiting for the correct moment so I can watch you flail helplessly to your death. I raised my hand up ever so slightly as ice began covering her throat. She grasped at it, but it filled her air pathways, choking her. And let me make something abundantly clear. The one I fought was no simple human. She was the Witch of Dunscaith, a name that is exalted so far beyond yours that you are not capable of touching her feet. So the rumors are true? Hades asked with a mild amount of interest in his tone. As strange as it is, it appears so. I confirmed. And I have yet to uncover how that woman had seemingly come back from true death. No wonder Ares has been so excited. Hades let out a sigh. I had forgotten about that. The Olympian war god was infatuated with the god slayer. Perhaps I could point him towards her? It would be amusing, if nothing else. The thought was truly amusing, and I may do it just for the laugh it will bring. Though my smile quickly faded once I remembered who was standing nearby, making the most annoying choking sounds. I waved my hand, dismissing my magic, letting the annoying devil breath again. She dropped to the floor, gasping for air. Since you lot seem incapable of forward thought, I shall enlighten you. Yes, I abhor the thought of this peace conference succeeding, but stopping it is nearly impossible unless you wish, or rather able, to wage open war. There are too many different forces being brought together, too many different ideals and needs that are going to be voicing their wants. A simple gathering is difficult, but they're going to be negotiating. I don't think I need to speak about what that's going to entail. But whatever agreements they come to, it will be tenuous at best. But you lot seem to have the bright idea to storm in and lend credence to the idea that they need to ally themselves together. To give them a damn common enemy that so blatantly throws themselves at their feet to rally their own people behind. I really do hate working with imbeciles. Maybe I should open a school? Train up my own subordinates, my own sacrificial pawns. I'm sure I could make a list of things not to do and they would be 100 times more efficient than this lot right here. So let me reiterate, you will do nothing. My voice carried my divinity with it, shaking the room around us so my point came across. We will let whatever happens, happen. Because afterwards, their agreements will be unsubstantiated. Meaning, no will unravel with the correct pressure. A single string pulled at the right place, and we're right back to where we were previously. Agreeable. Rizevim stated, making the other devils jerk in surprise. If it were almost any other devil I would be annoyed at his attitude. But this was one of the few who had the right to act this way. He was, as begrudging I was to admit it, a peer. Why were you helping that crow? Hades asked. You were one of the causes that set this in motion. I only lent a hand. That fallen planned this far before I got involved, I just made sure it went along without a hitch. Hades let out a snort. Without a hitch. I'm not omnipotent, I can't plan for every ridiculous variable. I rolled my eyes at his insinuations. It was minimal effort and it made for a good distraction for other things. Like attacking Tartarus. Hades grunted. An unfortunate coincidence. I replied without missing a beat. If he succeeded, the world would have been pulled into war by the three factions, so by extension, our desires would have been met. It did reveal some interesting information. The Greek god seemed to agree. Some interesting information indeed. Who knew that the yokai had such substantial forces available to them? I certainly didn't know their full extent, even if I was aware of those rumors and the happenings of that half-devil brat out there. It's unfortunate that the Fae seemed to have retreated for now. And the yokai couldn't exactly follow them back to launch a counterattack. Otherwise, I would have focused more on that conflict to blow it up even further. Rezevim hummed, still barely paying attention. There are some projects left behind by Euclid. If you have time, I would like if you took a look. Though it sounded like a request, it carried the hint of a command. The devil looked at me as I considered his request as I ignored the tone he used with his lessers. I'm already here, I can spare a few more minutes. I shrugged. It couldn't hurt to see what they were up to. But first, I have need of the infinite dragon god. Where did that stupid thing go to? I looked around. Such a terrifying being wrapped up in the social skills of a toddler. Well, we don't know. I snapped my head towards the Asmodeus descendant. You don't know. We lost her. How in the hells did you lose a dragon god? Chapter 318, Chapter 289. I stepped out of my portal, the sun hitting my face which made me squint my eyes. Immediately, I drew many eyes. A good portion of them seemed on guard, rather skeptical about my entrance, however, there were also a good amount that seemed to relax upon recognizing me. I looked towards the person at the front. Artoria smiled back at me as she went back to what she had been doing. Her practice sword swung down, and the hundreds of people, lined up in rows, followed suit, swinging their swords to match her. The group shouted with each swing, sweat dripping down the faces of everyone present. I could only imagine how long they had been going for. Even Artoria looked like she was getting a bit of a workout. I could honestly stare at her swinging her sword all day. It wasn't just her either. I noticed Arthur walking around, fixing forms, giving tips. He would often stop, and give examples, engaging with other people. The mood around the Pendragon family was certainly different than before. Even the castle was mostly repaired at this point. You couldn't tell that it was damaged on the surface anymore, and there was a certain brightness to the people themselves. Everyone, stop! Artoria spoke, her words not particularly loud, but they carried an authority that forced everyone to comply. The hundreds of people had their arms dropped to their sides, panted breaths followed. You may take a 15-minute break. Once that is finished, you will break off into pairs and spar. The winner will face against another winner until a victor is chosen. And I shall reward the final victor with a weapon from the armory. Cheer rang out, an excited glint in everyone's eyes. I had forgotten that she had confiscated their armory. She watched them all scramble to the side where some maids and elderly were handing out water before turning and walking towards me. A beautiful smile adorned her face as our eyes met. That focused and attentive look she had before disappeared, and she visibly relaxed. Wilhelm. It was moments like this that made me realize how lucky I was. For such an amazing woman to call out my name with such an affectionate tone. Your Highness. I gave a mock bow, earning an adorable giggle from her. Have you come to get a report for Yasaka? She walked up, leaning against me. She apparently didn't care that her people were shooting us glances and whispering to each other. I wondered if they knew the truth about her or they were just charmed into following her based on what happened before. A report. I blinked at her words. No. Artoria furrowed her brow. Oh, then why did? Because I wanted to see you. I poked her forehead. The adorable girl could be really oblivious sometimes when it comes to things like this. That faint blush on her cheeks always made me feel good as well. But what's this about a report? I have been coordinating my new forces with Yasaka. Artoria settled down. Many here have heard what has happened in yokai territory, and they are aware of where I live. Thus, many have volunteered, and suggested I officially ask for volunteers among the clan. She gestured around us. This is the result. I have gathered roughly 1,000 members who wish to aid us. That's not an insubstantial amount, and any extra help was greatly appreciated. And you've started training them, I presume, based on what just happened. Indeed, I have started the basics of building them into a proper army. They all have experience fighting as individuals or small groups, but they have never fought in such large formations. Artoria nodded. And you're okay with doing this? I was a little hesitant to get on board with the idea, considering how reluctant she was to accept the Pendragon family as a whole. I admit I was unsure when it first happened. Perhaps I initially forced myself out of duty. However, I have enjoyed myself the last few days since we have started. It must be nostalgic. Yes. Artoria smiled faintly. I look at them and remember my old nights. There remains a weight of responsibility, but I do not feel it as suffocating as it once was. It's an environment she thrived in. She was a leader, through and through. She no longer was needed to wear a crown, and she had people to support her, so I guess she felt comfortable taking a role of leadership again. Are you well, Wilhelm? Artoria asked. Izanami informed me of what happened. She assured us that you were fine, however, you appear tired. Scared me, I'm not going to lie. That dragon god is frightening, but Meridia handled it. And yet, I guess I'm a little tired. Haven't really gotten any rest or relaxation, beyond an hour or so I spent with Meridia. Been running around a lot recently, feels like things just keep happening. One thing's after another. How is Venelana? I was a little surprised she asked that, to be honest. While Artoria hadn't thus far expressed distaste, it was something she took a wait-and-watch approach to. She is doing well, I've been talking. She's mostly relieved that her daughter and the others are safe. Do you believe she would be against coming to meet? Artoria asked. I think she'd be thrilled to meet you and everyone else. Good. Artoria nodded. I shall speak with the others and arrange things. Hey, she was taking the initiative? I guess she left a good impression on Artoria for their first, rather abrupt and chaotic, meeting. Speaking of, I just remembered. Do you still have that Excalibur that was left? I do still retain that weapon. Artoria frowned. I have sought to destroy it many times, but in each instance, I hesitated and ultimately stopped. With that she withdrew said weapon, and held it in front of her. I felt the holy aura as my own aura flared up in response, an instinctual reaction, even if I was used to wielding the true Longinus at this point. It's not a bad sword. No. I believe anyone would be happy to wield it. I find its origin distasteful, but the sword itself is not at fault for the reforger's preconceptions. 'Tis a different sword than mine, and I question if I have the right to destroy it. It is a legacy of my other self, my alternate, and I do not know how to handle it. Why do you have to make a decision now? I replied with a shrug. Keep it, if you change your mind, it's always there to be destroyed at your leisure. Just be certain that this is what you want to do. Your words are true. I suppose I merely feel my heart heavy when I think about how this sword was broken. She sighed, putting the sword away. It's kind of funny. I slid my hand down, my fingers interlocking with hers. She shifted slightly, but also squeezed my hand happily once she realized what I was doing. You remember the story I told you? About how I got my memories back? Yes. Artoria giggled. It was a memorable occasion. The one who held that sword, he was the one who stabbed me. That made her stiffen and stare at me. Are you sure? Yup, noticed it after the fighting ended. You did not mention this previously. She frowned. Are you well? Honestly, it barely even fazed me. Of course if he was sitting in front of me, I would have lopped off his head. But seeing his dead body, I felt very little. I guess, it seemed so insignificant now. A little maniacal priest that meant absolutely nothing. I don't even know his name, and I don't care to learn it. You have changed much since we have first met. Artoria said quietly. Oh? What was I like when we first met? Was it for the better? I raised an eyebrow. You were an arrogant boy. Admittedly, you were charming, and it was easy to get swept up with your words. You forgot handsome. Hush you. She puffed up cutely. But you turned into a wonderful man. I lied a little. I guess I do feel something slightly from that priest. Maybe a tad grateful. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have met so many people I care about. I wouldn't have met you. And I see you still can say such things to rile my heart up so easily. She turned away. I am very happy to be your girlfriend, and I have not once regretted the decision. So cute. Do you have any other engagements? I have nothing planned, no. Come with me then, I will go report to Yasaka. I believe it will be beneficial for you to hear everything along with her as well. That's true, I wanted to make sure I'm caught up on what's going on. Do you need to finish up, or? No. She shook her head. Agravain. She called out, her voice carrying a little outwards. A man perked up, and I almost didn't recognize him. Besides not wearing the same armor, and instead in something more suited for training, he looked healthy. My king. He came running over, kneeling down in front of Artoria. Rise, Sir Agravain. And Artoria seemed accustomed to his behavior at this point. Lord Schweinorg. He bowed his head towards me. Lord Schweinorg. I tilt my head. While I do get called that in some places, I didn't expect that here. How else should I address you, my lord, when you have such a relationship with my king? He questioned. Fair. I shrugged and I turned towards Artoria. Does he? I told him my true identity. She confirmed. I believe he is trustworthy enough, know at least that much. That must have been an awkward conversation. It was. Artoria turned a little red in embarrassment. Agravain coughed awkwardly. What can I do for you, my king? I will be returning to Kyoto. Watch over the training, Arthur is proficient enough to lead the remaining exercises. I will have it done. He bowed his head. Very well. Let us depart. Artoria looked towards me. And I nodded and created a new portal for us to walk through. Oh, Wilhelm and Artoria. Yasaka perked up from her desk, and she wasn't alone. Perched upon a chair next to her was a young woman, a yukai, a cat of some variety with two tails. Naya, this is him. It is. Yasaka nodded. Wilhelm, Artoria, meet the wanted criminal Kurika. Pardon? Artoria questioned, and I followed her thoughts. Well, by devil standards. Yasaka snorted. She's a stray devil and all that nonsense. Killed her king because the man was experimenting on her and was going to do the same to her sister. Hey, I didn't even notice her being a devil. Her yukai aspect seemed completely dominant over her devil power. Are the devils going to kick up a fuss? It's entirely possible. Yasaka nodded. Good, fuck them. Exactly how I feel. She's one of only a couple Nico Shao in existence. An extremely rare variant of Nikomata, being inherently much more powerful than the latter. At her age, she's already an ultimate class. Yasaka continued to explain. Nikomata? I do not believe I'm overly familiar. Artoria furrowed her brow. They mostly live over at the old man's branch, whereas I have most of the kitsune. Our two species tend to butt heads often, so it ended up this way. Yasaka replied. But she came over and asked to join up with my faction. Apparently she was somewhat associated with the hero faction. Naya, I didn't help them with the attack. I was busy at the time. She quickly explained. I do not believe you would allow anyone involved to so easily join you, so I will not question it further. Artoria said plainly. If you trust her enough, I have nothing to say. I shared Artoria's sentiments. And another ultimate class added to her ranks would be very helpful right now. And as Yasaka said, this girl appeared relatively young. No older than 20, I would say, probably younger. Good, I just wanted to introduce you as it's likely you'll be seeing her a lot. She has an outstanding mastery of many fields, such as senjutsu, yujutsu, toki, and even magic. Part of her duties involve training others. Hey, that's interesting. How does? Wanna make babies? Kurika suddenly blurted out, staring right at me. Damn it, Kurika. Yasaka face-palmed. Nay. The cat girl let out a surprised cry as Yasaka grabbed one of her tails. Get out of here, you horny cat. You know what you're supposed to be doing right now. She dragged the cat yukai out of the room, literally tossing her outside before shutting the door. That just happened. I said absent-mindedly. Ignore her. Yasaka sighed. Is that normal behavior for her species? Artoria asked in confusion. Somewhat. Yasaka groaned. Nikomata go into a mating season, but Kurika expressed a strong desire to find a strong male to mate with. Her species take on the characteristics of whoever they have children with. Artoria just blinked, shaking her head. As interesting as that is, I don't think I will be asking for elaboration. I believe that's a smart decision. Yasaka smiled lightly. Now, what can I do for you both? Wanted to check in, see how everything is going. I replied. Well, your project has been agreed upon by the elders. We've started setting aside the resources you'll need and are scoping out locations to step them up. Good, I can start on that once everything's ready. I feel pretty confident in those for the worst case. I agree. One of our biggest flaws is how big our population is in relative size to our readily available combatants. Speaking of combatants, I have a final tally. Artoria spoke up. Wonderful, how many do you have? Yasaka perked up instantly. We have 790 knights or various combat specialists. And a remaining 240 magic users of various degree. Artoria informed her. That many magic users too? I asked. Yes, they were training somewhere else. Artoria sounded rather proud. Li Fei is very talented and has taken it upon herself to further teach them, even if many are beyond her years. This is a good start. I've also officially opened up recruitment, as has Wilhelm. The official announcement of war already went out some days ago, and we let the dust settle first, but we're fully preparing now. I haven't asked before, but what do your troops look like? I don't think I've ever seen a standing army. We technically don't have one, not like how the devils or some other factions do. Yasaka pursed her lips. As you know, we aren't the biggest faction around, and we were mostly protected by association of the Shinto gods, so we did not need to be as prepared for warfare as others do. And then the Fae decided to crap all over that. It's unfortunate, but that's where we are at. The Shinto gods won't make a move unless something of equivalence intrudes again. Yasaka sounded irritated. And that's not to say we don't have options. As I said, we technically don't have a standing army, not that we decidedly don't have one. We had our own troops during the Great War and we still keep up on some things. But you can think of it as something like a reserve force. How many could you call upon right away, without an active recruitment? 20,000 if I was to be generous. Yasaka stated. Maybe a quarter of that matched from Wilhelm's end, but his are usually stronger in a one-on-one comparison. That's right, Yasaka usually had more civilians that were non-combatants under her care. It is a tidy force. However, Artoria looked contemplative. Is it sizable enough to face the foe we face? I can't for sure say yes, but I believe once we finish our recruitment, it should suffice. Wars in our hidden side of the world aren't like the ones most humans fight. We don't throw millions of our own at each other. Individual strength plays much too great a role, magic and other supernatural abilities warp the battlefield completely. Artoria was clearly pondering some things before she spoke again. Yes, I recall many times that Merlin never engaged in battle with his magic. He often said things such that him bringing to force his magic would in turn cause opponents to match it, thus changing the shape of battle completely. Did you not just release your noble phantasm on the enemy army to win? Do you think that is how I defeated all my enemies? Artoria looked surprised, and a hint embarrassed. Mayhaps on one or two occasions. But my blade was not something to use for every circumstance. Merlin made sure that I understood the significance of what my sword represented. You would think that most would surrender, knowing that you possessed a giant laser sword that could decimate their armies if you desired. Not all my foes were the brightest. She sounded amused. But truly, it was not to be abused, and it was known that I only used it under the most dire of circumstances. Never against a foe we could match by mundane means. That made sense. I'm fairly sure the world wouldn't allow her to own a true noble phantasm after the Age of Gods ended if she used it so flippantly. Especially one that was birthed in the inner sea of the planet. I'm not experienced in this kind of thing. I can fight, I can duel, and I don't mind facing even gods in battle. But I've never fought a real war before, I don't really know quite what I'm doing. So, I can't really comment on that aspect. However, I have been preparing a few things myself. Oh? You tend to come up with some good ideas and they've always been beneficial. Yasaka looked interested. What have you thought up this time? I talked with Medea, had her get started on a project. With her item creation ability, and helping her set up a workshop, we can start mass producing something I thought would be helpful. To start off, I'm assuming that the majority of yokai prefer closer combat. Unfortunately, it is a weakness that we possess. The majority of my people, and even newer Wilhelms, are specialized in close quarters fighting. Yasaka nodded. So, I had the idea of creating disposable mystic codes wands. Basically, they're good for a few uses before they run dry, but on the other side, they're very light, easy to carry, and require very little traying to use. That would solve some problems. Yasaka tapped her chin. How strong would the spells be? Still working that out. But assume an average fireball in quality across equivalent schools of magic. But it wouldn't stop there. I was thinking, maybe, a set of 3. An offensive one, a defensive one like a basic warding spell. And finally, a healing one with a basic healing spell attached. Although, it would be nowhere as potent as a health potion. That sounds marvelous. Yasaka's eyes sparkled. And they're simple to use. I told Medea they need to be extremely simple because the users wouldn't have basically any magical know-how. That sounds like a very significant resource to add. Artoria commented. It would open up more tactical options in battle and prevent many more deaths as a result. How many can she make? Yasaka asked. I don't know yet, she's producing some prototypes right now. How many do you think we need? That's hard to say. We need to see how they work in practice, but assuming we get a set for every one of my soldiers, and having spares, well, I expected at least to double the amount of recruits before long. So, possible around 50,000. And that's just an initial amount, the production would need to continue throughout the duration of the war. But that's still something to consider after we had all the details settled. 50,000, hey. Is that too much? I can't imagine that is an easy number to reach. Not as unobtainable as you might think. I believe the biggest hurdle is the manpower in their creation. Though, getting my hands on around 5,000 petty soul gems would be a challenge. Let's put that on hold right now and wait for Medea to finish. Might have something else coming out in the form of siege weapons, but that's still on the drawing board. Some of the best news I've received in several days. And how goes your attempts to reach into their realms? Yasaka turned a little serious and even Artoria looked at me intently. It's slow going. I admitted. It doesn't seem to be a place that wants to be found, as strange as that is to say. I think the concepts inherently woven into its laws make it resistant to being found the way I'm trying to do. I may need to take a look at Avalon or something equivalent, but I feel pretty confident that I can do it in about a month, give or take a week or two. Well, if I got stuck further on I'd reach out to Gramps and see what he suggested. If you require Avalon, it is here at your request. Artoria said immediately. I gave her a nod of thanks, always so ready to help. Avalon wasn't merely a defensive noble phantasm, nor the sheath of Excalibur, it was literally a connection to its namesake. To invoke it was to envelop yourself in the untouchable realm. Make it 4 months. Yasaka propped her head up. Pardon. If anyone asks, it will be at least 4 months before we can march. Are you worried that they'll be impatient? Yasaka nodded. The elders that advise me, they don't wield inconsequential power. While I am undoubtedly their leader, and they are loyal to me, they do have their own pride and desires. They was almost unanimous in support for the war, but there are varying degrees of difference in thought on how to proceed. Suffice to say, several of them are waiting for the soonest opportunity to fight. I know the type. They think only with their fists, foregoing logistics and strategy. Artoria sighed. It is better that they do not know the details. I'll trust your judgment. It should be enough time to whip them into shape too. Yasaka smiled. Not to mention, we are still lacking supplies in other areas. Are you still going to be trading with Jarl Balgruaf? Without a doubt. Even with the dip in certain resources, the money we gain more than makes up for it. Enough that we can start sourcing a substantial amount from other places and still be in the green. That's good at least. Some of them are going to be civilian recruits, are you sure that's enough time? I questioned. You're thinking as humans. We're yokai, we are more prone to conflicts and battle in general with few exceptions. While most of my people are peaceful, they still have potential that can be drawn out to become powerhouses in their own right. A thorough training over a few months will be enough to get them ready to fight at a minimum. An instinct inherent in the many species? An interesting thing to consider. That gives us more time to prepare, I suppose. I'll head over to the Igmalenia family and tell them to increase their production on potions. I'll also head over to Remnant, pick up more dust and other things. Dust bombs en masse? Maybe whatever else I can get my hands on. I could also. Wilhelm. Artoria put a hand on my leg. Calm yourself, you have been running around in the past several days without pause. That's not entirely true. I've just been doing some work here or there. I even took a break to see Meridia. An hour, you told me. And that was after you were beset upon by a god while you were spending time with Izanami. Artoria frowned. You went into your workshop for a few days, then immediately worked on something else. Then Venelana was attacked, and you rushed over. You had not even taken a rest after that event and continued to work even as you went over to Skirim. I believe you should take a rest now. I'm fine, it's not like I'm doing anything strenuous. I will help you relax. Artoria said sternly, glancing at Yasaka as she turned a little pink. I have asked Yasaka to assist me. Yasaka got up from her chair, walking around the desk towards us. I'm just helping out, Artoria is the one in control. Hey! I blinked. Wilhelm, remove your trousers. Artoria turned a rather bright red, yet still maintained eye contact with me. It took me a moment, but I realized what she wanted. And I would happily do as she asked, because they suddenly got a lot tighter. Non-canon Omake. Sana POV. What a mess. Yeah, it's going to take a while to fix everything. Rias sighed, kicking a large piece of rubble to the side. It might be easier just to bulldoze the land and start over instead of trying to rebuild. Do you really want to start over like that? She tilted her head. I mean, yeah, we've talked about adding or removing some things, but it's feel weird. Like moving homes. Yeah. What can we do? 90% of the buildings are thoroughly demolished. There's massive craters and gouges taken out of the ground. I gestured towards a large hole where the dragon landed. And don't even get me started on what happened on the other side of the school. Ugh, I know. It's just, I'm feeling really sentimental right now. I had so many fond memories all over here and I feel like I'm just abandoning them if we rebuild. I honestly felt the same way. How much effort did I put into this place? From the coordinating the staff to my liking, to arranging the overall decor of the courtyards. Every small detail was meticulously planned, tested, or otherwise chosen mostly by me. It was supposed to be a sort of test before I building my raiding game school in the future. Maybe that's why I felt so bad about it. Oh hey, the student council building is standing, practically intact. Rias covered the top of her eyes, blocking the sun as she pointed over to the side. Lucky, my club building was the first to explode. Hey, it is standing. Not much worse for wear, actually. Maybe we could build around it. A sort of memorial and acknowledgement for what once stood here? A beacon of my pride. Even after everything that happened, my office still stood tall. Maybe. I froze. A familiar portal opened up right next to said building. A familiar person walked out. Red hair, immaculately dressed, and oddly enough, a rabbit on his head. He apparently saw me too, because we locked eyes and a grin slowly grew on his face as his head slowly turned towards the student council building. Wait, did his rabbit just make a rude gesture towards me? But I didn't dwell on it. My eyes widened as I realized what he was going to do. Don't you? Boom! Sana! Rias suddenly shouted, my attention suddenly snapped to her sudden shout next to my ear. I caught her turning towards me, completely unaware of what happened. How unlucky, did it actually just collapse now? It must have been damaged on the inside. But. Oh well, I guess we'll build everything from the beginning. Did you see that? Yeah? The building just fell down. No. I exclaimed. Shimoda, he just blew up my building. Sana, what are you talking about? He was right there. He just appeared and blew up my building. Sana, there was no one there. You weren't looking. I looked away for like a second. Are you telling me for some reason my nephew appeared, blew up that building, and then left without saying a word? For what reason? I don't know. He just did it. And his rabbit flipped me off. Sana, you're sounding ridiculous. It happened. Okay Sana, why don't we go home? I'll get us something nice to eat. You've probably been under a lot of stress. Rias, I'm not crazy. I saw it happen, just now. Alright, I'm calling Sirafal. He did it to get back at me, I know it. Sure. Let's go sit down in the shade over here. I'll have my revenge, mark my words. Shimoda, You hear that? I'll get you back. Chapter 319, Chapter 290. Warning, lewd warning ahead. Handjob/blow *OB. If you want to skip, it's marked off below. I wasted absolutely no time. I've wanted to do things with Artoria for a long time now, but I also hadn't wanted to pressure her. She had her own baggage that she's been working through since we met, and I didn't want to make her uncomfortable just because of my own horniness. So, whatever she was ready to do at this point, I was more than happy to oblige. My beautiful knight who was oftentimes completely oblivious to her own appeal. I stood up as Artoria slid off her seat, moving down in front of me, on her knees. She looked up expectantly as I started to undo my belt. My member sprung free from the confines of my pants. I almost ripped them off in my excitement. Artoria's eyes widened as my manhood stood erect in front of her face. It's big, isn't it? Yasaka said, sliding right down next to Artoria. Two of my girls on their knees, for my own benefit. Will it fit? Artoria said in a hushed voice. Oh, it will, trust me. Yasaka giggled, taking her hand and giving me a little brush. All your cute, tight, holes will stretch right around him and you'll love every moment of it. But that's for the future, you wanted help pleasuring him like this, yes? Artoria nodded nervously. I wish to help relieve him. Good, we've talked about how to go about it. Would you like me to show you or do you want to take the reins? I will do it. She swallowed, her dainty hand slowly reaching up to grip me. Yasaka let go, giving Artoria freedom to do as she pleased. No need to be shy, do you feel how hard he is? That's all because of you. Artoria slowly ran her hand up and down my length, getting more used to the idea, her hesitation slowly dying down as she got more comfortable. Then, I shall proceed. Her face was still flustered beyond measure. She looked up and met my eyes before slowly moving her head. Her tongue stuck out as she made contact with my tip. I know she wasn't doing it on purpose, but the teasing was excruciating, to the point where I tensed up when her tongue started moving around my cock. Clearly inexperienced about it, but still it had its own charm. The awkward movements of hers only made the act all the more endearing. The fact that she was willing to do this for me, my innocent and sometimes naive Artoria was doing something so lewd, made it all the more special. My head passed her lips, and her tongue made sure to inspect every part that was inside her mouth. While the tip is his most sensitive spot, and where you should focus the most, you need to give the remainder of his cock attention as well. Yasaka stated. Artoria slid her head backwards, her lips popping off. Her eyes locked with mine again, her head turned sideways, and her tongue began making its way down my length. Her hand also began moving, massaging my tip as she made sure to lap up every part of me. There you go, he's nice and wet now. Yasaka's hand took hold of my shaft, moving it up and down. Artoria moved back to suck on my tip. Now you need to pump him nice and firmly while you try and suck out everything he has to give. Like this. She mumbled through my head as she slowly bobbed back and forward. Her tongue swirled around the tip of my cock. Her hand firmly took hold again, mimicking Yasaka's actions. There you go, but not too hard. Yasaka nodded, the combined effort of them both working down my full length. I could feel my toes curl up. Their continuous ministrations were really setting me over the edge. Add in the fact that Yasaka was sitting there teaching Artoria how to properly handle my cock, it really was too much to handle. Oh my, get ready. Yasaka let go, lining herself up beside Artoria. What do I do? The King of Knights let go with her mouth. Don't stop, pump him hard and quick and present your face. Give him a good reason to finish for you. Artoria looked up at me again, those pleading eyes of hers, both her hands firmly around my full length, hastily moving up and down. I desire your seed, Wilhelm. Her mouth was even slightly ajar, waiting for me. I couldn't hold back from that if even I wanted to. With a groan, the first rope of cum landed across her face. She let out a squeak of surprise, closing her eyes. However, she didn't stop, even if it became a little awkward, she continued to milk me for everything I had. Each jerk of hers, more of my seed landed up on her face, and some landed in her mouth. There you go, don't stop. Even if no more's coming out, make sure he feels good until the end. Yasaka cooed, continuing to guide her. I felt myself relax, letting out a content sigh. Artoria's firm grip on my member finally released. Her face was dripping now, an erotic look counteracted by the sheer innocence she was exhibiting. Her tongue snaked out, licking around her mouth as she visibly swallowed everything that made its way inside. "Did I please you?" she asked, her embarrassment still evident despite the lewd act. "You did wonderfully," I reassured her. I didn't want to coax or lead her before, letting her do what she wanted or what she set up and planned with Yasaka, but that wouldn't stop me from reassuring her however. Seeing her smile while she was still covered in I couldn't help but twitch even after finishing. She looked back down to see me still erect. "You are still. Our man is someone who can go many times." Yasaka giggled, a finger of hers dabbing across Artoria's cheek before she put it into her mouth. "Do you want to stop here, or do you want to keep going? I will make sure he is fully relieved," she said with a resolute tone. "Aren't you daring?" Yasaka chuckled, her hands moving up from underneath Artoria's arms. "How about we give him something to keep him nice and hard?" Her hands pawed at the first of Artoria's buttons. Artoria didn't resist in the slightest, nor did she even seem unnerved as Yasaka began undoing the buttons of her blouse. Pulling it down past her shoulders, her bare skin was exposed, with nothing but a cute blue bra to cover her. "They are not very big, but I hope they are adequate for your enjoyment," Artoria mumbled, undoing her bra herself. Her actions were stiff, but she didn't hesitate to unclip her bra and dropped it to the side. She said that, yet I felt myself twitch uncontrollably in excitement. It was my first time seeing her bare chest. "Oh sweetie, you have nothing to be ashamed of," Yasaka reassured her. "Look at him, look how hard he's throbbing again. He's staying that way because of you still, these cute things are doing that to him." She sneaked a little squeeze of Artoria's breast, making the night squeak out with an adorable noise. She wasn't wrong. Her boobs, while modest in size, were very beautiful. I had to resist the urge to immediately start playing with them. Her pink, erect, nipples were so very enticing. "We have plenty of time. I'll teach you every trick I know," Yasaka grinned coyly. By the intrigued look in Artoria's eyes, I was in for a very enjoyable evening. Asterisk. Lu ended. Scene changed. Asterisk. With a flick of my hand, I created a portal to a very special location. I stretched my back, having just got out of bed and a very good rest. "I have returned," I declared with a decadent flair. "Are you going to make a fool of yourself every time you come?" Izzy looked at me. "Yes." I smiled. "Dork." She rolled her eyes, throwing a piece of popcorn at me. I, of course, plopped myself down right next to her, and took a handful out of the bowl she had in her lap. "What are we watching?" "This inane adaptation about the monkey. Complete foolishness and a ridiculous plot. However, I can't stop watching it. Oh dear God, is this drag so ball? Is something wrong?" "Yes, this is an abomination compared to the one from my home," I scoffed. "Its real name is Dragon Ball, and it is a wonderful anime, and I will find the creator of this abomination and throw him into the sun." Izzy blinked, continuing to munch on some popcorn. "So bring it next time, we can watch it." "Hey, that sounds like fun. It's a date." Nothing." She cleared her throat. "So did you need something or just come to waste your time?" "First, it's never wasting my time if it's with you," I replied, earning a little eye roll from her, however the little smile that followed was always nice. "Second, I did want to ask you something." "Ask away." "It was about that whole Hades thing. I find myself with some free time, so I figured I should take care of it. I sent a message to everyone about what happened, and they all agreed that it wasn't something I should put off. Yasaka especially didn't want Hades to get annoyed and come knocking, forcing the Shinto gods into dealing with him and intervening. Admittedly, the free time was all but forced on me. After, relaxing a bit, with the help of Artoria and to a lesser extent, Yasaka, I went home, took a nap that ended up being over a day in length. I guess I was really more strung up than I realized. Everything important was being handled right now, so I couldn't really focus my efforts on anything important. But I felt like doing something, and the way Izzy spoke, this wasn't going to be too strenuous. An unofficial meeting with Izzy at my back? I wouldn't be too on guard. That, and I have a hard time not moving and sitting still when there's so much on my plate. That is probably wise. Hades would care little if he put you in an awkward position. Izzy nodded. So he's one of those kinds of gods then? Yes and no. I get along with Hades by virtue of being a similar death deity, but I won't deny that he can be rather hard-headed and rarely cares about the opinions of others. But he isn't unfair. That doesn't sound too bad. I know modern media likes to depict him as somewhat evil. But based on most texts I've read, he seemed much more approachable than his brothers. Those are more accurate. Hades was never one to cause too many problems. He stayed within his domain and did his job. Izzy stated. However, that does not mean you can take him lightly. He is extremely strong. I'm not ashamed to say that I'm no match for him. And he also has some very powerful subordinates. Thanatos himself answers his call. And even the night listens to his commands. That's not mentioning all the minor gods he has working for him. That's scary to think about. And you're sure he isn't hostile? I'm positive, he has no hostile intent, especially if he went through me to convey his request. Izzy replied, sitting up straight herself. And you're in luck. About what? If you want, we can get this sorted now. She took out her phone. I spoke to him a few hours ago about something else, and he is currently available. I blinked, mulling it over. Sure, may as well. Is it okay to just drop in? I will send a message before we go. She started messing with her phone, presumably to do just as she said. I mean, why not? And you're okay just putting aside everything else and going with me? She put the bowl to the side, standing up. It's no trouble. I will be here if you require assistance at any point in time. It'll be interesting to see another realm of the dead. At this point, I'd been to several. Thanks, by the way. I appreciate you just abruptly doing this. Not that I anticipated our conversation going in this direction. I thought for sure it would probably take several days to set up a meeting or something. Most gods I've met outside of present company were usually sticklers for proper decorum in things like this, even if they're the ones wanting to meet. It's no trouble. She reassured me. Come, I shall open a pathway outside. She beckoned me outside. So you mentioned something about this before, can you just force your way into another realm like yours? I asked as she stepped down to the ground outside. I believe I mentioned before, you can sort of imagine all the realms of the dead as being neighbors. It's not too difficult to intrude on another's home, but I'm going to be polite and knock first. She explained. That familiar archway appeared, the same one she used to descend into Yomi itself. Okay, come along. I will lead you. She stated, a portal forming between the wooden pillars. I suppose some metaphysical acknowledgement happened? Because I saw no indication that both sides met and agreed to anything. I shrugged, following right behind her through the portal. Funnily enough, not much changed upon stepping through. The sky was still bleak, if slightly different in colors. The ground was dead and barren. The air itself was heavy with the scent of death. However, I heard the movement of water and turned to see where Izzy was staring. Karen, it's been a while. I blinked at the person standing on a small boat amidst a black river. Lady Izanami. He greeted, his voice sounded wheezing. The man looked like a mummy if I were to be honest. He had no visible eyes, just sunken sockets. And his skin looked almost completely dried out. Lord Hades has given you permission, you need not take this path. Oh, I know. I usually pop in near his home, but I wanted to give Wilhelm the tour so to speak. And I was dropping in abruptly, I know how Hades likes to make an impression, so I figured the time it took would let him prepare, killing two birds, one stone. The man turned towards me. He had no eyes, yet I could tell he was looking into mine. An interesting boy. The ferryman of the dead decided. Come along, I will give you your ride. Not often I'm not escorting the dead. Come, Wilhelm. I believe you will enjoy seeing this. Izzy ushered me again. And I was a little breathless. Besides being a rather deathly place, it was also an amazing sight. The river Styx was something I'd never seen before, in either lifetime. I stepped up to the boat, expecting it to sway within the water, yet it didn't move an inch. It was as if it was locked into place. I even tested it a little, rocking myself back and forth slightly. The boat moves how the ferryman commands. Izzy stated, noticing my efforts. The ferryman looked amused though. Does that mean it can fly? I raised an eyebrow. I believe that's the first time I've been asked that question. Karen let out a strange bark of laughter, the boat shuddered it and lifted off the water about a foot, floating there for a moment before settling back down. That's pretty neat. Oh. I blinked in realization. Aren't I supposed to pay the toll? I fiddled into my ring, taking out a septim. The ferryman looked at it and shrugged, taking it happily. Those invited by Lord Hades don't have to pay. But I appreciate it. Oh well, no harm done. The boat shoved off, and almost instantly, I could no longer see the shore, either one. Before, it looked like you could almost jump across, maybe with some enhanced strength. But after actually being inside it, it appeared as an ocean. Interesting, isn't it? Izzy smiled. So the river is bigger once you go into it. Indeed. Izzy replied. How else is it supposed to house all those wayward souls? What would happen if I tried to fly over it at the start? Lord Hades would get upset. Karen grinned. If he was in a particularly bad mood, you may be forced down into the river. Hey! I looked around again. It's strangely beautiful. Death has its own charm. Karen agreed. What does it taste like? Karen froze, staring back at me. Its taste. Ignore him, he asks strange questions. Izzy face-palmed. I think it's a valid question. I crossed my arms with a huff. It's a river, yes? So, mystical water of some variety. What does it taste like? Feel free to dunk your head inside and take a big gulp. Izzy snorted. I would not advise drinking it. Karen chuckled. It is a part of the realm of the dead, it would not do well for a living creature to ingest such concentrated deathly power. Even if you are unique. Would Hades be upset if I took some? I was rather intrigued at this point. I do not believe so. Karen looked confused again. Once more, I've never had someone ask me a question like this. Already this has been an amusing trip. He smiled good-naturedly. Go ahead, if you desire. You paid the fare when you didn't need to. If Lord Hades is disgruntled, I will speak with him. Good enough for me. I took out an empty vial and dunked it below the surface of the water, careful to not let any touch my skin. I was fairly sure I could resist the effects of mere touch, but at the same time, I'd rather not take any chances when we were about to talk to such an important figure. Corking it shut, I happily put it away. Can't wait to brag about this to Gramps. I couldn't help but grin. Another interesting thing I'd gotten. I wonder if I could add this to the peach wine I plan on making? Such a powerful life concept attached to the peach might offset the deathly nature of the water. Interesting. We're here. Karen declared, the board abruptly jerked and was pushed up against the shore. Thank you, it's a pleasure as always, Karen. Izzy expressed her gratitude. The pleasure is always mine, Lady Izanami. And it was an interesting little ride. He turned towards me. Be cautious, young man. A word of warning, Lord Hades will not be as open to such whimsical behavior as I am. I nodded towards him in thanks. I knew how to act on such occasions. With that, the ferryman disappeared back into the river, presumably going back to where he came from. So, anything I should know? I asked, getting more serious than before. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, but don't act foolish in front of him. He takes his job and his position very seriously and expects others to do the same. Izzy replied. Be warned, he despises devils, so he may hold that aspect against you. Noted. Anything else? Be careful with how you address his wife. She will for sure be at his side and he is very protective of her. Persephone enjoys acting flirty and getting a reaction out of men just so she can watch her husband get protective. I don't believe she'll try anything since I'll be at your side, but it's worth remembering. Got it. It's not like I would flirt with another person's wife. As I told Medea once upon a time, I'm no homewrecker. It didn't take long at all for us to come upon a large building. A castle maybe? Something to that effect. Maybe temple would be the right word since it's Greek styling. However, once we got close to the gate, a massive shadow blotted out of the strained light source. With a crash, a huge figure slammed down upon the ground in front of us. 3 massive heads, lips pulled back in a snarl, teeth bared. The protector of the gate of the underworld stood before us. Frankly, it was menacing. Was I scared? No. But I could recognize it for what it was. A divine beast if I ever saw one. Easily on the level of NHGGR who appeared at the school. Though, that might just be while it remained in the underworld. What a good boy! Izzy broke the atmosphere as she started rubbing one of the heads of the mighty Cerberus. The dog immediately melted in her hands as it flopped onto its belly. Oh yes, look at you! I heard someone had another litter of puppies. She started rubbing the belly of the massive divine beast. One of the heads looked at me, it wasn't as on guard before. Hesitantly, I reached my hand out and it narrowed its eye. I placed it on the dog's head and began scratching. It relaxed immediately, its massive tongue drooping out of its large maw. What a beautiful creature! And such soft fur! I couldn't help but push my entire body into him. Oh, he's just a big softy. Aren't you, hey? A big softy? Izzy giggled as the massive dog licked her. Guardian of the underworld, my rear. Hades just wanted an excuse to have this big boy around without people saying things. The big dog rolled onto its back, leg kicking out as Izzy scratched behind its ear. How adorable! We're going to see Hades, all right. She cooed. Can we pass? The three had let out an ear-shattering bark in acknowledgement. Come along, Wilhelm. The mighty protector has been placated, we can proceed. Izzy gave the dog one last pat on the head. I sort of felt bad because Cerberus whimpered once we finally left. What an adorable dog. Basically just a big puppy. Once we truly stepped through the gate, things changed. Zeus with Mount Olympus, Poseidon with Atlantis. This right here, is Hades' seat of power. This is where he is strongest. Izzy stated as we walked further inside. Braziers lit all around us, beckoning a path forwards. They lit up the area, trailing until they met a large flight of steps, where a figure waited above us on a throne. Lording over the entire underworld, a silhouette in the shape of a skeleton gazed down upon us, the flickering of flames revealing him in this desolate realm. Hades. At his side, however, was a woman, leaning against his throne. She gazed down at us with an amused look, whereas Hades himself was completely indiscernible. She was, frankly, absolutely stunning. Midnight black hair, a very curvy body, and a beautiful smile as she smirked down at us. I could admit she was one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen, my own girls notwithstanding. But perhaps that was just due to her divine nature. Izzy could easily match her, but I was more used, maybe inured, to Izzy at this point. Isn't I? The god of the underworld intoned, shaking the very space itself. What kind of abomination did you bring to my realm? He stated, looking right at me. Chapter 320, Chapter 291. Oh hello Hades, nice to see you too. I'm going good, how are you doing? Izzy's dry voice carried through the chamber. What's that? You want to thank us as the gracious host you are, that we willingly came all this way at your request when there was no other obligation. Stop being mordacious, isn't I? You are not nearly as blind as those other fools, you should know damn well what I'm talking about. If you just expect me to ignore that blatant anomaly. I expect you to be nice. Izzy scowled. The god of the underworld twisted his expression, impressive for a skull, into something resembling a scowl in return. His glowing eyes focused on me, shining bright against the flickering flames. Human, devil, dragon. Just those three are enough to be called an anomaly, but they've happened in the past. No, you went and did something that's never happened before. Somehow, you obtained divinity. His words accompanied a pressure that descended upon me. I raised an eyebrow as I met his gaze, my shoulders shuddered slightly under the pressure. This was the first time I had a god here react this way to my divinity. Hell, Susanoo was more confused, and Amaterasu didn't even seem to care. Izzy took it in stride as well. This is an entirely new reaction. In response, I let my own divinity pour out. It surrounded me to push away his pressure, allowing me relax as his realm trembled. Is there a question in there? I finally asked / broke the stalemate / silence. While I agreed to Izzy to not act up, that didn't mean I would allow myself to be bullied. Though, it's not like I didn't anticipate this. The strong will always have the pride as the strong. It manifested in certain ways, and sometimes, you had to show that you're on equal if not equivalent footing. Honey. The woman next to Hades spoke up, placing a hand on his shoulder. Remember why you asked them to come. The pressure around us dissipated, and the god of the underworld grumbled. Is this how you intend to treat guests, Hades? Izzy crossed her arms with a clear frown on her face. I did this as a favor due to our relationship. If this is how I expect people I care about to be treated, I may rethink several things from now on. Your infatuation blinds you. The god muttered. It is a mockery of us. That a devil can obtain divinity, it shouldn't be allowed. He slammed his fist on his throne. How is it any different than any of the myriad races of the world getting divinity, Hades? Your nephew was a demigod that ascended to full godhood. Your brother is a centaur and possesses divinity, and he is revered across many cultures. And there have been plenty of humans over the years who have moved above their birth. Izzy countered. The god didn't have a rebuttal, but his wife spoke up. She's right, honey. You're letting your anger get the better of you. You too, Persephone? You're both ganging up on me. The god grumbled once more. Bah. Fine. He huffed, and a strange aura gathered around his body. His skeletal nature peeled back, an actual human-like appearance was revealed underneath. I apologize. His voice changed, but it sounded much more authoritative. Humph. Izzy grunted. Shall we get to the point then? Well, Izzy was leading the show right now, so I would let her keep the lead. I looked the man over again. The god of the underworld. Was this his true self? I had questions, but I doubted I would get answers. He didn't seem to like me all that much. I would also like to know what I'm here. May as well get it out of the way. While I did enjoy the trip, you clearly don't like me. Devils are parasites. Hades spat out. Tell me, what do devils do? Pardon. I blinked at his question. What do devils bring to the world? What is their purpose? I'd never thought about that before. I'm not sure. Nothing. Hades snorted. They bring nothing. They do nothing but leech off the hard work of others. They leave nothing but chaos and destruction in their wake. Oh, here we go. Izzy rolled her eyes. Tell me that I'm wrong. Hades huffed. They were created by a child throwing a tantrum. Their purpose, their entire creation was meant to devour and consume everything and cause misery wherever they go. They've calmed down over the years. The originals are almost all gone, it's not like the ones in power are clamoring for war or anything like that. I replied, feeling just a little bit insulted since I was also cut from the same cloth, if indirectly. And I was playing devil's advocate just for the sake of it. Which is ironic given the circumstances. Bah. So they've gotten smarter over the years. Why do they need to openly wage war? They continue creating chaos through other means. They disrupt the flow of souls with their evil pieces. Converting others into their misbegotten race. Stealing souls from where they should truly go. They've used those abominable things to force themselves into a position of power. Look at their leader, he holds a clone of Surge as his slave. You won't hear me say anything good about those things. I crossed my arms. I am half human, I've always aligned myself with humanity over devils. I am of the mind that they're stealing the potential of humanity. Hades went quiet, giving me a second look, clearly pondering something. Maybe I was too quick in my judgment. I suppose as an I would not consort with that lot. He shook his head. Those crows are not much better. Abandoning their jobs so they could imitate devils. Only causing problems, and doing nothing useful. Is this why you called me? Your problems with the three factions. I was still confused as to why he had summoned me. Humph. He tapped the arm of his throne. What do you know of the Cows Brigade? I blinked in confusion. I've had some run-ins with them. It seems like they're headed by the old Satan faction. But I also have crossed paths with the hero faction that operated under their banner, so maybe not all that much. I was a part of it. Hades said bluntly. Hades. Izzy hissed. Explain, now. It was a means to an end. He waved his hand nonchalantly. I never shared their goals, only seek to use them for my own. After your rant about devils, you willingly bowed your head to them. I questioned. Who said that the Cows Brigade is ran by devils? Hades huffed. Do you think I would need their help for anything of note? That had unpleasant insinuations. Honey, Izanami is upset, explain properly. Persephone lightly chastised. Fine. Hades grunted with a sigh. The world is in a precarious state. The three factions of the Abrahamic religion are throwing it into further disarray with every passing year. The devils merely by existing along with their blatant disregard for the status quo. The crows see fit to mimic the devils and do whatever they want. And the system left behind by the God of the Bible is unstable and making things worse, not better. You're talking about sacred gears? I stated. Yes, those unregulated devices that randomly appear around the world. Those items of power that cause untold devastation if left in the wrong hands. Hades scowled in annoyance. Ask that dragon inside of you. Have him tell you how many of his previous owners went on a rampage and caused wanton destruction. He isn't wrong. I've had several users where I just woken up because Juggernaut Drive was activated after a traumatic event. That sounded horrifying. The look on your face, I can assume he confirmed it. The god spoke. I have no love for that dragon, but at least he didn't rampage without reason. What exactly was your plan? Ally with the Chaos Brigade to kill off the 3 factions. It doesn't matter anymore. Hades grunted. I have chosen to sever ties with them. They have crossed me and my original goal seems to have been for naught with your appearance. Weren't you just calling me an abomination not a few minutes prior? I raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect you to have your own divinity. Hades growled in annoyance. Half human, half devil. Your dragon aspect comes from Drake within that prison of his. He raised his finger up, pointing at me. I wonder, does your divinity come from him? The spear you are somehow able to wield? He muttered. No, it's different. Your divinity is more like my brother's, there is the crackling of lightning and the smell of the sky. But also the roar of the ocean's tides. Storms are your domain. His head suddenly jerked towards Izanami. Izanami, did. Hades. Izzy's voice overtook Hades entirely at this moment. We both know my son would never willingly give up his divinity. So if you are about to ask me what I think you are going to ask me, I'm going to walk up there and smack you. And I will say nothing about it, husband. Persephone crossed her arms, staring at Hades as well. I apologize, I overstepped. Hades admittedly looked rather sheepish. Was he about to imply that Izzy stole Suzanu's divinity and gave it to me? Oh yeah, I could imagine that Izzy would be very upset at the insinuation. You said that the Chaos Brigade isn't led by devils. Can you elaborate on that? I might as well move past the awkwardness that came up. There are many beings around the world that don't like the peace that came about after the Great War. Hades took to the renewed talk quite readily. You should have met one thus far based on what I've been told. Loki. I breathed out, his name still left me angry. Yes, the trickster god. Hades scowled. Whom I have no doubt had a hand in breaking into Tartarus with his cohorts and freeing my father and Hyperion. Both of which I have no doubt now bolster their ranks. I see, that would explain why Hades had a falling out with them. There are many more, nearly every major pantheon is represented. If they were to move together, it's unlikely that any singular force could meet them. Hades stated. And you are now outed from said group. I pointed out. Who said I left? He huffed. I would be a fool to not keep tabs on them. That's true, I suppose I thought he just up and left after getting pissed. Maybe I'm too used to dealing with the more prideful kind of people? So, no longer allied, but they didn't quite know that yet. And how does that lead back into me being important for you? I was apparently the reason he was willing to stop working with this Chaos Brigade. I have watched those sacred gears more than any other god beyond their creator. I have seen every instance that they have disturbed the world. Hades intoned. That spear specifically. I have seen it appear many times throughout the years, watching the users, and ever more since Yahweh had perished. You are an outlier. And the only explanation I can come to, something changed within the spear itself. I quirked a smile. Maybe something else in the system broke again. Bah, who are you trying to fool? There's only one entity that would allow you to use that thing with your nature as a half-devil. Even I could not overcome such contradictions, only the progenitor of both your species and the object itself. He snorted, though there was a hint of amuse *ent in his tone. Tell me, is he coming back? You really don't mince words, do you? I couldn't believe Hades of all people was the first to realize outside of those I told. Say that he was in the midst of reviving. What benefit would that be for you? Because he clearly wanted this to happen based on what he said. If that one comes back, then he can clean up all the messes he made. Hades huffed in annoyance. The devils, the fallen angels, and the sacred gears that have gone out of control. Then I can finally stop being disturbed by all these annoyances and the world can go back to normal. Was it really that simple? This god admitted to working with people I absolutely despise, and his entire reasoning was to fix some perceived wrongs in the world. Wrongs that, I couldn't help but admit were true. Sacred gears were causing problems because they weren't being properly regulated by heaven's system. Devils and fallen angels, how many issues had they caused just by doing their thing? Hell, just look at evil pieces like he said. So it all comes down to your asking for my help. Hades scowled and his wife started giggling. In more words than needed, yes. I share my husband's sentiment as do many others under our rule. We are asking for your help and offer ours in return. It may seem strange to you, but we would like the biblical God to come back. We have no ill will towards him, and hope that we can help facilitate his return at a faster pace. Persephone stated. Frankly, the whole idea caught us off guard, but my husband is adamant that the only plausible explanation was such. I turned to Izzy and she gave me a reassuring smile. So I would trust her judgment since she hadn't made an effort to stop the talks. It's true, the possibility for his resurrection has opened and I've conversed with him at one point. I admitted. I wasn't against helping him revive, I had already done some of that so far. To actually hear it. Persephone whispered. How? It shouldn't be possible, he truly died. His divine power scattered, his essence was utterly dispersed. There should have been nothing by remnants remaining, nothing large enough to have a consciousness. Even the tiny spark that existed in the spear, it would never turn into something greater. It was called a dying will for a reason, and it couldn't evolve into something more unless some absurd circumstances presented themselves. Hades appeared to be thinking aloud before taking a long sigh, looking rather tired himself. I won't ask the circumstances, I find it unlikely you would reveal them at this point. Well, he didn't have his head up his ass to realize that. His former arrogance before was understandable. Not easily ignorable, but understandable considering what exactly he was. Maybe if he had been nicer, I would have opened up more. But as it stood, this was pretty much what he's getting from me, and that's mostly as a favor to Izzy. Slowly, the god of the underworld rose from his seat, taking bated steps down the towering stairs. Come, let us take a walk. I believe that my wife wishes to speak with Izanami. Hades casually strode forward, hands behind his back. Honestly, he did appear very regal and magnificent, even if I didn't have a particularly good opinion of him at the moment. Izanami was correct, you were invited as a guest, and I have shamed myself with not respecting that. I suppose it wouldn't hurt. I really didn't believe he would do anything in these circumstances. He seemed like the kind of person who would look you in the eyes when he stabbed you, not do it in the back. Lead the way. I let out a breath. Kia. He's just like you said, and he's so cute. Hades and I started walking out, and I abruptly turned around to see Persephone throw herself at Izzy, excitedly talking about something, and Izzy had an adorable blush on her cheeks. That way leads to madness. Hades snorted as I turned back towards him. Centuries I have been married, yet I still do not understand her mind sometimes. I have given up on trying. Come. There was a fondness in his tone. Well, if there was one nice thing I could say about Hades thus far, he really seemed to care about his wife. It was the small things that were the most noticeable, the little looks he threw her way. Some people seem to think you needed big gestures to be romantic, when it's often the opposite. Many little things are what relationships are built off of. The excited words of the goddess died out as we walked further away. Rather, our quiet steps were the only noise. Rather empty, isn't it? In a normal day it is not. I have thousands upon thousands of reapers that answer my call. On an average day, there are many voices that fill this place. I merely wished solitude for the evening, thus I had dismissed them for the remainder of the day. Hades said, rather casually. What do you think of my underworld? As you asking me to compare it to Yomi. I quirked an eyebrow. Though, I have been to one other deathly realm so far. And I think Karen's words were right. These types of places have their own charm. Another. The land of shadows. I replied. Skathika's existence wasn't much of a secret anymore. Ah, yes. We had a long discussion regarding your companions during the recent incident in Devil territory. Hades nodded in understanding. I was under the assumption that she was dead. She got better. Hades snorted, there appeared to be a slight tug at the corners of his lips. That reminds me, will you be attending that conference amongst the other factions? It was the target of the last meeting I joined amongst the Cows Brigade. What conference? I tilt my head. You don't know. Hades blinked. Perhaps they have yet to contact you. It was the talk amongst those devils. They were set on attacking the peace talks between the three factions that were going to happen. Due to recent events, other factions had since joined in. The spies amongst them relayed the news that they would be extending an invitation towards the yokai as well. I had assumed you knew. I furrowed my brow, many new thoughts filling my mind at this revelation. I haven't heard a word. Curious. Hades replied. Should I be worried in case we go? Which was a big assumption. I don't know any of the details at this point, but I would like more information. Loki was adamant that they not cause problems. His logic was sound, thus the devils seemed cowed. However, they are not known for making intelligent decisions. Loki again. Do you have any interest in these supposed talks? I asked. If I were still aligned with the Cows Brigade, I would be vehemently against them. Hades admitted without a second thought. As many problems that those bats and crows cause, they are forced to mind themselves due to the implications of war between themselves. Knowing how they act, this peace will only further embolden them to do as they wish. Have you not thought about intervening yourself? The thought had crossed my mind. However, I have a duty to my own people. How many of mine would I lose if I chose to fight? And even if I do not get along with my brothers most of the time, they would inevitably be pulled into any conflict. Regardless of my course of action, any direct attack would continue to escalate until the world was engulfed. That's true. Especially with this new information that there were apparently a bunch of other deities or beings of equivalent power/status out in the world actively pushing for chaos and war, if not other schemes that would bring about suffering. We walked out from his sort of temple castle back towards the gates. Immediately, we were set upon by a familiar dog. Cerberus, sit. Hades commanded as the massive dog scampered over. As soon as the words left his mouth, the divine beast promptly sat right now. Good boy. Hades had what seemed to be a rare smile on his face as he walked over to pet it. He really is. I walked up, taking one of his heads for myself. You wouldn't happen to want a pup, would you? I have many, and Persephone has been on my hide to get them homes. Hades chuckled, which caught me off guard. Honestly, he seemed like a completely different person than before. I couldn't take care of one, and I already got myself a familiar. I flipped my hand over, producing my hat, and gave it a little pat on the back. Sir Wiggles jumped out. He excitedly twitched his nose, inspecting the new area. Cerberus looked excited as well. His middle head tilted down, sniffing Sir Wiggles as my familiar did the same to him. The large dog stiffened, jerking its body. It jumped in place, quaking the ground, but it came off as playful. Sir Wiggles turned into a streak of lightning, jutting all over the place as the massive dog began chasing him. Does that rabbit possess divinity as well? He's a long descendant of a god. Our bond just jump-started it, so to speak. I replied. I admit, this is not how I envisioned this meeting to go. Hades raised his hand up, and two chairs seemed to rise out of the ground. He plopped himself down without a second thought, watching the two animals play. I sat down in the empty one. And how did you envision it? I expected a young devil that was too absorbed in his own power. I made a mistake, I should have been amicable from the start, thus things would have gone smoother. Hades replied, propping his head up with his arm. You really don't like devils, do you? Hades snorted. Do you? He gave me a sideways glance. Those devils amongst the Cows Brigade would not cease their prattling when it came to you. Even if I did no investigations, it's clear you have no dealings with the devil faction. I have one devil I truly care about, and by extension a few that I would lend a hand if I thought they were in real trouble. I wouldn't bat an eye if the faction as a whole ceased to exist though. I said with complete honesty. What a strange boy you are. Hades leaned back, rather casually. What do you want? Pardon. What do you want? You are aware of what I desire, and I wish you to continue down this path. You showed slight hesitance, and I don't want this chance to slip away. A bribe, was it? Why not just take the spear from me and do it yourself? That was a consideration. He admitted with a hint of shame. I decided against that. Besides the fallout that myself and my wife would have with Izanami, which neither of us would be pleased about, I am not entirely sure I could do it without coming away unscathed. And you are the one who somehow began the process, something I would have deemed impossible some months ago. I feel you are the best one to continue as you are. I tapped my finger on the armrest, mulling over his words. Personally, I want the information on the Cows Brigade. Everything you know about them. It will be done. He stated. Sacred Gears. You spoke that you have been watching them for some time. How many have you accumulated? The corners of Hades' lips curled up. So you noticed? Yes, I have acquired many over the years. Unfortunately, they are slippery at the best of times. I have a little less than 100 and I rarely care for those below a certain threshold. We will be going to war with the Fae soon. Pick out some easy to use or straightforward ones, I want to hand them over to the yokai. You are leaving it to my discretion. I shrugged. This relationship is rocky from the start. It's built almost entirely on Izzy's goodwill. If you want to help me, then show it. Right now, he needed me much more than I needed him. In fact, I didn't need him for anything, yet, he had an apparent vested interest in Big G's revival. A fair statement. Very well, I shall look at my inventory. Hades nodded. What else? You also manage the fields of Elysium, right? I do, however, I cannot make decisions for those who dwell within. If you are looking for soldiers, you will be left wanting. And I refuse to allow the dead to wantonly walk amongst the living once more. Even with my power, no, especially with my power, allowing the dead to live again is no simple feat. The dead cannot lead the living. I repeated the words I had heard Artoria say in the past. Hades' eyes flashed, a look of actual surprise. I think it was the most I'd seen him emote this far. You understand, how surprising. How about a temporary vacation? I am willing to listen. Veterans, heroes, tacticians, that sort of thing. I think you have Odysseus amongst your people still? I would want to borrow them, merely for training purposes, no actual fighting any battles. Once the war beings, they'll return. So, no more than 4 months. Hades tapped his chin, looking deep in thought. An interesting request, and not one that's inherently too difficult to fulfill. There would have to be rules. They will not be allowed to leave that dimension of Kyoto, if any are willing to oblige, that is. I have said the fields of Elysium is not a place I will casually extend my hand, nor can I. I may oversee it, but my siblings also have a vested interest. Completely fair. I don't know what it's like in the fields, but I offer the worldly pleasures available within reason, of course. Hades snorted. That will sway many, and others will enjoy the novel experience, I'm sure. Those are my personal requests. Otherwise, there is something I think I need to help him. Speak. Hades turned more serious again. The holy relics. I leaned forward, producing the true Longinus. It stabbed into the ground right in front of us. I have a feeling that the key is within them. Well, a part of it at least. The holy relics. You speak of the spear, the mantle, the nails, the grail, and the cross? Yes, I can see how they would be useful, they all seem to contain an aspect of him. Kokabeel. I let out a breath, still annoyed at the mere mention of his name. You've heard, so I won't repeat it. Suffice to say, I used the spear to take away his holy power. It helped a little bit, but it's also not something he would be willing to do on most occasions. I have been tempted to say to just contact the angels and tell them the truth, but I fear they would be blinded and try to use the entirety of their accumulated faith and power to try and revive him. Hades let out a sigh. There's too much missing still. Yes, you seem to understand much for your age. Hades eyed me again. It is not a simple matter as powering up the wisp inside the spear. He broke apart, shattered and scattered to the winds. Things need to be replaced for him to truly revive. Right, trying to revive him without any pieces together wouldn't work. They would just keep pumping heaven's power into it and nothing would come about. Like trying to glue back together a shattered window, except, most of the pieces were lost and you're just trying to fill in the gaps with more glue. It might, eventually work, but it would be an abomination that returned. I will look into them, I have no immediate answer. Hades stated. That's fine, this isn't something that can be rushed. As ironic as it is to say, it's a miracle what's happened thus far. How strange it was. I, a half-devil, son of Lucifer, and a pagan god were conspiring to resurrect the god of heaven. I wonder if I could get him to name me a saint when this was all done. Would have been fun to tease Jean about that. I missed her. I perked up from my thoughts. Sir Wiggles landed right in my lap a second later, and the big dog came running over. I haven't seen Cerberus in such a good mood in a while. It appears he has made a friend. Hades happily pet the big boy. I had a thought. I looked into my ring and found something that I think Cerberus would like. Within a breath, 3 large bones dropped down in front of us. The dog went ecstatic, each head happily grabbing one up to chew on. Dragon bones. Hades raised an eyebrow. I had some extra laying around. I shrugged. I was a little surprised he recognized them as dragon bones so easily though. Always had a soft spot for animals. Hades flicked his hand towards me, a drachma coin appeared between them as he handed it towards me. You may reach out to me with this in emergency. I took it, eyeing the thing suspiciously. You're really being generous here. You underestimate how important this is to me. Hades replied. Maybe I really didn't understand the real implications and how much Hades was dealing with. And it wasn't my place to question what he was or was not allowed to value. Do you play fetch with him? I put the coin away in my ring. Hades smiled again, a rare sight thus far. A massive ball appeared with a wave of his hand and Cerberus immediately got excited again. That was an interesting experience. Most gods are rather eccentric. Izzy sighed. However, it seems as though Hades had a fairly good impression of you by the end. You mean when he stopped looking at me like I was a devil? I snorted. Unfortunately, Hades has his hatred for a reason. He was there when they were first created, and his realm is the closest, relatively speaking, to hell. He has had to deal with their problems for many years. I'm willing to keep an open mind. If you weren't the one vouching for him, I wouldn't have been this trusting. But he made the effort and swallowed his own pride there to lower himself to work with me. I would give it a chance. I pushed open the door to my home and was greeted with something I did not think I would see. Izzy peered over my shoulder to see why I abruptly stopped in the doorway. Welcome home. Yasaka smiled. I returned the smile happily. Artoria also perked up with her own cute smile, one that would always make my heart melt. I made sure to greet her just as warmly. Though, there was one other person in the room. I admit that I felt myself get rather protective again with her in sight. I walked over and she stood up to greet me, my arms wrapping around her immediately. I happily buried my face right between those large mounds. It's good to see you too. Venelana giggled. Missed you. I muttered between her cleavage before turning my head up. Are you okay? I'm fine. She smiled brightly. And I never properly thanked you before. As long as you're okay, it's fine. Such a sweet man. I felt her hand run through my hair. I couldn't help myself, I leaned up and claimed her lips, which she happily reciprocated. She was the one to break the kiss. You're going to make the others upset if you keep focusing only on me. She playfully swatted at me. Oh, don't worry, he does this to all of us. Yasaka interjected with a little bit of humor. He gets very protective when any of us are in a mood or have something emotional happen. I believe when Mordred first appeared, and I was still having conflicting feelings, he was never out of reach for long. Artoria smiled brightly. For me it was rather recent with the attack. Yasaka chuckled. He even did the same for me when Susanoo, the brat, blew me off. Izzy took an empty seat. Before he went to beat him up, apparently. Is that the reason? Venelana looked surprised. Did he not tell you? Izzy snorted. Susanoo was supposed to come and meet me after many years. He decided to visit a brothel and play around. Wilhelm here, got upset on my behalf and went to have words with my son. You know how that turned out. That doesn't sound like me. I said with a complete straight face. Venelana playfully pulled on my cheek. Yes, I suppose I imagined having to scold 2 children after they caused storms off the coast of Japan. Izzy rolled her eyes. I said it before, but it really is pleasant to see how well you all get along. Venelana spoke up and I realized she had been here for a while at this point. And thank you, Lady Izanami, for my earlier request. Think nothing of it. Izzy waved her off. Yasaka and Artoria looked very relaxed. I assumed that whatever talks they had with Venelana went well. Especially Artoria, I knew she was the one with the most reservations, but she looked utterly peaceful right now. And looking at her face, I can't help but remember what happened yesterday. I wanted to do more things with her. I will have to properly thank the others as well. I have yet to have the opportunity. Venelana added. Unfortunately, that won't be possible this time around. It is poor timing, but what can do you? Yasaka simply shrugged. And it's not like this will be the last time we get together. Having you over has been absolutely lovely. But when everyone gathers, I'll be sure to pass on your thanks. Yes, it has been very pleasant, and I hope to schedule more time. Artoria chimed in. Wait, what's going on? I looked around. Yasaka reached down her kimono and pulled out a letter. It had a beautiful writing on the front. Remembering what Hades said. Let me guess, an invitation to a peace meeting. Yasaka blinked. Yes, that's exactly it. How did you know? Izzy let out a laugh, shaking her head. When I was talking to Hades, he mentioned. Venelana was suddenly on top of me, her lips pressed against mine. I certainly wasn't against this, but it was the suddenness of it that had taken me by surprise. Don't forget who I am. She said quietly, breaking the kiss. I don't want to cause any problems in case you say something sensitive in my presence. Oh, right. I was asked to bring that letter along because I mentioned being invited over for tea. She glanced at Artoria. But I don't want to make my presence awkward, so I will separate myself and let you all talk it over. Thank you, Venelana. It really has been lovely to have you here and I look forward to it again. Yasaka stood up. Oh, it was wonderful to meet you. I can't wait to meet my other harem sisters once everything gets settled. You're going already? I whispered. Some things come with time. You can't force trust to develop so easily. She smiled, placing a light kiss on my lips again. I really hated seeing her go. The teleportation circle lit up after everyone said their goodbyes and she disappeared from the house. I can see why you are fond of her. Artoria was the first to speak up. Well, he does enjoy large chests. Yasaka grinned. Izzy rolled her eyes. He is a boy, of course he does. That and an ample rear, and he would be thinking with the wrong head. Artoria's lips twitched in a muse *ent. I think she felt a lot less self-conscious after what happened. I made sure she knew just how arousing she was herself. I meant with regard to how charming she was. She is a very charismatic woman, and it is difficult to find any negative words about her. However, I believe you are correct on the other matter as well. Yeah, I'm a perverted person, water is wet, the fire is hot. I huffed. And yes, she was very endearing and easily approachable during my first time meeting her. But what's this about an invitation? Hades only told me a few things and not many details. I'm surprised he told you anything of the sort. Yasaka replied. He doesn't seem the kind of person to do something like that. It was an odd experience. I left it at that. I have already put out a message, everyone is gathering and they should be almost all ready. We can head over now if you prefer. Yasaka offered. May as well, this is going to be on my mind regardless now. Yasaka tossed a parchment onto the table in front of everyone. When she said everyone was gathering, she meant more than just us. Of course, my girls were here, minus Meridia, but she was listening in. Also joining us was Wilhelm, which wasn't a surprise. He was accompanied by a few of his closest as well. And not just him, Yasaka also had a few elders along with her. They stood to the side, rather stoically. They gave respectful nods to all of us. I had expected some kind of antagonizing, but maybe I was thinking too much about it. I guessed we'd done a lot to help out without asking for anything in return. Lots of goodwill. And Arthur was also in the room, if staying towards the back. I gave a brief overview, but you all know why we're here. Yasaka looked around the room. The devils are inviting us to some kind of peace conference. Wilhelm scoffed. Since when do they care about us? Since we have people who can fight gods. An elder next to Yasaka snorted, and eyes landed on me. Well, I'm happy they also considered me one of their own and not simply Yasaka's lover. Tell them to shove it. One of the rougher members next to Wilhelm grunted. They've never helped us before, and only fucked us over. Now they want some kind of peace meeting when it's convenient for them. Can we afford to ostracize other factions further if we have a war on the horizon? Artoria was seemingly the voice of reason. Her words carried a bit of weight considering she was more or less representing the Pendragon family and was aiding the Yokai with their forces as well. Swallowing pride may be required, as unfortunate as it is. As much as I don't want to agree, we do have bigger problems than devils trying to play games like this. Nurilhayan reluctantly agreed. To further emphasis, it also may not be wise to forego connections to the other factions that are appearing. Skaithik stepped up to the table, picking up the parchment. They speak of both the Norse gods having a representative, and one from the Celtic pantheon, however it lacks names to go with them. Odin and Lug. I spoke up, earning attention again. Are you sure? Skaithik asked. Yes, I had it confirmed by Hades. I nodded. The Greek god of death. Nurilhayan stroked his chin. I can confirm his words. Izzy appeared next to me. I was present for most of the conversations. However, Hades is privy to certain information and relayed some. I don't think anyone doubt him, just surprised at the source. Yasaka stated. Speaking of Hades, while everyone's here like this, I was able to get a few things out of him for helping with some other matter. He's going to supply us with a few more sacred gears, and I managed to negotiate him lending some people from Elysium to help us train for about 4 months. May as well get that out of the way. Oh. Nurilhayan's eyes brightened. That would definitely help with training the new recruits if we got some veterans from the old days. And sacred gears are always welcomed. Yasaka looked ecstatic. And if we weren't in a public meeting, I may have had my clothes torn off already. Though, she quickly reined herself in. Important, but we'll discuss it later. Thank you, Wilhelm. Aren't Lug and Odin both heads of their pantheons? Why would they be coming? Jin had been a little quiet, not adding much until now. That's the question, isn't it? Nurilhayan looked thoughtful. I believe the answer to Odin may be the opponent I faced. Skaithik stated with a scowl. I can confirm his identity through Hades too, but don't spread my meeting with him around. I decided to speak up about that tidbit as well. Nothing in this room will be spread, don't worry. Nurilhayan was the first to reassure me. Nods all around the room and they had looks of conviction on their face. I didn't doubt his words. It appears we may have to attend, regardless of desire. Reikau didn't look too pleased. It wouldn't do well to ignore other factions. Yasaka groaned. The devils, the fallen, and the angels, we could disregard them like we have in the past. But now, their voices are directly backed by 2 other powerful factions. This is getting much more complicated. What do we even have to gain from this? I asked, looking around. I honestly can't think of anything substantial. I mean, could we gain things? Most assuredly, but do we really need anything that would link us with people we generally don't like? Admittedly, resources wouldn't be remiss. Yasaka let out a sigh. As annoying as it is to agree again, yes, we aren't exactly in a good position regarding things in that regard. But we're also not in a horrible spot either. We're surviving and moving forward with what we have and we didn't take this into account, so it isn't a necessity. Nurilhayan had an annoyed look as well. Credit where it was due. Both Yasaka and Nurilhayan were willing to swallow their pride if it meant a better situation for their people. Then let's do it like the Americans. I offered. Like the Americans. Yasaka blinked. We can survive without them. I held up a finger. That much can't be denied. So, realistically, we don't need anything from them. Yes, that's true, like we said. And if they're inviting us, they clearly want something from us at this point. That is most likely correct as well. Well, any negotiations are simply another form of fighting. The corners of my lips curled up. So, let's do like the Americans do. We simply declare victory from the start, and go from there. Chapter 321, Chapter 292 Part 1. Not that I'm against it, but why exactly are we doing this? Rin looked around. And why does it have to be her? She jabbed her finger towards Medea. Several reasons. I replied, holding my arm up as Medea took measurements. Negotiations are rarely about strutting in and just stepping on everyone. We don't want to make enemies even if we're not going to be playing along the way they're going to suspect us to. You look good, Rin. Artoria cut in, tightening a little binding, giving herself a ponytail. Well, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, or so I'm told. Medea smirked. Obviously, why else would you have a fiancé? Rin shot back as those two did their usual song and dance. But how does that whole spiel tie into why we're doing this? I was getting to eye it. I jerked as Medea tugged on my arm. The best method is to use little things to eke out some kind of verbal advantage or set a tone. Tell me, what do you think when you see the enforcers of the clock tower making a move? I guess they're kinda intimidating. Most magi stay away from them when they're on the job. Exactly. They're no nonsense. They're setting a tone that they're all business. I listed off. One of the factors that facilitates that is their dress code. I gestured to myself as Medea continued to take measurements. He's not wrong. Medea started up. Clothing can say a lot about a person based on the situation. It's all about that first impression. I nodded. What do you think the faction leaders will look like when we arrive? Odin, Lug, the devil leaders, the fallen leader, the angel leader. Rin blinked, looking thought. I don't know, something good? If we're going off stereotypes, the angels will probably be wearing robes. The devils some kind of maleficent armor or something. The gods, I really couldn't say. Do you think everyone they bring will look the same? No. And then we come along, all matching in the same style, clearly dressing up while they are probably wearing the same old things they always do. Immediately, it puts them on the back foot. Without even saying any words, it makes us look more prepared. As if we are taking it more seriously, as if we're giving the whole event the due respect it deserves. Essentially, it makes them lose face. Medea summarized. For beings of this caliber, outward perception is extremely important. So, it's going to hurt their pride. I wouldn't go that far. I shrugged. And what tone are we trying to set? That we don't need to be there. Yasaka said frankly as she admired herself in a full-length mirror. We don't need them, and we know it. It also makes sure to let everyone know that we are all part of the same group. I fixed my collar slightly. At this point, it's been made pretty clear about some of our names, so I don't want anyone to get any ideas that we can be separated. I glanced over at both Skathik and Ray Cow. Both of whom were looking amazing, they really rocked the look we were going for. Couldn't wait to peel those layers off afterwards. So it's all about the impression, hey? Rin muttered. Doesn't sound much different than school. It really isn't. I let out a chuckle. Only that the popular kids can decimate the world if they put their minds to it. They're expecting us to be meek and come crawling out of the woodwork for whatever handouts they're willing to give. Hell, even with what we showed off, I'm guessing that they're only inviting us because they want something, not because they recognized us suddenly. Even with all of us added together, we still are a small faction in comparison to almost everyone else. Most other factions already had god-level combatants, so the fact we suddenly got some didn't really mean much in the grand scheme of things. And they aren't normal clothes either. I said offhandedly. Yeah, I noticed. Rin had been inspecting hers the entire time. The mindset of a magus wouldn't let her not take a look at any magical effects, especially those that would be touching her. Some of my finer work. Medea stated, smiling brightly. Though, it was a rather abrupt request. So it won't last long beyond the meeting you're going to. And I wouldn't advise you to fight in it. Which was fair, it was highly unlikely any actual fighting would happen. What exactly did you do? Rin asked. I made each set its own mystic code that resists any peeping. Medea bluntly explained. Peeping? Rin repeated with a look of confusion. Once we get there, they're all going to try and get a measure of us. That could mean anything from simply looking us over and trying to deduce anything that way, or using any other mystical means such as mystic eyes or magic to look deeper. I explained. Yes, Odin I believe will be able to see through most deceptions and any falsehoods. So it is wise to tread carefully. Skathik spoke up as well. So these clothes will stop a god? Of course not, you silly girl. Medea scoffed, almost comically in their little game. But it will resist surface-level attempts. Meaning, if they want to go around whatever protections that Medea added, it will be noticeable. I elaborated. It goes back to what Medea said, if a god is forced to go to such lengths for something so mundane, they will lose face in front of the others present. And we could call them out on their behavior, making it even more awkward and setting ourselves in a better position. And maybe more importantly, it would annoy them. Gods don't like being denied, even for the most simplistic things. Tell them no and they want to know more. Sounds really petty. Welcome to politics. I opened my arms with a laugh. It really is very trite when you get down to it. Yasaka let out a sigh. But most faction leaders tend to have very inflated egos, so this is what usually happens in these sorts of things. You forgot the most important reason for doing this. Jin happily exclaimed, taking a little pose to show herself off. She looked exceedingly beautiful. I don't think I remember seeing her in anything but her own dress before. The lighter tones really complemented her beautiful shade of blue. Well, it's rather obvious, so I didn't think it needed mentioned. I shrugged. What's the most important reason? Rin blinked, still not catching on. Not that I could blame her, her education was lacking. And that wasn't meant in an insulting way. She basically raised herself and had to do everything on her own. The fact that she made it to this stage with her own effort just exemplified her talent in so many ways. It makes us look damn good. Yasaka flicked her tails, spinning around. She was the only one wearing a skirt and it was cut high, showing off those wonderful legs of her. Yet, it also retained the elegance that was expected of her as well. And draped over her shoulders was her iconic haori she tended to wear. It's kind of funny, we sorta look like Yakuza with Yasaka as our head. Other than Yasaka, we were all wearing pretty much the same thing, with obvious variations for each person to match them explicitly. It showed off that Yasaka was the main character in this little rendezvous we were having, while everyone else was the supporting cast. She would be the one doing the majority of the negotiations as even Wilhelm wasn't attending. He wanted to continue with the whole attitude they already cultivated about not wanting to deal with devils and such. They already had a talk about what they both wanted and what they were willing to do to obtain those things. And the old man was willing to hand over the reins to Yasaka to let her handle the dirty business. So, Yasaka was representing the yokai as a whole. However, he sent a representative. Aotab was outside, along with Soma from Yasaka's end. Specifically, Wilhelm needed to send someone high enough up, but also low enough that it didn't disrupt his position that he was taking. Such, Aotab who was the third seat under Wilhelm fit the bill. Not to mention, the man was already acquainted with most of us and had a good head on his shoulders and knew about our circumstances. Really, that's the most important reason. Rin snorted. Not that I don't agree. She did a quick turn around to admire herself in the mirror. It's as you said, presentation. We look confident, and it shows. That goes a long ways in things like this. Our small faction is completely at ease coming before these other big factions without an iota of awkwardness or fear. And that wasn't just because I enjoyed every opportunity to dress up. And I wasn't the only one who shared these sentiments. Artoria said something about how it was nostalgic based on something she wore during the Fourth Grail War. And I think they were all enjoying it. A little amused *ent before we had to get serious and down to business later. Seeing them all dressed up in suits with various degrees of customization. It was really fun to watch them all like this. Master, will you be okay? Rei Kao sauntered over, fully ready to go. I had to say, these clothes hugged her curves in all the right ways. You know who will be there? I grimaced slightly at her words. She was the only who knew about my past the most. She was privy to many more details specifically through the application of the dream cycle we shared. I turned around, taking her into my arms before stealing her lips. The deep kiss only lasted for a brief moment before I broke it. I have you, and I have everyone else, what do I need to feel upset about? I won't lie and say that there aren't some unpleasant feelings that come to the surface when I think about it. But I'm also not that same kid from all those years ago. I had my own family now, one of my own making. So, fuck him. Why did I have to feel like shit? He should be the one that has to feel like that due to his own fuck-ups. That should do it. Medea stated, stepping away from the last person she was fiddling with. She did quick and meticulous work. Funnily enough, putting together everything was the quickest part for her. I told her what I wanted a couple days prior, and it merely took that long for her to get designs ready. Magic really was a cheat. For a rush job, I think I did fairly well. Medea smiled brightly, hands on her hips as she looked around the room. Your work is as wonderful as always, Medea. I didn't hold back on the praise, she deserved every bit of it. Of course. The witch preened. And with that, I'll be heading back to my hubby. You can have your D*K measuring contest with those gods or whatever. Fiancé. I managed to throw out before she left the room. Though she merely raised her hand up, middle finger extended without even looking back. Are we prepared? Yasaka asked. About as well as we could be. I brought out the staff of Magnus, tossing it to Jin before taking out my own mirage. I admired it for a moment before also taking out its accompanying sheath and sliding it right in, keeping it in my hand. You're in the hot seat, are you prepared? As well as I could be. She chuckled. Skaidic walked over, spear in hand as she swung it over her shoulder. Be at ease, you shall not be alone. Indeed. Artoria nodded in solidarity, the sound of metal being pushed into a scabbard accompanied her words. She fastened Caliban to her hip, presumably borrowing it from Mordred. She was presenting herself as the representative of the Pendragon family, so it made sense. All of us made final preparations, even Rin had her own staff out with her. Rei Kao carried her own sword in her hand. Jin cutely stood there with my staff of Magnus with her. We used the few days since the original letter arrived to get ready as a whole. A few days to anticipate what we would be walking into, because it could be a windfall for the yokai if played right. I told them everything Hades relayed to me, so that could be used in bargaining as well. There were also other, minor things. But to be honest, we didn't know entirely what they wanted. We could make several guesses, most of which had to do with the Cows Brigade, so we were feeling somewhat confident. I'm sure they were able to get the information out of Kokabeel regarding his friends. So they were probably really interested in any information about that organization. And I found it unlikely that Kokabeel knew more than I did. And I wouldn't pretend to not know they most likely had questions for us. It was entirely possible this was just a smokescreen so they could attempt to interrogate us without coming across as hostile to anyone else watching. They very well couldn't just waltz right into Kyoto and demand answers. We had talked about all of that and were ready for just about everything. Shall we get going? Yasaka's tails waved in the air as she pushed her Haori to the side. What's our time like? If we head out now, it should be perfect. I replied. A grin made its way to her face. Excellent. Let's grab our two others then head over. Yasaka went and pushed the door open, two familiar faces were waiting on the other side. Lady Yasaka. Both Soma and Aotab greeted at the same time. Looking good. I held my arm out as Aotab smiled and bumped it with his own. Haha, you think so? The big guy smiled happily. You look quite fetching, Aotab. Yasaka grinned. I'm sure Rika will enjoy it too. The big guy flushed a little at Yasaka's teasing. Are you prepared, Soma? Skaidic patted the shoulder of the youngish Tengu. I will do what is required of me, teacher. Soma bowed his head towards Skaidic. Phew. Stand up straighter, you have been taught by the Skaidic, you should be more proud. When we finish with this nonsense, I shall resume my teachings. I will have you up to what they refer to as ultimate class within the next few months. Skaidic declared. Surprisingly, the Tengu looked excited. And it may have been weird to see Soma here of all people. Frankly, he wasn't the strongest of Yasaka's guards, even if he apparently had a good amount of potential to get a rise out of Skaidic. There were a few reasons though, the main being, the yokai really did not like devils. It wasn't the hatred that they all had for the Fae now. While if someone shouted that there was a fairy outside, I think everyone would grab a kitchen knife and run out after them. Devils were more or less tolerated in comparison, but they didn't want to associate with them at all. Lots and lots of bad blood over the years. The elders that were present, none of them wished to go to a peace conference hosted by the devils. So, Yasaka opted to bring Soma, and the secondary reason for that being he was the new owner of One Dimension Lost Sacred Gear. He had proven his loyalty several times at this point and Yasaka granted him it. On the very off chance that something happened, he would be very valuable to act as her guard ignoring all of us, that is. As Skaidic said, give him a few more months of training to master that thing and to hone himself more, and he would sit comfortably in the ultimate class bracket. Otherwise, everyone was sitting back, in a state of wariness. Since so many of us were going to be away, they were buffering their patrols and lookouts. It would be the best time for us to be attacked, but we were also ready in case of an emergency. Some of my defenses had been set up around the city, enough to alleviate some pressure. Nururihayan was also on high alert and they had spoken of some hypothetical situations, so it's not like anything should take us by surprise. And most importantly, Kunu was safe. Perhaps the safest out of any of us. Her dear Aunt Meridia decided she wanted to babysit. Wilhelm, if you would. Yasaka asked. Well, it was time. Game face. And may as well add a little flair to our entrance. Taking Mirage out of my sheath, I swiped horizontally across the space in front of us, opening a rather large connection. There was a tense air at our arrival. There were hundreds of unrecognizable faces scattered about. And the venue for this supposed talk was in the strangest place. Why they wanted to host it in the middle of the destroyed Kua Academy, I had no idea. They hadn't even bothered to clean anything up beyond this immediate area where everyone was gathered at. At the center, there was a table, with each side represented in their own corners and their own people behind them. The people here, they seemed to ease up once they realized who we were. I supposed it wasn't unforgivable that they were all on edge. For most of them, they probably didn't know that their leaders had been discussing something like this for a long time. Because I had no doubt in my mind that this whole thing was a long time coming. Yasaka though, she didn't flinch or react at all. All the intense looks that were sent our way, she held her head up high, and started walking towards the only empty seat remaining. Everyone silently watched her as we followed, the only accompanying sound were heels tapping against the concrete ground. She slid into her chair, one leg swung over the other, hands rested in her lap. She smiled lightly, her gaze cast around the table. "It seems we're the last to arrive," she said plainly, knowing full well we were late. I noticed several divine figures right off the bat, and I could guess who was who. Even if one of them wasn't supposed to be here based on the list we got. The angels as well. It's my first time seeing an unfallen angel in person. The holy power they emitted was unmistakable. And finally, the devils. Our eyes met. I don't think either of us knew how to react. He looked way too similar to me, down to my eye color as well. "My father. We were starting to wonder if you were going to show up." Azazel was the first to speak, a little jab in his words. "Oh, it took a while to get ready. You know how it is, abruptly getting an invitation dropped in our lap. It almost makes me feel like we were an afterthought." Yasaka shot back. "But I'm sure it was just an accident. After all, for something clearly this important to the several factions here, I'm sure they wouldn't do something so blatantly disingenuous." That made everyone around the table utterly silent and created a very awkward atmosphere. "Well done, Yasaka." Speaking of, she turned to look at a familiar face. "Sun Wukong, as pleasant as it is to see you again, I'm utterly surprised that you're here." Which I certainly shouldn't be, because at the very least, the letter I received beforehand specified who would be attending. Even the Monkey King scratched his head awkwardly. I doubted any of them expected Yasaka to go for the proverbial throat immediately upon sitting down. Oh well, I can imagine things have been busy for everyone. She once more glanced around the table. Outsiders whispering in the Fomorian King's ear. As soon as the words left her mouth, a godly presence sitting next to what was obviously the angels radiated out. Yasaka didn't even shudder as she met his gaze. Or maybe they are the ones doing the same for the giants of Muspelheim and Jotunheim. She glanced at who I presumed was Odin. For some reason, he was drilling his eye into me, but his body twitched as soon as he registered what she said. Or perhaps the old Satan faction members have simply made some rather unsavory friends, just as Kokabeel had. The three Abrahamic factions now were staring at her intently, and I could tell that Yasaka was relishing the moment. I can completely understand, as we've been dealing with problems of our own, which I don't think I need to elaborate on. So it's understandable, I suppose, that we were barely worth a second thought. Again, she made them utterly silent to the point where their indignation couldn't even bring them to speak up. Who were we? Some backwater faction that inhabits a small corner of the world, and here Yasaka basically revealed that she knew quite a bit more than she should. And right now, she was basically looking down her nose at everyone else. Declare victory from the start. "So, what can we, the Yokai of Japan, help you with?" Sirafal Leviathan POV. "This bitch. She just struts right in after making a big scene, didn't even bother with formalities, and laid her proverbial junk on the table. Not to mention the people she brought. I can't deny that she knew how to make an entrance, and they were totally rocking the look they went with, but it was still frustrating. The hell are we supposed to say to that? Can't really call her out on it either, because she was definitely right, even if it was sarcasm. They were an afterthought because it was convenient. We just didn't think they'd throw it in our faces. And the Sun Wukong thing wasn't our fault, but I couldn't say that either. That would mean acknowledging that we didn't care about them in the first place. There went almost all of our original plans right out the window. If she was speaking the truth, then somehow, the Yokai, of all factions, knew more than even we did. What was that about Fomorians? I didn't even know they were acting up, but the way Lug reacted, there was definitely something going on there. And even Odin reacted when she mentioned the giants. I heard there was some noise over there, but nothing enough to make the All-Father get serious. Dang it! We heard last minute that Michael was bringing Lug, so we were scrambling to figure that whole thing out. That was after Azazel threw Odin at us too, so we equally divided our attention between them, but it was very short notice. And like the day before, Odin said he was bringing Sun Wukong along as an outside party that was only spectating. And to top it all off, Zekram decided he was coming along with us. I had to resist the urge to scowl when I saw Yasaka meet my eyes. That knowing smile on her face was just aggravating. And my spell to scan them failed. I was sure I was stealthy about it, but it just sort of fizzled out when I tried to target them. And Sertska's bastard making doe eyes at Mama Gremory just seemed to make the whole thing that much more ridiculous. How about we start with introductions? I put on my best smile and addressed the table. I would honestly be impressed at the audacity that Yasaka showed if it didn't also slap us right in the face. But now wasn't the time to let us lose the advantage. Fine, let's get these useless pleasantries out of the way. Odin snorted, though he seemed to have a noticeable interest in Wilhelm. No idea what that was about. Though Mama Gremory did mention that he summoned Yggdrasil when he rescued her, the first time. Did it have something to do with that? Some kind of spell that left some lingering effect? Maybe the old god was interested in that. He's also a god of magic in addition to everything else. Oh, let me start. I clapped, trying to ease the tension with a bright smile. I'm Seraphal Leviathan, representing the devils. I handle foreign affairs. I nudged Sertsk as he seemed to be staring at a certain other redhead. Damn it, Sertsk, get your head in the game. We literally had a talk about this yesterday. You said you weren't going to cause a scene. Staring blatantly is causing a scene. Sertsk's Lucifer. He finally regained some semblance of appearance. He finally pulled his eyes away from his bastard, whom was scowling in his direction. I handle domestic affairs. Or in other words, he's our big stick to wave around whenever the old Satan faction got uppity. Which, may need to happen again if what Yasaka implied was true. Crap, we're going to have to get information from the faction that despises us. Ajilka Beelzebub. I handle the research and development for various fields. Ajilka boringly stated. Even Sertsk glanced at the last member of our gathering. Well, the member who would be allowed to speak. We had plenty of other devils sitting quietly behind us. And they were thoroughly taught that they were not going to open their mouths unless we told them to. Grafia was to the side, as she always was, and no one would question her presence. Okada was also sitting near the others. In the worst case scenario, it would be good to have more help defending the kids. Speaking of kids, Rias and Sana were both there, along with most of Rias's peerage, and Sana's queen. Basically, everyone that had been involved Cockabille's suicidal bout of idiocy. Of course, that meant Mama Gremory too. As funny as it was to make fun of Sertsk's about her and Wilhelm being a thing, it really did make things awkward. Like, how were we supposed to handle her? Normally, it would have been great to use her relationship to bring the half-devil to our side, but we couldn't exactly pressure the matriarch of the Gremory family. And that also meant we had to be careful what we said around her. I am Zekram Bale. The old coot raised his voice, drawing every eye to himself. I lead a faction amongst the devils known as the Great King faction. Still had no idea what hidden agendas he had. This guy was always so hard to read. At least he was being supportive of us. It wasn't a secret that he didn't side with the old Satans, seeing that they were leading us to extinction. But he also didn't always have interests that aligned with ours. He usually wouldn't step into the spotlight like this, which made it even stranger. And I could guess the reason why. A certain red-haired boy that's been causing us nothing but headaches. We also brought along the ones involved in the attack by Cockabille. It was my turn again. In case anyone has any questions, or you want to hear it from their mouths. It would be a good experience for them too. Are we next? An angelic voice touched everyone's ears. Golden hair, shining and pristine aura. Just being near him honestly made me uncomfortable, just from the holy power that he possessed. I am Archangel Michael, representing heaven. And he was always unfailingly polite. Hello everyone, I'm Archangel Gabriel. The most innocent voice accompanied one of the most beautiful faces I'd ever seen. It was absurd that such an innocent woman had that lascivious body. And I am the flame of God. The last of the archangels present let out a roar, his holy flames enveloping his fist as it hit the table. Thankfully, we had anticipated something like this and made the table very durable. I am the Archangel Uriel. Something told me that he wasn't that keen on this whole thing. Couldn't put my finger on why. But the glares he sent our way didn't bode well. Then again, Uriel was always one of the more vicious angels. Michael also began introducing a few more people, some members of the church. It wasn't unexpected. While heaven rules over the church often acted with autonomy. Often to heaven's own annoyance. It was important in everyone, but one person amongst the church took my full attention. And this is Vasco Strata, second only to the Pope. The last man was introduced. He was massive. I knew who he was, I'd seen him before. And I always doubted he was human every time I saw him. Because I've never seen a human give off that kind of aura before. He was strong, and I didn't even know if I could beat him in a fight. The main cast were introduced, and he made an offhand remark about the legion of angels brought along. Not that we could fault him for that, things were shaky as they were. Once he finished, eyes turned once more towards the god that had accompanied the angels. I, Lug, god of light, represent the Dwathdidanan. The first of our godly representatives introduced themselves. We have had an agreement for many years, so I was more than willing to accompany them to such talks. And it seems that I also have a new vested interest here. His eyes briefly flickered to Yasaka, making me frown for a moment. However, his gaze was almost completely locked onto a different woman. She stood behind Yasaka, radiant red eyes, and a lithe body. A red, demonic spear, held over her shoulder as confidence shined in her eyes. Yeah, this was really going to get complicated quickly. My turn. Azazel's voice cut through my thoughts as I shook off my own annoyance. Hey everyone, I'm Azazel, Governor General of the Grigori. I have my secretary Pinmu, and my second-in-command, Barakil, here with me. Along with my own group that are sitting off to the side. Azazel's introduction was rather casual, but that was normal for him. As much as he liked to act nonchalant, he was very calculating and intelligent. If he thought this was the best way to go about things, then I wouldn't get hung up on his flippant attitude. Passing over to you, OL1I. Odin was someone to always be wary of. He was technically retired, yet here he was representing the Norse faction. He had an old cap on his head, a monocle over his missing eye and a weather look about him. Not to mention that large stick he held in his arms, presumably a walking stick, but that was fooling no one. Odin was known for a certain spear, and I doubted he would go anywhere without it. But surprisingly, in this moment, Odin looked lost. Which was strange to see on a god, most of all someone like him. It was as if he was staring off into space, only to suddenly come back to attention once his name was called. The old god huffed in annoyance. I'm Odin, this is my nagging Valkyrie, Ross Weiss. Well, I guess I should introduce myself even if I'm not participating. The Monkey King began only to be cut off by Odin, who slammed his stick on the ground. Everyone knows who you are. Odin grunted. But more importantly, he raised his wrinkled hand up, finger extended towards Wilhelm. Why do you have my blessing, boy? Odin POV. I ignored that annoying prattling the young uns were going on about. It was entertaining, mostly, but there was something else that held my attention. I knew that the boy was going to be something interesting, the old monkey said so and he's rarely wrong. But, why did he have my blessing? It took me longer than I'd like to admit before I realized it. Maybe I was distracted by the other things he had. Not to mention your divinity, I eyed him. Don't know how that's possible. But how in the blazes did you get my blessing? And it was a strong one at that. When was the last time I blessed someone with that much strength? Centuries at least. I would also point out the runes that were carved into his soul, but the lass next to him could answer that question easily enough. She was one of the few I passed those down to. Though, her being so blatantly alive and standing right there was a whole other question. Even if she looked a lot different than I remember, that presence of hers was unmistakable. And there was something off about her. Off about several of the other girls standing over there. The blonde one, the purple-haired ones with the nice rack. And her as well. Why did they feel similar to the Einherjar back home? That damn clothes he was wearing were annoying. But they couldn't stop me, and I needed to figure this out. His divinity shielded him much from my sight, but I could still see enough. Drake was using his soul like an apartment. He had divinity that was strikingly similar to my own son's. The storm raged within it, but contained well enough to show how well he had it under control. It wasn't something that was haphazardly thrown on somehow. It was a part of him now, intertwined with his entire being. So, it's true. You really do have divinity. That brat lug commented. Bah, who cares about that? I wanna know why he has my blessing. What's the big deal, did you not remember giving it to him or something? The Azazel brat spoke up. I haven't given anyone my blessing in centuries, you damn crow. Maybe you were too drunk to remember. The brat himself answered finally. Cheeky brat. Funny, I've never actually been that drunk before. I narrowed my eye at him. The corners of his lips curled up. All I know is that the god Odin gave me his blessing. And I could find no falsehoods in his words. He was telling the truth and it made no sense. Now that I looked at him again, my blessing was strange. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but it felt off. Well, there was one way to check. Any blessing I've given, I can easy take away. I simply had to reach out and... I blinked. It rejected me. I knew damn well that it's my blessing. But it rejected me. A blessing of mine, that clearly wasn't mine. Suddenly, several more things began to make sense. I had an inkling of what was going on, and the idea even made me hesitate to voice it. Was I merely overthinking things? What were the chances? It sounded crazy in my head, but many things seemed to line up now. A woman who should have been dead. A sword that took the name of an already existing sword. That other one who wielded Indra's weapon. I needed to think about this some more. Wilhelm POV. It was pointless to try and lie to Odin. And I doubted he would take a no for an answer on this one, considering it was his blessing in the first place. So, I simply told the truth. However, he went, silent for some reason, looking really lost in thought. Should I go then? Yasaka decided to break the new silence. I'm Yasaka, and I will be representing the collective yokai of Japan. And what about your other companions? Azazel leaned forward. Oh, my companions. Well, they're here supporting me, don't worry. I will be handling the talks as the leader of the yokai. Yasaka had a grin on her face as Azazel twitched in response. Unless, there was some kind of ulterior motive in inviting us? Or are you simply going to interrogate all the people I've brought, much like what's happened already? She glared towards Odin. The Norse god rolled his eye, but didn't respond. We're just curious about those involved in what happened, Lady Yasaka. The Archangel Michael smiled warmly towards us. It was kinda difficult to be snippy when he gave off such a genuine aura. Very well. Yasaka looked as if she was acquiescing to his request. As if we weren't going to do so anyways. She held her hand up, gesturing towards Soma. This is my guard, Soma, the newest owner of Dimension Lost. The reaction that this new information got out of most people present was amusing to see. Certain sacred gears were called Longinus for a reason. And I took a small bit of pleasure seeing Azazel pout. And from Nuririlhyan's side. She gestured towards Aotab. I'm third seat under Lord Nuririlhyan Aotab. The large yokai was very brief in his introduction, but it came off well enough. Yasaka glanced at us, and we were up. I am Artoria Pendragon. Artoria was the first to step up. I am representing the Pendragon family. She held a hand upon the pommel of her sword, earning some glares from the church members. Rin Tosaka, student of Kisker Zelretch Schweinorg. Rin's introduction was brief as I think she felt a little intimidated. She was the one who was adamant about coming, and I couldn't deny her. She had always been helping and threw her lot in with us just as much. Not to mention, she was the master of Artoria, she had every right to be here with her. But the name drop of Gramps raised some eyebrows. None of them knew the origin of my name, to hear someone else bearing it, well, it probably opened up some questions. Hello, I'm Jin, Spirit of Knowledge. Jin introduced herself. And honestly I'm wondering if she was capable of feeling intimidated. Being stared at by both gods and devils, yet her cheerful attitude didn't change. And it was obvious my staff was drawing some mild attention as well. I wondered how many here could recognize its divine origin. I am Minamoto no Reikau. My wonderful servant said very bluntly. Her name wasn't exactly unknown, but it was unlikely that it made its way out of yokai territory. And I could guess that most assumed her a descendant or spiritual inheritor like those that seemed to pop up every now and then. She also didn't elaborate further, but she also got quite a bit of attention. Especially from the godly guests, and specifically, the Monkey King was looking at her in astonishment. Skathak spun her spear before slamming it on the ground. I hail from the land of shadows, conquering it as its queen. I am Skathak. Once more, there was utter surprise flashing across many faces. I think knowing and actually hearing it from the mouth of the woman herself was something completely different. The godlug looked the most conflicted. And it was understandable considering what pantheon and part of the world he hailed from. And finally it was my turn. Hundreds of eyes were now on me and it felt strange. I looked around, and my eyes fell once more on someone that brought about many negative emotions from me. As I told Ray Cow, I couldn't help but still feel some of those even if I knew I wasn't as powerless and insecure I was those years ago. I had been through a lot. I had grown, I had gained my own family. I hate those I love now. So, I looked right at him. My gaze met his own and I didn't back down. The one who had condemned me to a ruined childhood filled with loneliness and depression. Who expected me to simply live within the confines of a box he set up so I was out of sight and out of mind. I'd never been very self-conscious about my name, but strangely, right now, I felt inordinately confident in myself. It was a declaration. I am Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. And seeing him frown, it just made me all kinds of happy. Well then. Yasaka took the reins back. Shall we get down to business? Chapter 322, Chapter 292 Part 2. Yasaka POV. I was really proud of Wilhelm in this moment. I knew all too well that he was experiencing quite a few emotions right now, yet he kept himself calm and collected, at least on the surface. The man who had been a thorn in his heart for years was now sitting only a few seats away, yet Wilhelm didn't make any overt gestures and barely reacted to his presence. They were simply glaring at one another after he introduced himself. Good, with that, the devils were being rather quiet. Surtsk's Lucifer was always going to be someone difficult to deal with. Strength spoke much louder than most other things in our world, having him stay silent would only help us. Being cowed by the sun he decided to push to the side and forgot about. I even took a glance at Graphia Lucifuge, the wife of Lucifer, who briefly looked like she sucked a lemon. The haughty maid really didn't know how to react. I could imagine she never liked Wilhelm, however he was also the one who saved her child. The conflicting emotions must be running rampant with that one. The others too. They all gathered their own attention from the interested parties. I don't think I managed to stop the inevitable questions that would come up, but I managed to stymy the tide of interrogations, which was what we wanted. We just had to keep the conversation going along a path we wanted. And with that we could. How are you alive? The head god of the Celtic pantheon seemed to ignore everything else, instead opting to stare intently at Skathak. I watched you die, I saw your corpse and we even performed the burial rites. You were dead. And I had almost forgotten I was dealing with gods here. Since when did they play by our rules or common sense? Skathaka's expression didn't change, but I felt I knew her well enough at this point to know she was annoyed. There were a few slight shifts in her demeanor that noted such things. Having watched her train many of my people at this point, I could guess when she was about to give someone punishment, and this was a close match to those times. Then again, I couldn't imagine what she felt when facing Lug. He was supposed to be the chief god of where she was born and lived for so many years. Someone she would probably acknowledge and revere in some regard. The father of someone she cherished many years ago. Your face reminds me of that stupid look that Seatontat always had. Or I could be reading into it incorrectly. Words as sharp as her spear, she made the god of light unable to speak. And an awkward silence ensued. I suppose that's one way to shut down the question. You really are her? The Celtic god whispered, almost in resignation. He didn't seem off-put by the comment at all. Though he visibly deflated, the wind completely taken out of his sails. And that somehow worked. I supposed I should have more trust in Skathak to not do anything foolish. She was much older than I am and more experienced with her own corner of the world. Her wisdom wasn't something I can always anticipate. It was hard to gauge what the Celtic god was thinking after that. Based on the information we currently had courtesy of Hades and the amazing man I call my lover, we do know that the Celtic pantheon was sort of split on Skathaka's existence. So, whether he was happy or displeased with her emergence was up in the air. Truly, the abrupt alliance that Wilhelm somehow created with the Greek god really gave us a lot of cards to work with. He had knowledge that stretched far around the world. Without it, we would have been very far on the back foot. I would like to know the agenda for this gathering. The singular letter we received only a few days ago was lacking. I addressed the table reminding them of their failure in proper etiquette. It was good to keep them in an awkward mentality. And it would also force them to move forward while they were still lost in their own thoughts. The green-haired devil cleared his throat. We were originally gathering here to broker a peace agreement between the three factions. He sat up a little straighter. However, as an unforeseen circumstance arose, it has been extended to beyond what we originally intended, with several others pulled in as well. A quick glance around the room could easily deduce what he meant by that. That was a little interesting, so they never intended for the gods to become a part of it. Maybe they too were caught off guard then. It could explain the abruptness of how this was assembled. Not that I would give them any slack. One of many messes we've had to clean up of yours from over the years. How is this one any different? I offhandedly mentioned, making Yasaka react ever so slightly. I would hardly call this our mess. He said stoically. The first time, a significant sub-faction amongst the devils kidnapped two important individuals. Who was it that rescued them again? And while I agree that you aren't held accountable for what Kokabeel does, I shot a glance at Azazel. He specifically targeted several more important individuals amongst your faction to restart the war between yourselves in an attempt to engulf the entire world. Were they really going to try and argue that they didn't hold any responsibility here? Humph. Zekram Bale grunted. And how many involved were your yokai? You seem to have a high opinion of yourselves when you have not once been involved. The one who was involved has more connection to us than you. I narrowed my eyes at Zekram Bale. One of the oldest devils in existence, the progenitor of the Bale blood from which my lover hailed. I was expecting someone to push this idea, that they weren't a part of my faction, but I didn't expect it to be this man. Oh my, you're right. The corners of my lips curled up. Clearly, my lover, the father of my daughter, whom lives in Kyoto, has more connection with you. Remind me again, how many times has he visited your underworld? How many members of his family has he ever met? Sinking your lecherous claws into a confused child. I had to hold myself back from reacting to his provocation. Thankfully, someone else picked the absolute perfect moment to shut him up. I felt a substantial amount of power flow out as it focused down on the old devil. It wasn't just him, everyone else tensed ever so slightly. Choose your words carefully. Wilhelm shifted his glare from his birth father to the Bale progenitor. Perfect timing. Always so protective of us. Can't say it didn't feel good. Especially since I'm annoyed at what Zekram Bale implied. While, technically true if one looked at it from a single side, it's far from the whole truth. I wouldn't deny that I did my best to seduce him, but it was entirely mutual in that regard, after he saw I wanted more than a fling. Perhaps you are unfamiliar with the concept of recruitment without the contingency of slavery added on. I retorted, keeping my tone even while Wilhelm's power receded. Ooh, shots fired. Azazel, the fallen angel leader, chuckled from his end of the table, earning a glare from the devil faction members. The evil pieces are not slavery. Every person who joins a peerage does so willingly. Yasaka said very sternly. It's illegal by our laws to force someone into it. I raised an eyebrow and locked eyes with the devil leader. I have a list of every yokai forcibly taken since those things were created. Who was he trying to fool? Well, it's probably something they had to be vocal about, otherwise they'd have to acknowledge how many fuck-ups the backbone of their society created. Really, Yasaka, that's a losing argument there. One of us can point out examples of that being blatantly false. Azazel shook his head. The green-haired devil sucked in a deep breath. There were admittedly some mishaps when they were first introduced, and we had yet to create proper oversight. Since then, they have been heavily regulated. Time to twist the knife? I didn't want to rock the boat too much. It's beneficial for everyone that the three factions stop being so aggressive, but TT's the best opportunity. Heavily regulated, you say? I spoke up again, as once more, attention fell on me. Even the two gods present were opting to stay silent as we bickered between ourselves. I doubted they overly cared for our mortal arguments, merely a muse *ent for them if nothing else. However, Lug sported a complicated expression as he kept stealing glances at Skaduk. Odin concerned me. He had a very serious look on his face as he stared intently at all of us. but especially when he looked at Wilhelm, as if trying to uncover some sort of secret. I was worried that maybe we had been discovered. Because everyone finding out about Wilhelm's ability would be unpleasant. How many other beings in the world would covet such a unique power? We were forced to walk a fine line here, to both reveal ourselves, but also keep back anything of real value/importance. Such things are found quickly and punished heavily. Ajulka reiterated, unsure of where I was going with this. Excuse me if that sounds ridiculous considering what your relative, Diodora, has done. There was a pause with Ajulka. He certainly didn't expect me to bring up his cousin, but he also looked blank. What does my cousin have to do with it? I blinked, appearing surprised at his ignorance. You really didn't know? Ajulka adopted a frown. I fail to see what my cousin has to do with this meeting. An awkward cough sounded across the table. I agree, I believe we are here to discuss more important matters regarding ceased hostilities between our people. The Archangel Michael interjected. My apologies, I thought the cousin of one of the Satan kidnapping the church's holy maidens and forcing his evil pieces on them before he forces himself on them was a matter worth bringing up. Aw shit. Azazel seemed to say it best as both the angels and the devils went stiff at the accusation. Surprisingly, it was the very large man standing behind the archangels that had the most immediate reaction. His own power started seep out, a contradiction to his very gentle and polite tone. Lord Michael. Would you please ask for clarification? The words were very light, yet they rumbled through the air. Vasco Strata spoke and everyone was forced to listen. Even both Lug and Odin looked surprised by the man's sheer weight in his words. While Sun Wukong looked rather impressed. It really made me question if he was truly human. I guess he's called the strongest human for a reason. Fear not. Michael narrowed his eyes towards the devils before turning back towards me. I too have questions regarding this accusation. I assume you have more evidence than just your words. This is nonsense. Ajulka interjected, though he hesitated ever so slightly. I think even he may have realized something was more remiss with his cousin than he previously thought. If it was some random devil they could easily sweep it under the rug, throw him to the heaven faction to appease them. However, it was the cousin of a Satan. I am inclined to agree. Michael surprisingly also was hesitant to accept me at face value, though I expected something like this. I'm curious to know how you came across this information, when even we are unaware. Especially since you would have no reason to look into such a thing. Azazel. I didn't react under their intense gazes as I turned towards the fallen angel. Oh no, he waved his arms in front of himself. Don't you dare drag me into this mess, I'm already in hot water after what Kokabeel did. I rolled my eyes at his antics. You have a recently excommunicated nun possessing the twilight healing under your purview, do you not? The fallen angel cursed, and while I didn't know which language he used, it was clear in his meaning. The combination of Hades' knowledge, and the insights that Wilhelm held, if scattered. Otherwise, the missing pieces were easy enough to fill in while we were making last-minute preparations. Azazel. Michael raised an eyebrow. Look, I had no idea, all right? All I know was that one of your holy maidens was excommunicated for healing a devil that literally dropped on her doorstep. And like the good little Catholic girl she was, she helped him without asking questions. Your people threw a fit and kicked her out because they wanted to hide the fact that she could heal a devil with one of the old man's sacred gears. I, of course, snatch her up, sacred gear and everything. The archangel looked to process the information, furrowing his brow. I recall one of our holy maidens being excommunicated recently, but that was not the information I was provided. He turned towards one of the cardinals standing next to Vasco Strata. I was told she was consorting with devils, not performing duties that even Father would smile towards. The Cardinal Michael locked gazes with seemed to cower and nearly jumped out of his skin once Vasco Strata placed a hand on his shoulder. Was her name Asia Argento? The strongest human asked. Yeah, that's her name. Azazel sighed. I see. Vasco Strata sighed. I met her once, she was a very kind young woman. Is she doing well? She is. Azazel looked towards the woman at his side who whispered in his ear, and he looked as if he remembered something. She's in school right now, living normally in France. She helped me with researching that specific sacred gear, and I paid her well enough that she doesn't have problems. And she gets paid whenever we need her help. Though, weirdly, she almost got sent to Kua here. I think Kokabeel tried to intercept her recruitment. I guess because twilight healing is a very potent healing sacred gear. Azazel shrugged. I only noticed because of all the stuff that was happening here at the time, so I quickly vetoed that decision. The large man nodded thankfully towards the fallen angel. The atmosphere turned awkward again. While I didn't specifically say it was Ajoka's cousin, the insinuation was enough to put doubt in everyone's heads. And it would be easily verified now that there are multiple sources to question. We will be investigating this matter, Michael stated, leaving absolutely no room for rebuttal from the devils. And we'll look into it from our end too. Surtsk's Lucifer had to bow his head slightly in response. I highly doubted this newfound information would shatter any pre-discussed arrangements between them, and it didn't have as much as an immediate impact as I had hoped. Oh well, it was well enough as is. I just needed to drive a small wedge between them and prop ourselves up as knowledgeable for everyone else. Or, rather, prove it based on what I said before. It seems we've veered off topic. I took the reins once more, even though I was the one who pulled attention away from the immediate talks of peace. The look I got from the devils was amusing. We were discussing the need for this gathering? I believe I've yet to hear the reason we were invited. Archangel Michael POV. An unfortunate turn of events. I was not blind to the fact that the Church often took matters into their own hands. And often to the detriment of our own interests. Father above, I wished I could just fly down and take hold of everything myself. Even with how overworked we are, with how hard it is to use Father's system and attempt to maneuver it, it would leave us with less headaches. But it was always Father's will that humans lead themselves. They can look to us in times of crisis, and to handle matters beyond what they're expected, such as with other pantheons, but they have to be able to make their own way, both good and bad. I did not know who they spoke about until I heard the name. I recalled it because I remembered her prayers. Through the millions upon millions of prayers that I try to shift through, among them are those who shine brightly with true sincerity and light. Asia Argento was called a holy maiden for good reason. I should have looked into it further. I could make all the excuses, but it was my fault that we lost such a faithful believer. At least she was taken care of from what Azazel spoke about. And I did not believe he would lie about such a thing. I would further ask Azazel for details once we had concluded everything here. I had a responsibility to do that much at a minimum. And we would certainly be looking into this accusation. For something to have been happening for an extended period of time, I was doubtful that a young devil would have managed everything by himself. I did not wish to believe that Ajoka Beelzebub had a hand in the affair, but for the moment, I would remain skeptical. There had to be other parties helping in the shadows. We would proceed with how we decided before. If something did come up, we will handle it appropriately. As loathed as I was to admit, we are not faring well without Father. Every day, it seemed his system fell further and further into disrepair. How many more centuries until it failed altogether? Sacred gears were appearing in non-humans. No more true saints born. Kokabeel was able to force a connection, albeit temporary, and we were told he harmed himself substantially in doing so. What peace will break next? If nothing was done, our enemies will eventually tear down our walls and march on us without recourse. We had to secure a future, even if it was one we were dissatisfied with. While the modern devils were not their namesakes, we still did not see eye to eye in most matters. An intrinsic contradiction to our beings. I only hoped that Father would not blame me for the choices I am making. I think he would be more satisfied with these ones compared to those we warred with so many years ago. Even not, I would gladly take whatever punishment he gave me if it meant he once more sat upon his throne. When Azazel brought up the idea of adding other factions to these discussions, I was hesitant, but I think it was the correct choice. Just as the Yukai leader said, there had been many messes that had been cleaned up by outside factions. Based on recent events, we believe there has been an escalation beyond what a single faction can handle. I spoke up towards her. We are seeking peace amongst ourselves, however, we wish to treat as something more formal amongst everyone here to combat such future occurrences. Seraphal Leviathan perked up, taking it as an opportunity as well. Yet, what he said. Everyone is usually pretty strict about faction boundaries amongst us, but with what happened with Kokabeel, it's obvious that our enemies aren't respecting those lines anymore, so we can't really do that either. Yet, don't know how Kokabeel was able to make friends like that. Azazel also commented. We should probably look into the Cows Brigade. Yasaka interjected. Wait, what? Seraphal looked confused. Why would the old Satan faction have contact with a god? I suppose it's obvious from the report that the helper Kokabeel was divine in nature. But I'm also curious about this. Who said the Cows Brigade is headed by devils? The yokai leader raised an eyebrow. From the reports we received, and our own investigations, the Cows Brigade is an organization created by the old Satan faction. Surtsk's Lucifer replied. That's merely one faction of their organization. Which is indeed headed by devils, but they are not the leaders. Yasaka replied. You are implying that this Cows Brigade is led by gods. The All-Father seemed to take an interest. I did not know what forced a complicated look on his face previously, but he looked to have snapped out of it. And I was keenly interested myself at this new information. More or less. Yasaka nodded. Well, there is one devil they consider their peer amongst themselves. And I'm sure you know who I'm talking about. She glanced towards the devils. The current Lucifer frowned. Rezevim Lucifer. So that's what he's been up to. Azazel sighed. Lucifer's first child. Our nephew. I never knew what to think about him. He never moved and did anything overtly, but I could never call him a good person. He seemed to be content to just disappear and not cause any problems in public. However, there was a much more pressing concern, and I think everyone shared the same question. How do you know this? I asked. The Fox Yokai smiled wide. We have a good information network. The All-Father snorted in annoyance. As if it was something so simple. I have to agree. Lug added. You're saying that you know about this secretive organization comprised of gods, when we don't know about it. You said something before, but this is far beyond the scope of what I first assumed. That's correct. Yasaka said plainly. And the way she didn't hesitate, it gave me a bad feeling. I was opting to believe her for now. And that just made it worse, because apparently there were gods allying with each other who were intent on some nefarious scheme. You understand, we have quite a few questions. I asked. By all means. She didn't look perturbed one bit. No, she had expected everything thus far. She has been leading us at her own pace. She was much too confident to be simply lying. There were other matters I wanted to bring up, but this took precedence for the moment. Do you have evidence to support what you said? Kyoto was attacked not long ago. She replied. A group of humans, wielders of sacred gears, descendants and spirit inheritors. They called themselves the Hero Faction. They were a faction of the Cows Brigade. I heard about that, but I don't know the details. That explains some things if true. I looked into it more. Azazel perked up. Specifically, the sacred gears you got a hold of. I didn't really think of anything past that. Dimension lost, variant detonation, night reflect, some I didn't have a chance to identify, and the true Longinus. Yes, those were in the reports. Ignoring Father's spear for the moment, the others were dangerous themselves and they landed in the hands of a smaller faction. Now, one of Lady Yasaka's guards wielded a weapon capable of slaying gods. You forgot the demonic swords used from the Sigurd project from the Holy Church. The project that was created to essentially clone the namesake to wield the swords without a problem. And of course, the one who wielded all of them had a very powerful version of twice critical. Yasaka glanced towards us. I winced, closing my eyes as soon as the words left her mouth. I felt a pressure descend upon us and I did not need to look up to know who it came from. Odin. Lug spoke up on our behalf. Explain. Heaven had no hand in it. I quickly explained as the pressure eased up. It's true, Gabriel said quietly, my sister looking like she was about to break out in tears upon remembering it. Once we found out, we stopped it and punished everyone involved. The god stared as both of us intensely before the pressure completely let up. Hand them over. Odin grunted. All the ones involved. They will be handed over to us to deal with. I will see it done. I nodded. If it would appease Odin, then I would do it. They knew what they did was wrong, and they showed no remorse, only made excuses or justifications for their actions. And the swords, which are you talking about? There have been many that have been missing for centuries. I thought they were lost to time or destroyed, but apparently, they were kept hidden by another faction. He sent one more glare towards us. Bomung, Nothung, Gram, Tierfing, Dane's Leaf. Yasaka listed off. Odin took a deep breath. On behalf of the Norse pantheon, we would like them returned. The yokai of Japan are more than willing to negotiate. Yasaka smiled. However, Graham has found a new wielder and I am not able to retrieve it. Graham. Odin furrowed his brow. That was one of the more temperamental swords. And you say it found a new owner, willingly. That is correct. Odin pursed his lips, looking thoughtful. Far be it for me to demand it back if someone tamed it. Just that alone earns my respect enough to not say anything. However, if you have the others and they're just sitting in your storage. It's as you say, the others haven't found users and we've tried multiple times. Yasaka replied. We would be more than willing to hand them over. The yokai of Japan wish for a harmonious relationship with the Norse. Odin snorted. I'm sure, you vixen. Lord Odin. The Valkyrie next to him whined. Calm down you brat, it was a compliment. The old god rolled his eye. Damn fox has been leading us around by the nose since she sat down. Which was undeniably true at this point. It really made us have to re-evaluate our previous conceptions about the yokai faction. She provided a logical explanation for her knowledge on the Cows Brigade, but my instincts told me that there was a lot she held back. What else do they know? There are many secrets around them as of late, and the more we learned, the more confusing it became. Wilhelm POV. Yasaka had been handling everything amazingly. Just as Odin said, she's been setting the pace and leading the talks in our favor. I guessed I'd have to thank Hades for the stuff he told us. He really had a lot of dirt on other factions. Without it, we would have been in a much worse position. Already, we seemed to have the beginnings of a deal with the Norse. It also sounded almost as if they were writing us a blank check. We have some questions about your affiliations, as well. The Archangel looked towards us. Our affiliations? Yasaka questioned. Several times, you have aided the devils. Not to mention, you were allies during the Great War. Michael explained. Ah, I can see what you're saying. I suppose from your perspective, it looks like we have some alliance of some sort. While it's true we have a tenuous agreement still on paper, I wouldn't call us allies anymore. Yasaka replied. That Sierra Fall winced a little once she said that. Would you explain how you came to be involved then? Michael asked once more. That's acceptable. Yasaka glanced up at me and I knew it was my turn. Some time ago, Venelana Gremory and Mil Ica's Gremory were kidnapped by the Cows Brigade. At that point in time, they were still unknown to everyone else and they resided within the dimension gap. Since we knew about them from the attack previously, I decided to lend a hand. I stated. Forgive me but, I was told you had no association with the devils. Why did you lend a hand? Michael inquired. If it were someone else, I would maybe think they were being intentionally obtrusive. But I think he genuinely was skeptical if I had a relationship with the devils. I could see from his perspective, twice I intervened when the devil faction was threatened in some regard. And my heritage didn't make matters any more simple. That's correct. It was more of a whim than anything. I suppose I wanted to meet the half-brother I had only recently found out about. And knowing he was just a child, I felt obligated to help. I didn't feel need to overly explain everything. And the attack by Kokabeel. At that point, my relationship with Venelana had deepened. I gave her a method of reach out to me in an emergency, which she triggered, and I came as soon as I could. Something I've been curious about. Azazel picked this moment to also jump in. Why you and not one of the Satans? They're all more than capable of handling Kokabeel. Asking a question he already knew the answer to. He wasn't even being subtle about it. I'm sure he wasn't aware of the specific details, but I'm sure he wanted to know my answer. She couldn't. I said simply. Loki set up a unique method of scrambling the localized spatial coordinates. There's no proof it was Loki. Odin grumbled very loudly. I guess admitting it was one of his own would be detrimental to his own cause. However, I have someone who disagrees. He wielded divine fire and frost with the ability to escape me. Skadik glowered towards the old god. Do you call me a liar? Odin huffed but didn't respond. Loki is also amongst the gods involved with the Cows Brigade that we know about. Yasaka added. You have a list? Lug asked. Indeed. Yasaka smiled brightly. As curious as I am about that, I want to know what Loki did that made it so no one could contact outside of the area. Azazel interjected. You called it a unique method. There are two normal methods. The first is to scramble the localized space, making contact and teleportation difficult and prone to failure for the inexperienced. The second is to seal the space, not letting anything inside or outside. I explained. None of us are green here, kiddo. We all know our ABCs. Azazel snorted. I rolled my eyes at his comment but continued. Each have their own strengths and weaknesses with some variations of customization to fit the individual who casts it, but generally, they're relatively similar. What Loki did, he did the equivalent of setting up a sort of maze. Sounds complicated. Azazel hummed. That's understating it. To do something like that. Ajilka muttered. A god of magic indeed. Humph. Odin grunted. It sounds like a trick he would be good at. But that just begs the question, how were you able to overcome it if it was Loki? There are some things even I can't beat him at when it comes to magic. I'm inclined to believe that Dimension Lost was used. Azazel tapped his chin. Cause I can't think of another way, honestly. As much as I've researched, I don't have any confidence in overcoming one of Loki's traps when I wasn't prepared. So, how'd you do it, kiddo? I crossed my arms in annoyance. I used an advanced thaumaturgical application of dimensional displacement to project myself outside of the established space, then pulled myself and the others into it. You sidestepped it. Ajilka summarized quite easily. But, the calculations alone would have taken hours if not days. And that was only if you knew what you were getting into. That's not something you can just come up with yourself. He turned towards Skathuk. Was it your teachings? Skathuk raised an eyebrow. I taught him much of what I have known, but that is not something I am familiar with. The young woman over there. Azazel raised his finger up, pointing towards Rin. You introduced yourself as the student to of someone sharing his name. I didn't really give it a second thought before, but who was it again? Kisker Zelretch Schweinorg. Rin said evenly. He goes by Zelretch. German. Odin rubbed his beard. It's not a name I'm familiar with. Ajilka muttered. Was he the one who taught you? The devil turned back to me. Technically? Yup, he's my grandfather. Why deny it? To be able to teach you something like that, he has to be an accomplished magician. Ajilka tapped his finger on the table. Why haven't I heard his name before? Me either, I'm drawing a blank here. Some reclusive stray magician. Azazel threw out. Who knows? I shrugged, not elaborating, much to their visible annoyance. I could easily tell they were the type that hated not knowing something. Once more, I believe we've gone off topic to something irrelevant. Yasaka took this moment to step in again. It's pretty damn relevant to know how the kid overcame something that even Odin here says he might have trouble with. Azazel replied. I disagree. We are speaking of an alliance, not the secrets of his magic. Yasaka countered. Michael was merely asking for elaboration on our standing. That has been provided. The kid boinked his grandmother, which is why he showed up when he did. Azazel said flippantly. Blah blah, all right, they aren't with the devils, Michael. The archangel let out a sigh. I'll take that at face value for now. However, if we are going to negotiate based on your claims about this Chaos Brigade, we need more evidence. Yeah, everything we know points to the old Satan faction. Sirafal nodded. Very well, then shall I reveal the head of the Chaos Brigade? Yasaka asked. It would go a long ways for convincing us. Azazel replied. I want to know who is supposedly leading a group of god from different pantheons. Odin grunted. I'm curious about this too. I want to know who's strong enough that they would all listen to them. Lug added. Ophis, the infinite dragon god. Yasaka stated and a silence overcame the table. What did you just say? Odin gritted out. The infinite dragon god. That is correct. But, why? Azazel's eyes widened. That old guy just sits there silently in the dimensional gap and doesn't bother with anything that doesn't annoy him. He literally has no interest in the world. Her. Yasaka corrected. What? Ophis has recently taken the form of a little girl now. As such, it is her, I would presume. Yasaka stated. Weird, but okay. There haven't been any sightings of Ophis in years. Michael exhaled. And now you're claiming that she is leading a group of gods among others that are involved in plans like what Kokabeel attempted. They're taking it more seriously than I thought. Honestly, I expected them to hem and haw, call it all lies or something. But there was a clear sense of unease when Ophis is discussed. I guessed she was strong enough that it made them worried even with a mere implication. Do you have any proof? Lug asked. Before we start getting worried, is there any proof beyond your words? I could say that Lady Izanami can verify our claims, but I don't think you would take her for her word either, considering our relationship. Yasaka hummed. But I do believe I know exactly what you would want. Within the Cow's Brigade, Office had been bestowing some of the lower members with a piece of her power, a snake if you will. Funnily enough, Office's title of infinite didn't mean infinite power. Essentially, she can produce power infinitely. There's more or less a hard ceiling on what she could bring to bear at a given moment, which was still far above what almost anything on the planet can match. But it's not infinite in scope, otherwise Meridia wouldn't have been able to deal with her. No, Office was basically a perpetual motion machine. A continuous production of various energies. Well, that was my theory at least. Based on what Hades told me, she gave out a lot of power over time. Enough that it should have been noticeable on herself, yet her overall strength hadn't wavered an iota. And I'm sure if we produced someone with this snake it would still leave you skeptical. So, why don't I point you towards someone who already has it? Yasaka looked around the table. You can verify it for yourselves. And who is this supposed person? How do we know you haven't gotten to them before us? Ajuka asked. Ajuka, I'm glad you asked. Simply put, do you think we have managed to get to your cousin in recent times? Yasaka's grin was wide as she spoke. The green-haired devil twitched uncontrollably. Are you implying? You can check for yourself. Yasaka nodded. But yes, your younger cousin, Diodora, is a member of the Cow's Brigade, and he accepted a snake from Office. How else do you think we know what he's been up to? He was one of the first guinea pigs. There are a lot of notes on his movements and such in the past due to research conducted unbeknownst to his knowledge. They wanted to make sure there weren't any ill side effects, so they followed him for several months, which is how we know of his activities. Hades was more than able to get his hands on such things in a short time frame. Not only would this prove somewhat of what we're saying is true, it would also, again, show that we knew things we really shouldn't. The table under Ajuka's hand cracked as his fingers pushed into the surface. He wouldn't. If what you're saying is true, this is a big problem. We need to quickly warn everyone that Office is now active and might be hostile. Lug stood up, looking rather worried. I think after everything that had been revealed before now, he took what we said at face value. Considering how confident Yasaka spoke about it, even giving avenues of verifying the information, there seemed to be less skepticism. That won't be necessary. Yasaka stated. Lug blinked, looking at Yasaka. Pardon. We've already taken Office off the board. She gave a rather innocent smile to accompany her words. I guess that's one way to say it. More like, I kicked her towards Meridia and ran away screaming. But now, everyone was staring blankly at Yasaka. What? Sirafal voiced, squeaked more like, though everyone seemed to share the sentiment. Don't worry about Office, she will no longer be a problem. Yasaka reiterated. However, I have no proof to accompany what I said. If you don't wish to believe me, there's nothing I can do. Why don't we take a small break? Sirafal managed to force out. Chapter 323, Chapter 292 Part 3. You are amazing. I wrapped my fluffy fox up in a big hug. Praise me more, Yasaka giggled as I let go. You did very well. Artoria praised as well. I do not believe I could have managed as well as you have. Oh, you sell yourself short. One of Yasaka's tails brushed against Artoria. I'm just lucky we had so much information that they were in the dark about. I almost peed myself when everyone stared at me. Rin shuddered. Angels, angels were looking right at me. Rin let out a long breath. Yes, it is strange to actually be in the presence of real angels. Artoria shared a similar sentiment. I never questioned it, but Rin was a Christian due to her upbringing, only distancing herself from the church due to a certain priest that soured her towards the church. Both being a magus and living in Japan, it was certainly odd, but I never thought about it too much until now. It must have been very strange for her to be in the presence of figures important to her beliefs, though not the same as those in her home world. And seeing the great god Odin in such a state, it is very strange. Skathik added. Yeah, the Odin here was strange indeed. I knew he took many different personas when he disguised himself in his travels amongst humans, but this felt different. I didn't know how to describe it, it felt like, he was tired. The Monkey King was staring at me. Ray Cow commented. I fear I may bring some undesirable outcomes if I stay. His addition was undoubtedly a last-minute occurrence. I don't know what it's like in your world, but here, he works under Indra. And considering what I know about you, that could perhaps be the reason for his presence. Yasaka explained her thoughts. I see. Ray Cow muttered. Ray Cow always got uncomfortable when her other half was mentioned, even by association of her parentage. The gods here are so different than the brothers. Jin walked up, pushing herself against Ray Cow. The affectionate genie earned a warm smile from my servant. Even that Lug, a god of light, he's so different than the god of light from Remnant. It is not surprising. Even with similar domains, gods are very different. Skathik replied. The Abrahamic god, for instance, is very different even if Lug and him share similar domains of light. So, what's the plan once the recess ends? Rin asked. I hope I'm not needed for anything except for standing to the side, cause I'm not confident being the focus of gods at this point. I could see how intimidating it was for her. She had made substantial progress since I first met her, but she's still not on the same level as us. Any plans we have, I promise we won't put you in an uncomfortable position. As Wilhelm says. You being here as you are is perfect and I would ask nothing else. You are one more mystery to help us obscure the truths. Yasaka also added with a smile. As for our next step, well, I don't think I can hold them off any longer. They're going to come at you all like sharks smelling blood. But we should be able to act as a buffer for you, Rin. True, we played a bunch of cards already, next is to figure out what we can gain, which will involve answering some questions no doubt. As annoying as it would be. I joked about being shameless, but I did have things I don't want to flaunt in public. I supposed I'm very personal about my own stuff and I don't like revealing too much. Maybe a holdout from being on my own for so long? I don't like other people having their noses in my business unless they're close to me. We merely must keep up our unassailable position. Artoria stated. Our initial plan has succeeded, they will come to us and that gives us the advantage. It worked wonderfully. They did not expect us to warp the talks around ourselves and make us invaluable with everything new we added. Yasaka giggled. Is that why we're hiding under this dimension? Rin poked her servant. Gotta keep up the mysterious act that we have going on. They got no idea how we know what we know, and this just makes them more anxious. I replied. The small Yukai faction that no one cared about was now the center of attention. This space is actually very strong as well. Jin sort of poked at the misty barrier that surrounded us. I want to play with it later. I'm sure Soma wouldn't mind if you helped him experiment with his new power later. Yasaka responded. And you're right, it's a Longinus class sacred gear for a reason. It is impressive. Even Skathik acknowledged. I do not believe any god here is capable of assailing us here or spying without our knowledge. That is to say, it couldn't stop a god from forcing entry, but we would notice the instant they tried, and that isn't exactly subtle. So, the perfect place to have a private conversation. So, what's the next part of the plan? Rin asked. A mischievous grin appeared on Yasaka's face. We get them to pay us, then we give them the privilege of dealing with the Cows Brigade lurking in the shadows. I stretched my arms as I exited the mist that made up the temporary sub-dimension everyone else was staying inside. I nodded towards Soma and Aotab who were standing guard outside. Gotta keep appearances up and all that business. The surroundings were relatively deserted. The factions still had representatives standing around though most had scattered for the break. Some familiar devils were off to the side who I cast a sideways glance at. Venelana smiled warmly as I met her gaze from where she was still sitting. Had to resist the urge to go over there. And it made me want this to be over sooner so I could start introducing her to my other girls more. Because at the moment, it felt like we were leaving her out. I knew it was unavoidable due to extenuating circumstances, but it still made me feel like crap. I would definitely make it up to her later. I pulled my eyes away to look at everyone else. Odin was off to the side, out of earshot, and appeared to be in a heated discussion with the Valkyrie he brought along. I expected more of an appearance from the Norse representation, but then again, the All-Father himself showed up. Wasn't going to touch that with a 10-foot pole though. After my last experience with an Odin, I wasn't too keen on getting close to this one. The fallen angels were off on another end, taking some privacy as well. I could see the amount of warding that went up as they made a little camp. And it wasn't just them either, the angels were somewhat visible from where I was standing. They had taken cover behind a partly destroyed wall so you could see flashes of them whenever they stood behind a hole or where the wall had collapsed. The taste of their holy power also hung in the air. I admitted that I was a little confused with how to treat heaven. Normally, I would be rather neutral towards them as a whole, perhaps leaning towards dislike just out of habit. However, with a certain entity residing within my sphere, I guessed I had to spare some goodwill towards them. Well, more like towards the big man himself, and what he left behind. Strangely, the presence within the sphere had been silent. I would have thought he would have spoken or relayed something to me, but it remained silent. And I knew for a fact that he was capable of reaching out if he desired. I had the faintest feeling like he was simply watching for now, and didn't want to interfere. So, far be it for me to bring attention to him. Maybe he thought he had a better chance in my hands with the deal I made with Hades? Not to mention, suddenly revealing that he might revive would have a drastic effect on this attempt at peace. I genuinely did want them to come to a peaceful resolution, if for selfish reasons. Mainly that it would be helpful that they weren't hostile to one another and another conflict wouldn't suddenly spark into a full-blown war and harm the people I actually cared about. Don't know where Sun Wukong or Lug went, but I'm not their keepers, so I decided not to dwell on it. Instead, I found my target over by where the Heaven and Church delegation hung about. I decided to take this opportunity to socialize. The few members of the church looked like they collectively had to change their pants as I started walking over. Don't know why they were so on edge. It's not like I was hostile/antagonistic towards them, but they cowered behind the largest member of their little routine. I locked eyes with him. Yasaka explained it to me, the strongest human in the world. Or so the church liked to propagate. However, that aura he continuously reeled in did not lie. I stopped my steps with only a couple feet between us. I saw he was sizing me up, however, I didn't notice a hint of malice or disgust when he looked at me. The others around him, well, it was clear my presence was unwelcomed. After a moment, a rather warm smile made its way to his face. It's funny, this man was massive. As in, I think our Heracles might be smaller. Yet, I didn't feel intimidated in the slightest, his presence was warm and welcoming. Hello, young man. His voice was just as weighty as it was when he spoke during the meeting, and again, there was a gentleness to it. If you're looking for Lord Michael, I'm afraid you may have to wait. They are currently discussing some important matters in private. What important matters could they possibly be talking about? I quirked a smile. And he looked rather amused himself. If you require it, I am willing to relay any message you wish to give. Kick him out, Father Strata. One of the cardinals behind him raised his finger, stabbing it in the air at me. Don't let him profane our presence. I blinked, looking towards the source. The rather frail-looking man. In his later years, maybe 70 or 80. He does realize that we're technically in devil territory, right? There isn't any kicking me out. I looked back up towards the large man. And even then, this is Japan, if anything, I could kick them out since the yokai has more claim to the land than anyone else. It's not like I was forcing myself into their little secret meeting they were having while we were taking a break. Vasco Strata let out a tired sigh, opting to turn to look at the cardinal who spoke. He didn't even have to say a word for the cardinal to stiffen and retreat back to where the congregation of angels was gathered. And the others quickly followed after him. Rather cowardly lot they were. I imagine they are the kind that wanted to come and attend for the glory and attention they would be receiving. If I had to guess, the only one of worth that the church sent was actually the big guy. I apologize. My fellow faithful are uneasy due to the nature of this gathering. I kinda was hoping he would stick around, get into an argument with me so I could start arguing scripture with him. I admit that my devil nature was shining through just a tad. A losing battle isn't one my companion would have fought. I blinked at his rather blunt and honest remark. I honestly had no witty retort for that kind of response. Anyways, I'm not actually here to see the angels. Yasaka is handling the negotiations and all that. I just wanted to come over and meet you. Oh. He raised an eyebrow. And what can I do for you, young man? You know, looking at him, I kept forgetting he's supposed to be like 80 years old. Different from Zelretch, who used a method of immortality, Vasco Strata was purely human and didn't do anything of the sort to himself. I'm wondering if he was a case similar to Skathik where he just decided he wasn't going to age. Well, I'm wondering if there's a secret to getting as buff as you. The man gave a good-natured chuckle. Lots of healthy eating, a steady training regime, and faith in our Lord and Savior. Ah, I see. I nodded. So Jesus is the path to swollenness. All is possible through the love of God. He smiled humouredly. And the doors are always open for those seeking. I tilted my head at his invitation. You do know I'm a half-devil, right? Not to mention, I'm a magician and proud of it. My lover is a heathen demon from the East. I think my lifestyle contradicts a few of the Church's teachings. As I've come to learn over the years, the rules are more of guidelines. He replied rather evenly. Hey, was that a dig at his own church members or his own approach at following church doctrine? The church is a human institution and all that. I muttered. You'd think with angels being in literal arm's reach, the more ambiguous of believers would hold to a certain standard. There's no need to be polite, I am more than aware of the darkness that profanes the church from within. Unfortunately, there is little I can do to absolve the issues that permeate its foundations. Wow, again with the blunt admittance of his own faction's faults. Yet, at the same time, he didn't shy away from it. I had a feeling that if I truly started insulting the church, the actual foundations of his faith, he would get upset. I liked him. Have you ever considered going to a fitness competition? You know, where you go on stage, flex a little, show off the muscles. And while you have everyone's attention, you just drop your preaching there. I think if people were willing to do steroids, they would be more than willing to following a belief system if it meant getting some of those gains. Vasco Strata had a bemused look on his face until he processed what I said. A rumble escaped his throat, a genuine laugh that echoed through the surroundings. That's a wonderful idea, I'll have to run that by the other cardinals when I have time. God, I hope he's not joking. I would pay to watch him go on stage and make everyone else feel insecure while being just completely wholesome about it. So, in all honesty, I just came over to introduce myself. Was curious about the supposed strongest human and all that. But, now I'm a little curious about something else. Are you not put off by my being a half-devil? I questioned the man of faith. No. He said as bluntly and dismissively as before. You have no influence on your heritage. By what right do I have to hold you accountable for something beyond your control? You really are a good person. I couldn't help but say under my breath. Fuck it, just make this man the Pope and the Church would become like 100x better. Your kind words are appreciated, young man. The large cardinal smiled warmly. Thanks for chatting with me. I returned the smile towards him. And if you're ever over by Kyoto, look us up. You would be more than welcome within our borders. I was speaking on Yasaka's behalf here, but I don't think she would find fault with me on this one. The opposite in fact, I think she would appreciate it if I extended some goodwill towards such a strong person. Bonus that they were actually a very kind and gentle soul. Not bad for just a whim of checking him out. Ho ho, I'll have to take you up on that offer in the future. He chuckled again, though a hint of seriousness appeared on his face. A warning, young man. I dare not speak for what heaven plans to do, however, it's clear they seek the return of the sacred spear. I didn't expect this guy to come right out and say something like that. Then again, he also didn't seem to be someone to be coy or beat around the bush. So heaven wants my spear. I raised an eyebrow. I don't like to give up my stuff. I speak for no one, merely relaying news I have heard. I believe you to be a kind person, so I see no fault in relaying this to you. If possible, I would hope you accept what deal they attempt to make, but I will not speak in favor or against. I gave it a genuine thought on what I should say in response. Would you believe me if I said that it would more beneficial for you lot in the long run if I held onto the spear? Vasco Strata looked me over for a long moment before opening his mouth again. I feel no deceit in your words. However, it is unlikely what I have to say will sway their opinions. I shrugged. It's not like I would hand it over anyways. I was just trying to be nice since he extended similar courtesies to me. Regardless, it wasn't a conversation to only have between us. Even if the spear was mine, it would involve the Heaven faction as a whole, and thus, Yasaka needed to be involved. I believe we have made someone wait long enough. I shall hold you no longer, young man. And it was an interesting talk. He smiled warmly once more before stepping back and moving towards the others of his faction. Interesting indeed. What a strange, yet nice man. Oh well, I hoped we got to meet afterwards under different circumstances. I didn't get the chance to ask if he wanted to spar some time. But now, it was time to deal with someone else. And I was currently not very fond of this person for the things he said to Yasaka. Zekram Bale. To what do I owe the pleasure? I turned to face my apparent ancestor. He adjusted his collar as he walked over. I have wished to meet with you since I have learned of your existence. I crossed my arms, already having the feeling this conversation was going to give me a headache. Literally, a few words out of his mouth, and I was loathing the fact that I didn't escape when I had the chance. Well, here's your chance, I said bluntly. The old devil gave me a scrutinizing look. What would it take for you to become a devil of the Bale family? I was, immediately taken off guard by the question. I expected many things to come out of his mouth, but none of them were such a direct and blunt invitation. Pardon, was all I managed to blurt out. Was I not clear in my desire? I want you to join the Bale family and work under me. I heard what you asked. I regained my composure. What I'm wondering is what the hell? Where did this come from? You went from insulting someone I clearly care about then asking me to join you. I said nothing false. He grunted. Technically, I suppose he's correct. However, that doesn't mean the implication weren't offensive for everyone involved. But then realization dawned on me. You were probing me, not her. You wanted to see how I would react. Oh. He raised an eyebrow. It seems I've underestimated your intelligence. He didn't even try to deny it. You are correct. I am aware of your relationship with the Yukai leader. I needed to know to what extent you were bonded. Should I be annoyed or impressed? I didn't even notice until now because I, like everyone else, was more focused on Yasaka. There are simpler ways to go about it. Simpler ways indeed. And they would have been seen through more easily. I did not desire for the others amongst my faction to know. Perhaps under different circumstances it would have been deduced, however, your paramour has done a significantly wonderful job in leading them around and causing them no small amount of worry. I am rather impressed, all things considered. Bale offered a small amount of praise with his explanation. And you kept silent afterwards to make it seem like you were sulking about a scolding. I'm honestly surprised such a man I perceived as being unwaveringly prideful would allow others to think he was sulking of all things. I didn't survive this long without being able to hold my tongue and take a step back. He said without an ounce of shame. You're being very candid with me. I believe you to be someone who does not desire useless formalities nor extended explanations. Unless I am mistaken, and considering the lack of information I am privy to, it is a possibility. Simply, I decided to be direct in my want. You don't strike me as someone who willingly walks into a conversation and asks for something like that without knowing more about the target. I crossed my arms. There's more to it than simply wanting me back into the fold, isn't there? A slight smile rose on his face. You are correct. I desire my bloodline to be under my purview. That fool, Sertsks, pushed you away, and I am keen on correcting that mistake. Unfortunately, my window of opportunity is small. As I mentioned before, I do not desire for the Satans to know of my plans. Which means you're planning something they wouldn't like. I know only the vaguest amount of devil politics. Basically, that you are a substantial powerhouse in that regard. Then you have the new Satan faction, led by the Satans currently. And then there's the old Satan faction which also has a large backing, which we just revealed some secrets. I'm guessing that you're also a little spooked by that revelation. The old devil let out a sigh. I am annoyed that Sertsks allowed you to walk away without a second thought. I ignored the undertone of his that made it seem like I was some kind of object. I don't even think he meant it that way. You said you weren't going to waste breath, get to the point. I want you to keep Sertsks in check. He once more said with complete transparency. I had underestimated the depths to which those old Satan worshippers would sink to. I chose to support the new faction because I believed it best for our race, but the foolish ones choose the path of oblivion time and time again. I let out a snort. Best path for the race, or best path for you? There is no need to make a distinction. The old devil said rather proudly. Bale is the underworld. The other houses can play their games, but I have already won. And he completely believed that. It wasn't just him boasting. He genuinely believed every word he just spoke. I honestly admired him a smidgen for the audacity of that statement. Not going to even bother touching that though. The old Satan faction will be brought to heel soon enough. Zekram Baal continued. Their presence and power in the underworld will diminish significantly with this new information. And it will not be merely the three factions that march upon these fools. Gods from other pantheons are now interested in them, their days are numbered. I have always acted as the counterweight whenever one side moved in a subpar direction, shifting everything back to the correct path. Soon, the new Satans will have no foe to meet them. I will have to directly challenge them instead of using the fools as my pawns. Thus, I will need to strengthen my board. I offer you the mutated queen piece of my peerage, an honor I have never bestowed to anyone. Okay. That was a lot of information to take in. Why me? I was honestly curious about his whole thought process. You are a Baal. You have overcome hardships to reach the mountain you now stand, looming over the masses. Merely a half-devil, and yet now the very gods acknowledge your presence. You have become an idol to the younger generations of devil kind. What? I blinked as the last words left his mouth. Ignore the stroking of my ego he was doing. What? Did you not know? He sounded rather amused. Half-devils are shunned. He grunted, almost sounding a little annoyed. Foolish in my opinion. They carry our blood and can breed true with another full-blooded of our kind. Wasteful and idiotic when our numbers are still far below what they should be. You are a half-devil that has defied expectations. Devils worship power and ability. You have shown that low status and low birth are not a hindrance. Reincarnated devils as well speak very highly of you across the underworld as a model to reach towards in their own paths. Every leader we have is one of nobility. Whining you to my side would gather a significant amount of support from the devil population. I honestly didn't know how to reply to that. I stayed away from almost all things devil, so I was completely in the dark about this. I'm surprised you don't have those same pure blood sentiments and look down on both myself and reincarnated devils. It was honestly difficult to guess what he was thinking, because a lot of what he just spouted out went against my initial assumptions for the man. I care not for where one comes from. A devil is a devil. Be it a half-breed, a pure blood, or a reincarnated. They are all below a Baal, so the distinction is irrelevant. Okay, I should have guessed that. Would you call that progressive thinking? It didn't even sound discriminatory either. Like it was merely a fact of life and it couldn't be helped. So I ask once more. What do you desire? The old devil asked again. Wealth, fame, power, women? I can offer any of these. I do not care if you continue your relations with the Yukai woman. She has shown competency that is admirable, and I would even welcome descendants from her bloodline should they come under our banner. I think I twitched unconsciously as he said that. It felt rude as hell, yet at the same time, I don't think it was intentionally meant to be insulting. I have all of those things. Women? Completely ignoring the incredibly important emotional attachments between me and my lovers and focusing on the very narrow value of their looks, they are objectively some of the most beautiful women ever to walk this world. Wealth? I have multiple divine weapons. I have treasures you couldn't even fathom. I mentally went over all my treasures. I had to hold back the urge of show them off. Which I think was a combination of my devil and dragon nature. I really like to show off all my treasures when presented the opportunity. And power? Well, as you said, I think people know where I stand right now. My fight with Susanoo wasn't exactly a secret. And I couldn't care less about fame. I will allow you to marry Venelana. He stated, keeping a rather even expression after hearing my denying his offers. I should have guessed he would play a card involving Venelana. And the offer wasn't entirely unenticing. Granted, we're nowhere near that point in the relationship yet. And who knew, it could fall apart before we got there. However, the possessive part of me did flare up ever so slightly. My relationship with her is not something for you to meddle in. I narrowed my eyes. Again, he didn't look perturbed in the slightest. But I don't know if I was even reading him correctly, he could just very good at not giving anything away. I will make you the head of the Baal family. I am even willing to offer you Venelana's daughter as well. It would not be hard to usurp the marriage agreement she has. I opened my mouth and closed it again. Besides the horny thoughts that briefly flashed through my mind. And I'm not ashamed to admit I had a couple fantasies like that, I am a healthy young man after all. But my rational mind won out easily. Not only would Venelana be absolutely pissed at me for even considering the idea, I have no goodwill towards my supposed aunt. As for the head of the Baal house, I honestly didn't give a shit about the Baal family. I refuse. A shame, was the simple reply his gave. Wait, that's it. Do you expect me to throw a tantrum? He snorted. Perhaps threaten you? If what I stated did not sway you, then I need to rethink my approach. It would be foolish to anger you when I have absolutely nothing to gain from it. And I have learned a few interesting things, so it is not a complete loss. Well, if you want to shower me in riches to keep my mouth shut about your schemes, I wouldn't say no. I said rather cheekily. And surprisingly, he adopted a rather amused look on his face. If I was concerned about my position in the case of failure, I would not have approached you. The only desire for secrecy was if I succeeded. He straightened his jacket. It appears that our conversation ends here. He gazed into the distance out of the corner of his eye. It is a shame you did not accept, however, if you wish to contact me, know that the bail house will welcome you. He didn't waste any more words and began walking away. That was strange. Regardless, I should definitely go have a talk with the others, and especially Yasaka, about what just happened. Sierra Fall POV. You're going to lose all your nails if you keep biting them that hard. I let go of my thumb as I turned to stare at Surtsk's. I'd happily lose them if that was all we lost today. What an absolutely clusterfuck this was. Gah, how much longer is he going to be? He only just left, Sierra Fall. Surtsk's replied. I snapped my head towards him. How are you so calm? This is terrible news if it turns out to be true. The meeting was an absolute failure so far, and that crafty fox just kept piling up wood for the fire we had lit under ourselves. How the hell did they know so much? It was infuriating how thrown off balance we were. And at no point could we even provide a proper retort, because everything they said was freakin' true. Ajilka didn't care about the evil pieces originally. And boy did devils go wild with them. There's a damn good reason why my job was the hardest out of all of us. I don't even think she was being facetious when she said she had a list of kidnapped yokai. We're lucky she didn't push that, because I can't recall a single former yokai amongst any known devils. I don't think any are even alive anymore. Except Rias Rook, and wasn't that a mess in and of itself for devil-yokai relations? It's basically the equivalent if the yokai took one of our pillar bloodlines, which I guess technically happened. I really needed to look into this more. I wouldn't let myself be caught off guard like this again. Well, she didn't have to because she just kept dropping bombs on us and we couldn't even take a second to process them. Cow's Brigade? We thought they were just some edgy organization the old Satan was hiding behind so they could act out. This makes things significantly worse if they turned out true. And honestly, I was believing her at this point. There was no good reason for her to be lying so much out of her perfectly round ass. I couldn't help but start pacing around. And I was glad we were far enough away from Sana and the others so they didn't see us acting like this. Ugh. I was about to start pulling my hair out. Damn it, Ajilka. Couldn't you pay a damn iota of attention on your family? Your damn cousin was kidnapping nuns and holy maidens from church territory. And if that wasn't enough, apparently, he's part of the Cow's Brigade. If what the damn fox said was true, that means he got a power-up from off-ice somehow. Which means, it should have been noticeable. I'm going to slap that lazy greenhead so hard when he comes back. I can't even spare any time to scold Surtsk for acting like a complete idiot during the meeting too. Mister, I'm going to glare at my bastard son the entire time. I would strangle him if I wasn't so preoccupied with the potential threat looming over our heads. And the less I thought about their nonchalant admittance taking care of the infinite dragon god, the better. The hell was I supposed to say to that? Like, why lie about it either? No one would believe you, yet, for some reason, it made it all the more believable once they revealed so many other things. Thankfully we had a quick avenue to verify something. Ajilka had gone for a long overdue visit with his cousin. And if even half the crap the fox said was true, that boy would be very unhappy from now on. If he lived past sunrise. Michael was going to be out for blood, if this whole peace meeting didn't implode on itself, even if we sorta already had the peace treaty signed between us all. Azazel did say that Michael already agreed to it. This was originally supposed to be a publicity stunt until it all went out of control. What exactly does it change, Sierra Fall? My own thoughts were cut off as I turned back towards the redhead. What do you mean, what does it change? I mean, we were already investigating them. We hadn't yet committed to any plans yet, so nothing changed on our end. Now we know that we have to take them much more seriously, but we aren't exactly in a bad position," he pointed out. Well, he wasn't exactly wrong. But still, this was a whole mess and a half. "Ugh, Ajulka, hurry your slow ass up," I groaned out, kicking a piece of rubble that was still laying around. "I need a distraction, or I'm going to fuss over this relentlessly until he gets back." "Sertsks." I yanked his cape. "Who the hell is that Zelretch person they mentioned? Why would I know?" I kicked his shin, making him wince. "Okay, fair." He breathed out. "Honestly, I have no idea. I don't think Grafia does either," he replied. "And we couldn't ask her because she's assisting Ajulka at the moment." "Not really his grandfather then?" I asked. "No known living relatives other than his deceased mother," Sertsks replied. "Unless you think it's my dad, we're in the dark here." I snorted at the thought. It would be kind of funny, but that's too absurd. Shit, how many things have we missed? For all we know, Zelretch could actually be his biological grandfather, who was some sort of magical powerhouse that's completely unknown, yet had even Ajulka in a tizzy. It's not like I couldn't understand the implication of what Wilhelm said. His magic being to so easily overcome the basics of spatial sealing. A thought to file away for later if it ever became important for us. Just another thing we're in the dark about. Which was basically everything concerning the Yukai faction as it stood. How did they not get noticed all this time? Really made me want to have another look at all the smaller factions we've scoffed at in the past. Who knew what other factions have going on under the radar at the moment? "Alright guys, I'm here." Azazel finally made his entrance. Was hard to slip away without Michael noticing. "About time." I crossed my arms with a huff. "Hey, you guys aren't the only ones scrambling to try and figure things out. Bunch of bombs they dropped on us. By the way, saw Ol Bale walking towards Wilhelm. Not my problem right now even if I thought that had the potential to go horribly wrong. But seriously, how fucked are we?" the fallen angel asked. "I may as well just bend over and drop my panties, because that damn fox is going in anyways." "Aw shit." "Yup. Do you have any idea about this whole thing, Azazel?" Sertsks asked. "I mean, in hindsight, I think I noticed a few things but, it felt like just you devils being devils. No offense. Some taken. Yeah, well, deal with those old Satan assholes and I'll stop thinking that way." The fallen angel rolled his eyes. "Is Michael still wanting to continue?" the redhead asked. "As far as I know." Azazel looked a little unsure. "He's not the type to be silent about that. If he wanted to pull out, he'd be completely upfront about it." Finally a teleportation circle lit up right next to us, Ajulka and Grafia stepping out. Though, all our eyes were drawn to a glass container that Ajulka held in his hand. A blackish-purple energy in the form of a snake was wiggling around inside. And I think we all felt our hearts drop simultaneously. How much of it was true? I don't know if I even wanted to hear the answer. "All of this?" Ajulka forced out. "Fucking damn it. Diodora is currently in custody," Grafia stated. "Your family not kick up a fuss? We were being very liberal with laws with you just waltzing in and doing this. And they've ridden on my coattails of being a Satan, using it to their advantage over the years. Technically, that's against the laws too, so if they want to say anything, I'll happily drag them down with me." Ajulka snorted. "His peerage?" Sertsks asked. "Having a specialist look over them. I was going to break his legs. Then heal them, then break them again. This thing was inside him, right?" I tabbed the glass container in his hand. "Yes." "Was it painful to remove?" "Immensely." "Good." I nodded in satisfaction. "We need a plan." Azazel sighed, looking over the snake just as we all were. They ran circles around us and we were completely helpless. We couldn't even find an opportunity to ask any of the questions we wanted. None of the many questions we had. Somehow she was able to deflect any attempt while simultaneous kicking us in the proverbial nads in the process. Should we hide the evidence? It would give us more time to deal with the fallout. Sertsks suggested. T wasn't a horrible plan, but it wouldn't work this time. No, we're going to be completely open about it. We're going to march right in, lay that thing on the table, and act like we're doing them all a favor in proving its existence. It would at least makes us look a little better in everyone else's eyes because we sorely needed every scrap of goodwill right now. Especially with finding out that the Cows Brigade was made up of other factions and that there were some gods are among them. We will definitely need outside help to deal with them in the future. Shit. I just realized, the yokai were the ones who had a list if everything else was to be believed. Now, we're going to have to try and get a hold of it without losing too much in the processes. Damn fox. Oh, make my sleep-deprived fuck up. The first iteration of the Bale conversation. I was going past 24 hours of no sleep when I originally wrote this, and thought it was a good idea. So, feel free to laugh at this stupid thing I originally had. Zekram Bale. To what do I owe the pleasure? I turned to face my apparent ancestor. He adjusted his collar as he walked over. I have wished to meet with you since I have learned of your existence. I crossed my arms, already having the feeling this conversation was going to give me a headache. Literally, a few words out of his mouth, and I was loathing the fact that I didn't escape when I had the chance. Well, here's your chance. I said bluntly. I had no patience for this man after the crap he spouted before. The only reason I didn't completely blow him off was that I was being respectful for Yasaka's position. To his credit, he didn't react at my almost annoyance to his presence. And it's not like I tried to hide it. I am here to right a wrong that was done to you. He declared. Oh. On behalf of the Devil faction, I invite you to come back home. I let out a sigh, rubbing the bridge of my nose. Was there even a point to getting upset at what he said? I already have a home. Honestly, I didn't expect him to come try this after what happened. He hadn't spoken after I made my stance known during the meeting. Humph. He grunted in response, clearly disagreeing. Some backwards creatures living in a remote corner of the world. And you're referring to my lover and my daughter. I said dryly. If you want beautiful women, there are an uncountable number that would throw themselves at you. Come under the Bale banner, and you will never want for anything. I was honestly speechless. Was he really so shameless? Or did he just not understand me and was just throwing out something he thought I would find enticing? Wealth, power. He continued on. With my word, any of these things will be yours. I will even adopt you under my own name, make you a true Bale. I already have a harem. I replied. Completely ignoring the incredibly important emotionally attachments between me and my lovers and focusing on the very narrow value of their looks, they are objectively some of the most beautiful women ever to walk this world. Wealth? I have multiple divine weapons. I have treasures you couldn't even fathom. I snorted just thinking about the absurdity of his claim, but I wasn't done. And power. I let my divine lightning arc between my fingers. I've killed gods. Credit where credit was due, he still didn't outwardly react. I don't know what I quite expected from such an old devil, but it was definitely hard to get a read on him. Maybe he can take a hint at this point. I wasn't ever joining up with the. I will give you Venelana. The lightning in my hands dispersed at the sheer incredulousness I was feeling. Excuse me. Return to where you belong. And with a few words of mine, Venelana will be yours. She is a very attractive woman, there are few that can match her in the underworld. Her bloodline is strong, so any offspring will be powerful as well. As such, I see no reason to deny you if you wish to have her. Zekram Bale explained. You merely have to return back with me and take your rightful place as a Bale. Of course you will have to become a full devil, but such a thing is easy enough. You will give Venelana to me. I repeated the absurd words he just spoke. You're a little late there. A mere tryst, nothing more. He waved it off. With my word it will be official. Humph. Some may question her loyalty. Did this motherfucker just? Who the fuck do you think you are? I am. A nobody. I interjected with a glare. You are nobody important. And yes, I know who you are. An old devil from the first generation that spends all day playing the politics of your faction. Guess what? You are insignificant. You mean absolutely nothing to me, and I only humored you because you came along with your faction's real leaders and I didn't want to step on Yasaka's toes. But, you just crossed a fucking line. I took a step forward, my face only inches apart from his. Let me make one thing clear. Venelana is mine. And you are not one of the very few people who can change that fact. I won't play those games of yours. If you come after me or mine, I don't care if I have to destroy the underworld to reach you. For the first time, I saw his expression twist into a sneer. He didn't say anything, but his look said more than enough. I don't think anyone's ever been so blatantly disrespectful to him in a very long time. I did know some things about Zekram Bale, and he controls a sizable political force in the underworld, enough that even the Satans have to be wary of him. Unfortunately for him, I don't give a shit about that. So, kindly, fuck off. I added lastly. The old devil stared at me with that twisted sneer of his for several moments before turning around and leaving. You will regret it. He spat out upon walking away. He held absolutely no power over me, and I could just tell that it made him utterly furious in this moment. If someone mouthed off to him back home, he'd probably have them killed and have no issues anywhere. His only piece of leverage was Venelana herself, and I had a feeling he was vastly overestimating the actual control he had over her. Regardless, I should go back and tell Yasaka what happened. It was entirely possible that he might try something after what happened. Chapter 324, Chapter 292 Part 4. Unlike previously, this time, we were the first to be seated, waiting for everyone else to return. Yasaka took a rather polite posture. She showed no discontent when everyone started filing back into their seats, looks of mild exhaustion clearly showing before they steeled themselves. I'm sure some things we revealed were making them very worried. The break was more or less about 2 hours, which was probably not enough time to really get into the true repercussions of an evil organization composed of gods and other mythological figures that crosses pantheon lines. Well, it did its job of thoroughly throwing all the other parties off balance. Are you all ready to continue? Yasaka asked with a very kind tone, yet had a smidgen of impatientness to it. Which almost made me chuckle considering we were intentionally late to the meeting itself. Even if no one reacted to her comment, I think I could pick up 1 or 2 faces that flashed a brisk annoyance before returning to normal. Yes, I believe we have much more to discuss now. Michael replied with a kind smile. As if to respond, Ajoka loudly set a large container on the table. Glass on all sides so everyone could see what was within. It certainly made everyone tense as the power within was something menacing, even if a small quantity compared to the original. We were able to verify the earlier claims. It appears as though Apphise was in fact giving away portions of her power. The Satan revealed to everyone present. There were a few hushed whispers in every direction. Feels like that damn dragon. Odin grumbled. Met it once or twice. You don't forget that kind of thing, ever. And at the very least. Lugga's eyes turned to us. It adds some credibility to previous claims. Which raises the damn question. Odin grunted. How in the dark depths of hell's decrepit home did you say it take Apphise off the board? The old god huffed looking our way as if trying to gleam an answer through a little glare. What do you think, monkey? He poked Sun Wukong with his stick. Regardless of the many questions I myself have, I am here as an observer. I forwent my right to speak when you accepted my last-minute addition. I will respect those terms. The Monkey King said rather evenly. Honestly, it sounded a little foreboding as well. Especially since he was staring right at Ray Cow. And regardless of the good impression I had of him, I did not appreciate those stares towards her. I was feeling very protective right now. Bah, you got boring in old age. The Norse god huffed again. There are still some things we will wish to keep secret. Yasaka stated, earning another grunt from the Norse god. It seems like a rather important detail to simply keep to yourself, especially once you revealed that she is the leader of this organization. Ajoka stared at her. How are we supposed to take anything else at face value if you aren't willing to share something so important? Well, as you yourself have proven. She gestured towards the container still sitting on the table. You don't. And for that matter, don't believe us if you don't want to. What do you mean? As simply as I said it. If you don't believe us, well, it seems that's where our cooperation will have to end. I think we've done enough to show our sincerity. Ajoka tried to force her to reveal more, and Yasaka called his bluff saying we would just leave if we weren't going to be trusted at this point. Surprisingly, it was Zekram Bale who responded by clearing his throat. That will not be necessary. We are merely hesitant due to the volatile nature of this information. We welcome anything you are willing to share. And for the briefest of moments, the fellow devils looked at him like he had 3 heads. Yet, like old Zekram said. Sirafal was the quickest to recover, a bright smile on her face. We're all here to work together. In the spirit of cooperation, I would like to know about what you discovered regarding this Diodora's peerage. Michael was the next to take the spotlight. I assume you have investigated in what little time we were away. He gestured to the container. Yasaka frowned slightly. We are currently still looking into it and focused primarily on the more important issue. However, we will be completely transparent, and if you want, we're more than willing to hand over the offending party for your discretion on the punishment. Or in other words, they're saying to ignore it for now and they'll hand it all over to heaven to deal with after the important matters are taken care of. Call me skeptical that one of the Satans is willing to turn over a family member so quickly. Or maybe I just don't have much faith in the devils overall, bar a handful that I personally know. We'll talk more about it afterwards. Michael seemed to accept the intent. Great. Yasaka clapped her hands. Why don't we address the elephant in the room? The three factions that are at war still and sitting across the table discussing peace. I believe we can drop the formalities here and get to the details of it. It's pretty clear to everyone else that you all have already decided on something, so care to share? Azazel coughed awkwardly. Haha, guess it isn't that much of a secret. Had to at least get everyone to sit down first, which came with some agreements and all that jazz. That's correct. Michael spoke up. But we also have some concerns we'd like to address before we officiate anything. Specifically, we would like there to be more strict regulation on the use of evil pieces. Well, can't say I didn't see that coming. Honestly, I'm with Michael on this one. I've had some of my people stolen by those things too. Even if I didn't kick up a fuss, it's still a pretty shitty thing going on behind the scenes. You can claim all these rules and stuff about them, but it's still going on. Azazel seemed to agree. The devils glanced at each other, not seemingly concerned. We've already discussed this ourselves. The new Lucifer replied. We were going to create another department to help regulate them and introduce new rules. Such that any new peerage member or use of an evil piece will have to be registered within a certain time frame. Not only will they be forced to provide information on the newest edition, but we will also be conducting an investigation on our end to make sure nothing untold happened. Color me surprised. Yasaka genuinely sounded so. Can't imagine that's going to go over well with a significant amount of your population. And she didn't need to specify who we were talking about. I see no harm with what is proposed. If someone is forced to beholden followers through such means, then they are undeserving of their positions. Zakram Bale harumphed in disdain. If any of them decide to cause problems, I will deal with them myself. As far as prideful and arrogant people go, he really isn't that unlikable. This arrangement is acceptable. Michael nodded towards the devils. Not to be a wet blanket, but what about all the previous people turned into devils? Are you just going to conveniently forget about them? I have quite a few of my own people who have lost loved ones. Yasaka looked towards the devils. The blank look on their faces, I guess they didn't expect to be so bluntly asked about this. Surtsk's Lucifer cleared his throat. We'll look into all the older uses as well once we get everything established. I had to hold back on rolling my eyes. An open-ended non-committal answer. Though, I don't think Yasaka expected any different, merely taking the opportunity to cut into any momentum they were gathering. Actually, I'm really curious what you said to get Michael to willingly sit down like this. You were keeping it really hush-hush and didn't even let me peek at the message I sent to him. Azazel leaned forward. The devils and the angels shared another look before Yasaka let out a sigh. I guess it's not something we can really just keep to ourselves. He sat straight. In accordance with the signing of a formal peace treaty, we of the Devil faction will conduct research in joint with the Heaven faction to manufacture devices similar to the evil pieces to turn humans into angels. Oh. Odin was the first to react when everyone else went silent. To be honest, I never even considered the possibility of this. Now that's an interesting thought. As much as I abhor those things, I can't deny they're beautiful pieces of magic. But to change their design to turn humans into angels, that's not a simple thing. Is it even possible? Lug looked a mix of intrigued and concerned. Angels are divine. A spark of divinity in them that the Abrahamic God interwove. It's known that the evil pieces do not take to divinity well. In the very few occasions that a demigod was turned, there had to be very extenuating circumstances. Such as more than normal pieces used, even if the one reincarnated isn't worthy of such an investment. Even with that clone of Surtur, it needed the literal strongest devil ever to exist to succeed. And if I recall, the evil piece was mutated, is the correct word. Odin looked towards the Lucifer. You're right. He didn't deny it. Even the initial reincarnation had complications. I had to call in Ajoka and Sirafal to help me stabilize the process. And even with that, it was very close to failing. It isn't quite the same. Ajoka responded. It would be a human gaining some manner of divinity and becoming an angel. The context is the same. You wish to fundamentally change the aspect of a person. I would call the evil pieces a fluke of invention, and now you are wanting to go in the opposite direction. Odin shook his head. I would call it foolish if there were not more natural examples that have existed in the past. He looked up, specifically towards us. And 2 of them are standing here now. Admittedly, it would help with research. Ajoka said quietly. Michael perked up. Knowing how it's possible in different circumstances, would it be too much to ask how? He directed his question towards us. Skathik snorted in response. You wish to know my secret? It is simple. Merely kill enough gods, bathe in enough divine blood, and you shall develop some of your own. Yes, simple. Lug twitched slightly. I believe you are the only one who would say something like that. I have the weirdest boner right now. Lord Odin. The Valkyrie next to him screeched. Michael smiled awkwardly. I do not think such a method applicable to us. However. He turned towards me. Well, I suppose it wasn't really a secret. And with the many eyes on me, being Yasaka's lover, I did want to make an impression. I killed a god and usurped its divine authority. Silence followed. With Skathik, it was more or less expected. But I just openly admitted to a feat that was only has a handful of recordings throughout history. I, a mortal, slayed a god. And not that just, I used it to pull myself to a higher state of existence. Odin. Lugga's head jerked towards the Norse god. He isn't lying. The one-eyed god spoke almost dismissively. You know something. Lugga's eyes narrowed. Odin snorted in response. I know a lot of things, brat. The Celtic god gave him a calculative look before letting out a sigh. What god did you kill? I will keep that to myself. I replied, making the god frown. Phew, I taught him well. Skathik preened under the intense stares we were getting. No wonder I get this weird feeling when I look at you. Like I have to be on guard around you. Odin again grunted, but otherwise didn't seem to be pressing me. And that made me even more worried. I thought for sure a god so invested in wisdom and knowledge would want to know more. And that's curious, because Izzy said something similar. I guess the differences between the gods here and from that other world muted the absolute hatred that Campiones give off. As you can see, I fear these methods won't be applicable, so let's move on. Yasaka interrupted the murmurs. Lug was still looking at me with wariness in his eyes. It would do no good for him to carry on like this. The circumstances that allowed me to do so were unique and I can't reproduce them. May as well not make any unnecessary problems in the future. And I chose my words carefully, as Odin was always able to see through falsehoods. Technically, I can't reproduce the effects by my own hand. Pandora is the one who facilitates everything, thus I wasn't lying. Though, the looks on the devils' faces did make me amused. Very well. Michael acquiesced. However, I do have another question stemming from your fight with Kokabeel. Yes. I looked at the Archangel. He paused for a moment, for which I assume he was wanting to be careful with his wording. You were able to wield the spear that Father created. Something that shouldn't have been possible. Yeah, I'll jump in on this too. Azazel interjected. As much bullshit I've heard the past few days, that's right near the top of impossible and I'm pretty damn firm on this one. I would not quite word it that way, but I share a similar sentiment. The Archangel looked wary. How were you able to not be affected by the intense holy power? And there was also the other holy weapon that enveloped all the devils present, and they were fine as well. I guess Artoria's turn was coming up next. But they were staring at me, waiting for an answer. And noticing Vasco Strata still standing at the side, I couldn't resist. I cleared my throat as they all seemed to lean in. Anything is possible through God. And they all just stared at me blankly. Well, all except Azazel, who suddenly broke out into a fit of giggles. He's got you there, brother. At least Michael looked the tiniest bit amused by the answer, even if he let out a sigh at Azazel's words. Frankly, the spear was giving me a weird feeling. Nothing was spoken, but I could faintly feel it not wanting to come out. And telling them all that Big G might be coming back would definitely cut this whole thing short. There's no way things would play out the same if the scales were suddenly skewed so far in Heaven's favor. The spear allowed me to wield it. Perhaps it was due to my divinity that it couldn't associate me with a normal devil. Even if it allowed you, the holy power should have killed you. Michael stated. Unless, you have some method to remove your weakness to holy power. Ah, that's what he's wanting to know. That definitely makes much more sense. He's worried I have a method to remove devil's weakness to their only deterrent. I don't beyond my own abilities and inherent nature. Which was true. And if Big G didn't let me wield the spear, it would definitely burn me inside and out. According to the report we received, you removed Kokobile's holy power. Michael seemingly jumped right to the next point. I guess he expected a minimal answer in that regard. How? Even I cannot do such through the heavens system. I used the spear. I said again. I can tell you that I felt a sense of anger directed towards Kokobile. Hey Michael. Azazel looked over to his unfallen brother. Do you think something may have roused that little piece of dad left in the spear? For the first time, the Archangel adopted a depressed look. We've looked at the spear in the past. Father, isn't really there, not truly. I don't know what happened, maybe when Kokobile forced a connection back to heaven did it react strangely with the spear. Honestly, it's a good an answer as any. Azazel shrugged. Today's been a day of a lot of firsts. His eyes flickered to me. I'm sure I could answer some of these questions if I had something to experiment with. Then what about the sword? His gaze landed on Artoria. From what was described, it filled the entire area with holy power. My blade does not discriminate by race. Artoria spoke up for the first time since her introduction. Been scratching my head on this one too. Azazel probed up his head on the table. Wondering if Dad hid away a toy we weren't told about. What's the name of your sword? If there was absolutely one aspect that Artoria would never compromise on, it was things to do with her sword. If I asked for her sword, she would deny me. Not that I ever would. So that is to say, she wouldn't ever lie about the name of her sword either. It carried much too much meaning to the point where she would rather die than besmirch it. You ask a question you already know the answer. Artoria didn't waver one bit. It is Excalibur, the sword of promised victory. Azazel POV. Hearing the report, then hearing it from the little lady's mouth, yeah, it just really makes me even more confused. I'm not like Odin where I can just tell if someone's lying, but I've been around the block enough to sort of pick up on tells and such. This girl was way too confident and unwavering in saying it. The kid with Dad's spear, that sorta maybe makes sense. I couldn't really call it bullshit, because there's a severe lack of devils with divinity to test that sort of thing. Did the dying will of Dad inside the thing allow him to use it because he was upset with Kokobile? I really want to take a look at that thing, but they're being really damn protective of their secrets. Which makes it even more infuriating, because since when do the Yukai faction have secrets worth wanting to know? I think I really shit the bed with the last time I met them. Honestly didn't think it'd bite me in the ass like this. At least that one chick isn't here and I'm even hesitant to bring her up. Don't know how Odin and Lug would react to her. Shit, I felt her presence for a second, and it damn well dwarfed even Odin. Was that Off-Eyes in disguise? No, she was too focused. Every report I've ever read about Off-Eyes spoke of the dragon god as aloof or blank in their expressions. Why do I feel like I'm the only one that's out of the loop here? I mean, I guess the devils have no idea either, and Michael. But they're apparently talking about something so important with copying the evil pieces, and they didn't even consult me. Rude. Really surprised me that they went for that though. I don't think Michael is happy about having to go that route. Not that he looks down on humans in the slightest, he's Dad's golden child and all that. I don't think Dad would approve of the idea either. Not really be angry about it, but disapproval was probably worse. Humans aren't supposed to be angels. We're different for a reason, and I'm sure Dad would say the same thing. But I can't fault Michael either, he's in a really shitty situation, and he's doing everything he can to keep things running. Besides, it's just even more angels I can eventually bring to my side. Win-win for everyone. But I digress. Short girl with probably the most powerful holy sword in the world, and we had no idea about it. Oi, Michael. Did Dad make another sword when we weren't looking? Hiding it away, and naming it after another? I asked towards my brother. Honestly, it wouldn't have been the most convoluted plan Dad ever made. His bullshit ability to see the future and all that, he constantly did strange things we didn't even have context for until all the pieces fell into place. And he was always smug about it when we questioned about what he was doing. I'm afraid this is the first I'm learning about this sword. Michael shook his head. All the armaments of heaven are accounted for, even if they are not in our possession. Well, shit. It's kinda weird that Excalibur would have broken originally. I rubbed my chin. Maybe Dad swapped them out beforehand for some reason? Hard to believe he'd hold back on giving his golden boy such a powerful sword. I mean, he already gave Arthur Caliban and that ridiculous sheath. There was also that dagger he had, and that spear. And speaking of a sheath, I turned back towards the little blonde. Which you also have now that I think about it. It was lost when his sister stole it before the final battle. Dad imbued it with a miracle that healed Arthur from anything short of his brain being splattered. I do possess the sheath as well. She didn't even deny it. And she has Caliban at her side. Even if it looks different than the last time it popped up. The special ability of the sword to shift to match its wielder's preferences. Actually, it looked awfully similar to how it originally looked when Dad shoved it in that stone. And there was a hint of a muse asterisk ent when I was talking about Arthur. I feel like I'm the butt of some joke right now. You said you spoke on behalf of the Pendragon family? Michael asked. She did say that, They were pretty inconsequential when all was said or done. Sure, they had Caliban and a few other of Dad's swords, but nothing really spectacular beyond that. Their combat strength wasn't very high either, producing an ultimate class every now and then, but even that was hit or miss over the years. Then again, didn't I think the same about the yokai before today? I vaguely remember the report about them. Mostly because of the huge light show that happened there some time ago. Which, the reason is obvious, now. But they shut themselves up tight, not letting any outsiders inside. What are they hiding? The church and the Pendragon family have been long allies. Michael smiled sincerely towards the younger-looking woman. The Pendragon family has cut ties completely with the church. She didn't miss a beat, cutting off the attempt of brother to reach out towards them. Isn't that surprising? I mean, it's not that much of a shock, but these kinds of things are usually cloak and dagger crap. Not, just wiping hands of one another completely. And the small reaction on Michael's part, I don't think he was even aware. Awkward. He turned to look at those cardinals at the side. Lord Michael. One of them spoke up, looking rather frightful. We are still in negotiations with the Pendragon family and... There are no negotiations, the little miss once more cut right through the bullshit. You failed to uphold the agreements between ourselves. No more shall we look to the church as allies. Damn, didn't even give them an out to work with. Little girl is ruthless. And what about the other Excalibur? The broken one. May as well help brother out of this weird spot. He did flash me a thankful look. Maybe if we compare the two, it'll give us a hint about the origins. I am in possession of the broken sword that Kokabeel reforged. The Pendragon girl stated, producing said sword from somewhere. I wasn't quite paying attention, but I was now a little curious as to where she kept it. However, my sword is not a bauble to merely show off on a whim. Understandable. Zekram Bale of all people cut me off. And there goes the wind that was in my sails. A single word from Zekram Bale at the right time, and it was seemingly impossible to continue down that train of talk. If Zekram Bale the current devil was being reasonable, how were we supposed to go opposite of that? Nephew, the hell? Why the heck was he helping her? Shouldn't he want to know about some absurd holy sword? Shit, even the newer Satans were looking at him strangely. Guess even they don't know what he's doing. Maybe he wanted it to stay out of heaven's hands? But I didn't think the old devil would really care about that sort of thing. I doubt he would even consider his power being inferior enough to a holy sword that he would feel threatened by it. Can't really push now without looking like a complete ass. Shit, really wanted to know about this holy sword that apparently doesn't even harm devils. Well, unless it's used in them, I assume. The report was very explicitly in detail to how that dragon was utterly annihilated. Now I'm going to have to look into it later. Figure out what the hell is going on there, because they clearly don't want to tip their hand whatever it is. Something is going on, and I intend to find out. What do you think about the reforging job, old man? May as well change the subject then, maybe come back around to it after. Piss poor. Odin grunted, not being reserved with his observation. The only notable thing about that sword is the fact that it's all held together without self-destructing. I see, too, know 3 different forging methods that went into combing them all. Noticeably, there are some mimicries of certain demonic swords. But they are not wise to use when forging a holy sword. But for some mortal to swing around, it's passable and won't break easily. We're more than willing to return it back to where it belongs. The fox yokai once more metaphorically stepped forward. Considering the little miss didn't react at all, it's safe to assume that she was in agreement, or they already talked about it beforehand. Not overly important, but it would be hard to get anything from her knowing that she was hiding behind Fox MILF over there. If she hadn't been holding us over the proverbial barrel since this whole meeting started, I would have been rather impressed. But I couldn't even properly ogle those amazing tits of her after the complete reaming she gave us all. I'm not parochial, I prefer giving, not receiving. Well, since it's this much complete, why not just reforge the entire thing again? It's not like you don't got enough holy swords in those vaults of yours that you couldn't do without the broken pieces. Might be better off with quality increase in this case. I offered towards Michael, to help him salvage this situation with the sword. I wouldn't mind helping either, especially since it was Kokabeel who is responsible. Would get me some brownie points at least. That might not be a bad idea, Michael. Even Gabriel looked a little interested. We have several people in this generation that are capable of wielding such a powerful holy sword, regardless if it is Father's true Excalibur or not. Even hearing that said out loud, it's ridiculous. Where the hell did that sword come from? I'm like 99% sure that it doesn't come from another pantheon. No way in Father's green earth would another pantheon let that thing within 100 yards of us. Not exactly a secret that the church tends to absorb everything that it can get its hands on. Oh, a holy sword, that's definitely God's creation. Didn't matter if like 90% of them came from pagan origins. Not to mention, that kind of concentrated holy power is rare. Lug could do something similar, albeit differently than Dad, and the number of other deities on that level could be counted on one hand that met the criteria. Though, Odin had been noticeable quiet for a while now. I think Lug is right, Old One Eye definitely knows something and he's keeping it to himself. I'll have to try and get it out of him after some drinks later. There may be a slight problem. Yasaka grabbed our attention again. But the Excalibur piece known as Excalibur ruler no longer exists. Well damn. The church was already made aware. And double damn. Michael looked like he was about to have very stern words with someone because he isn't the kind of person to start raging. Funny considering that he always carried Father's banner into battle and fought with a fury that would leave the battlefield covered in the blood of his enemies. Sitting in Dad's chair really made him have to develop patience and tolerance beyond what was already ingrained. Well, the church fucked up again, how surprising. Seriously, I would have cut my losses with them at this point. But it is funny watching those cardinals squirm under Michael's disappointing gaze. Doesn't quite match up to Father's, but I imagine the humans are shitting themselves right now. Was it destroyed when you attacked the Pendragon family? I asked. An inquisitive look by the yokai leader sent my way made me smile. What, did you really think we couldn't put 2 and 2 together? Obviously you were the ones who attacked the place. Can probably guess a reason or two as to why, not really pointing fingers or anything. Would rather not start slinging mud when I apparently know very little about them. It was partially due to the children being tortured and used as experimental material in their base *ent. Yasaka said dryly. Oof. Glad I didn't try to jab them with that little tidbit. Would have come out looking like an absolute cunt. They are looking frighteningly competent compared to beforehand. How much do they actually know about my own secrets? Got some of my own skeletons I don't want coming out. Nay. The Pendragon girl denied. I destroyed it much earlier. I blinked at her blunt acknowledgement to completely destroying what amounted to a rather notable holy weapon, and she didn't even bat an eye at such a thing. That was not yours to destroy. Another of the cardinals shouted from across the table. You were allowed to bear that sword by our grace. How dare you destroy one of the church's treasures? Michael raised his hand, causing the cardinal to shut his trap. Can I hear why? It is a sword that forces obedience, a ruler has no need for such despicable means. It is a mockery of the legacy associated with its name. Good answer. Lug was the first to respond, and I think several at the table agreed with him. I agree. Odin stroked his beard. Well, Michael and the church couldn't really call her out now without looking foolish. The fucking balls on this girl, telling them to their face that she broke their sword and getting praised for it afterwards. No way in hell that she's not aware of what she's doing. There was almost no wiggle room there for Michael to try and grasp it. I think he realized it too because he shifted his focus back towards Lucifer Jr. over there and Yasaka. Heaven will accept the goodwill with the return of reforged Excalibur, he stated. Guess he gave up on the other Excalibur. Can't really blame him, she was stonewalling him pretty hard on that aspect. And can't really claim it belongs to them if they haven't ever seen it before. Though, I'm surprised the church people aren't screaming for the return of it. We're more than happy to help. Yasaka smiled good-naturedly, but that underlining feeling as if everything went according to her plans. And we would like to negotiate the return of the true Longinus back to our side. Guess I should have seen that coming. Too powerful a weapon to keep going through Dad's broken system. I wonder if this means they'll start cracking down on all sacred gears and storing them away? I know for a fact that Michael wouldn't have touched them if the system was working, but with how messed up it is, he has to be grasping at any straws he can to make sure it doesn't fall apart. I can't claim to know much about it, Michael definitely wouldn't let me anywhere near the controls. But I can't imagine the strain it's under to try and manage the sacred gears all the time. It might alleviate a lot of stress if they started thinning the tide, so to speak. Back to your side, is it? Was it on your side, when a member of that hero faction used it to lay siege to Kyoto? To use it to kidnap my daughter and slaughter my people? And the fox didn't hold any punches. The initial intent behind its facilitated lending seems to have fallen to the wayside. We apologize in how it was used by its previous user, but we had no hand in that. That being said, we can't agree to leave something with the potential to strip one of us of our blessings. That's a really damn good point. Like, what if the kid was just blowing hot smoke, or didn't know, or he was just straight lying without being overt about it? What if he really could just point the thing and bam, no more holy power? That's frightening. Michael is being composed, but I honestly think him and the others are shitting bricks. Denied. The fox said with a near absolutely response. Even if Michael didn't outwardly react, I spent more than enough time with him to know that he was upset. Father damn. That fox just straight told Michael, and by extension, Heaven, to get fucked. Surprised she's able to walk with those gigantic balls she's dragging around. We're willing to trade for it. Something I believe your people will appreciate more. Oh? Yasaka raised an eyebrow. Continue. Michael held his hand out, producing a harp. One I didn't immediately recognize, and it didn't feel like something belonging to heaven. This is Dada's harp, with a link both to the summer and the winter of the Feylands. Holy shit, Michael, bold move there. Not hard to guess where he got it from, considering Lug sitting at his side. But damn, he really went for the low blow there. To hold a potential method of reaching the place where those fairies are. That might be too valuable to pass up. With them at war, they might. No thank you. Or not. Michael awkwardly cleared his throat. Maybe you don't understand. With this you can. I understand completely. Yasaka cut him off. You want to use a method of connecting to the Fey realms in order for us to hand over the spear. In short, you want to use the fact that we're at war with the Fey to get a rather potent weapon from our grasp without much fuss. Did I miss anything? We would be more than willing to lend assistance. Ajilka added. The devils had been quiet for a while, I was wondering when they were going to join in. I don't think they wanted to rock the boat considering they were already in some hot water with Michael and them. If you accept the deal, I think we could manage a way to open a path after some effort. We're being very much underestimated here. Yasaka's expression turned dark. Do you think we declared war just to soothe our own pride? That we didn't have our own methods? Admittedly, I did think just that a few days ago. Kind of wave their swords around, make a lot of noise to make themselves feel better and all that. Maybe start hunting down any fairies on Earth as well? But a full-on invasion of the Feylands, ya didn't even consider it a possibility. Going to have rethink a lot of things after this. Even father once told us about that place. It isn't so simple to just teleport to. Michael replied, trying to salvage the situation. We're well aware. The Fox Yokai leader once more dryly replied. Wilhelm. She turned her head up to Lucifer Jr. at her side. How long will it take to construct a pathway? 4 to 6 months. He said almost nonchalantly. Impressive. Almost makes me want to call him out as a liar, because even I couldn't manage that. But as he already showed, he has some method that I'm completely in the dark about. As is Ajilka, but I don't think either of considered that method of being applicable in this situation. Maybe our pride was getting in the way here. Well, that settles that. The fox looked all too smug. Michael was banking on that a bit too much. I can't really fault him either, I would have been confident too. But they managed to completely overcome our expectations throughout this entire meeting. Regardless, the spear must return to the hands of the heavenly host. Uriel, who had the job of looking tough and quiet, slammed his fist on the table. To be in the hands of foreign demons and a half-devil, it's a stain on Father's legacy. And the church people were nodding approvingly. Don't know why they're always so eager to call for blood when clearly Michael was trying to be peaceful. And such holy swords should rightfully be returned as well. Caliban, Excalibur, they are ours by right. Yours by right. Yasaka slowly turned towards Uriel, and I held back the urge to facepalm. At this point, I pretty much knew a kick in the balls was coming. And Michael's little twitch made me think the same thing. And it would be even more awkward if he tried to shut up Uriel now, as they needed to show a united front. Uriel, while someone who usually meant well, was always a hothead, thinking more with his fist than anything else. A very black and white outlook of the world, though he's mellowed out substantially over the years. Just as every other treasure that heaven holds is yours by right, yes? I'm sure you have nothing of anyone else's, you wouldn't want to be hypocrites after all. No demonic swords used in nefarious projects with the sacrifice of children. No other items of power stolen from other pantheons. The fox snorted disdainfully. What was that line from the Bible? Let he who is without sin cast the first stone. What a mighty fine glass house you've built up over there. And right for the jugular. She's right too, the church and even heaven, they have stores of things from other pantheons that they've taken over the years for safekeeping. I am still wanting to hear an answer as to how your people acquired those swords. Odin wasn't loud, but it caused attention to turn back on him. They were buried with Sigurd, my descendant. It's not really an uncommon thing, but it just looks bad to be called out on grave robbing. And the Norse are one such people that really take insult to desecrating the dead. Really don't envy my siblings in this tight spot they're in. To put it simply, there is nothing you can offer us to hand over the spear that is rightfully in Wilhelm's possession. Yasaka said with a little bite to the words. Seriously, what did Michael have to offer? It's not they didn't have other things that could potentially be an equal trade, but the spear was unique in of itself. Not to mention, they weren't hurting in that regarding in other ways. It hasn't really come up, but the kid is the Red Dragon Emperor of this generation. Vala wouldn't shut up about it, otherwise I may have forgotten in all this commotion as well. He's going to pout for months once he finds out how utterly outclassed he is right now. That kid took way too much pride in being the best host that Albion ever had. That damn dragon filling his head with all that crap, inflating his ego. As much as he could do with the reality check, I didn't want to see him mope around for a long time. But damn, it must have been a kick in the groin for both of them to realize that OL Drake's host basically gave them a timeout without even trying nor even using the boosted gear. But I digress. Not the time to think about those things. Michael needs a hand, and I am also uneasy about someone else having access to just shutting off my holy power if that's actually a thing he can keep doing. For all we know, Kokabeel was a cosmic fluke brought about by extenuating circumstances. But it was hard to take that risk right now. I'm with Michael, leaving the potential ability to just take away what makes us angels. I can't sit here easy because of that. I spoke up. I think I honestly spoke for every angel, fallen or otherwise, in this matter. Michael flashed an appreciative smile for backing him up. Good, I'm still in deep shit with what Kokabeel did, having them look at me nicely like that will help. I see no problem with it. Even Sirafal joined in. That seems like a dangerous precedent to leave outside of the angels, to just take away the source of their power. I think everyone would have better peace of mind knowing it's in their hands. Guess she wanted her pound of flesh in revenge too. It was undeniably a good opportunity to finally kick the Fox and Co. off their high horse and get the initiative back. Yasaka frowned in response. And how would it be any different than forcing an evil piece on one of them? Damn it. Father, damn those things. They're beautiful in design, just as Odin said, but fucking damn if they aren't annoying as hell to be on the opposite side of. We don't. You don't force them on others, yes. Yasaka smiled coyly. Which seems to placate the others here. Which only begs the question if, and that's a strong if, the spear could continue to do what you all claim, why can it not simply be the same predicament? Do you think we would go around depowering angels for no reason? As you so gracefully point out, that doesn't seem to be entirely accurate. Sirafal glared at me a tiny amount. Sorry girl, but we are trying to argue for our own factions here. And at the end of the day, you want this too. That's true, there has been a severe lack of assurances for those. The fox didn't miss the opportunity to take a jab at the devils again. So I believe I can understand your concerns. But frankly I have to ask, or what? Excuse me, Michael tilted his head in confusion. Why should we be forced to hand over the spear? As I said, you have nothing we want to trade it for. Michael looked a little stumped. We came here to discuss peace, and to. Are we at war? No. Then why would we hand it over? Unless you are insinuating that such a declaration is on the table if it isn't provided. In which case, we would have to step away and alert our own pantheon to your intents. The tails behind her flicked back and forth. While heaven hasn't been so heavy-handed with the incidents we've had to bear with your three factions, we are certainly not on friendly terms. We have nothing linking ourselves to you. Not to mention we've been very polite in even handing back that reforged Excalibur for no recompose. So, to answer that angel who demanded it back, she turned her hardened gaze towards Uriel. Or what? Well fuck. That silenced all of us. Mostly because it was true. They held all the cards here, and they knew it. They knew it from the start when they flopped right down on the table and started verbally slapping all of us. They knew we would have to bow to their whims, but were even gentle about it, clearly not wanting to really start any grudges, but at the same time, they weren't bowing down to any heavy-handed tactics. However, that doesn't mean we don't wish to cooperate. I'll admit that the harp would be beneficial even if it's not needed. The fox looked thoughtful. I may have a counter offer if you are willing. Was she giving him face? And out to latch onto so not to develop any ill will? Shit, this fox is playing the game really well. Please speak. Michael forced a smile. One of the hero faction members was a wayward holy maiden that wielded blade blacksmith. Michael's eyes flashed in realization. So that's what happened to her. He said softly. We feared the worst when she disappeared from our ranks. I can imagine that a sacred gear that can produce holy swords would be beneficial. Yasaka questioned, rather rhetorically, but it was one of the most valuable sacred gears to the church. Not that it was one of the strongest by a large margin, but it could protege holy swords. Granted, they were relatively weak, but they were leagues above most magic swords that could be purchased. The only drawback was that it was difficult for the user to make ones that wouldn't disappear after a time. It took years of training, and a lot of energy, but it was a steady production that could be imbued with different abilities. The value was astronomical. One of the sacred gears I really wanted to get my hands on, but Michael wouldn't let me anywhere close. May I ask, what happened to the young woman who possessed the sacred gear? Vasco Strata asked. The yokai leader let out a sigh at the question. Unfortunately, even if they were but children, we couldn't be soft on them. My daughter was almost killed due to their direct actions, only saved through the intervention of Lady Izanami and Wilhelm. And many of my people had to bury loved ones, and not just my guards. Large swathes of Kyoto burned, innocents died. They couldn't be allowed to continue living. I apologize for bringing up such memories. The very large cardinal apologized. Which always felt weird considering his sheer size. Your question only shows to exemplify your compassion, no harm was done. The yokai leader let out another sigh. We didn't do anything untold to her remains. We can hand over her body if you want. Vasco Strata, the large mass of muscles, smiled warmly. I thank you on behalf of her family. If there was ever a man that deserved to be a saint, I have no doubt in my heart that if father was still living, he would have been turned into one many years ago. That or a prophet, but that was even more unlikely to happen these days than someone being born a saint. No, it can't happen anymore. Michael and Gabriel were leaning towards one another, whispering about something. I could guess what the topic of conversation is about. They couldn't really push the issue with the spear, not after how the yokai propped themselves up as invaluable to everyone else here. We're willing to accept this trade. Michael stated after talking with Gabriel. Wonderful, we can worry about the logistics afterwards. The yokai leader accepted it immediately. I do have one last question, for Wilhelm. Michael stated, turning back towards the half-devil. Oh. The young man waited for a response. Would you like to become an angel? Credit where credit is due, because none of us saw that coming. Way to even throw off the yokai, brother, even if I think my own jaw is hanging open. Objection. This isn't a courtroom, Sirafal. I regained my wits. But I'm feeling something similar. What the hell, Michael? Even Uriel and the others at his side looked at him strange. Would it not be a good option for us? The Archangel smiled brightly. He is half human, so it should be viable. And the divinity aspect should not be a problem. Though it's only a thought for the future. Admittedly, it would solve a lot of their own issues regarding the spear and such. And he already showed capability with holy power, Father's remnants in the spear acknowledging him. So I see no fault in offering it. He added, with words that were hard to rebuke. You're asking me to just forsake everything I care about to become an angel. The red-haired half-devil said very dryly. I will take it as the good intentions you perceived it to be. However, if I ever accepted, I would immediately fall. I do not share your cultural values, nor would it be fair to your others to make an exception even if that was possible to allow me to continue on as I am, but as an angel. Actually, I take back what I said. Make him an angel. When he falls, he'll be mine. I slapped my palms on the table. Best idea ever, Michael. Pretty sure he's banging all those girls next to him, so he definitely wouldn't last long as an angel. I'm totally on board with this now. And bonus, the devils looked absolutely horrified at the prospect. And I would have to associate with him. Her jerked his thumb towards me. Rude. I can understand your reservations. Michael smiled humorously. Yasaka POV. Well, that turned out better than expected. Besides the obvious curveball thrown there. And while I don't think we needed that harp, I think it would help Wilhelm drastically in what he's attempting. I didn't want to keep putting too much pressure on him after everything he's already done. And we couldn't even use that blade blacksmith to begin with. It simply wasn't compatible with yokai as a whole. It was better to further enhance our goodwill with the Heaven faction, even after giving them back their Excalibur. Would also stop them from being overly aggressive about Artorias' sword, and the spear in the future. Now that this is settled, we should return to the topic of the peace between the three factions. Am I safe to assume that everything is still proceeding in that respect? The devils, the angels, and the fallen all shared looks, a silent agreement between them. If there is nothing else, we are happy to formalize a treaty. Sertsk's Lucifer stated. I'm sure there are more smaller concerns to be had, but I think we can work out those details later. We are willing to also accept peace. Michael nodded. And us too. Azazel quickly added. Well, can't say I'm envious of all the additional work an official agreement between them will mean. The paperwork would be an absolute nightmare. Rather uneventful too. This is a big deal to the three factions, but it was just quietly reached without any mishaps. I expected some kind of dreadful attack or maybe some opposition deciding to be more aggressive. Oh well, it doesn't really concern me. Good, now we can talk about the important stuff. Odin, who had been quiet for a while, slammed his stick against the ground. Hearing you kids bickering was getting on my nerves. I came here because of NHGGR appearing, and the possibility of someone from my faction interfering in matters concerning yours. With some revelations that more might be going on, how are we going to deal with this in the future? It's obvious we need to work together if our enemies aren't adhering to the lines in the sand anymore. Sirafal stated. I think we should all pool our resources together. And when all eyes landed over on me, I could easily tell what they really meant. Do you think you'll be getting this information for free? You're sorely mistaken then. I was already suspecting that there was something remiss amongst my own faction. The God of Light spoke up. What I've heard today has only confirmed my beliefs and opened my eyes to a wider conspiracy. Some of my kin may not be agreeable, but I do believe that a joint effort is required. The others just nodded along, expressing similar sentiments, making themselves so righteous. They just played it up so I couldn't refuse. Unfortunately, we cannot share the same sentiments. Which I did anyways. And the looks that flash across their faces, they really weren't expecting me to say that after everything that happened. How fun! We're currently preparing for a war. I kindly reminded them. We don't have time nor resources to look beyond our own borders and our own situation to combat a perceived threat that hasn't directly come after us. Didn't you say that this hero faction was part of the Cows Brigade? Sirafal asked. Yes, but they were working separately, not deliberating targeting us as a whole. I replied. We would be more than willing to help you ward off Kyoto. Ajoka responded. To make sure an attack like before doesn't happen again. Do you mean like the ones that were supposed to protect this place? I gestured to the destroyed buildings around us. The green-haired devil failed to hide the scowl that appeared. Oof, going to need a phoenix tear for that one. Azazel said quietly. But he's right. I think if we all worked together, we could easily set up some pretty good defenses so you don't have to be worried about that. The offer is appreciated, but we already have taken such matters into our own hands. I politely declined. If this Chaos Brigade is as far-reaching as you say, wouldn't they also come to retaliate after learning you revealed and know so much about them? Michael asked. I know you have some powerful people on your side, but are you capable of standing up against these gods? Do you think this is everyone that we have? I let out a laugh. I assure you, we are making our own preparations. I looked towards my lovely blue sister who was quietly standing to the side. Jin, sweetie. Tell me, how goes the project you were working on? Jin perked up happily. I think this was the first time anyone here actually paid overt attention to the girl. Insofar, she hadn't really been any major focus. Jin merely adopted a thoughtful expression. I got it all planned out at this point and already started. Give me a month or so and I think I can cover all of Kyoto after some effort. Or more specifically, where there were magical defenses. After hearing what Wilhelm was up to, Jin also started doing something similar, albeit it a little different. She was very familiar with godly power. She began constructing city-wide wards that would detect those sorts of things as well as weaving into some new things she picked up over in that other world. Essentially it was in preparation in case the Chaos Brigade decided to attack us. Would it stop them? No, but not much could. But it was enough to buy time for our people to deal with them. Between her and Wilhelm's efforts, well, Kyoto was going to be very secure. Maybe the most secure, mortal place on the planet. And of course, they didn't know the details, only that Kyoto was currently being completely defended. As you can see, we're doing okay on our own. I smiled towards everyone. But, the size of Kyoto. Ajoka muttered. The sheer amount of work required would be astronomical. It's not that difficult. Jin replied. And I don't think she meant it to be as dismissive as it sounded. Should I feel bad for Ajoka? How many times today has his ego taken a hit? Jin isn't a spirit of knowledge without reason. I have no doubt that Ajoka could overcome Jin in a battle of magic. However, if he wanted to match her in sheer knowledge and ability, well, he would be in for a rough time. Once again, it just showed that we utterly did not need them. So there was only one real way for them to proceed. Damn fox! Odin grumbled. Fine, what do you want? And that was basically the sounding of the end of this little meeting. Now it was just time to reap all the rewards. Chapter 325, Chapter 293. Once everyone basically bowed their heads to Yasaka, it got boring. Realistically, that's a good thing, but still, they just droned on about certain things that didn't really concern me. I, of course, was attentive and supported Yasaka whenever she needed me to. Sometimes asking me questions, very visibly, for whatever reason, or sometimes I would speak up about certain things. It was literal hours later that everyone finally had a solidified agreement in front of them. A document that was magicked up, copied over, and would copy their signatures or marks with a hint of their aura left on it for validity. I would have been skeptical about this treaty in any other circumstance. Being nothing more than a piece of parchment, not worth the ink it was used to write. However, with both Lug and Odin as signers, and Sun Wukong as witness, everyone would be very cautious about breaking it. They would immediately become pariahs to much of the world. More so than they already are. Right now, people simply don't like the three factions for the most part. However, there are still many different kinds of trade agreements and of the sort going on. If they so blatantly break an agreement like this, they'll lose a significant amount of credibility. If it was just the Yukai faction, they could easily bury it without much effort. Funnily enough, they all looked not excited about the whole thing. Not that they were upset, but there was clearly not much enthusiasm about their signing. Well, all except one. The one-eyed god let out a snort as he tossed a quill of all things onto the table after slapping the parchment down. Only one side is walking out of here with a grin on their face. He was complaining, but it held a hint of begrudging respect to it. And yes, Yasaka was looking rather gleeful after everything finally settled. Made out like damn bandits is what we did. And it's funny that they really couldn't do anything to stop it because we held all the cards. Basically, we managed to squeeze into an agreement that Heaven, the Celtics, and the Norse currently had regarding Fey activity in that part of the world. Very soon, we were going to start getting shipments of iron weapons straight from the dwarves of Nidavellir. Some of the best craftsmen in this world. It was a special few that made Mjolnir, Thor's divine hammer. Not to mention a plethora of other weapons the Norse use. Hell, I think even Odin's Gungnir was made by the dwarves. So, quality is to be expected, and the quantity is nothing to scoff at either. As for the Celtics and Heaven, they're both promising support based on their own cosmologies. The Celtic have druids that use Toki and magic in a very unique way that's very productive in battles with the Fae. Yasaka managed to negotiate both aid and teachers to come around Kyoto. Heaven was a bit more difficult. They really couldn't commit to any war, not that the others did either. That was a very stringent requirement they all adhered to. We were on our own when it came to the actual war. However, we were able to secure a few uses of their forces for some very specific plans, which will play out well in the future. That was, in addition, to more tangible resources they would be sending our way. The devils, well, honestly, we wanted nothing to do with them. Basically, we were getting just raw resources in return for all the information we provided. And it was unlikely that the yokai would want to work with them in any case. Funnily enough, that irked the devils something fierce that we basically told them they were unneeded for the most part. That isn't to say they wouldn't be paying some substantial amounts, but they were otherwise not worth more than what they were giving us in monetary value. The Grigori, they're basically an in-between of Heaven and the devils. Their population isn't very good either, but they promised some resources and some manpower for certain things along with some monetary compensation. Though, that was just the benefits we got. The main focus was the fact that there was an organization out there that was composed of cross-pantheon deities and other creatures. Everyone agreed to pull their resources and look into it. An alliance of sorts to deal with the problem. Before Yasaka decided to overturn their entire perception of this conference, they originally gathered for something similar, if less, pressing on the matter. Odin came due to NHGGR and presumably Loki causing problems. He would have done the usual song and dance, throw a few promises out, ease any tension, and be on his way. Lug, he was a little more difficult to read. From what I summarized, he came out to support the Heaven faction, and due to his own interest in Skathuk. He apparently had suspicions of something like the Cows Brigade existing, but nothing concrete. And of course, the three factions would have come together to broker a peaceful coexistence. Before, even with the unspoken ceasefire, if a devil or fallen popped up in church territory, it was very much smite first, ask questions never. While they're trying to keep territory lines strict, it's not going to be immediately smiting if a devil finds themselves where they shouldn't be. Now, though, there was something much stronger binding everyone to common goal. Something that forced everyone to solidify a real agreement of cooperation and peace. And as hilarious as it all sounds, they were all looking to Yasaka, to us for some manner of guidance here. The smallest faction that was never even thought of anything worthwhile. Well, we were going to be under a lot more scrutiny from now on. But even so, I could easily tell how euphoric Yasaka was right now due to this. She made them look at her like an equal. Everyone slowly got up from their seats and sort of meandered over to their own people, talking amongst themselves. A few courageous of the lot went to talk with other factions here or there. But the main negotiations, the debates and the talks were finished. We all had a finalized agreement that was decided on. Outside of the leaders, there were plenty that were looking at us with hesitance in their eyes. Like, I think someone wanted to come over to talk but they were a little intimidated. There was one person who ignored all that and came walking over without a care in the world. Yasaka. Sun Wukong. Yasaka smiled warmly. Are you finally finished with your watcher status and come to ask some questions? The old monkey let out a chuckle. I don't think it would be appropriate. He shook his head. And the glares I'm getting from some of your companions is making me uneasy. Skathuk. Skathuk was visibly glaring at him. She's cutely protective of Ray Cow. They certainly bonded quicker than the others. Because even now, the Monkey King was shooting her glances. I just wanted to give some parting words. I have nothing to say about the meeting, or any of the many questions I have. He tipped down his sunglasses. That being said, well done, Yasaka. Why, thank you Yasaka preened under the praise. you did a wonderful job leading them along that they didn't even remember the reason I was here in the first place. The Monkey King praised more. Sparing one more glance at Reiko, he pushed his glasses back up. How unfortunate that no one asked about the young lady that I was supposed to investigate. He exaggeratedly shook his head. It seems I'll have to report back to Indra that I couldn't find any other information out about the woman who wielded his sacred weapon. Even Skadek seemed to relax a little after hearing that. It was honestly very difficult to dislike this Buddha at all. Every time I've met him, he was doing something that was objectively against my own interests and those around me, yet, I don't think I had any ill will towards him. Thank you, Sun Wukong. Yasaka said softly. Thank me? For what? He chuckled. I'm just an old man, talking to myself. He hummed, taking out a familiar pipe before biting down on the end. How the years passed by. He turned, looking towards the groups of people still gathered. I remember a long time ago, Indra had a child by the name of Arjuna. It was a time when many heroes rose under the banner of the Hindu pantheon. There was a tale about Arjuna and his half-brother, very popular in that part of the world, but I won't get into it. Indra was different back then, he had many children and never cared to put much thought into having the next. Though, after those two died, he changed. The swathes of little demigods began to trickle away. He rarely had any other children with mortals afterwards. In fact, it's been centuries since he's last had demigod. He very clearly emphasized that point. How random a thought you're having there. I crossed my arms. Yup, just a random thought I had. I'm old, I like to reminisce sometimes. The Monkey King chuckled again. Though, if there was a child of his, one that could hear my words in this moment, I think I'd say something like stay in Japan and don't go near India and Southern Asia, but of course I have no idea about such a thing. The Monkey King shrugged. Thank you, again, Sun Wukong. He silently waved it off with a smile. Oh, and before I forget. He raised on a finger, pointing it at me. Odin asked me to send you his way since I was coming to say my goodbyes. Odin wants to talk to me. I raised an eyebrow. About what, exactly? Might help if I knew the specifics, even if might seem obvious. Might be able to bullshit better if I have a few more moments to give it some thought. Who knows? He tapped his pipe, putting it away. Just a messenger. Anyways, I'll see you ladies later. And you, young man. I'm sure we'll be meeting again soon. He didn't really give anyone time to answer before he stepped away and shot off into the air on a cloud. That was surreal. Rin muttered. The Monkey King was just talking in front of us. Literally friends with Japan's mother goddess. I pointed out. It's still weird. Rin huffed. Are you going to go talk to him, Wilhelm? Yasaka asked. Should I? I mean, I assumed I was before, but, maybe not? It may not be wise to disregard him. Skadek admitted. If he is vengeful like we are familiar with, the next time may not be polite. If there is a time, he is now forced to act with decorum under this situation. Ugh, she's right. I guess I'll go have a chat with the All-Father. The Norse god was sitting quietly off to the side. It wasn't very difficult to find him, but he was putting out this sort of presence that made it difficult for others to approach him. Sitting upon a large piece of rubble, he raised his head as I approached, silently tapping his palm on an empty spot to his side. Well, I followed along and plopped myself down right next to him. He didn't even look at me. Instead, he leaned on his walking stick as he watched the other people in the area go about their business. Could see all of them from where we were sitting, even my own people. Look at them. The god opened his mouth. The angels? I questioned, turning my gaze to where he was staring. Yeah, even as a devil, they're really something. I could admit that they were magnificent creatures. No, I was talking about Gabriel's boobs. He replied without a completely straight expression. I don't know how to respond to that. He then broke out into a soft laughter, his walking stick tapping against the ground a few times as he held himself sitting up straight. It was odd, in this moment, he really did seem like a frail old man. Just look at them bounce, that roundness, yet they're also so firm. Really, that biblical god, he was a man of taste. The Norse god nodded to himself. Makes you wonder why he would give that kind of body to such a kind and selfless woman. Doubt she'll ever touch a man, let alone put those assets to use. Such a shame. All right, good talk. I was about to get up and walk away, but his stick found its way pushing against my chest. Won't you listen to an old man for a little while longer? He sounded pitiful, which set off some dangerous vibes. I let out a sigh. What do you want? He hummed, not answering me, instead turning towards somewhere else. That brunette, with the white dress. She's the one that's yours. He raised his stick up, pointing to my woman. Yes, Venelana and I are in a relationship. I didn't hide it, not that it wasn't mentioned during the talks. Nice, very nice. Odin nodded appreciatively. I wonder if I can flip her dress from here, get a look at that nice round butt of hers. Is it as amazing as I imagine it to be? His stick slowly moved towards her before I grabbed hold of it. If you want to lose your arm, feel free to continue. Ho ho, so protective, the god chuckled. That's good though. A man should be protective of his woman. He nodded approvingly before letting out a sigh. I can't control Loki anymore. He suddenly said, leaning more against his stick. He wasn't always evil. The god emphasized that word. He would sometimes take his jokes too far, causing pain. He would sometimes do unpleasant things to others without considering their own feelings. But, he didn't used to be intentionally cruel. Are you trying to make me sympathize with him? I raised an eyebrow. Due to his actions, someone I care about almost died. He's just living on borrowed time right now as far as I'm concerned. And if I said I disagree with Loki facing your wrath? If I stood in your way? Odin, the great god of the Norse. I felt his presence suddenly looming over me. No longer the frail old man he was pretending to be, but the god of war that the world would cower away from if he marched to battle. However, I didn't react, I didn't back down from his presence that bore down on me. Make sure it's the hill you want to die on. The presence around him dissipated as quickly as it arrived, the god letting out a bark of laughter. Ha ha ha. If I was a few centuries younger, I'd love to go a round or two. Please, you're talking like you don't sit at the peak of the world right now. I rolled my eyes. He smiled smugly. Pretty dang smart for someone so young. The young uns these days, they look at that supposed list and think it's the end all, be all of power. But there's still a bunch of us old geezers that stepped back. The old monkey is one example. Hell, you got one over in Japan too. Though, he sleeps all the time. I blinked at his words. Who? The creator god of Japan, who else? Izanagi. I breathed out his name. That's the one. Odin nodded. The husband or former of a goddess you're familiar with. The pitiful woman that secludes herself in that dreary place. Izzy. Hee, got a cute little name for her, hey. The god laughed again. She's got a nice body and isn't bad on the eyes. Why not make her yours? It looks like you already got a bunch already. I didn't realize you were that close to her enough to try and set her up. I eyed him suspiciously. Whenever she talks about you, it's not pleasant. Bah, that woman is too pitiful. Who wants to make fun of a lonely old woman who sits in the dark? The old god huffed. That's oddly kind of you. And if she starts banging a kid barely in his 20s, then I can make fun of her for being a cougar. He gave a wide grin. And there it is. Though, that last bit felt less sincere. So, what's the real reason? Humph. Odin's grin disappeared immediately. Really are smart of someone your age. He let out another sigh, looking up towards the sky. I said before that I can't control Loki anymore. You know, back during the Great War, it was the most exciting time of my life. I was a god of war. I relished in it when I conquered the 9 realms and dug out my kingdom upon Yggdrasil. Then, other pantheons began warring, and we inevitably got drawn into it. And again, I loved it. The Greeks, the Egyptians, the Hindus, and even the Shinto. All across the world, everyone witnessed our might, my might. I was Odin, the great god that sat upon the throne of Asgard. What happened? I was a little curious. I led my armies from victory to victory. I was so enthralled with the battles, with the wars that erupted everywhere. I only thought about the next battle, the next conquest. And my dear Frigga, she supported me every step of the way. If it wasn't for her, Asgard would have fallen into ruin while they suffered under my warmongering. I don't even remember when it happened. A look of defeat overcame him. What honor I was seeking, what I was trying to conquer. All I remember was the news that Asgard was attacked. It wasn't something new, enemies often sought to try and strike down our seat of power, but they were repulsed every time by the All-Mother, Frigga, in my stead. So, I paid it no mind, tossed the letter informing me aside and continued in my own arrogance. When I returned, my beautiful kingdom was barely held together. But most importantly, my wife was no longer upon the throne, waiting for my triumphant return. The moment she died, so too did my ambition. I lost something of myself that day. The great war god Odin would no longer appear. There was a complicated look on his face as he retold his past. Due to certain circumstances, Ragnarok was seemingly perpetually put on hold. I felt like I no longer had a purpose. So, once my sons were old enough, I handed over the crown, and left. The Norse god breathed out. Loki never forgave me for giving up. We had agreed, once upon a time, to fight our fates together. To fight against Ragnarok, to fight against our fated ends. But, I couldn't find the will in me anymore. This peace that came about, that put the end times on hold, it just further crumbled away any resolve I have. Temporary. It's only temporary. I muttered. There's no way that Ragnarok was just put on hold. There has to be something more to it. Eventually, whatever dam is blocking it, the tide will wash over. Odin's eyes flashed. You really are an intelligent kid. As expected of someone who was blessed by another version of me. And like that, all my thoughts came to a screeching halt. What are? Don't take me for a fool. His singular eye snapped towards me. Looking, gleaming every single response I had died instantly. It was as if he could see through everything I was currently thinking. Do you think my blessing can just appear? It isn't hard to put together the clues when they were laid out so plainly. I'm curious how you got around that red lizard though. He's known for not letting anyone in or out. Fuck. What do you want from me? Why are you telling me your life story? It's funny. For being a so-called god of wisdom, I'm entirely unsure. He let out a mirthful chuckle again. It's not like I expected this. It sounds outlandish to even think about, let alone just speak openly, but you basically confirmed it with your reaction. Those ladies you brought with you too, once I saw them, it was easy to put together. Luckily for you, I think I'm the only one. Even the old monkey was more concerned with the daughter of his master you brought with you. Well, small mercies I suppose. But now I have to deal with Odin knowing a rather valuable secret of mine. Oh, don't get your panties in a bunch. I'm not here to threaten you, brat. The god huffed. I want your help. My help? What do you want me to help with? Aren't we already technically in an alliance? He snorted in response. Please, that fox of yours did a damn good job of stacking everything in your favor. Not to mention pushed all the dirty work onto us, and we even paid her for the opportunity. No, what I want is something else. Yggdrasil is dying. My eyes widened at that reveal. How is it dying? Wouldn't that mean Ragnarok already started? You're right, Ragnarok already started. Odin confirmed without any fanfare. Right as it began, it stopped. But things set in motion aren't so easily undone. Yggdrasil is a tree. It grows, it blooms, and acorns drop to the ground. Eventually, the tree gets too old, too frail, or even nature could strike it. The tree is toppled, falling to the ground. It breaks down, becoming nutrients for what was left behind. A new tree takes its place, nearly identical, but different to the previous one. The cycle continues on. All this time, the world tree has been slowly dying because your cycle should have already ended. Ragnarok was a cycle. Just like Odin described, just like a tree. It's a secret, more so than even the biblical god being dead. Not many even amongst our number know of it. Loki does, doesn't he? I asked. He does. Odin didn't hide it. I don't think he even cares about stopping his own fate anymore. I think he just wants to watch the world burn and dance on the ashes. According to you, he allied himself with others who just want to end the world. Why are you telling me? I looked at him again. What do you want from me? Did you know? There are two kinds of beings that exist in this world. Those who want to preserve the world. Those who want to destroy the world. He stated, as if ignoring my question. Loki was, in the middle more or less, barely a step in any direction, undecided. It wouldn't be hard to nudge him onto a specific path. I said before, he was never intentionally cruel, but sometimes his nature poked through. However, I saw the potential in him. I took him into my court, befriended him, and made him my brother. I even helped him become a proper god. He felt betrayed by my actions, and he fell to the opposite end. He no longer cares about preserving what we fought for. Maybe, I knew what he was up to, that he had already gone off the deep end. But having it so blatantly thrown in my face, I can't hide from the truth anymore. I have a duty to uphold, to clean up my mess. The great god turned towards me, looking oddly resolved. You asked me what I want? I want help. Odin's hands tightened around his stick. No, for a brief moment, I saw that golden spear that lay dormant underneath. I'm going to make a bet. I had given up, thought fate was already predetermined, so I no longer cared to fight it. However, I now see an opportunity, so I am going to wager to see how far fate can truly reach. You, who can leave this world and travel to others. I, All-Father, great god of Asgard, Odin. I am asking you for your help in stopping Ragnarok. So, this chapter gave me some trouble. My original intent was to go all around, the back and forth of what they're giving and such. But, I realized that it wasn't really all that important. The negotiations had basically been won already before that point, so just a brief coverage of it to clean up felt more appropriate. It would have just been more regurgitated of what the last few chapters were, and at that point, it would feel sort of dragging on, and I didn't want that since this whole thing lasted 4 huge chapters already. So, chapter basically cleaned up the last bit off screen as everyone begins going their separate ways with a few things from Odin and Sun Wukong. Got an interlude from Surtsk's next. Also, sorry for the late chapter, the one over on Pad is a chunky one that took me a while to wrap up. Next chapter will be out Tuesday/Wednesday sometime. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my p.a.t.r.e.o.n.c.o.m/astory4own.
Thanks for listening.